In the world of Blue Star filled with extraordinary powers, every creature awakens higher wisdom and powerful superpowers through continuous evolution. These extraordinary creatures all possess powerful forces, such as lightning, fire, and hurricanes, and are no different from the mythical beasts in Earth's mythology. Weak humans can only rely on powerful creatures as their guardian gods and barely survive in the form of tribes. Later, after a long period of development, the human race gradually developed its own extraordinary power, namely the ability to taming beasts. Some people can open up a different dimension in their minds through meditation and can capture extraordinary creatures through this cage-like dimension. In the beginning, humans simply captured weak supernatural creatures by force, used them as slaves, and forced them to work and fight. Faced with powerful supernatural creatures, humans were still unable to resist. But later, some people discovered that the growth rate of extraordinary creatures in the beast taming space was almost several times that of the outside world, and it was also easier for them to break through racial restrictions and evolve. I traveled to this strange world where beast taming is the mainstream, but I am an orphan without parents. In order to support himself, he found an ordinary pet breeder. His daily tasks were to feed some pet cubs, clean up their poop, and do some cleaning. The reason why he was able to come here for an internship was because he had awakened a special beast taming talent called telepathy. A beast master with the gift of telepathy, once he has mastered the ability, can communicate with any intelligent creature without any language barrier. As for the use of telepathy, although sure you could not be said to be very proficient, he should be pretty good at it. He subconsciously tried to use his beast taming talent, listening to all directions, intending to master the next steps in advance. But at this moment, something strange happened. The beast controlling space I opened up in my brain vibrated, and his vision suddenly blurred. Then, a Blackstone illustration book appeared in his mind. The atlas is called the Skill Atlas. I can copy the extraordinary abilities of extraordinary creatures and include them in the atlas. And the abilities included in the atlas can be freely taught to other extraordinary creatures besides humans. The reason why extraordinary creatures are so powerful is that they possess a variety of extremely special skills. However, in order to successfully copy the abilities of other extraordinary creatures, 3 conditions must be met. 1. See the other party use this ability with your own eyes. 2. Make physical contact with the other party. 3. From seeing the skill to making physical contact with the other party, it must be completed within 1 hour. My skill atlas is almost equivalent to letting him master a large number of skill secrets. Compared with the ethereal system, I prefer to believe that it is my second talent. Oh no, it's getting late. After being immersed in the shock of the awakening skill illustrations for a while, I suddenly realized that it was already very late. He put on his clothes and prepared to go to his morning work, not even planning to eat breakfast. At this time, of course, I didn't want to work, but wanted to try out whether the ability I had just awakened was real. With anticipation, I quickly left the dormitory. The pet breeding base in Bingyuan City is very large, and the environment involved includes lakes, grasslands, forests, snow-capped mountains, all of which are places where different pets live. To take care of so many pets, the breeding base has a lot of employees. There is a huge employee area nearby, and even the processing and transportation of various pet feeds are carried out here. I arrived at the base feed factory and found a large number of breeders gathered here. Since everyone had different tasks, most people did not have much overlap. As soon as I arrived, I went straight to the feed I was going to carry, with a very clear goal. However, when I got the feed, the specifications were beyond my imagination. Finally, after a while, I moved a truckload of meat feed. I started the transport truck and came to the snowy mountain area alone, which is the habitat of the snow wolf. After arriving, I stopped the car, got out and moved the meat, and quickly began my busy work. During this process, I saw the white mountain of the snow-capped mountains in the distance flashing with afterimages, and dozens of giant wolves appeared. Awoo! Awoo! The chilling sound of wolf howls came, and as they howled, the group of snow-white giant wolves began to run towards me. They ran very fast at first, but gradually changed to walking pace. Even though they slowed down, the pressure was still strong. Each giant wolf was 2 meters long and nearly 1 meter tall, with a strong physique. It was hard to imagine that they were just cubs. Their bodies were covered with long white hair, and their tails, backs, and limbs were covered with thick ice blue hair. When they came, the blue pupils of the giant wolves stared at me, the fangs in their mouths were looming, and the cold air hit me. Name, Snow Wolf, attributes, ice, racial level, advanced transcendent, racial skills, ice-crushing fangs, ice-crack claws, snow hide, cold breath, a beast-like transcendent creature that evolved from the snowy mountains. Its frozen fangs and claws can easily tear through steel, and it is good at hiding and hunting in the wind and snow. I have some knowledge of these pets, and their specific information immediately emerged in my mind. Attributes represent ability classification, and race levels represent the growth potential of extraordinary creatures, which are divided into low, medium, and high levels. Skills are the special skills of extraordinary creatures, which are also what I will learn next. At this time, I saw giant wolves staring at me with drooling eyes and sparkling pupils. Being the object of the gaze of a group of snow wolves, I felt very strange at this time. While it was not hard to guess that the wolves were hungry, I could actually hear their thoughts, which was both comforting and annoying because one of the wolves said it wanted to taste me. When the snow wolves gathered in front of me, they stood in a row without any rash actions. This was not because they were afraid of me or polite, but because their leader had not appeared yet. A more intimidating roar sounded, and the wolves made way. The one that came was a larger snow wolf, 3 meters long and at least 6 or 7 meters tall. Roar! The wolf king of the snow wolf pack walked out slowly, his eyes locked on me. The other snow wolves looked at him with fear and respect. Snow wolves are extraordinary creatures that live in groups, and the wolf king has supreme deterrence. This snow wolf king is the pet of a beast master in the base, responsible for helping to manage the wolf pack. Now, I have some doubts whether the owner of the snow wolf king is secretly observing me somewhere and scoring my performance. However, the beast master holds a high status in the base, and this wolf king is just one of his many pets, so I think it is unlikely that it will pay special attention to us interns. At this time, the wolf king continued to approach me. It did not eat immediately, but slowly approached me with a chill all over its body. I could feel its body brushing past me, and its head lightly touched me. Just as I was sighing, my skill Atlas suddenly took effect. This made me a little stunned. I was originally thinking about how to find an opportunity to copy the snow wolf skills, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. The first page of the illustrated book is a picture of the snow wolf king at the top, and the following is the relevant text. Skill: Deterrence skill level high. Introduction: a mental skill that can intimidate, shock, and command with momentum. It can also make creatures much weaker than itself faint. It is a symbol of having the qualifications of a king. The illustrations have really been updated. I was so excited when I saw the changes. Successfully copied to the deterrence skill. According to the rules, next, as long as I find a suitable target, I can teach this skill to other pets at any time. The deterrence skill is the ability used by the wolf king to lead the wolf pack. If this skill can be passed on to ordinary snow wolves, wouldn't it be possible to mass-produce wolf kings? Moreover, if this skill can be passed on to pets of other races, perhaps the kings of other races can be cultivated. If you think about it carefully, this is really a huge loophole. However, it is precisely because of these loopholes that people feel excited and happy. I am worthy of having such a powerful beast taming talent. I came back to my senses with a smile, and at this moment, the snow wolf king was looking at me in confusion. Roar! The wolf king growled and frowned. I understood what it meant. It obviously saw me grinning and wondered if there was something wrong with me. It was fine to wonder. I didn't care. It is impossible for it to understand my happiness. The joy of humans and wolves is different. I took advantage of it just now, and now I find the snow wolf king very pleasing to the eye. Your intimidation skill looks powerful, but now it is mine. The snow wolf king didn't know that his skill had been copied by me. After confirming that I was not overreacting to its threat, it turned around and ate the meat. After eating and drinking, the ordinary snow wolves in the wolf pack dared to come over. The scent left by the wolf king seemed to reassure them. After all, after the wolf king left, these ordinary snow wolves seemed much more docile when facing me. As other interns said, they were very well behaved. This kind of well-behaved behavior made it much easier for me to feed the snow wolves and study the illustrated books in my mind. It really can teach. After distributing food to each snow wolf, I was very excited. Just now, when I looked at each snow wolf, the information on the first page of the stone atlas in my mind changed directly. The skill status changed from no teaching target to can be taught. In other words, I can teach the deterrence skill in the illustration to every snow wolf I just fed. True manual production of Wolf King. However, although I can do it, I certainly won't use this teaching ability rashly. Not only do we not know how much energy this skill will consume, but if we allow the snow wolves in the breeding base to learn deterrence skills, it will definitely cause big problems. Continue feeding. I put my heart and soul into it and completed the task quickly. But what made me a little regretful was that in the process of feeding the snow wolves, I was unable to copy their other skills. After all, except for the Wolf King who always shows his intimidation, other snow wolves would not be idle enough to use their racial skills while eating. If I don't have it, then I don't have it. I'm not greedy. A high-level mental deterrence skill has already made me a big profit this time. After I finished feeding the snow wolves, I started to do other tasks. In the breeding base, I saw a blue-backed eagle patrolling in the sky. I locked onto its sight and thoughts. Although the distance was quite far, the status of the deterrent skill in the atlas in my mind changed again from no teaching target available to can be taught. Look, not only can I train a wolf king, I can also train a bird king. I really want to try it. However, reason made me choose to continue working. Being an intern is really hard work. We are responsible for most of the hardest and most tiring tasks, which are not very technical. This can't be helped. After all, we are still in the learning stage. If we are asked to do some difficult tasks, such as training pets, we must have sufficient ability. Just like the wolf pack just now, if there is no wolf king with deterrent skills, it is not easy to manage and train them. The task of the official breeders is to train these snow wolves into pets suitable for animal tamers to raise and contract. Interns like us can only do some relatively basic work. Of course, in addition to these basic tasks, the formal keepers will also regularly lead us interns to do other tasks, so that we can learn a lot of new things. There are still 3 months left in the internship period, so you should study hard first. I know that my predecessor has always wanted to be a beast tamer and has made a lot of preparations for this. This job as a pet keeper is actually a stepping stone he prepared for himself. Although I have obtained the golden finger now, I know that my knowledge of the Beastmaster is really limited. It is impossible to carry out large-scale operations smoothly with the scattered knowledge in my mind. Therefore, I decided to develop steadily and do my current work well. There is no doubt that this skill encyclopedia is designed for me to become a Beastmaster. It would be a shame not to be a Beastmaster, but apart from the teaching ability of the encyclopedia, I have almost no other capital to become a Beastmaster. Next, I decided to take the job of pet keeper seriously first, and take this opportunity to learn more about the skill encyclopedia and this world before making other plans. Moreover, I also need the certificate of this internship to collect the pet cubs I ordered from the Taiju breeding base in Pingqing District, Bingyuan City. The iron bamboo breeding base took my repayment ability into consideration. Although I am not yet eligible to receive the pet, I will be eligible to apply for a loan and successfully obtain the pet after I finish my internship and obtain the breeder certificate. Therefore, I cannot be careless about this internship. If everything goes well, I should have no problem becoming a Beastmaster, but then there will be a long journey of repaying the loan. This process may allow me to soar to the sky, or it may put me in trouble. After all, raising a pet does require a lot of resources. The pet I reserved is the Iron Eater. Name: Iron Eater. Attributes: Gold, racial level, medium, extraordinary racial skills, hardening. The iron-eating beast is actually a giant panda. Unexpectedly, the giant panda in this world has evolved into an iron-eating beast with a medium-level extraordinary race level. I am quite satisfied with the initial pet chosen by my predecessor. The appearance and rarity of the national treasure add a lot of points to it. If nothing unexpected happens, I will definitely not change my choice. After all, the deposit has been paid. However, it is indeed a bit sad that the national treasure of the past has fallen to this state. It is obvious that an ordinary giant panda PKs with an ordinary wolf, and the giant panda can easily knock the wolf unconscious with one palm. But the Iron Eater is one racial level lower than the snow wolf. However, I know this is related to its racial skills. Compared with the snow wolf's 4 skills, Ice Shattering Fang, Ice Claw, Cold Breath, and Snow Hide, the Iron Eater only has 1 skill. Just like its name, the Iron Eater can harden its body by eating metal minerals, making it as hard as steel. The upper limit of the hardening skill is not high, and it is only applicable to close combat. It is a low-level skill and is definitely not as powerful as the racial skill of the snow wolf. I suspect that it may be because pandas are too lazy. They either eat bamboo or sleep, and their temperament is gentle, which leads to slow evolution. However, it is precisely because of this that I have the opportunity to afford the Iron Beast. If it were the policy in other places, I would never be able to afford it. The Iron Beast is pretty good. Actually, I thought, the Iron Beast's skill of converting metal minerals into a hardened body is pretty good, both offensively and defensively. If I'm not mistaken, the Iron Beast should also be able to learn the deterrent skill that I copied just now, so the compatibility shouldn't be a problem. I have a skill illustration, so I can try to master it. As a skill representing the king's qualifications, the deterrent skill can reduce the opponent's fighting will and enhance your own fighting will. The hardening skill can enhance defense and attack power, and it has both offensive and defensive capabilities. The combination of these 2 skills gave me some ideas. What if I could add a perception skill to increase speed? If I could copy similar skills, the Iron Eater might be renamed Panda King. I guess no Beastmaster has ever tried this combination of moves. Thinking of this, I think it's worth a try. Staying in the pet breeding base is not only for learning, but the environment here also makes it easy for me to collect rare skills. I will collect more first. When other beast masters are worried about how to teach their pets various skills, I can completely put together a set of super skills for my pet. Just as I was immersed in my imagination of the future, reality suddenly pulled me back. I was very busy at work in the morning. In addition to feeding the snow wolves, I had a lot of other tasks waiting for me. I was busy until almost noon, when I finally had some free time. However, even in the afternoon, my schedule was still full. After lunch, feeling a little tired, I followed other interns to the forest where the green woolly caterpillars live. We have been doing this task for a while, which is to observe the behavior and growth status of the green woolly caterpillars and record when they can evolve successfully. Green woolworms are the most common pets in this forest, and their number can almost be described as rampant on the street. Compared with the more than 50 snow wolves in the base, the number of green woolworms has reached thousands. Their strength is very weak. Apart from the silk skill, they have almost no other abilities. Silk is just a low-level skill, and its strength is not worth mentioning. Beastmasters classify their pet skills into different levels, ranging from no-level to super-level skills, but the silk of the green cottonworm is not even a low-level skill and is a no-level skill. However, there is one special thing about the blue woolworms. They can evolve naturally. As long as they take in enough nutrients, they can evolve into wind crystal butterflies and may awaken a new racial skill, Windblade. Although the improvement brought by this evolution is limited, it still makes the blue worm the entry-level pet of many ordinary beastmasters. I felt the darkness and humidity in the forest, walking among a group of interns, my eyes fixed on the green moths. These moths had green and fluffy bodies, soft silk on their backs, and 2 yellow antennae on their heads, and looked very much like the larvae of the citrus swallowtail butterfly on Earth. I bent down to observe them carefully. Their innocent eyes and lazy movements made me shake my head. I sighed in my heart that it turned out that these pets, which were known as trash in combat, were really not threatening at all. While observing, I accidentally got my hand entangled in the silk of a green cottonworm. Because these green cottonworms have low IQs and my telepathic talent is not yet mature, communication with them is not smooth, and they began to resist. However, this resistance was not threatening at all, which made me laugh and cry. What makes me even more speechless is that the illustration shows that these green cottonworms can actually learn deterrent skills. A blue worm with the qualifications of a king? I was stunned, and I couldn't believe the fact in front of me. A low-level pet like a blue worm could actually learn the deterrent skill through the skill illustration? Why is the matching standard of this skill illustration so loose? Just as I was wondering, the green worm slipped out of my hand, and the illustration changed again. The stone illustration turned to the second page, showing the image of the green worm and its skill information. Skill, insect silk, skill level, none, introduction, insect skill. It may be useful if used to the extreme. Status, no teaching target. Looking at this text, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. This introduction is exactly what I thought. It's useless. However, I secretly felt that although the silk skill seemed worthless, at least it was an object that could be used for experiments, especially its physical energy consumption, which was just right for some tests. For the next work, although everyone was recording the growth of the green cotton worm, I not only did this work, but also continued to study the skill atlas in my mind. I found that even though the green cotton worm had mastered the silkworm skill, it was still in a teachable state. In other words, I could continue to teach it the silkworm skill, and this repeated teaching could actually increase the proficiency of the skill. It seems that the skill atlas is not only used to collect skills, it can also improve the proficiency of skills. I thought silently in my heart. Although this sounds a bit strange, I dare not experiment here. After all, these green cotton worms are not my pets, and I am not sure whether this kind of teaching will bring other side effects. I was busy until the evening, and finally completed the task of observing the green cotton worm. After dinner, I returned to the dormitory, picked up a manual, and opened the information about the pet breeding base in Bingyuan City. The manual records 51 kinds of pets and their racial skills. I was thinking about which pet skills I should choose to include in my skill atlas. The skill atlas cannot create skills out of thin air. It can only be included through copying. I thought, although I have included several low-level skills, it is obvious that my goal is those higher-level skills. I looked through the manual carefully, but to my disappointment, most of the skills of these pets were common low-level skills, not worth my effort to copy. However, I was not discouraged. After all, I knew that the skills mastered by the Beastmaster's pets were rarer and more powerful. I just had to wait for the opportunity and find the right target, and then I could collect more high-level skills. This way, when I become a Beastmaster, I can use these skills to train my own pets and build a powerful team. It seems I have to change my target. I decided secretly in my heart. I realized that although the pet skills of the pet breeding base in Bingyuan City are basic, the pet skills of the Beastmasters will be more complex and powerful. Waiting to collect skills from them is my real chance. I pondered for a moment, and suddenly a bold idea came to my mind. I decided to turn my attention to those real beast masters to see if I could collect some rare skills from their pets. And this bold idea also paved the way for my next plan. Chapter 5. 3 Skills. Bingyuan City Pet Breeding Base. Night. A figure walked out of the dormitory building and headed straight to the infirmary. In the pet breeding base, fighting among wild pets is a common occurrence, and breeders are occasionally injured accidentally. Therefore, most regular pet breeding bases are equipped with infirmaries. The infirmary here is not particular about the treatment object. It can treat the injuries of humans and pets, and the treatment method is also very simple. In the era of beast control, of course, the healing ability of pets must be used. After quickly coming to the infirmary, I saw the doctor on duty sitting on a chair processing documents. "What's wrong?" Seeing someone coming, she raised her head. "Doctor, I think my wrist is sprained. I'm worried that it will affect tomorrow's work." I walked forward and held out my hand. My slightly swollen hand was still shaking. "Let me take a look." The female doctor looked expressionless and glanced at my wrist. From my clothes, she could tell that I was an intern breeder here, a student who had just graduated from school. This kind of employee was often the most likely to get into trouble, and she was used to it. "I'll just give you a simple treatment." After saying that, she muttered. The next second, I felt the temperature around me drop suddenly, and a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. A breeze blew, and the curtains in the room fluttered. At the same time, as the female doctor thought of it, a huge white-green pattern with countless flashes of light, like a star map, appeared in the air beside her, facing me. Then, the pattern produced ripples like the surface of water, and a white dandelion floated out. The white dandelion was larger than my palm and had no roots. After being summoned by the female doctor, it landed directly on the back of my hand. "It will be healed soon," the female doctor said. As soon as she finished speaking, the white dandelion flashed a faint white light, covering the back of my hand. In an instant, under the light, I felt that I was healed. It's true that my hand was twisted, but it's not that serious. I did it on the road myself. It was still a little painful before, but now it's completely gone. I was amazed. No wonder the intern said that the medical room at the breeding base was very powerful. It was really powerful. The existence of extraordinary creatures is not only bad for humans. In areas such as medical care, they can help humans a lot. The treatment was over, and the white dandelion ball floated up from my hand. At the same time, in my mind, the third page of the stone illustration book was opened. The image of the white dandelion, a medium-level plant pet, appeared. Skill: high-speed healing skill level, intermediate, introduction, with type healing ability, which can speed up the healing of ordinary injuries. Status: no teaching object yet. This time, what was successfully copied was an extremely rare healing ability, which is of great value and versatility. Bai Puing not only used the skill, but also made contact with me, just as I expected. The doctors in the infirmary of the breeding base are all beast masters, and they all have rare healing pets under contract. Other employees have been treated here for accidental injuries before, so I quickly thought of this method to try to copy healing skills. However, I think I am still too impatient. There are still 3 months of internship, and there may be other opportunities in the future. There is no need to be so impulsive. Is it okay? The female doctor looked at me after calling back her pet. Besides, you're making a big fuss. Bai Puing said it was just a minor injury. My expression was so vivid that she thought it was a serious injury. In reality, if she didn't treat me, I would have almost recovered. But it's worth commending that I sought medical treatment in time when I had a problem with my body. She has seen many beast masters and pets who don't pay attention to minor injuries. Minor injuries accumulate and eventually turn into more serious problems. Me. I'm sorry, I've already had a lot of psychological struggles with this minor injury. I'll be careful next time. Thank you. I nodded and thanked you quickly, but at the same time I felt embarrassed. After all, I delayed other people's work. I'll buy some snacks that plant pets like tomorrow to thank you. Using healing abilities to heal injuries is the treatment method used in the pet breeding base's medical room. Even for minor wounds, doctors here prefer to use pets to treat them. The reason is simple. Multiple treatments can help pets increase their proficiency in using skills. Learning a skill does not mean you can use it proficiently. It often takes many times of practice to turn a skill into your own. Therefore, the use of the skill atlas to increase proficiency by repeating skills is actually a bug, which is equivalent to speeding up the training efficiency of pets. Through the infirmary of the breeding base, I successfully obtained rare healing skills, and I was in a good mood at this time. After returning to the dormitory from the infirmary, I washed and lay down. Before going to bed, I began to look forward to the day when I would become a beastmaster. After becoming a beastmaster, there would be many paths to take, especially if one could pass the professional beastmaster assessment. Apart from fulfilling a small part of the obligations, one would not have to do anything, and the Beastmaster Association would also pay money monthly, which was almost a class leap. The Beastmaster who just contracted the pet is an apprentice Beastmaster. After the abilities of both the apprentice Beastmaster and the initial pet reach a certain standard, they can participate in the unified assessment of the Beastmaster Association. If you pass the assessment, you will be a formal professional Beastmaster. I muttered to myself, wondering how long it would take for me, who has a skill atlas, to go from an apprentice to a formal one. With the skill atlas, I should have a great advantage in training pets. The age of 18 is also the best age to become a Beastmaster. As I was thinking, I fell asleep. After crossing over, I spent a day trying to adapt to the new world. At the same time, I determined the next goal. The next morning, I got up early and started a new day of work. In addition, I took the time to buy a thank you gift for the aunt who helped me treat my injuries yesterday. After adjusting my mentality and suppressing the urge to become a Beastmaster quickly, I began to slowly integrate into this world. In a blink of an eye, 3 months later, the internship is about to end, and I can finally go to get my pet. Taking advantage of the convenience of work, I successfully copied and recorded 2 more skills during this period. The first is the intermediate skill Supervision, which comes from the wind-type bird pets of high race level, the blue-backed eagles, which are the pets patrolling in the sky of the breeding base. Supervision, as the name suggests, is a skill used to enhance vision. Eagles have good vision to begin with, and creatures that awaken the supervision skill have even more perfect vision. Not only can they see through ordinary illusions at night and farsightedly, but the opponent's movements will also be several times slower in their eyes. Although it seems that it cannot directly form combat power, its upper limit is extremely high and its uses are wide. Pets that rely on vision for reconnaissance and patrol in various cities basically have supervision skills. Unfortunately, this is still a little different from the perception skills that I want to strengthen the 5 senses to the extreme. If it is not found, who would be willing to make do with it? However, this skill is not bad. If the iron-eating beast can learn this, its combat awareness will definitely increase by more than a little. The second is the high-level skill, Absolute Sleep. It comes from a pet with a high-level extraordinary race, the Sleep Demon. The Sleep Demon is a pet of the undead type and has only 2 racial skills, the Spiritual Hypnotic Wave and Absolute Sleep. Obviously, this Sleep Demon is also a pet of a breeder. The other party often uses the Sleep Demon's Hypnotic Wave ability to make some pet cubs sleep peacefully. It is a very good auxiliary skill. As for Absolute Sleep, it is a skill that can be used on oneself. After using it, one can enter a deep sleep state and recover physical strength at a super fast speed. It is a recovery skill. Few pets can master the Absolute Sleep skill, but the iron-eating beast's sleepiness should be able to do it, right? The reason why I copied this skill is that I was thinking about whether I could be self-sufficient in the future. After becoming a Beastmaster, if you want your pet to grow quickly, you must train it. But training consumes a lot of the pet's energy, and the pet will get tired and need to rest. In general, in this case, the Beastmaster can speed up its physical recovery by calling the pet back to the beast control space, but this will consume a lot of energy for the Beastmaster. Rich people can buy some nutritional supplements. But I am different. What I think is, if my pet can learn Absolute Sleep, it can quickly recover its physical strength. It saves money and effort. Anyway, iron-eating beasts love to sleep, so it doesn't matter where you sleep. Even if I get injured during training, I don't need to buy medicine or go to the hospital, because I can teach my pet the healing skill high-speed healing and let my pet heal me. This way I can save a lot of money. I am really a genius. Of course, I didn't copy these skills to be lazy. I just had to make a living. I believe that the iron-eating beasts I haven't met yet will understand me. My family is too poor. I took great pains to copy these 2 skills, just like I stole the high-speed healing skills. But why are there only 2? Because after the collection of 5 skills, it seems to have reached the upper limit. This makes me depressed. Although I guessed that there would be an upper limit, the initial 5 is too few. Fortunately, I didn't rush to copy the low-level skills, otherwise I would have lost a lot. Currently, the upper limit of the number of skills that can be included in the skill atlas is 5. If you want to add new pages, I guess you'll have to improve your beast tamer level, just like developing some special beast taming talents. The method for a Beastmaster to improve his ability is actually very simple. It is to constantly strengthen, transform, and expand his beast control space through meditation. The stronger the beast control space is, the higher the level of the pet that can be contracted and the greater the restraint on the pet. The better the environment in the beast control space, the faster the pet grows. The larger the size of the beast taming space, the more pets the beast tamer can contract. Beast tamers can selectively develop the beast taming space according to their own positioning, and not all 3 routes need to be perfected. As the beast taming space is upgraded, The accompanying special beast taming talents will also be strengthened. Chapter 6. Iron Bamboo Breeding Base. The 3-month internship period was neither short nor long, and it passed in the blink of an eye. In the internship dormitory building of the Bingyuan City Pet Breeding Base, almost all the interns were packing their luggage. Although everyone gained a lot from the internship during this period, now that it was time to leave, everyone was looking forward to it, although they were also reluctant to leave. For me, after the internship, what I look forward to most is getting the certificate so that I can develop at my own pace. During this internship, I was a hard-working employee and completed my work smoothly. Other interns would get together to play cards when they were free, but I basically kept a low profile and tried to avoid communicating with everyone. Everyone thought I was a bit withdrawn, but in fact, I just had more important things to do. I spent most of my time with my pets, communicating with them and cultivating feelings. I found that by combining telepathy with the skill atlas, I could not only improve my own abilities, but also learn some skills from my pets. If the skill atlas had no upper limit, I would have copied dozens of skills. Through the efforts of the past few months, I have not only improved my abilities, but also realized that if I don't have a powerful pet and skills in the future, my life in this world will be very difficult. Therefore, my goal is very clear: to become a professional beastmaster within a year. The morning sun shines on me through the thin clouds. After leaving the Icefield City Pet Breeding Base, I look back at this place with my bag on my back. Although there are various pet cubs available for purchase, the prices are too high, and these pets are not suitable for me. I'd better go back to my home in the suburbs. Although there are fewer types of pets there, at least locals can get discounts. Bingyuan City is a second-tier city with a high level of consumption, while Pingqing District has a much lower level of consumption. Although it is a suburb, after the transformation, the beast-controlling industry has gradually developed, and there are even many supporting policies. Because of this, I booked the iron-eating beast cub in advance and planned to pick it up after the internship. Pingqing District has changed a lot. 10 years ago, it experienced the beast tide, and many families broke up. My family was no exception, but in recent years, it has returned to peace, and even built high walls, stationed the Beast Tamer Association branch and the Beast Tamer Corps. Although it is not as prosperous as a big city, the infrastructure is not backward, and transportation and communication are very convenient. This time when I returned to Pingcheng, my first stop was not to go home, but to the Iron Bamboo Breeding Base. I had handled all the formalities in Bingyuan City before, just to be able to pick up my pet as soon as possible. The Iron Bamboo Breeding Base is located in the back mountain of Pingqing District. It is a family-run business, and it mainly raises iron-eating beasts, which is very unique in Pingqing District. After arriving at the base, I walked through the path and soon arrived at the guardhouse. An old man was sitting in the guardhouse, reading a newspaper. When I approached, he raised his glasses and stared at me for a while before slowly putting down the newspaper, as if he was trying to identify who I was. I was confused. Could this old man really see through my identity? However, I didn't think much about it. After all, you can't judge a person by appearance. I said loudly, "Hello, I reserved a baby ferruginous beast here before, and I came to pick it up today." The old man responded, "Oh." Then he called the internal staff. Soon after, a tall staff member came over from the breeding area. He was wearing black and white clothes and looked like a giant panda. I was stunned and wondered if this was a work uniform. When the staff member came closer, he pointed to the badge on his chest, which read, "Staff." He smiled, rubbed his palms, and greeted in a low voice, "Hello." I was speechless for a moment. I really didn't expect to encounter such a situation. The staff member explained, "Don't be afraid. The clothes on the outside are the clothes of the iron-eating beast doll." I sighed in my heart. As expected, it was a staff member wearing work clothes. She then introduced herself as Lin Xiuzhu, a staff member here, and apparently used this method to deeply understand the life of the iron-eating beast. I thought to myself, this staff member is really well-intentioned. He can understand the feelings of the pet by wearing this kind of costume. However, I was still very confused in my heart. Was this for the pet, or for his own entertainment? Then, Lin Xiuzhu took me into the pavilion. She took off the puppet costume and finally revealed her true face, a woman in her 20s, with delicate features and a tall figure. It was just that her hair was a little messy because of the costume she had just worn. She didn't care and smiled, looking very casual. However, this scene made me laugh a little. Her underwear was the same as the one for the ferruginous beast, and the black and white clothes made her look like she was wearing a giant panda suit. I thought to myself, is he going to sell me a set of this kind of clothes next? "Let's register first," Lin Xiuzhu said. "Have you prepared all the materials?" She asked me, preparing to start the procedures for picking up the pet. I prepared all the materials in advance, because I had almost completed the formalities in Bingyuan City. Soon, we completed the registration and verified some information. Then you can get your pet today, Lin Xiaozhu said, giving me a surprise. I was a little surprised. Can I get it today? Then can I go and choose the pet? I originally thought that such a reservation would only confirm the general species, and I would have to choose the specific pet cub myself. But Lin Xiaozhu told me, you came a little late, and now there is only one iron-eating cub left. She paused for a moment, then continued. Besides, this iron-eating beast has some problems with its physique and personality. I was stunned. Is this fate? Is this a fate that I'm destined to have with this iron-eating beast? Chapter 7. Iron-eating beasts will never be slaves. The environment of the iron bamboo breeding base is completely different from the base in Bingyuan City. It is surrounded by high mountain bamboo forests, with fresh air and pleasant scenery. In this world, Shiryu has become accustomed to seeing many unreasonable phenomena, such as the fusion of different environments, which is absolutely impossible on Earth. But here it is the effect caused by the special power of extraordinary creatures. Compared to the Icefield City base, the environment of the iron bamboo breeding base is more normal. The soil is fertile, the forest is dense, the iron bamboo grows very well, there is sufficient water, and clear springs flow. The whole area seems to be a habitat tailor-made for the iron-eating beasts. Now, Shiryu followed Lin Xiaozhu into the breeding area. Although there was only one cub left, how could he not take a look? He couldn't wait another year for the next batch of iron-eating beasts to grow up. Life is like this, Shiryu couldn't help but sigh. In this base, there are many iron-eating beasts, not only many cubs, but also many adult iron-eating beasts. Since Shiryu is a novice beastmaster, he can only choose a cub. Although adult iron-eating beasts can also be contracted, he obviously can't control them. The ferruginous beasts are really homebodies. The ferruginous beasts that Shiryu saw along the way were all sleeping quietly. They were either lying in grass nests, hugging tree trunks, or lying on branches, looking very quiet. Lin Xiaozhu walked in front and turned back to explain. It is not their active season yet. The larger ferruginous beasts are generally quieter, but the smaller ones are much more lively. Not long after, Shiryu saw a ferruginous beast that was obviously much smaller. This little iron-eating beast is only about 1 meter long and about 1 year old. It is at the stage of independent living. Most iron-eating beast cubs are of this age. Those that are too small are difficult to take care of, and those that are too big are not suitable for novice beast masters. Is this the one? Shiryu looked at the little iron-eating beast and was excited. He had finally waited for this day. The iron-eating beast had smooth black and white fur and a short tail wagging. It was very cute. It noticed Shiryu and Lin Xiaozhu. Its round face, dark-rimmed eyes were full of agility and seriousness. Yes. Lin Xiaozhu nodded. Shiryu looked at it and thought it was normal. But at this moment, the little iron-eating beast suddenly turned its eyes away from them, as if it didn't want to be disturbed. It rushed towards the tree trunk, but it hit it with a bang, then bounced back and fell to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. Well, it does look not very smart. Shiryu couldn't help laughing. Lin Xiaozhu covered his forehead helplessly. This iron-eating beast experienced some problems when it was born, and its physique is weaker than other iron-eating beasts. It should have awakened its hardening ability before the age of 1, like other iron-eating beasts of the same age, but it has not been able to awaken. Generally speaking, the earlier a pet of the same species awakens its ability, the better its talent is, and the later it awakens, the worse its talent is, so this iron-eating beast was picked out. Lin Xiaozhu went on to say, its personality has also changed due to individual differences. Iron-eating beasts are usually very docile, and like giant pandas, they spend most of their time sleeping except for eating. They do not actively attack other creatures, so they are very suitable for novice beastmasters. But this iron-eating beast's personality has changed. It was originally slow to develop and progress, but later it became very self-disciplined and began to train hard on its own, hoping to awaken its hardening ability as soon as possible. Lin Xiaozhu explained. Shiryu immediately understood. So, although it has poor talent, it works very hard. Apart from being motivated, it is not good at anything else. Lin Xiaozhu smiled slightly. Although what you said is a bit exaggerated, it is roughly like this. She continued, but don't worry, it just develops slowly. If it is placed in the beast taming space for training, the problem should be solved. Shiryu nodded. This kind of personality is actually very attractive to me. After all, it works very hard. Although it seems to lack talent, Shiryu prefers this kind of enterprising character. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have talent. He has the skill illustrations, and the skill illustrations are his most powerful plug-in. Have you decided? Lin Xiaozhu was a little puzzled. Most beast masters will consider the talent of their pets, and iron-eating beasts with poor talent are often not selected. I'll take it, Shiryu said with a smile. Lin Xiaozhu was a little helpless, but she also understood Shiryu's situation. She also mentioned, this iron-eating beast sleeps less, so it will need more food. As for the price, there is no discount. The base treats every iron-eating beast equally, but I can give you an extra month of iron bamboo. Iron bamboo is the main food of the iron-eating beast. It is as hard as steel and belongs to a mutant bamboo species. It is a necessity for the iron-eating beast to enhance its hardening ability. The base provides a month's supply of iron bamboo, which is a good bonus. Thank you. Shiryu expressed his gratitude. Lin Xiaozhu nodded. Since Shiryu had made the decision, she walked to the baby iron-eating beast, squatted down, and said with a smile, 11. Finally, a beastmaster chose you. Are you happy? The baby iron-eating beast was numbered 11, and the keepers had always called it by this number. Iron-eating beast number 11 sat up silently and looked at Shiryu with some complicated emotions in his eyes. He knew that he finally had a beastmaster, but he was not happy. Instead, he felt a little dissatisfied. He suddenly stood up, raised his arms high, let out a roar, and shouted, Iron-eating beast, I will never be a slave. Then, it turned around and tried to run away. It was determined to get rid of this restraint and become stronger. However, before it could run a few steps, Lin Xiaozhu grabbed its neck and lifted it up easily. Shiryu heard Lin Xiaozhu's helplessness through telepathy. Although this iron-eating beast is very spirited, it has too much personality. Lin Xiaozhu sighed and pushed number 11 to the ground. Listen carefully. If you dare to run away, there will be no food. And after becoming a beastmaster's pet, your growth rate will be several times faster than now, and your hardening ability will awaken quickly. She continued. Also, you will have a better life. The food and shelter will be much better than now. Number 11's eyes became blank. It looked at Shiryu, obviously considering the meaning of these words. Shiryu was silent for a moment, and finally added, free food and accommodation. He couldn't help but add in his heart, of course, the premise is that I still have money. Number 11 hesitated for a moment, and finally bit his teeth and agreed. It nodded, and although it was unwilling, it still chose to follow Shiryu. It muttered in a low voice, iron-eating beasts will never be slaves unless they provide food and shelter. In the end, Shiryu finally succeeded in contracting this special iron-eating beast, number 11. Chapter 8, Contract. This iron-eating beast seems to be very smart since it was young. Shiryu was very satisfied when he saw that the iron-eating beast cub quickly understood its situation from the resistance. He knew that this only provided a better growth environment and abundant food. When he became a powerful beast master, he would be able to get whatever he wanted easily. But before that, he had to rely on the efforts and dedication of this iron-eating beast to help him become a truly powerful beast master. Can we sign the contract now? Shiryu asked Lin Xiaozhu, the breeder who was holding down the iron-eating beast cub. Only by signing a contract with the iron-eating beast can the two parties establish a spiritual connection and officially become a beast master and a pet, and the various special abilities in the beast control system can be displayed. Okay. Lin Xiaozhu nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. You come to sign the contract, and I'll watch from the side. She felt a little relieved. Someone was finally willing to take this number 11 iron-eating beast away. Although many beast masters had previously sneered at this iron-eating beast, thinking that it had mediocre talent, Lin Xiaozhu had a different opinion. Although the physique of this iron-eating beast is not very strong, it can fully recover after recuperating in the beast control space for a period of time. Moreover, this iron-eating beast has a tenacious character. Under the scrutiny of many beast masters, it continues to grow and strive to prove itself, which in turn shows its excellent talent. She herself has lived in a breeding base for iron-eating beasts since she was a child, and knows the character and growth process of these iron-eating beasts very well. If no one adopts this iron-eating beast in the end, she is willing to take care of it herself. But now that Shiryu is willing to take it away, Lin Xiaozhu thinks it is a good opportunity for both of them. The relationship between beast masters and pets has always been mutually reinforcing and growing together. Considering that Shiryu was a victim of the disaster 10 years ago, she also decided to give him a month's supply of pet food, which could relieve some of his stress. After all, the beast tide 10 years ago brought disaster to many families, and local policies also paid special attention to those vulnerable groups in the disaster. From today on, I will be your beast master. Let's work hard together. 11. What's your name? My name is Shiryu, and our names are very similar. It must be fate. How about you call yourself 11 or Shuri? Shiryu looked at the nervous iron-eating beast cub number 11, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. At this moment, Shiryu seemed to be able to feel the beast control space in his mind. It was a pure white world, surrounded by transparent barriers, as light as clouds. As Shiryu communicated with the beast control space, the diagram of the capture contract gradually appeared, and the iron-eating beast was surrounded by light spots, as if it was ready to enter the core of the contract. Relax, don't struggle. Lin Xiaozhu next to him reminded. She could feel that Shiryu did not fully activate the contract, and the binding force was not strong. As long as the iron-eating beast struggled a little, the contract would be broken. Although the iron-eating beast seemed a little nervous, it gradually began to feel Shiryu's mood, and telepathy gradually established. Shiryu was full of love for this iron-eating beast. He knew that it would accompany him for the rest of his life, and nurturing it was like taking care of a child. Alas, I haven't even married yet, but I've already got a pet that's harder to raise than a child. Shiryu smiled bitterly. However, it was his sincere attitude that helped the iron-eating beast to let down its guard and finally successfully establish a contract. A warm light surrounded the iron-eating beast, and the pattern began to ripple. The iron-eating beast gradually disappeared in the light and entered the beast control space. Congratulations, you have successfully signed a contract with the iron-eating beast. Lin Xiaozhu's voice rang in Shiryu's ears. Shiryu felt a change in his body, and his spirit suddenly became tired, but then he quickly recovered, and his physical and mental strength were significantly enhanced. My suggestion is to let it get familiar with the environment of the beast taming space first, and don't rush to summon it frequently. If it can adapt quickly, it should be able to awaken its hardening ability within a week. Lin Xiaozhu continued. Shiryu nodded and began to realize the changes that had taken place in him. After signing the contract with the iron-eating beast, he immediately received feedback. The improvement in physical and mental strength made him more energetic. What's wrong? Lin Xiaozhu asked with concern after seeing Shiryu's reaction. It's okay. I feel like my physical fitness has improved. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Shiryu replied with a smile. This is normal. It's the first time. You'll get used to it. Lin Xiaozhu comforted. Next, I'll take you to handle the formalities. We'll also give you a training manual and let you fill in your address. Taiju will send you food regularly. All of these are fine. Shiryu replied. Actually, senior sister Lin, I have another request. Can I have a look around here? In order to take better care of the iron-eating beasts, I want to understand their real living environment. Of course, no problem. You can always bring the iron-eating beasts back in the future. After all, this is its home. Lin Xiaozhu said with a smile. Shiryu was very happy to hear this answer. He thought, I won't wait a week. I will start hardening the iron-eating beast today, so that it can understand how powerful I am as a beast master as soon as possible. This is the first step in raising a pet. If you want it to worship you, the subsequent education will be much easier. As for whether the adult iron-eating beast has mastered special skills, he doesn't care. He will first get the hardening ability of his own iron-eating beast. Chapter 9. First Battle. Shiryu came out of the iron bamboo breeding base in a happy mood, thinking, this time I have gained a lot. He opened the skill illustration and looked at the information displayed on the 6th page. Skill, hardening skill level, low level, introduction. Gold skill, can harden the body. The effect is like invisible armor, and can also evolve into attack power. Status, no teaching object yet. Shiryu tried to copy the hardening skill, and the process went surprisingly smoothly. He only did one thing, which was defeat a wild iron-eating beast. Unlike the iron-eating beasts that have not yet awakened the hardening ability, the adult iron-eating beast will first use the hardening skill to arm their teeth before eating iron bamboo, so that they can eat iron bamboo more easily. After feeding the iron bamboo, he gently stroked the iron-eating beast, and the skill was mastered. Next, I don't need to come back for at least a month. Shiryu said to himself while packing his things. At this time, he left the base with the 11th iron-eating beast cub, carrying a bag of fine bamboo shoots on his back, which was the food for the iron-eating beast tomorrow. Unlike the bamboo on Earth, the mutant plants here were very nutritious and could fully meet the needs of the iron-eating beast. But Shiryu knew that bamboo shoots alone were not enough. The growth of the iron-eating beast required more high-quality food, and these could only be solved by making money. I have to make money first. After becoming a beast master, skills alone are not enough. The iron-eating beasts also need enough nutrition. Shiryu thought to himself. After returning home, Shiryu packed his luggage. Although Pingxing is already full of tall buildings, his hometown is a spacious bungalow. For him, a bungalow is more suitable for training pets than living in a high-rise building. The space is large and not as limited as living in a high-rise building. As soon as he entered the house, he found dust all around and decided to do a thorough cleaning, but it was too tiring to work alone. Panda 11, my friend. Come and help me. Shiryu called. A transparent circular diagram appeared in front of him, and the 11th iron-eating beast crawled out of the beast control space. Its eyes were a little confused, as if it had just woken up. It shook its soft black and white hair, relaxed its body, and then turned its head to look at Shiryu. 11 was no longer the iron-eating beast that was full of resistance at the beginning. There was already a natural intimacy between him and Shiryu. This spiritual connection was far better than the closeness of blood. He subconsciously walked to Shiryu and rubbed his legs. Shiryu's heart softened and he smiled with relief. Come, I'll teach you the hardening skill first, Shiryu said, thinking, training must be done step by step, and the iron-eating beast must not be tired. 11 stood up and stretched out his fist. Suddenly, a layer of metallic luster covered his fist, and the hardening skill had awakened. Shiryu was stunned, looking at 11's fist. Wait a minute, I was just about to teach you, and you learned it by yourself? Originally, he thought that through his teaching, 11 would show admiration, but it turned out that it awakened the hardening skill ahead of time. Shiryu felt a little amused. Well, since you have already learned it, let's clean the yard first. 11 was stunned for a moment and seemed a little confused. Cleaning? Shiryu smiled and decided not to force it. Anyway, there was no rush to clean up. Suddenly, he thought that the skill atlas could teach the skills that had been learned, and repeated teaching could also increase the proficiency of the skills. Skill proficiency is very important. Skills with different proficiency levels have very different effects. Shiryu said as he flipped through the basic training manual for iron-eating beasts that Lin Shouju gave him. The manual summarizes the 5 stages of skill proficiency: knowledge, familiarity, mastery, absoluteness, and transformation, which respectively represent entry, proficiency, mastery, perfection, and perfection. The hardening skill that 11 has mastered now is at the entry stage. 1 month of training can improve from entry level to proficiency. So what will be the effect if we use the skill illustrations to teach? Shiryu thought about it, and his eyes lit up. But he soon realized that the skill illustrations required physical energy, and he was anxious just now and was not sure whether the consumption would be too great. Forget it. Let's use the low-level skill Worm Silk to test the consumption first, Shiryu said to himself. He looked at the 2 persimmon trees in the yard and noticed that there was a green cottonworm on one of the trees, resting leisurely. It seemed that the green cottonworm was a perfect experimental subject. The green cottonworm was thin and weak, and its combat power was almost zero. Shiryu planned to take this opportunity to improve his proficiency in the worm silk skill. Catch it down, be gentle, Shiryu ordered. 11 quickly climbed up the tree and slapped the green wool worm down with the branch. The green wool worm was a little confused after falling. Shiryu saw this scene and felt a little funny. Not bad, Shiryu said to 11 and praised him. Your performance is quite good. It's so easy in your first battle. The green cottonworm was lying on the ground, dazed, completely unaware of what was happening. Shiryu continued, raising a pet is like raising a child. You need to praise it more and not criticize it all the time. Chapter 10, Seizing Bamboo Shoots. After Shiryu praised 11, he turned his gaze to the green wool worm on the ground. The level of this green wool worm is probably level 1. Shiryu thought to himself. The green wool worm is one of the pets he has studied most deeply, especially related to the 3-month internship experience. He still remembered that he had recorded several books about the growth data of the green wool worm. Judging from the pattern of this green cotton worm, there is only one, which means that it has only awakened once and its strength is not strong. Shiryu decided to contact it personally. The level of pets is divided into growth level and race level. The higher the growth level, the stronger the overall strength of the pet, while the race level represents more of the potential of the pet. The higher the race level, the higher the growth limit of the pet. Now this green cotton worm is at the first level of growth, which is the stage when most pets awaken their racial skills. Every time they awaken, the pet's physical fitness and energy limit will be improved, and it may awaken new skills. After awakening 10 times, they have the opportunity to become extraordinary creatures. However, the number of awakenings does not completely represent strength. At the same growth level, pets with higher race levels will naturally be stronger, unless pets of lower races have mastered very powerful skills. For example, even if the green cottonworm awakens 10 times and only learns the levelless skill of silkworm, it cannot defeat the iron-eating beast that has learned the hardening skill. The advantage of the green wool worm is that it grows fast. After all, its lifespan is very short, so it must grow as quickly as possible. Therefore, the green wool worm became the perfect subject for Shiryu's experiment. The green wool worm fell to the ground, but due to its light weight, it was not injured. But the palm of the iron-eating beast really scared it. After a while, it began to run away and had no intention of resisting with silk. Shiryu saw this and rushed forward to grab it. Worm silk. The green cotton worm made a defensive reaction, spraying out snow-white silk, trying to break free from Shiryu's hand. But Shiryu tore the silk apart and dealt with it easily. Your silk is not strong enough. Shiryu smiled, recalling his 3-month internship experience. He was already used to dealing with the silk of the green cotton worm. Be good, or I'll feed it to the one next to you, Shiryu threatened. The iron-eating beast watched from the side, its eyes shining, as if considering whether it could try the green cotton worm. The green cotton worm was affected by Shiryu's telepathy and felt a panic. Its body naturally relaxed, and it dared not resist anymore. Worm silk, skill illustration, teaching. Shiryu whispered, opened the skill illustration, and began to try to teach. It was his first time to use the skills guide to teach, and he was both excited and nervous. Then, Shiryu's hands gradually glowed, and the halo was transmitted to the green wool worm. The light passed through Shiryu's hands, and then covered the body of the green wool worm, flowing like water. When the halo disappeared, the green wool worm began to flash, as if something was happening. Shiryu felt his strength drained away, and his mental state suddenly became a little tired, but when he saw the changes in the green wool worm, he instantly regained his excitement. The green wool worm's body began to develop, and the second line gradually appeared. Shiryu immediately put it down and observed it carefully. The reaction of the green cotton worm at this moment was also confused. Its physical fitness and energy limit have improved, and unconsciously, it seems to have used the silk many times, and its proficiency has improved a lot. Although it still doesn't understand what happened, it can feel that it has become stronger. However, the green cotton worm obviously did not understand all this. It just wanted to escape. It tried to escape from Shiryu's control again, but Shiryu stopped it. Worm silk. The green cotton worm resisted again, spitting out a second round of worm silk, trying to break free. But Shiryu still easily pulled the worm silk apart. Although Shiryu was a little weak at this time, it was no problem for him to deal with this weak green wool worm. The strength of the silk has increased. Shiryu observed that the silk of the green wool worm was much stronger than before, and it was more skilled in using it. He observed for a while and felt very satisfied. Although the growth level of the green wool worm did not increase much, its silk skill proficiency increased significantly. This means that its attack power should not be underestimated. It seems that my proficiency in silkworms has improved, which is not bad, Shiryu thought to himself. However, the next discovery surprised Shiryu. When he opened the skill atlas, he found that the color of all the pages had become dim, and a countdown appeared under the status bar of each skill. Cooling time. 8 hours, what? Cooling time. Shiryu was a little stunned. He immediately realized that the skill atlas has a cooling time limit and cannot be used frequently. Although the consumption of teaching the levelless skill silk is not a big deal for him, it is enough to make him tired. During this period, he cannot use the skill atlas again and must wait for 8 hours of cooling. It seems that the skill atlas really has a protection mechanism. Shiryu laughed self-deprecatingly, but 8 hours is not bad. Just take a break. He thought to himself that maybe he could speed up the recovery by eating some nutritious food. If possible, the next time he uses the skill atlas, he can recover to his best condition as soon as possible. By the way, I brought back some bamboo shoots from the breeding base. We'll have bamboo shoots, pork shreds, and white rice tonight. Shiryu thought as he said to the iron-eating beast. When the iron-eating beast heard about bamboo shoots, his eyes lit up, but he soon realized the problem and looked at Shiryu in confusion. Aren't bamboo shoots for me? Chapter 11. How to make money. After the experiment was completed, Shiryu felt tired, hungry, and even a little sleepy. He originally planned to tidy up the yard and room first, but seeing his current state, he thought he would do it tomorrow and just make do with it today. It's getting late. Let's go prepare dinner. Shiryu said to himself. 11. Take a rest first, and I'll call you for dinner. However, when Shiryu turned around and finished speaking, he found that the iron-eating beast 11's eyes were bright, and he was obviously dissatisfied. Rest. 11 shook his head suddenly, obviously disagreeing. It had already awakened its hardening ability, so how could it rest? It felt that it had fallen far behind other iron-eating beasts of the same period, and had to hurry up to train. If I don't train, I will definitely not be able to eat well tonight. Shiryu was a little surprised by 11's self-discipline. There's no need to be so anxious. Today's situation is special, so it's okay to take a break, Shiryu advised. But the iron-eating beast still shook its head, and it was obviously difficult to let go of its inner anxiety. Okay, Shiryu was a little helpless. Then you practice maintaining and retracting your hardening ability in the yard first, and put the other things aside for now. 11 nodded, obviously not wanting to miss any opportunity to improve himself. Its eyes turned to the walls around it. Shiryu was immediately shocked when he saw its eyes. Wait, practice the maintenance and release of hardening first. Don't rush to increase the strength of hardening. Shiryu quickly stopped it. We'll talk about the training of hardening strength later. The training method of hardening ability is actually very simple. There are detailed steps in Lin Xiaoju's training manual. The proficiency of hardening skills usually has 4 aspects: maintenance time, coverage area, retraction speed, and hardening strength. The look in the eyes of the iron-eating beast just now clearly showed that it wanted to practice the hardening strength, But Shiryu knew that if he let it train directly like this, his family would be destroyed. Practice maintaining and retracting first, and we can talk about hardening the strength later. Shiryu persuaded again. 11 nodded obediently, showing a serious expression. Shiryu was relieved, but also felt a little tired. It's a good thing for pets to be self-disciplined, but why do I feel tired because of it? It's really strange. Huh. Shiryu took a deep breath and decided not to think about it anymore. He turned his head to look at the green wool worm in the corner, then took out a bundle of wire, quickly made a simple birdcage, and placed the green wool worm in it. Through the experiment just now, Shiryu found that the green wool worm's silk thread skill proficiency has improved significantly. So, an idea to make money emerged in his mind. The silk of the blue wool worm has a wide range of applications in many fields, such as clothing, medical treatment, industry, etc. Therefore, whether in Pingcheng or Bingyuan City, there are bases dedicated to raising blue wool worms to produce silk. Although the quality of these silks is good, there is still a gap in quality compared to the silk cultivated by the Beastmaster. Shiryu thought, since he could easily improve the skill proficiency of the green cotton worm, why not take this opportunity to make some extra money? The market demand for silk is huge, especially high-quality silk, which can be sold at a good price. In this case, I might as well train this green cotton worm. When its silkworm proficiency reaches the perfect level, I can sell a bundle and relieve the financial pressure. Shiryu made up his mind. Gee. The green cotton worm in the cage lay down helplessly and seemed to be a little depressed about being locked up. Shiryu looked at it and felt a little guilty, but life forced him to become an experimental subject. In the evening, after dinner, Shiryu and Shi were very tired. Shi had been using his hardening ability to train, which consumed a lot of his physical strength. After dinner, he immediately lay down, curled up, and fell asleep. Although he was in an unfamiliar environment, he slept soundly and even smiled. Shiryu looked at the sleeping, iron-eating beast, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. 11's character was developed by talent, but individual experience was also crucial. It obviously likes to eat, but it always feels uneasy if it is not trained. Is it worried that if it doesn't work hard, it will be abandoned? Shiryu sighed slightly, vaguely sensing its thoughts. Perhaps 11 had been abandoned by other Beastmasters because of his poor performance, which was why he was so self-disciplined and tried his best to prove himself. Don't worry, I won't abandon you no matter what, Shiryu said softly, making a promise in his heart. Although Beastmasters sometimes change their pets, he decided that no matter what level he reached, he would not abandon any of his contracted pets. Shiryu took 11 back to the beast taming space, where it could rest better. Then, he also lay on the bed and began to fall into deep thought. It's better not to summon it back. After all, I haven't experienced sleeping with a giant panda as a pillow, Shiryu said to himself, revealing a smile. Chapter 12, The Insect Catcher. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the chirping of birds and the buzzing of green moths were intertwined. Shiryu woke up naturally, got up in a daze, washed up mechanically, and lay back in bed. By the way, I have to go out later, he muttered to himself. At this time, his condition had almost recovered. He looked at the skill atlas and found that the 8-hour cooldown time had been cleared, which meant that he could use the skill atlas to teach again. Today, he planned to try to teach the hardening skill. Although using a levelless skill requires 8 hours of cooldown time, a low-level skill would definitely consume more. I have to go out and buy some nutritional supplements first, in case I need to replenish my physical strength after teaching the skills. Shiryu made up his mind. When a Beastmaster uses the Beastmaster talent, summons or retrieves a pet, or even lets the pet grow in the Beastmaster space, it will consume a certain amount of physical strength. On the market, there are special nutritional supplements for pets, and Beastmasters also have many supplements. Shiryu had just become a Beastmaster and didn't know much about this, but he knew that there would always be supplements that could solve the problem. After all, these medicines were everywhere, and small vendors could be found almost everywhere. He studied the cooldown time of the skill atlas and found that this cooldown time was calculated based on his recovered physical condition. If he took supplements or took a deep rest, this time would be accelerated. It seems that I have to carry some supplements with me in the future so that I can at least reduce consumption when teaching mid and high-level skills. Shiryu thought to himself, but I have to be careful now and not consume too much. Otherwise, when I participate in the beast taming competition in the future, I will need the iron-eating beast to push the wheelchair to send me to fight. 11. You continue to rest in there. I'll go out to buy some things and let you out when I come back. Shiryu notified the iron-eating beast 11 through telepathy. He resisted the temptation to continue sleeping and chose to go out. Oh, I forgot to say hello to you. When he walked out of the room, he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the persimmon tree in the yard. On the left persimmon tree, there was a bird cage hanging, and the green cottonworm inside had woken up. It was leisurely eating leaves inside, and there was a pile of persimmon leaves and half-eaten ones next to it. Shiryu frowned. It should be the silk it rolled. He secretly sighed in his heart. The silkworm's proficiency has reached the proficient level, and it is not a problem to do these small things. The green cottonworm did not seem to notice Shiryu. It just nibbled the leaves by itself, with empty eyes, as if thinking about life. It may be wondering how it became a flying bird in the cage and was locked outside the cage. Speaking of which, this green woolworm is also quite strange. Shiryu sighed softly. Other green woolworms are looking for nutritious plants and working hard to evolve, but this one is different. It has no pursuit at all and only eats persimmon leaves from its own tree. He shook his head and thought to himself, no wonder it is so malnourished. If I hadn't taught it silkworms, it might never have completed its second metamorphosis in its lifetime. I'll pick some common plants from the roadside when I come back to improve its diet. Shiryu decided in his heart that although he couldn't afford the spiritual plants and precious fruits at the breeding base, the common plants on the roadside could improve its diet. After all, as the supplier of green cottonworms, he couldn't let it die too quickly due to malnutrition. As long as this green cottonworm stays here obediently, it will definitely be able to make a comeback in the future. Shiryu thought that after the green cottonworm grows to level 10, it will have the opportunity to evolve into a cocoon. The higher the proficiency of the silkworm, the greater the probability of successful evolution. It would be a good idea to improve its food later. Shiryu walked on the streets of Pingqing and was filled with emotion when he saw the changes around him. The high-rise buildings here were more modern than he remembered, and the streets were bustling with people. He noticed that keeping pets seemed to have become a trend among both animal masters and ordinary people. Whether it was cats, dogs, or all kinds of pets, the relationship between them and their owners was getting closer and closer. Shiryu saw an uncle riding a four-wheeled vehicle with a husky-like ice-field dog in front of him. The dog was running in front, and the vehicle was following closely behind. This is really a green way of traveling, natural and pollution-free, but it's a bit tiring for the dog. Shiryu smiled to himself. He saw a girl chasing a gym cat. It didn't look like the owner was walking the cat, but rather like the cat was walking the owner. The gym cat was agile and didn't obey any orders. Shiryu knew that this gym cat hadn't evolved and should be just a basic pet. The evolution of gym cats requires cat's eye gems. Once they have this gem, their combat effectiveness can be greatly improved, and they can become high-quality combat pets. He didn't look at it anymore and continued walking forward. The price of gym cats was very high, but cat's eye gems were even more scarce resources, and not all beast masters could obtain them. Now, I have to go to the pharmacy to buy some supplements. Shiryu thought as he walked. Finally, he came to a place called Baikayatang Pharmacy. The layout of the pharmacy was similar to that of pharmacies on Earth, except that the medicines here were obviously for both humans and animals. There was a young doctor at the front desk of the pharmacy. He looked at Shiryu and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, do you need any help?" Shiryu noticed a sign that read, "Purchasing silkworm silk." This immediately aroused his interest. "Do you buy silkworm silk here?" "Yes, but what we need is the silkworm silk spit out by the green cotton worms that have eaten specific medicinal herbs. It must be of high quality and qualified in ingredients before we can buy it," the doctor explained. Shiryu nodded and began to think. The demand for this kind of silk is not small. The higher the quality, the more expensive it is. If the silk of the green cotton worm can reach the mastery level, the price will definitely not be low. I don't plan to sell the silk for the time being. Give me 2 bottles of that medicine. Shiryu pointed in the direction of a shelf. Okay, wait a moment. The doctor nodded in response and went to get the medicine. Shiryu's eyes fell on the medicine again, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. It seemed that he had really found a way to make money using green cotton worms. Chapter 13, From Entry to Death. Shiryu returned home after buying supplements. The supplements he bought from the pharmacy were called Mingshin capsules. It was said that the raw materials contained materials from several plant-based extraordinary creatures. The effects of these materials were very good, far better than the ordinary plant extracts he used in his previous life. Just like the doctors at the Bingyuan City breeding base, the treatment was effortless, and the quality of the medicines here was also first class. The effect of Mingshin capsule is very simple. It mainly helps eliminate symptoms of weakness, strengthens physical fitness, and allows people to stay awake and recover quickly even when they are weak. Many beast masters will take one after a fierce battle, and their spirits will recover immediately. However, this thing cannot be taken too much. After all, medicine is 3-point poison, and taking too much will have side effects. Moreover, with Shiryu's current financial situation, he can't eat this thing like candy. In addition to the Mingshin capsule, he also bought some tonic food to replenish his physical strength before he dared to go home with peace of mind. After returning home, Shiryu first summoned the iron-eating beast number 11. After a rest, 11 now looks refreshed, his eyes blinking, and he is obviously more energetic than before. It feels that its physical condition is abnormally good, obviously thanks to the rest in the beast taming space, where its recovery effect is far better than the outside world. You should feel great now, right? Have you had a good rest? Shiryu couldn't help asking. 11 nodded, seeming to be very satisfied with the recovery effect of the beast taming space. It felt that it could train at high intensity for at least 6 hours, and once it absorbed the energy of the beast taming space after training, it would recover quickly. Don't rush to train. Remember, the key is to combine work and rest. Shiryu raised his eyebrows, sensing the anxiety of the iron-eating beast. He suddenly remembered that this diligent iron-eating beast always seemed to not know how to balance training and rest. It had to meditate to strengthen the beast control space and learn new skills through the skill illustrations. Shiryu felt a little tired. You have so much energy now, why don't you take a good rest first? Shiryu felt that he had to let the iron-eating beast learn how to better regulate itself, especially to find a balance between training and rest. 11 didn't seem to understand Shiryu's idea. It shook its head and was unwilling to stop training. Okay, wait until you learn how to adjust yourself. Shiryu sighed and decided not to argue with it for the time being and focus on teaching. 11, look here. Shiryu called it. Illustrated book, add points. A faint white light began to flash on Shiryu's right hand, and he reached out to touch 11's head. This light attracted the attention of the green cottonworm, and its eyes also stared at Shiryu and the iron-eating beast. The halo passed from Shiryu's hand to 11's body, and 11's whole body immediately flashed a faint light. Boom! Shiryu felt dizzy and his body felt empty instantly, as if he hadn't eaten for several days. Although he had expected some consumption, he didn't expect it to be so severe. He resisted the discomfort in his body, picked up the Mingshin capsule, and swallowed it. After a few seconds, his condition immediately improved. Although he still felt tired, he was finally able to stay awake. 11. Use hardening. Shiryu looked at the confused little iron beast and ordered. 11 was slightly confused, but as the order was given, it immediately tried to use the hardening skill. Just now, it had unconsciously used hardening countless times, and its proficiency was greatly improved. Now, with Shiryu's order, its body began to shine with a metallic luster. Buzz! In just a few seconds, 11's whole body was gradually covered by the hardening ability, from the claws to the whole body, as if it had turned into an armed panda. The strength of the hardening was significantly improved, and it looked like it could collide with rocks without any problem. Can you still move now? Shiryu asked worriedly. 11 shook his head with difficulty, then exited the hardened state, looking somewhat excited. He himself did not know why he suddenly became so powerful, and looked at Shiryu in confusion. Shiryu fell into deep thought. The entry-level proficiency mark of the hardening skill is local hardening, and the mark of the proficiency level is full-body hardening, although it is difficult to maintain flexibility when the whole body is hardened. But the current situation is already very good. At least without the need for full-body hardening, the iron-eating beast can already perform multiple local hardenings, both offensive and defensive. It seems that 11's combat power has to double. Shiryu secretly sighed. He looked at 11, expecting its admiring gaze. How about it? Do you know how powerful I am? 11's eyes were blank, as if he didn't understand why his hardening ability could be improved so much, and he felt a little uneasy. This is unscientific. How can I improve so much without doing anything? 11 complained silently in his heart. Shiryu was a little helpless and asked, Then I take it back? He had already exhausted his physical strength and felt that he had paid a lot. No. 11 shook his head immediately, showing an unusually strong refusal. Although it was uneasy, it also knew that its current improvement was entirely due to Shiryu's help, so it had to use more training to make up for its laziness. This is really... Shiryu smiled bitterly, and couldn't help but sigh that he had never seen such a self-disciplined pet. This iron-eating beast has simply refreshed my cognition. Shiryu looked at it and couldn't help but sigh. If the authors of the novels I followed back then were half as self-disciplined as you, I wouldn't have been starving for books long ago. However, with 24 hours of high-intensity training, you're not going from beginner to proficient, you're going from beginner to grave. Shiryu covered his forehead with his hands, not knowing how to deal with this overly self-disciplined iron-eating beast. Chapter 14, Training and Growth. After eating and drinking at noon, Shiryu reopened the skill illustration to check the cooldown time. Cooldown time, 24 hours. This means that he has to rest for another day before the next round of skill teaching. Shiryu thought about it and decided that he still had to go out today. The main reason is that 11 is too self-disciplined. He thinks about training almost every moment, and he will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't train for a while. Although Shiryu admires his self-discipline very much, He also knows that basic training of pets is essential and cannot rely entirely on skill illustrations. In fact, 11's self-discipline is also the reason why I like him. Shiryu thought to himself, if it were a lazy and unmotivated pet, I would not be willing to spend so much energy to teach him skills. The skill atlas is very convenient, but the basic training that pets should have should still be done. This process not only helps to improve skills, but also trains its mind, spirit, and willpower. However, although training is important, we also need to improve efficiency. Shiryu thought, otherwise it would be a waste of energy. He planned to find some training equipment for 11 to improve the effect of training. It seems that pet training equipment is not cheap. Shiryu muttered, we need to find one with a high cost-effectiveness. After making the decision, Shiryu went out. Meanwhile, 11 was training his hardening ability in the yard. The main training content was the maintenance, release, and coverage of the hardening ability. His proficiency in the hardening skill had reached the proficient level. The hardening time could be maintained for half a minute, and the covered part was no longer easily interrupted by a slightly strong impact. The main goal of 11 is to increase the hardening coverage area and be able to harden multiple parts at the same time, which is very important for combat. Once it achieves both offensive and defensive capabilities, its combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Shiryu has already preliminarily determined his next training route in his mind. He understands that the responsibility of a beastmaster is not only to raise pets and arrange training, but also to continuously improve his own beast control ability. Upgrading the beast taming space is a training content that every beast tamer needs to face. Shiryu thought, my current goal is to build an environment that is more suitable for 11's growth. The strength, environment, and scale of the beast taming space are three key factors. Shiryu decided to first develop the environment of the beast taming space to ensure that it can provide a comfortable growth environment. As for the scale of the beast taming space, Shiryu currently has no plans to contract a second pet, so the scale issue can be put aside for the time being. The focus now is to improve 11's growth environment. Once it learns to sleep absolutely, we can train it to our heart's content without any burden. Shiryu pondered. At the same time, Shi continued to train in the beast taming space, while Shiyu was meditating in the yard, trying to further transform the environment of the beast taming space. He occasionally opened his eyes to check Shiyu's training progress and record its changes. Today, the food of the green cotton worms is much more than before, including bamboo leaves and cabbage leaves. The state of this day remained very stable. Both Shiyu and Shi gradually adapted to this new life pattern. In a blink of an eye, it was a new day. Shi seemed particularly excited today because its hardening ability reached the proficient level. After a whole day of digestion, its growth level also increased. In the beast control space, 11 had undergone the fourth awakening transformation, and his physical fitness and internal energy were further improved, reaching the fourth level of awakening. Shiryu looked at 11, full of excitement. Not bad. I'll buy you some delicious food today to celebrate. After hearing this, 11 immediately wagged his tail excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Shiryu smiled and said to 11, you are very happy, right? But in addition to food, I think hardening intensity training should also be put on the agenda. But you also know that the environment here is not suitable for you to directly use hardening ability to destroy. Shiryu shook his head helplessly and smiled. 11 looked at Shiryu with a resolute expression. Obviously, it was not afraid of challenges, but hoped to challenge higher intensity training. Actually, Shiryu, you can take some hard instruments to hit me. This way I can exercise the strength of my hardening. 11 seemed to be ready to go all out. I can totally bear it. Shiryu was stunned. No, I can't bear to hit you. 11's eyes lit up with emotion, but Shiryu was actually worried that he would have to face the iron-eating beast in a hardened state. Hitting its iron body would probably numb himself. But I have prepared some training equipment for you, Shiryu said, and suddenly there was a knock at the door. Several movers brought in a pile of high-strength alloy steel plates. Seeing the steel plates on the ground, 11 showed a blank expression. These are high-strength alloy steel plates. Shiryu pointed at them and said, you can't hit the wall, but you can hit these steel plates. You can smash them as much as you want. 11's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he seemed to understand the training method all of a sudden. Can I use them to train hardening strength? That's right. Shiryu nodded. If you feel that you don't have enough strength and the training effect is not obvious, you can lay steel plates on the ground, lay several layers, and use the power of gravity to train. You can jump down from a tree or a roof and directly hit the steel plates in a hardened state to see the effect. After hearing this, 11's eyes lit up again. This is really a genius training method. Shiryu smiled and said, you are right. Training hardening strength is that simple. I hope you can improve your hardening ability as soon as possible through this training method. 11 looked at the steel plate on the ground, his eyes full of excitement. Let me do it. Chapter 15, Career Branches. 11 felt that his beastmaster was too talented. Can a normal person come up with such a cruel and brutal training method? Now, 11 is looking forward to using this method to exercise his hardening strength. However, despite the expectations, it is still a little worried. This training method must have a high impact on the body. It sounds painful and will definitely cause injuries. If he gets hurt, 11 can accept it. If you don't get hurt in training, you'll get more seriously injured in battle. This is all an advance payment for a better future. What it worries about is that if an injury is not treated in time, it may affect training progress. If it affects the training progress, the training efficiency will be reduced again. You're really thoughtful. Sure, you looked at the little iron beast with twitching eyelids. You were not included in this year's selection of the world's top 10 hardworking pets, so I went straight to smashing up the TV station. Don't worry, I've prepared some healing skills for you, so just train with confidence. 11 was very thoughtful, and Shiryu was also very thoughtful. Skill, high-speed healing. Skill level, intermediate. Introduction, wood-type healing ability that can speed up the healing of common injuries. Status, available for teaching. Shiryu first took 2 Mingxian capsules, and then with a heroic expression, he pressed his right hand, which was filled with white light, on the head of the small iron beast. Rub in spiral motions again. In fact, the cooldown time of his skill atlas was reset yesterday, and after 11 reached level 4, his physical and mental levels also improved. This made sure you want to try to teach intermediate healing skills. You have to teach sooner or later anyway, so the earlier you teach, the less worry you will have. Since the illustration shows that it can be taught, then in theory, even if you teach the high-level skill deterrence yourself, you will not fail. At most, I can just lie down for a few days. As the light faded, the cooldown time of the skill encyclopedia appeared again. This time it became 48 hours. It doesn't matter how much time passes, as long as I don't die. However, the fact that the iron-eating beast is suitable for learning high-speed healing still made sure you tear up. It seems that eating too much bamboo will make you a little bit like wood. But perhaps this also means that the iron-eating beast has the possibility of evolving towards the wood attribute? Druid Panda? As far as Shiryu knows, in addition to the wood attribute, the iron-eating beast may also be able to control lightning and fire. There is a beastmaster in Pingxing who specializes in breeding iron-eating beasts and has cultivated related skills. Maybe in the future I can learn more about it and enrich the skill column of my own iron-eating beast. At this moment, after finishing the teaching, Shiryu felt weak again, and it was the kind of weakness that even taking Mingxian capsules could not relieve. This is too much energy. I'd better wait until he has trained his body for a month before teaching him advanced skills, otherwise something bad might happen. Sooner or later, I will develop the physique to fight against iron-eating beasts with bare hands. Shiryu made a great wish in his heart. At this time, as the energy transmitted to the little food iron beast through Shiryu by the skill atlas continued to change its physique, the usage of high-speed healing gradually became clear in 11's mind. The magical effects of entry-level high-speed healing immediately made 11 understand its effectiveness. At this moment, the scene from the day before yesterday happened again. The Beastmaster didn't know what he did to make the beast learn new abilities, and 11 was very confused. Is this the ability to heal injuries? Iron-eating beast, Sigma, a degree to degree, Komuji, Xiao Taizhou looked at the weak Shiryu, and his brain was a little confused. The only thing it understood was that it had to do this falling training method no matter what. Otherwise, this healing power is too hot and too unreliable to hold. Bang, bang, bang. In the room, Shiryu lay peacefully. Outside, there was the sound of 11's intimate collision with the alloy steel plate, and the heart-wrenching cry of a green cottonworm. The green cottonworm in the birdcage was shocked after witnessing 11's training methods. This family is full of freaks. I won't torture it like this in the future, will I? In fact, not only King Mianchong was shocked, Shiryu himself was also speechless. Because 11's acceptance of this training method is surprisingly high. Although this training content was his idea, Shiryu felt a little scared now. If I continue to raise Shi with this personality, what kind of pet will I raise in 10 years? Xiaoshi Taizhou, when I train, even my beastmasters are afraid. JPG. Never mind. Why think so much? Anyway, the consumption caused by the dual skill training of hardening and high-speed healing will definitely make the demand for food nutrition more outrageous. Sure, you plan to take a rest before going shopping. The food provided by the iron bamboo breeding base alone seemed not enough for 11's consumption in a month. As he was too tired, Shiryu was drowsy when he rested, but he couldn't fall asleep because of the loud noise outside. This made Shiryu start to think wildly. I always feel like something is missing. Although it has been 3 months since he traveled through time, Shiryu still felt empty and as if something was missing while lying in bed. The profession of Beastmaster is quite curious and can enrich life. Although the ferruginous beast is cute, I still feel like it wants a mobile phone. It feels so awkward without a mobile phone in his hand. He hasn't had access to the internet for 3 months. After Shiryu changed his mindset, he felt a little upset. If you have a mobile phone, you can buy everything online, whether it is training equipment, food, or medicine, which is much more convenient. It's not like now, when we have to run outside again and again. It's not that the world is technologically backward. In fact, it is not. Televisions, computers, and mobile phones all exist. However, Shiryu was usually in school or doing internship, so he didn't need these things and didn't waste money buying them. Although he is still very poor now, Shiryu has made up his mind. When he has money, he must equip himself with the best equipment. I want a super smartphone that can detect the energy level of my pet. To a certain extent, although the technology in this world is not very popular, it is truly advanced. Because not only animals and plants have evolved into extraordinary life forms, but machines have also evolved into extraordinary life forms in modern times, and artificial intelligence is highly developed in some countries. In some places, there are even beast masters who use mechanical life forms as their contracted pets. Moreover, they prefer to call themselves mechanics rather than beast masters. In fact, beastmaster is just a general term passed down from ancient times. In the course of history, depending on the type of pet, many beastmasters who specialize in contracting a certain type of pet have long found other titles for themselves. Those who specialize in taming and contracting dragons are called dragon tamers. Those who specialize in communicating and contracting undead are called psychics, and those who specialize in improving and contracting mechanical life are called mechanics. They all have new job names, but in essence, they are still beastmasters. But although the essence is the same, the chain of contempt often emerges because of the different names. Among them, the psychics who specialize in contracting the dead are the least popular. After all, not many people are willing to deal with the dead. Those who specialize in breeding mechanical life are all highly intelligent talents, with the highest professional threshold and a huge generation gap between them and ordinary beastmasters. Because of the power of his dragon pet, the dragon tamer can tell all the beastmaster branch professions that you are all garbage. The most common beastmasters are those who contract extraordinary animals. This is because animal pets are the easiest to breed. Shiryu was speechless about the professional contempt chains he had learned about. He said they were very naive and boring, because as an ordinary beastmaster, he was at the core of the contempt chain. It's not a big problem. A beastmaster is a beastmaster. With the intensity of 11's training, I think it won't be long before it can tear a giant dragon apart with its bare hands. After this round of training, let's go find a real combat opponent to test the waters. Chapter 16, Mastery. On July 7th, 177 of the Alliance calendar, 3.5 months had passed since Shiryu came to this world, and he had been a beast master for 4 days. On the first day, Shiryu's contracted pet, the iron-eating beast 11, awakened its hardening skill and won its first battle, defeating the most widely distributed and largest pet, the green cottonworm. The next day, Shiryu used the skill atlas to upgrade the entry-level hardening skill of the iron-eating beast to the proficient level. On the third day, 11 conducted daily training to harden their abilities. On the fourth day, iron-eating beast 11 reached level 4, and through the skill illustrations, learned the intermediate skill of high-speed healing and began falling training. Fall training is a good training method. If the steel plate at the landing point is not damaged, it means that the hardening strength of the steel plate is not up to standard and you can continue practicing. If the steel plate breaks, it means the training is successful. At this time, there is no need to worry about the broken steel plate being wasted, because it can still be fed to the iron-eating beast as food. By then it should be able to gnaw and digest metal substances. Therefore, Shiryu not only bought training equipment, but also bought 11 pieces of spare food. The cost-effectiveness was so high that Shiryu felt suffocated by his own wisdom. On the 5th and 6th days, Shiryu began to recuperate and recover from the weakness caused by the rapid healing process. In the past 2 days, 11's appetite has doubled again. The frequent use of the 2 skills has caused it to consume a huge amount of food, and it has also become more dependent on the beast taming space to quickly digest the nutrients in the food. On the 7th day, 1 week after becoming a beast tamer, Shiryu was surprised to find that the consumption caused by using the skill atlas was not only the disadvantage of weakness, but also had hidden benefits. As long as his nutrition was adequate, his physical condition seemed to improve slightly every time he recovered, as if the energy consumption from using the illustrated book was equal to the energy consumption from physical exercise. This discovery suddenly made Shiryu feel that it was not a bad thing to enter a weak state due to frequent teaching of skills. After all, the body was the capital of beast taming. On the same day, Shiryu used the skill atlas again and taught the 11 hardening skills again. After this teaching, the proficiency of the hardening skill has not reached the mastery level, but compared to before the teaching, 11 is indeed more proficient in using hardening. At this point, it has become proficient in hardening multiple parts of the body at the same time in a moment's thought under various conditions without affecting its movements. This improvement made 11 very uneasy, so he trained even harder, and for the first time, clear marks were left on the alloy steel plate. On the 8th day, Shiryu recuperated. On the 9th day, Shiryu continued to teach 11 the hardening skill. This time, 11's proficiency in the hardening skill reached the mastery level. With the mastery level hardening mark, the iron-eating beast can remain in a state of full body hardening without affecting its movements and can fight extremely smoothly. After his skill proficiency improved, 11's growth level was boosted again and improved to the 5th level of awakening. Zaishidiashu, degree, I really didn't cheat. 11's uneasiness grew stronger, and the marks on the alloy steel plate became deeper. If we are talking about hardening at the proficient level, it would require the iron-eating beast to train hard for a month under excellent training conditions. Then to master the hardening skills, the Iron Eater will need to train hard for a year under excellent training conditions. Practice hard, and it's best not to sleep. Normally, there is no such thing as hard practice for iron-eating beasts, but now, they have achieved such an achievement in just 1 week. In the yard, Shiryu, leaning on a chair, analyzed 11's growth and felt more and more that it was a sure thing for him to become a professional beast master. Both he and 11 have a promising future. Day 10, Rest and Recuperation. Next, Shiryu did not use the skill atlas to continue increasing 11's hardening skill proficiency. From entry level to proficiency, 1 teaching is enough, but from proficiency to mastery, it seems to require 2 teachings. What about from mastery to perfect proficiency? The symbol of perfect proficiency in hardening skills is flow. Mastery level hardening can already harden the entire body of the iron-eating beast, while perfect level proficiency hardening can allow the hardened material to flow quickly through the body of the iron-eating beast like liquid, stacking to form a stronger effect. When an attack is needed, all the hardened material will flow to the claws, forming a weapon with stronger attack power. When defense is needed, all hardened substances will flow to the defense area, stacking the thickest armor and withstanding the lightest blows. In essence, it improves the efficiency of using strength, and all strength can be concentrated on 1 point to pursue the ultimate output in defense. Perfect level proficiency is already the pinnacle of skill proficiency for ordinary pets, and it will definitely require more teaching times. Shiryu plans to experiment with the green cotton worm first. After all, the cooling time of the teaching silkworm is relatively short. Moreover, he has been raising this green cotton worm for 10 days, and although he had agreed to cultivate silk, he has not taken any action yet. There's no time to delay. On the 11th day, Shiryu took the birdcage down from the tree. The green cotton worm inside felt that it needed to do something, so it calmly turned over and changed its lying position. If it had some resistance when it was first caught by Shiryu, now, listening to the sound of 11 colliding with the steel plate every day, it no longer had any resistance at all. What's more, it doesn't have to do anything now. Shiryu puts food in the birdcage every day. Where could it find such a perfect living environment before? In addition, in the past 10 days, Shiryu has been practicing telepathy with this green cotton worm with low IQ whenever he has time. It no longer has any intention of attacking Shiryu and has become extremely obedient. On this day, Shiryu once again taught the green wool worm how to use silk. After the teaching was completed, the green wool worm underwent its 3rd awakening transformation and reached the 3rd level of awakening. However, the proficiency in silk thread should still be at a proficient level. On the 12th day, Shiryu began teaching the green cotton worm its 3rd skill. As expected, the green cotton worm underwent its 4th awakening transformation and reached the 4th level of awakening. The growth rate of insect-type pets is indeed fast enough. At the same time, the strength of the silk also undergoes a qualitative change. At this point, the strength of the silk is comparable to that of fishing line, and it can be used as flexibly as human hands and feet. For example, tying a flower knot with silk is not a difficult task for the green cotton worm at this time. Obviously, the green cotton worm's proficiency in silk making has reached the mastery level from the proficient level. As someone who had watched hundreds of episodes of Conan, Shiryu understood that the silkworms were now beginning to show their power. However, its power is still limited. The reason is very simple. The green cotton worm is too weak. The effect of an adult using a fishing line as a tool and a worm that is less than the size of a palm using a fishing line is very different. But it is undeniable that the quality of the silk produced by the green cotton worm is already very good at this time. Generally speaking, even for the green cotton worms at level 10 that are about to emerge as cocoons, their silk proficiency rarely reaches this level. With this level of silkworm proficiency, as long as its growth level keeps up, it is almost 100% certain that it will transform into a butterfly. By then, I can not only sell silk, but also the crystal powder of the wind crystal butterfly. If the silk reaches perfect proficiency or even higher before the cocoon emerges, the phenomenon during evolution will be even more magical. Depending on the cultivation method, special evolution may even occur. It took a total of 12 days to teach the two pets, allowing Shiryu to temporarily determine the teaching effect of the skill encyclopedia. If the pet has not mastered a certain skill before, after the first teaching is completed, the pet will master the skill with entry-level proficiency. The second teaching is to upgrade from entry level to proficient level. In the fourth teaching, the proficiency level is upgraded to the mastery level. Shiryu planned to try his best to see how many times he needed to teach in order to upgrade the proficiency of mastery level silk to perfection level. But before that, they had been staying at home for too long, so Shiryu planned to try it out in actual combat. 11 has mastered the mastery level hardening, reached the 5th level of growth, and has undergone a week of arduous falling training. This round of training can be considered to have been completed perfectly, and his combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Now it's time to test the results. Shiryu opened the birdcage, and the blue caterpillars crawled in on their own because it was much safer inside than outside. At least they didn't have to worry about becoming food for birds. After Shiryu rested for a morning, he called the little iron beast who was in training. 11. We will suspend training this afternoon. You should have a good rest, and eat more at noon. We will then go for actual combat. Oh. 11. Omega actual combat? The young and weak little iron-eating beast held the steel plate and knocked on it, dong dong dong, and his blood instantly boiled. Chapter 17. Actual combat. For a pet, there are only 3 ways to grow: food, training, fighting. It is easiest to convert nutrients taken in through food into substances needed for growth. Training is a little more difficult, but through training you can hone your racial abilities to a higher level, thereby promoting growth. Fighting is the most dangerous, especially the life and death battles that require a high concentration of spirit, will, and mind. It is the greatest test for pets. The growth experience gained by using abilities in high-intensity combat cannot be compared with some basic training. If you want to cultivate a powerful pet, sufficient and nutritious food, reasonable training, and appropriate combat training are actually indispensable. At present, Shiryu plans to take 11 to a fair fight. Of course, it is not a life and death battle, but a beast-taming battle in a formal place and under the restrictions of rules. At this stage, he and 11 are not yet exposed to a battle of the life and death level, and there is no place in the city for them to undergo life and death training. Even if there is, Shiryu would not be so idle as to seek death. He is a normal person. He has the skill atlas in his hands. Isn't it good to develop steadily? A place where there is life-threatening danger. He would never go there anyway. That afternoon, Shiryu took the little iron beast back into the beast-controlling space and went out again. For a well-developed city, several key places are essential. For example, the Beast Tamers Administrative Unit, the Beast Tamers Association. For example, the beast taming corps stationed on the edge of the city to protect the city. There are also places like schools, breeding bases, dojos, and martial arts halls in every city. In addition, there is also a battle arena for beast masters to hone their combat skills. The battle arena is basically managed by the government. It is the only place in the city where beast masters can fight each other. Shiryu wants to find an opponent for actual combat, and this is one of the options. He could actually go to the wild areas to look for creatures with better combat power, but that was a bit dangerous. Considering that he and 11 had not reached the maximum level yet, Shiryu temporarily gave up this option. However, if you want to become a professional beast master, it seems that you must max out your wild survival skills. As far as Shiryu knew, in addition to the basic assessment and practical assessment, the assessment for professional beast masters also included a wilderness survival assessment. If they want to get that certificate, this seems difficult to avoid. Well, in the final analysis, they are too weak at the moment. If any danger can be easily overcome, there is no need to be timid. If Shiryu remembered correctly, the Beastmaster Association seemed to organize field training for trainee Beastmasters on a regular basis, and trainee Beastmasters could sign up on their own accord. In such activities, the high-level extraordinary creatures in the training area have basically been cleared out, and there are also high-level Beastmasters and rescue teams in the rear to deal with sudden dangers. If he decided to go for outdoor experience, Shiryu felt that joining a group was a good choice. At least it was safer than traveling on his own. Although you have to pay for the registration yourself, it may not be a big loss if you can harvest some rare materials in the wild and copy them into some rare skills. Next, after spending some time, Shiryu arrived at a battle venue far away from his home. Pingqing District has a permanent population of 130,000, and a large number of them are Beastmasters, among which apprentice Beastmasters account for an even higher proportion. There may be few professional beast tamers in each city, but there must be many apprentice beast tamers, so the number of battle gyms is also very large. Pingqing Battle Hall, Yuyang Road Branch. Hello, welcome. After Shiryu entered the venue, a young female receptionist at the side desk welcomed him with a smile. Following the voice, Shiryu looked around. There were 4 front desks in total, and currently only the receptionist who had just greeted him was not handling business. The other front desk staff were working with beast masters of varying ages and registering guests. There were more people here than Shiryu had imagined. Hello. Shiryu replied immediately and walked up. The receptionist looked at Shiryu and said, "Excuse me, is there anything I can do for you?" Shiryu said, "I want to fight, but this is my first time here. Can you give me a brief introduction?" The receptionist nodded with a smile and said, "We provide a battle venue below the extraordinary level for the battlefield hall. Here you can choose to schedule a battle or a random battle. Agreed fight means you make an appointment with the opponent in advance. We only provide the venue, referees, and medical services. For random battles, you need to fill in basic information, and we will randomly select a battle opponent for you and provide other services. Among them, random battles are divided into 2 groups, level 1 to 6 and level 7 to 10, based on the level of the Beast Master's pet. We will randomly match you with an opponent within the appropriate level range based on the level of your pet. No matter which mode it is, the venue usage fee for a fight is 100 yuan per person." 100 yuan? Shiryu felt pain. 100 yuan for 1 battle. How expensive. He can live for 3 days with 100 yuan. However, considering the venue maintenance costs, referee fees, and even medical expenses, this price seems normal. If this kind of venue is not officially supported, the price may be even higher. Oh, and there's also a betting battle, the receptionist added. Both sides can place bets before the fight, and the losing side will pay for the use of the venue for both sides, which means the loser needs to pay 200 yuan, while the winner can go for free. I choose random betting battle, and the pet level range is below level 6. Shiryu chose immediately. Currently, the growth level of the Iron Beast is level 5. It has mastered the ability of mastery level hardening and even has unscientifically high-speed healing. Even if the opponent is a level 6 high-race pet, they will not necessarily lose. In order to save a little money, he had to apologize to his opponent. As for the situation where he would lose, if he lost, Shiryu could only accept it. I hope my opponent is weak, but not too weak. Okay, then please fill out the form here. The receptionist handed over a form. Shiryu took it and looked at it carefully, then picked up the carbon pen next to him and started filling it out quickly. Name, ID number, pet type, and pet growth level are basically the key information that needs to be filled in. The rest of the information was some options, such as checking the random battle checkbox, confirming the bet battle checkbox. After filling out all the forms, Shiryu handed them back. At the same time, Shiryu couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, can I add extra bets to the bet fight here? We've already made the bet, let's try something bigger." Pokemon trainers can make money when they win battles, so beast tamers should be able to do the same, right? Sorry, this is beyond the scope of business. Shiryu. One less way to make money. Next, based on the information filled out by Shiryu, the young receptionist began to enter information on the big butt computer in front of her. At the same time, she said, "This is your card number. You can wait in the lobby. Once you are matched with a suitable opponent, your name and the venue number will be displayed on the lobby screen." Okay, thank you. After taking the number card, Shiryu nodded, then walked to the chair in the hall, sat down, and waited to be matched with an opponent. At the same time, a boy wearing a blue and white school uniform and glasses was also registering his information at the front desk. Name, Chinkai. Pet type, Ice Armor Beast. Pet level, Awakening level 6. Battle mode, Random Betting Battle. After filling in the information, the boys in school uniforms were looking forward to it. As a top student in the class, he felt that his classmates were too weak and could not put any pressure on him. With that kind of growing environment, when would he be able to become a professional beast tamer? He needs pressure. Therefore, he chose to come to a fighting arena where there was no age limit but only level limit, hoping that some trainee beast masters in society would appear to teach him. Having said that, Chinkai feels that as an excellent student it would be difficult for him to lose. Chapter 18. Iron-Eating Beast and Human Kindness. Inside the lobby of the competition venue, Shiryu, holding his card number, sat on a public seat, staring straight at the large screen on the wall. There seems to be a lot of people here. There are a lot of people in this hall now, and there are 4 halls in this battlefield. The matching should not be slow, right? Shiryu did not have to wait too long. Less than a minute after he sat down, and before his but could even warm up, the machine started calling numbers. ID 4399, Beastmaster Shiryu. Please go to battle site number 11. ID 4401, Beastmaster Chinkai. Please go to battle site number 11. Venue number 11, Shiryu vs. Chinkai. As his name and the name of another Beastmaster appeared on the screen, Shiryu immediately stood up, turned around and walked towards the battle venue number 11. Number 11, Really auspicious. It seems that this time we are fighting at home. However, my pet is called 11, and the first place I rented was also number 11. I hope I won't be single in this life. Venue number 11. A young man in referee uniform saw off the previous batch of competitors and waited for the next batch of competitors. At this time, he had already obtained the information of the next players and knew that they were two low-level apprentice Beastmasters. The pets are below level 6, and the Beastmasters are not very old either, and are still at their most innocent. It looks like this will be another fight between noobs, the referee thought. Not long after, Shiryu and Chin Kai arrived here while the referee was waiting, and they bumped into each other directly at the entrance of the venue. The two looked at each other without communicating and continued to walk into the venue. This is an open-air battlefield, similar in size to a tennis court. Outside the huge square venue, there is a grid-like energy isolation net. There are actually venues indoors, but there are not many of them, so you need to make a reservation in advance if you want to use them. There is actually not much difference between outdoor and indoor venues. The difference lies in the degree of privacy. Generally, indoor battles are more private, with basically no other spectators except the referee. However, in outdoor venues, people outside can see the details of the battle through the isolation net. Hello. Seeing someone entering the number 11 battlefield, the young referee walked forward and greeted Shiryu and Chen Kai. You are Shiryu and Chen Kai who will be using the venue next, right? I'm Chen Kai. Chen Kai, who was wearing a blue and white school uniform, spoke first. Shiryu also said, I am Shiryu. As he spoke, Chen Kai beside him felt extremely conflicted. How come the opponent he was matched with was someone of the same age? This is such bad luck. He clearly wanted to accept the beating from society. If his opponent was someone of the same age, there would be no suspense. After all, he was a top student in the best school in Pingqing, and in his opinion, few of his peers could beat him. Unless Shiryu is his senior, but if he is, the level of his pet is only level 6, which is too low, so we should rule out this possibility first. I am the administrator and referee of court number 11, Shiraishi. From now on, you will have the temporary right to use court number 11 for 1 hour. You can start the fight anytime you are ready, and I will be your referee then. Baisher said. Although the upper limit of usage time is 1 hour, generally speaking, a battle of this level can be decided within a few minutes. The extra time is used for the Beastmaster to prepare and communicate afterwards. I'm fine now. I can start fighting at any time, Chen Kai said. Me too. Shiryu nodded. Okay, let's start right away. The referee Shiraishi confirmed. After a while, Shiryu and Chen Kai walked to the two sides of the venue. The two did not know each other and had no intention of exchanging pleasantries in advance, so it would be easiest to just fight directly. The referee also liked this kind of quiet Beastmaster. He stood in the referee's seat and saw that the two were ready. He signaled to them and blew the whistle directly. Both parties are ready. The battle begins. In a battle between Beastmasters, neither side is given time to summon their pets in advance. After all, how the pets appear is also related to the strength of a Beastmaster. Some Beastmasters who are proficient in assassination are so skilled that their opponents cannot even see how they summon their pets, and the enemy Beastmaster himself has already been beheaded. Of course, competitions in which one can directly attack a Beastmaster are extremely rare in the ancient country of Dongwang. At least, it is impossible to see such competitions between apprentice Beastmasters at the moment. Shiryu and Chen Kai are both newcomers and have not yet grown to that level, so after hearing the command to start the battle, they are just making basic summons. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. As the two opened the beast taming space, a strong wind arose, and countless spots of light flashed in front of the two beast tamers. The light spots quickly connected into tracks, forming a huge circular pattern like a star map that appeared in midair. Immediately afterwards, transparent ripples like the surface of water appeared in the summoning arrays of both sides, and their pets appeared from their respective summoning arrays. On Chen Kai's side, a beast-like creature with a long and narrow body of nearly 1 meter, covered with ice blue scales, short and thick limbs, and a long tail walked out of the formation. At this time, it raised its large cone-shaped skull, and its pair of small eyes were filled with brilliance. Name, Ice Armor Beast. Attribute, Ice. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Racial skills, Ice Claws, Ice Armor. Shiryu looked at this pet that looked like a pangolin, and its information immediately came to his mind. In Bingyuan City, there are quite a few ice attribute pets, but his iron-eating beast is out of place. On Shiryu's side, the one summoned was naturally the small iron beast. Since it has not yet fully grown, its physique at this time is quite similar to that of the ice armor beast. Ah. When 11 was summoned and saw his opponent, he immediately became curious because the opponent was a creature he had never seen before. The opponent's ability is similar to yours. He can cover his body with ice armor. Also, be careful of his claws. Don't take the attack directly when you are not in the hardened state. Shiryu immediately reminded 11 through telepathy. At the same time, Shiryu's opponent Shin Kai didn't need to remind the Ice Armor Beast at all, because they were too familiar with the Iron-Eating Beast. After all, this was Ping Chen's specialty pet beast, and it was not the first time they had fought against the Iron-Eating Beast. In terms of racial level, the two sides are equal. However, in terms of skill advantages, the Ice Armor Beast is actually better. Because the main use of the hardening skill of the Iron Beast is defense, and the skill has no special effects. On the contrary, the Ice Armor and Ice Claws of the Eye Beast are defense and attack skills. In addition to the basic usage, the accompanying frost power can also freeze the enemy. Therefore, Shin Kai suddenly felt that his trip was in vain. He doesn't know how to lose. 11. Your opponent is not weak, so be serious and don't fail. After all, it's only 200 yuan. If you fail, you can only deduct it from the meal expenses. Shiryu said telepathically. 11. Epsilon. What? Reduce meals. The little Iron-Eating Beast looked at the Ice-Armored Beast fiercely. The Iron-Eating Beast was kind to humans, unless they were grudged for stealing food. Chapter 19. vs Ice Beast. Ayu, there seems to be a battle over there, and it hasn't started yet. Outside the number 11 battle venue, two young girls who were traveling with them were walking on the path outside the venue. Through the mesh isolation net, the two were suddenly attracted by the sound of summoning pets inside. They looked over subconsciously, and happened to see the Ice Armor Beast and the Iron-Eating Beast that had just appeared. That person is Shin Kai? The girl, called Ayu by her companions, was immediately surprised when she saw the boy in school uniform and his pet. Is there someone you know? Yes, there is someone who does look like he is wearing your school uniform. Well, that person is my classmate, and he is very powerful. Who is better, you or him? I can't compare to him. There are not many people in the whole grade who are better than him. Zhuangyu said immediately. His Ice Armor Beast has reached level 6, and he has already used his racial skills Ice Claws and Ice Armor very skillfully. Oh, I didn't realize he's such a top student. Do you know his opponent? His pet is a Pherocephalus, just like you. I don't know him, but based on my experience raising Iron-Eating Beasts, the growth level of that Iron-Eating Beast should not even reach level 6. I think it will lose. Unless it has mastered the hardening skill at the proficient level, it will be difficult to break the Ice Armor. Iron-Eating Beasts are typically lazy. Iron-Eating Beasts at this growth level probably still have intra-level hardening skills. Zhuangyu was deeply touched and sighed helplessly. Only after contracting a beast with the Iron-Eating Beast could she understand how painful it was to train it. If she could choose again, she would never choose the Iron-Eating Beast just because it was cute. This kind of pet is too lazy. Shin Kai himself had the same judgment as these two passers-by. Generally speaking, there are very few Iron-Eating Beasts of this growth level who can train their hardening ability to a proficient level. At least none of his classmates can do that. And even if he reached the proficient level, he might not be able to fight against the Ice Armor Beast. After all, the two racial skills of his Ice Armor Beast have also been trained to the proficient level. Although the overall quality of an adult Iron-Eating Beast is stronger than that of an adult Ice Armored Beast, that is when they are adults, and this Iron-Eating Beast is obviously still a cub. Ice Armor Beast, Ice Claw. The Beast Master and the contracted pet can communicate with each other through thoughts, similar to telepathy. At the beginning of the battle, Shin Kai ordered the Ice Armor Beast to take the initiative to attack. Swish. The Ice Armor Beast suddenly exploded, and its ice blue body rushed towards 11. At the same time, frost spread on the claws of its front limbs. Surrounded by the cold air, all the places it stepped on were frozen with a layer of white frost. Soon, it jumped up, swung its sharp ice claws in the air, and tore at the Iron-Eating Beast with a very fierce momentum. The outbreak is good and the training is very good. He is worthy of being a student from a key school. The referee by sure discovered the extraordinary strength of this ice-armored beast. Hardening. On the other side, Shiryu issued an order. Although the mastery level hardening is definitely not weak, this is their first battle after all, and they have no practical experience before. For Shiryu and Shi, it would be a lie to say that they are sure of winning. Can the hardened body defend against the opponent's attack? Can the hardened attack break through the opponent's ice armor? Shiryu and Shi are still unsure about these for the time being. They came to this actual combat just to test their strength. I have to say that fall training is a good training method. In addition to the final impact, the falling process was also a test of 11's inner self. After all, knowing that he would soon suffer a very strong impact, he still had the courage to jump down and successfully use his abilities in the air. It would be hard not to develop a strong will. Therefore, facing the claw of the ice armor beast, 11's psychological quality was surprisingly good. He remained calm even when faced with a huge collapse, and directly and steadily launched the hardening action quickly. Mastery level hardening. The release speed is very fast, almost in the blink of an eye. The metallic luster permeates its entire body. The black hair part has a deep metallic black texture, and the white hair part is hardened and as bright as silver. 11 lets out a roar and immediately completes his full body armor. Ka. The next second, the ice-cracked claws of the ice armor beast came into contact with 11, whose whole body had hardened. In just 1 second, the ice crystals on the front paws that the ice armor beast had torn apart immediately collapsed quickly as if they had encountered something hard. At the same time, heart-wrenching pain was transmitted from its front paws to the ice beast's brain. Fight back. Almost in a flash, Xiao 11 looked at his opponent. After feeling the opponent's attack power, it felt confused. Because the power of this attack doesn't seem to be as strong as when it was training. At Shiryu's command, 11's eyes turned stern and his confusion disappeared. After letting out an awe sound, he kept his whole body in a state of hardening, swung his arms, and smashed forward with all his strength. This sudden change caught Qin Kai and the ice armor beast completely off guard, and their faces changed. Ice armor. Qin Kai transmitted his thoughts with a panicked expression. Hiss. The ice armor beast lived up to expectations and successfully used the ice armor. The ice blue scales on its body became more crystal clear, and cold air gushed out. In addition to making the scales harder, the surging energy can also freeze opponents who come into contact with it. This is the effect of ice armor. However, as 11's bare paw hit the ice armor beast, with a crack, the ice armor was like paper, and the outermost layer quickly collapsed like the frost that had spread from the ice-cracked claws before. Then, the frost that had frozen the iron-eating beast also shattered wildly under the huge impact force. Bang! Under the enormous force, almost in the blink of an eye, the ice armor beast was slapped away by 11, flew backwards for several meters, and then rolled on the ground for several meters before everything stopped. After one round of confrontation between the two sides, everyone at the scene suddenly fell silent. Seeing this scene, Qin Kai's heart stopped and his vision went dark. As the beast master of the ice armor beast, he could sense that the ice armor beast was knocked unconscious by just one blow. This is unscientific. The flawless ice armor beast he cultivated just lost just like that? How is this possible? At this time, Shiryu also suffered cardiac arrest. Because the actual combat performance of the mastery level hardening seemed a bit too strong, if I had known earlier, I would have performed normally and not used dinner to inspire 11's fighting spirit. Is this the end? This doesn't match his desire for an evenly matched battle. It seems that if he wants to further verify his strength, he has to find a stronger opponent. End. Is it over? The referee Shiraishi was also confused. He rubbed his eyes hard and then opened his mouth wide. What just happened? He looked at the extremely powerful and violent young iron-eating beast and felt that it was somewhat different from the innocent and naive image he had initially described. The power of an adult iron-eating beast was probably just like this. That is, mastery level hardening? By Shi and the iron-eating beast Tamer Zhuangyu outside the isolation net both spoke with surprised expressions. They were dumbfounded. They had never expected that a young iron-eating beast that was only at level 5 could develop its hardening ability to this extent. Your top student classmate lost. Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. He is not my classmate, Zhuangyu said after a moment of silence. A level 5 iron-eating beast that has mastered mastery level hardening. This is outrageous. This talent is too strong. Also, could that beast master be a hidden high-level beast master who has retrained a new pet? Otherwise, they are the second generation of rich people or the second generation of wealthy people who have access to top-notch nutritional products and special training methods. Just looking at Qin Kai's expression, you can tell how exaggerated Shiryu and Shi's performance was. At this moment, Zhuangyu only hoped that Shi, a top student who was extremely popular in the school, could withstand this pressure. At this moment, Qin Kai felt like vomiting blood. He didn't understand why he was so stupid as to look for an opponent in a place like this. This iron-eating beast, this beastmaster is completely unreasonable compared to the opponents he has encountered before. So what if he lost? The key point is that he didn't get any exercise at all and was killed in seconds. Damn, how is this iron-eating beast bred? The most outrageous thing was that after Qin Kai looked at the iron-eating beast, at this moment, 11 actually laughed unconsciously, revealing a kind smile, and stabbed Qin Kai in the heart again. He regretted it. It turned out that the school was suitable for him. What kind of monsters are there in the society? He was a little skeptical about life. 11. Oh, Carrot-o. He. Have you ever come into contact with steel plates at 4 in the morning? At this time, Shiryu, Qin Kai, and the people around them had different emotions, but the happiest one was 11 himself. Because dinner is saved. Saving dinner is a great victory. It is more exciting than winning a battle. Chapter 20. Beastmaster Association. After the fight, Shiryu looked at the referee by Shi. He didn't know if this referee was a temporary worker. He was stunned for a moment before he remembered to announce the result. It was very unprofessional. Announce it quickly, the ice armor beast is in so much pain. The beastmaster is waiting to take the pet for treatment. The ice armor beast has lost its ability to fight, so the winner is Shiryu. After the referee Shiraishi realized what was happening, he quickly announced, "Win." After the referee announced the result, Shiryu immediately called 11 to his side and began to rub its head vigorously in a spiral motion to show encouragement. Although there are rumors that if you touch your head you won't grow taller, Shiryu still touched it hard, mainly because it felt really good. 11 shook his head and shouted, then was taken back to the beast taming space by Shiryu. On the other side, Shinkai also took back his pet. He looked unconvinced and walked over to ask, "Are you the beast master from Pingching? Is it a student? Or?" He wanted to make his decision clear. "I'm a beast master from Pingching and I just graduated this year, but I went to school in Bingyuan City." Shiryu smiled slightly, knowing that the other party wanted to find out the details. After he finished speaking, Shinkai was stunned, and the referee by Shir who was walking over was also stunned. Pingching District is a suburb of Bingyuan City, so the education level is naturally not as good as that in the city. Some students, if they have excellent academic performance, will try their best to apply for schools in the city in order to obtain better educational resources. So although Chen Kai is considered a relatively outstanding student in Pingching, it is not certain who is better when compared with students in the city. Now, Chen Kai knew why he lost so badly, but the gap still made it difficult for him to understand. He could only subconsciously imagine that even in the city, Shiryu was one of the most outstanding young beast masters. In a sense, Chen Kai's imagination was not wrong. Don't look at Shiryu like this, he is also a top student. Even in the key schools in Bingyuan City, his grades are always among the best, and his results in various written examinations are excellent. Otherwise, he would not have been able to study in the city and in turn at the Bingyuan City breeding base. Being a beast master is actually very troublesome, because just memorizing the tens of thousands of common pet species, appearances, and skills is enough to overwhelm the average student. And this is just the basics. You also need to learn how to infer the growth level from the appearance of your pet, and know the weaknesses, habits, and food preferences of different pets. Whenever Shiryu sees a new pet, related memory information will involuntarily emerge in his mind, which is also related to his character as a top student. It can be said that if Shiryu was not too poor and did not meet certain conditions with his grades, he could continue his studies in a more advanced institution instead of applying for graduation directly after the internship. In this world, there is no such avenue for further study as the college entrance examination. Most students can enter the society at the age of 18. For example, Shiryu, the Professional Beast Master Assessment and the Professional Breeder Assessment are more like alternative college entrance examinations, but they require graduates of various majors to sign up on their own. After passing these assessments, not only did he get a stepping stone to a more comfortable job, but it was also equivalent to having the opportunity to enter a more advanced institution of learning. This was why Shiryu was thinking about the certificates for Professional Beast Master, Professional Breeder, etc. Without a professional certificate, you can't even afford a pet. Alas. Nothing else. I'll leave first. Shiryu said hello to Bai Shi and Chen Kai and left. Oh. Chen Kai nodded blankly. He always felt something was wrong. That's not right. I'm also a graduating student this year. Isn't there still a month before graduation? Chen Kai suddenly thought. How did Shiryu say that he had just graduated? The graduation time you mentioned is the graduation time for combat majors. Other students majoring in refereeing, medical care, and animal husbandry will graduate earlier because they have internships and other arrangements, added the referee Shiraishi next to him. Chen Kai? He looked at Shiryu's leaving back and thought, MMP, isn't Shiryu a student majoring in combat? Student Chen Kai, do you need to take your ice armor beast to the infirmary? Also, you are having a bet battle, so please pay the venue fee for both of you afterwards. Chen Kai had a headache. I'll go to the infirmary first. The beast taming space not only promotes growth, but also the rate at which the injuries of injured pets worsen and spread will be extremely slow in the beast taming space. Moreover, when the level of the beast taming space is high, it can even accelerate the healing of injuries. However, except for beast tamers with special medical talents, the recovery effect of injuries in the beast taming space is generally very slow and can only play a palliative role. Therefore, having spent 200 yuan, Chen Kai cannot choose not to use the medical room here. After leaving the battle venue, Shiryu felt a little bored. He may have underestimated the increase in combat power brought by the mastery level hardening. It seems that unless he participates in the 7th to 10th level group battles in the battle arena, it will be difficult to find an opponent. However, before leaving, he asked, and was told that a beast master can only choose a group based on the growth level of his pet, and cannot choose across levels, because the opponent may not want to fight someone weaker than himself. Unless, Shiryu brings his opponent to the stadium and only rents the venue, but the problem is that Shiryu has nowhere to find an opponent. He doesn't know anyone. Forget it, let's go to the Beast Tamer Association and have a look. Because the battle ended faster than expected, and Shiryu felt that there was no need to waste time in the fighting arena, he decided to go somewhere else to find a suitable place for actual combat. After spending some time, he came directly to the Beastmaster Association in Pingcheng District. This is a huge building complex located in the center of the district, and the center of the complex is a large 13-story building. Sure, you had been here to handle various procedures before, so this was not his first time here. Therefore, he found his destination, the mission hall, with ease. The Beastmaster Association also has the function of receiving and issuing mission bounties. Beastmasters can take on some missions here and get paid after completing them. These tasks are carefully selected by the Beastmaster Association for trainee Beastmasters. In a way, these tasks can train the Beastmasters' various abilities. The nature of this training is similar to the field training held by the Pingcheng Beastmaster Association for trainee Beastmasters every 3 months. In fact, it is a means of training local trainee Beastmasters. No matter which city it is, they all hope that there are more professional Beastmasters in their city and that the Beastmasters are stronger. Whether it is tasks or training, they are all to lay the foundation for apprentice Beastmasters. Sure, you didn't want to come here at first, because the tasks below the extraordinary level of the Beastmaster Association are mainly to train Beastmasters and pets, and the core is to provide a training venue. It is a typical tiring job with little money. For the same amount of time, letting the iron-eating beast move bricks may earn more than here. But the current situation is that he is not here to make money, but purely to see if he can find a suitable combat target from the tasks here. Even if there is no actual combat target, some other tasks suitable for training 11 will do. Considering 11's physical and mental health, Shiryu feels that he cannot let it stay at home for training all the time. If you jump off buildings every day, sooner or later your brain will have problems. It is good to have more contact with the outside world. This time when he brought 11 out to fight, Shiryu could clearly feel that it was very happy. 1-star mission, capture stray cats. Demand introduction. Recently, an organized and large-scale stray cat stealing team has appeared in this area. In the mission hall, Shiryu stood in front of the mission bar with a question mark on his face. Can stray cats be organized? Well, considering that some extraordinary creatures are quite intelligent, it is possible that they do have an organization. What did they steal? Seafood, cat food. That's fine. 1-star mission, battle sparring partner. Requirement introduction. Designate a wind-type pet with a growth level of level 6 or above as a sparring partner. The reward for this mission is decent. Unfortunately, 11 can't fly, so it's over. 1-star mission, wild escort. 1-star mission, capture live wind locusts. 1-star mission, eliminate earth rats. There were hundreds of tasks, and Shiryu studied them carefully. Chapter 21, eliminating the earth rats. Although there are many tasks, it seems that few of them are suitable for 11. The mission here is purely for some people who want to find a beast tamer as a temporary worker at a low price. For example, capturing live wind locusts was a task commissioned by a restaurant to the Beast Tamer Association. Wind locusts are extraordinary creatures, agricultural pests, and popular delicacy on the table. It is more economical to purchase live locusts here in the form of tasks than to purchase them directly from the farm. The only drawback may be that the efficiency is slower, but this is obviously not an urgent task with a time limit, and what we want is a long-term process. It is actually quite troublesome to catch flying wind locusts. Although these guys are not much stronger than green moths, they are very flexible. Their racial skill is wind wings, and they are very fast. After looking around, if it weren't for the fact that 11 couldn't fly, and it was really difficult to carry out this mission, maybe Shiryu would have chosen this mission. Although the victory in the previous battle was relatively easy, Shiryu did not fail to reflect on it. The ice armor beast attacked very quickly. 11, who had no practical experience, could only subconsciously harden his whole body's defense when facing the attack. But in fact, there was another option at the time, which was to judge the opponent's attack position and only carry out local defense. This way, you can save a lot of energy. Although the mastery level hardening allows them to fight with their whole body hardened, winning at the lowest cost obviously means that the pet has better combat qualities. Perhaps the next skill can be supervision. Although the iron-eating beast has a very fast burst speed, its reaction speed and vision are well understood by those who understand it. Shiryu felt that his eyesight would be better than Shi's even if he wore sunglasses. This racial defect caused 11 to be unable to accurately judge the enemy's attack position during the battle just now, and could only harden his whole body. But if supervision is arranged, this situation can be greatly improved. In battle, it can effectively see the enemy's attacks. Tasks like capturing nimble wind locusts are obviously a good way to train supervision and reaction ability, and are naturally Shiryu's alternative. In fact, this task of eliminating earth rats can also be. Since 11 couldn't fly, Shiryu looked at another task. Earth rats are also low-level creatures in the pet world. Their racial skill is earth escape, and they are good at escaping underground. In terms of combat power, earth rats in the awakening stage are at most equivalent to wild dogs. In a one-on-one fight, an adult with a weapon can deal with it. However, the trouble with these creatures is that they reproduce too quickly, come in huge numbers, are agile, often work in teams when in danger, and their threat cannot be judged by normal growth levels. Fortunately, unless they are in desperate situations, their first choice when encountering other creatures is to escape. Otherwise, the impact will definitely be greater. But even so, this creature is worse than the wind locust and is listed as one of the 4 pests. They are active frequently, eat anything they can get, are rampant, and try their best to search for food. Not only are they limited to stealing food and destroying crops, their earth-burrowing skills can also cause damage to buildings. There may be fewer of them in cities, but in some rural areas there are huge numbers of ground rats, which are difficult to eliminate and are very troublesome. The task of eliminating earth rats was jointly issued by several towns and villages under Pingqing district. It is also a long-term task. Almost every day, there will be a group of beast masters going to the countryside to eliminate the pests. Eradicating earth rats is not necessarily easier than capturing live wind locusts, and it seems that it can also be used to train Eleven's reaction ability. This reminded Shiryu of a game. Whack-a-mole. Find the earth rat and kill it before it burrows underground. Isn't this just like the whack-a-mole game? The reward for this task will be calculated based on the number of earth rats eliminated, and the price is not high, not as good as catching wind locusts. Shiryu suspected that the main reason was that their body structure was like a lump of earth, and no one wanted to eat them. They were far less delicious than wind locusts, so they were cheap. Take 11 with you to train for a few days, and your reaction speed will improve. Let's end the hardening training for now. The mastery level hardening is enough for now. To cultivate a pet, you need to develop it in an all-round way. After confirming to accept the mission to eliminate the earth rats, Shiryu prepared to register with his ID. But just as he was queuing, by chance, he felt that the person in front of him looked very familiar. The beast master in front of him seemed to have sensed something and turned around subconsciously, then saw Shiryu smiling. What a coincidence. Has the ice armor beast recovered? This person happened to be Chen Kai, the top student after school who was just crushed by Shiryu and Shuri. At this moment, when Chen Kai turned around and saw Shiryu, his face instantly turned dark. Recovered, he said unhappily. Are you here to do the mission too? Shiryu asked. Chen Kai nodded. After the ice armor beast's injuries were healed by a beast master with healing abilities in the opposing gym, he felt more and more upset the more he thought about losing the battle. Then, Chen Kai decided to work hard and take advantage of the weekend to take tasks and train himself. Then, he took a taxi here, which was faster than Shiryu, who was reluctant to take a taxi. You two? What mission do you plan to take? Chen Kai asked after nodding. He wanted to know what kind of training tasks a master, like Shiryu, took on, which might be of some reference value. Eliminate the groundhogs. No, it seems to be the ground rats. Shiryu said. Are you alone? Chen Kai was stunned. Shiryu nodded. What's the problem? No. Generally speaking, it's better for several people to form a team for this mission, because the earth rats are too cunning, and teamwork often makes it easier to eliminate them on a large scale. How about I team up with you? I'll take this task as well. Chen Kai asked eagerly. Shiryu? What's wrong with this person? I'm not a beauty, and I just abused him, so why is he so active? There's no difference between one person and 2 people. I can call 2 more classmates. Then someone can control, someone can pull aggro, and someone can output damage. This will be more efficient. Shiryu. Are you fighting the boss here? Shiryu thought about it and realized that a few earth rats alone were indeed not a big threat, but if there were a large number of them, and he encountered a whole nest of them, it would be quite difficult to deal with them. Forming a team seems to be a good choice. We can't be as isolated as before. Okay. Shiryu nodded and said, then let's take this task together. Okay. I'll call 2 more classmates tonight and form a standard team of 4. Chen Kai smiled. If it were an ordinary person of the same age, he would not be so eager to rush forward. The main reason was that Shiryu's strength really shocked him, and he wanted to take a closer look at how Shiryu trained his pet. Shiryu can train a lazy iron-eating beast to do many tricks? After the 2 of them confirmed it, they agreed to meet here tomorrow morning. After that, Shiryu didn't stay outside for long. On the way home, he went to the pharmacy again to replenish his supplements. You again. Inside the pharmacy, the young doctor had a strange expression on his face when he saw Shiryu. This is Shiryu's 3rd time in the past half-month. What on earth does this person do every day? He suspected that Shiryu had a talent for fusion. Well, the amount of training and fighting for pets is a bit too much, plus I've been in poor health since I was a child, so there's nothing I can do. Shiryu explained. The young doctor expressed his understanding and sympathy, and gave Shiryu some supplements. At this time, Shiryu was also considering whether he should change to another pharmacy, otherwise his reputation would be damaged sooner or later. Chapter 22, Supervision. After Shiryu returned home, he started preparing dinner for 11. In the evening, after Xiaoshi Taiho finished eating taiju, Shiryu also took 2 Mingxin capsules. Immediately afterwards, Shiryu called 11 over and planned to teach it new skills. 11, come here. After having eaten and drunk his fill, 11 is preparing to celebrate today's victory, and the way to celebrate is to double his training tonight. With food and drink, Xiaoshi Taiho just needs to train hard to gain great strength and win battles easily. This kind of life makes Xiaoshi Taiho feel very fulfilled. The only flaw is that it felt uneasy when Shiryu used the skill illustration. Skill, supervision. Skill level, intermediate. Introduction, psychic skill that consumes the maximum amount of mental power to enhance vision. Status, available for teaching. Shiryu once again taught 11 the supervision skill under its confused gaze. After this, 11's heart skipped a beat. How I wish I could tell everyone that all my strength comes from my own hard work. Small iron beast, degree. Unfortunately, it can't be said now. Alas, this strength is too unreliable. What I just taught you is the supervision skill. You can use your mental energy to activate it. Now your vision should have been greatly enhanced, and you should be able to see clearly at night. 11 was originally very conflicted, but after hearing that his eyesight had been enhanced and he could even see at night, his expression gradually became serious. 11 rubbed his dark circles, immediately ran out of the door, looked at the dark night, and then his expression gradually became excited. It jumped up and down with excitement. Yay! Now it's more convenient to train at night. All the efforts owed before, including this time, will be made up overnight. At the same time, as the cooldown time of the skill atlas changed back to 48 hours, Shiryushin fell flat on the bed with frustration. It is expected that I will not be able to recover until tomorrow morning. Now Shiryu just wants 11 to stop smashing the steel plate tonight and let him have a good sleep. It would be great if you could save this energy for catching gophers tomorrow. In a home in a luxurious community not far from the Pingqing Beastmaster Association. After returning home, Chen Kai was just about to call everyone in the class group to play whack-a-mole together tomorrow, but at this moment, a private message popped up in his communication software. Zhuangyu, I saw you on the battlefield this afternoon. Chen Kai? Chen Kai, what did you see? Zhuangyu, I have seen everything I should see. Chen Kai, who was holding the phone, twitched his mouth. His lifelong fame. The bespectacled face of his classmate Zhuangyu emerged in Chen Kai's mind, and he felt a surge of blood rushing to his heart. If she saw it, wouldn't that mean all the girls in the class would know about it? And then the whole class would know that he was killed in seconds by a passerby. Zhuangyu, do you know the Beastmaster of the Iron-Eating Beast? Chen Kai, why, do you want to ask him for advice on raising iron-eating beasts? Zhuangyu, I guess so. He walked too fast yesterday, and I couldn't keep up with him. Chen Kai, you've asked the right person. We're playing whack-a-mole. We're short of 2. Are you up for it? Well, find another Beastmaster who has a pet with control skills. We have enough output. Don't output. The next day. The old place, the mission hall of the Beastmaster Association. Shiryu arrived early, but Chen Kai arrived earlier than him. Didn't you sleep well last night? After Chen Kai discovered that Shiryu was yawning all the way here, he asked in confusion. I didn't get enough rest, but it doesn't matter. Although 11 was very well behaved and considerate last night and stayed all night, the stamina of teaching intermediate skills is still strong. However, Shiryu could still accept this state. After all, he was in this state throughout the entire school year when he was in the 3rd year of high school. He was used to it and would feel refreshed after some fresh air. After all, no matter what, in his student days before he traveled through time, he was a good student, in good health, mentally healthy even though he didn't have much sleep or food, and a little Superman with all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. This weak state could not destroy his will at all. Where is the person you were looking for? Shiryu asked immediately. Chen Kai, it seems that he hasn't come yet, but he should be here soon. After the two waited for a while, the person Chen Kai called arrived. There were 2 girls about his age, both wearing ordinary sportswear. A small round face, wearing glasses and a ponytail. The other one has a standard oval face, student-style short hair, and is not short. Shiryu, this is my classmate, Zhuangyu. The other one is her friend, Yu Jingjing, the Beast Master from Experimental Middle School. Hello. Shiryu nodded. Hello, great God, they said in unison. Shiryu. What kind of name is this? It's so awkward. Chen Kai coughed dryly and said, they both passed by the battlefield yesterday and saw us fighting. Okay, let's each introduce ourselves. Chen Kai didn't want to talk about yesterday's battle and quickly changed the subject. My pet is a level 6 ice armor beast, and it has mastered the ice claws and ice armor at the proficient level. My pet is a level 6 iron-eating beast, which has mastered entry-level hardening, said the round-faced girl Zhuangyu. After saying that, she glanced at Shiryu after all, Compared with Shiryu's mastery-level hardening, her own entry-level hardening was really not as good as it could be. My pet is a level 6 thorn monster, and it has mastered the skill of entanglement at the proficient level, the tall girl Yujingjing said. The thorn monster is a plant type with type pet that looks like a thorn, similar to a snake, with thorns all over its body. It can freely control the thorns it creates, and the prey that is entangled by it will either die or be crippled. My pet is a level 5 iron-eating beast and has mastered mastery-level hardening. Shiryu also introduced himself, and the three of them were suffocated when he finished speaking, because the growth level and skill proficiency are really not proportional. This is too exaggerated. Zhuangyu couldn't help but say. Shiryu thought it was okay. After they saw how hardworking Shiyu was, they would probably understand. Shiryu was looking forward to seeing the shattered expressions on the faces of the iron-eating beast as it trained self-disciplinedly all day without rest. You guys should hurry up and register for the mission. We'll set off on time at 8 o'clock, said Shinkai. 8 o'clock in the morning. Several people got on the bus on time and prepared to go to the countryside around Qiping City. The place they were going to was called Baishi Village, which was under the jurisdiction of Yuanan Town, Pingqing District, being Yuan City. It was a village with a relatively backward economy. The main industry there is agriculture, so the existence of creatures such as wind locusts and ground rats is a particular concern. In the car, after a brief break, the four people sitting in a row couldn't help chatting again. Chen Kai asked Xiang Shiyu first. I forgot to ask you yesterday. You said you've already graduated. Aren't you a professional beast master? Not a combat professional? Zhuangyu and Yu Jingjing next to them seemed to have heard some explosive news. Isn't it possible to be so strong even when fighting against professional pets? No, I'm a breeder, Shiryu said calmly. Compared to fighting, breeding and raising pets is his strong point. Fighting and killing is so crude. Mastering breeding is the kingly way. It is reasonable to raise professional beast masters and train them to master the hardening. The other three were silent. Chapter 23, Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts School. It took the four of them more than an hour to arrive at Baishi Village. After getting off the bus at the bus stop near the village committee, they were quickly received by the village committee staff. Although the four of them are not professional beast masters, as long as they can come to eliminate the earth rats, Baishi Village will warmly welcome them. As time was running out, the four of them didn't bother with any extra courtesies, and after arriving at their destination, they headed straight for the worst-hit areas where ground rats were rampant, namely the farmland and forest areas. Outside the endless farmland and woods, Shiryu and the others were speechless for a moment. Where do I start? In fact, some less intelligent and weaker ground rats have died due to the pesticides used by farmers and the capture by their dogs and cats. So they cleared out those relatively cunning earth rats with higher growth levels. This type of earth rat has strange whereabouts, is good at hiding, has strong combat power, and is very difficult to eliminate. Let's summon our pets first, Shiryu suggested. In such a complicated environment, if you want to lock onto the earth rat, 11 supervision is the only way. Good. After Shiryu finished speaking, the four of them communicated with the beast taming space and summoned their pets. An iron-eating beast appeared in front of Shiryu and Zhuangyu, an ice-armored beast appeared in front of Chen Kai, and a snake-like thorn appeared in front of another girl, Yu Jingjing. As soon as she summoned her pet, Zhuangyu's attention was attracted by 11. Yesterday, she only watched from a distance and didn't notice anything, but today when she watched from close range, she found that Shiryu, the iron-eating beast, was perfectly developed, and both the hair color and body shape looked very healthy. Master, did you also get your iron-eating beast from the iron bamboo breeding base? Yeah, Shiryu nodded. All the iron-eating beasts in the entire Icefield City should be bred in the iron bamboo breeding base, including Zhuangyu's. However, Zhuangyu's iron-eating beast is obviously bigger and older than Shiryu's, so the two iron-eating beasts are probably not from the same batch of cubs. Since they were not from the same batch of cubs, the two iron-eating beasts did not seem to know each other. 11 glanced at each other and quickly looked away. However, Chen Kai's ice armor beast looked at 11 with fear the whole time, and its body seemed to be melting. Wait a minute. Master, you are not an apprentice of Zhushi Martial Arts School. Zhuangyu suddenly thought of something. Shiryu is so powerful, and this seems to be the only explanation. No. Shiryu shook his head. Zhushi Martial Arts School and Iron Bamboo Breeding Base are part of the same family. The owner of the martial arts gym and the owner of the breeding base are the same person. The Taiju Breeding Base is a breeding base for iron-eating beasts, while the Zhushi Martial Arts School is a place dedicated to training beast masters who have contracts with iron-eating beasts. The current owner of Zhushi Martial Arts School is a master-level beast master who specializes in breeding iron-eating beasts. His iron-eating beast, in addition to the ability to harden, also possesses the power of lightning and fire, and has a very special method of cultivation. It can be said that in Bingyuan City, if you ask who knows the most about breeding iron-eating beasts, the beast masters will definitely say it is the beast master of Zhueshi Martial Arts School. It is normal for Zhuangyu to suspect that Shiyu is an apprentice of Zhueshi Martial Arts School. Even if Shiyu said that he was a direct disciple of Zhueshi Martial Arts School, she would probably believe it. However, although Shiyu has no connection with Zhueshi Martial Arts School now, he will go there to seek advice sooner or later. Well, learn from each other. Isn't it? I thought you must be a direct disciple of Zhueshi Martial Arts School. Zhuangyu laughed. Among the beast masters in our Pingqing, the most powerful one is probably Master Lin, said Shinkai. Apprentice, professional, master. Professional levels are further divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels. The owner of Zhueshi Martial Arts School, Lin, mentioned by Shinkai, is a master-level beast master. His strength is well known even in the entire Icefield City. I don't know if Master Lin is the most powerful, but his daughter seems to be the youngest professional beast master in Pingqing, Yu Jingjing said. It seems that he passed the professional assessment when he was 18. Later, I heard that he entered one of the 9 colleges and universities. He should have graduated now. I don't know what level he has reached. You are out of date. Lin Xiuzhu later chose animal husbandry as her major. She has now returned to Pingqing. She was the one who helped me choose this iron-eating beast. Zhuangyu said, Sister Xiuzhu said she studied this major to study whether the iron-eating beast has the possibility of evolving again. I don't know if she succeeded, but I think it's still too difficult. Master Lin has been breeding the iron-eating beast for his entire life and has not found any possibility for it to evolve further. I guess this is the only way for the iron-eating beast to survive. Besides, even if they find out, it has nothing to do with us. The iron-eating beast in front of Zhuangyu dozed off, looking extremely Buddhist and unconcerned with worldly matters. Stop talking. I found the earth rat, Shiyu said. While the few of them were chatting, 11, using his supervision, had already locked onto a ground rat. It doesn't care whether it can evolve or not. It's fine the way it is now. After being reminded by 11, Shiyu looked in the direction it was looking. In a corner of the farmland, a giant rat about 30 centimeters long, hairless, and covered with the texture of earth and stone was stealthily picking red fruits. Over there. Shiyu pointed over there, and the other 3 also looked over there. Judging from its size, it's probably level 4, and it's alone, so it doesn't pose much of a threat. The difficulty is how to destroy it before it reacts and escapes by burrowing into the ground, said Shinkai. The book says that earth rats are very alert. They are more sensitive to temperature than sound and light. When the iron-eating beast and the ice-armored beast approach it, it will be affected by its body temperature and it will probably notice. Yu Jingjing, I will let the thorn monster disguise itself as a plant and approach it to see if I can wrap it around it directly. But I don't know if the thorns of the thorn monster can have an effect on its earthen shell body. You guys should follow me when the time comes. The other 3 agreed to this strategy, and under Yu Jingjing's command, her thorn monster began to disguise itself as a plant and slowly crawled on the ground. The thorn monster is indeed too similar to a plant. After all, it is a plant life itself. The earth mouse did not notice it at all. After all, in the eyes of the earth mouse, this plant is just food. Advanced hunters often appear as prey. At the same time, 11 and the ice armor beast also began to prepare for hunting. Only Zhuangyu's iron-eating beast was still standing there in a daze. It stared with dark circles under its eyes, looking hard. Where is the earth rat? Why can't it see it? This is what a normal iron-eating beast would do. After all, the earth rat's protective coloration is too good. Soon, the thorn monster came near the earth rat, and it extended its thorns covered with spikes, targeting the earth rat. Swish. The thorn monster released a deadly entanglement. However, the earth rat, which had grown to level 4 in such an environment, was not a pushover. At the critical moment, the earth rat sensed the danger and was so scared that it dropped the red fruit and ran away. Whoosh. It turned around and ran very quickly, successfully avoiding the attack. Generally, when ground rats go out to look for food, they will dig a hole in advance to use for escape, and they will not burrow in the same place. If you burrow in the ground, your speed is not very fast, and you can be caught easily. It is better to use the emergency route. The thorn monster failed in its attack and stopped sneaking around. It grew more thorns all over its body and flew towards the earth rat, restricting its movement and speed. At the same time, 11 and the ice armor beast had already burst out with all their strength. Run? Can you run away? Chen Kai shouted that the ice armor beast was also a good digger. Give it some time, and it could even dig through the iceberg. Even if you succeed in making the earth rat burrow underground, it is not impossible to catch it. Of course, the best case scenario is to kill the earth rat before it approaches the hole. However, the ice armor beast was still a step slow. The earth rat successfully reached the entrance of the cave. Just when the earth rat was overjoyed and wanted to get in, 11, whose explosive speed was much stronger than that of the ice armor beast, arrived. In the previous battle, 11 killed the ice armor beast in seconds without moving, but this does not mean that its burst speed is not as fast as the ice armor beast. Boom. 11 started running and soon surpassed the ice armor beast, then caught up with the earth rat. It jumped up and slapped its hardened palm directly at the entrance of the hole that the earth rat was about to enter. It was like a huge piece of steel falling from the sky. A huge impact accompanied by dust and fog rose up, and a big hole was directly smashed into the ground by 11. With its supervision and explosive power, it felt that it was much more flexible than yesterday. It discovered the location of the cave entrance one step ahead of the thorn monster and the ice armor beast. 11 showed a proud expression. The earth rat stood there in a daze. Where is my home? At hey. Then, it was quickly entangled by the thorn monster. But now everyone's attention is on the big pit next to number 11. What kind of power is this? Why is it like an object falling from the sky? The other three people's scalps tingled. They looked at the chubby iron-eating beast cub. They felt that with it, they could directly cause trouble for the groups of earth rats. Chapter 24. Abnormal combination. It would definitely be a headache for ordinary people to deal with these earth rats, but if they were handed over to a beast master, even a rookie trainee beast master like Shiryu, the efficiency would be extraordinary. The combat effectiveness of an earth rat that has grown up well is basically the same as that of a wild dog, and it is very tough. On the other hand, ordinary people would be scared when encountering a wild dog, even if they have weapons in their hands. But for the iron-eating beasts, which now have a certain level of combat power and supervision, these earth rats can only be considered unlucky. They can be slapped one by one. The earth rat was just glad that he wasn't a bamboo rat, because he wouldn't taste very good, otherwise his entire family would have been wiped out. But even if it is a bamboo rat, 11 may not be willing to eat it. The iron-eating beasts in this world have basically stopped eating meat due to their physical evolution. Instead, they love eating metal minerals, which is quite novel. I just wonder if there are any creatures like tin rats. This one belongs to Shiryu. Without his iron-eating beast, this earth rat would have definitely run away. As the thorn monster put down the earth rat that was entangled and strangled to the point of losing its ability to move, Yu Jingjing spoke. She still underestimated the reaction speed of the earth rat. As a hunter in nature, the thorn monster failed to catch the earth rat in the first time. It seems that their training is not enough. Yeah, Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu had no objection. The reward for removing a ground rat was only 12 yuan, which even Shiryu didn't think much of, let alone students like them from well-off families. In Shiryu's opinion, if he could kill 100 earth rats a day, considering 11's consumption and nutritional supplements, he could barely break even. But then again, he wouldn't come here just to make money. Practicing supervision is the important thing. Next, let's split up and act according to what we agreed on in the car. Shiryu said. Okay. Chen Kai nodded. Then we will meet here at noon. This will speed up the clearing process. After all, this farmland and the entire forest are too large. Act separately first. If you encounter a lone earth rat, find a way to deal with it by yourselves. If you encounter a group of earth rats, call everyone together and make plans together. Then teamwork will be more efficient. Let's see who can eliminate more earth rats? Yu Jingjing said. Ah. Zhuang Yu looked at her own iron-eating beast and fell into deep thought. If she were to compare, she doubted whether she would be at the bottom. Why did she feel that her iron-eating beast and Shiryu's iron-eating beast were not the same creature? At this time, Zhuang Yu's ferruginous animal had already begun to doze off, looking drowsy, while Shiryu's ferruginous animal was still looking around with its head raised in high spirits. I have good eyesight and everything I see is pleasing to the eye. My eyesight is poor and everything I see looks like mosaics. This is 11's current mood. After reaching an agreement, the four of them separated. The goal would be 20 before noon. Shiryu said to 11 who was following him. Oh, 11 showed a serious expression. No, it wants to catch 200. It's rare that its eyesight has become so good, so it wants to exercise as much as possible. I don't care how many you catch. Shiryu looked at the big pit and said, you are not allowed to destroy other people's crops and fruit trees. Do you hear me? Otherwise, not only will you not make any money, you will even lose money. We don't have much money, so we can only deduct it from your food allowance. 11's face fell. His aggrieved look disappeared from his hardened palm that was ready to try. It's too difficult. We won't be training hardening today. The main focus is on training reaction ability. With your physical fitness, you can defeat the earth rat without using any skills. Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief. This guy can even leave marks on steel plates. Those fruit trees and crops really can't withstand it. But no matter how many you catch, all the rewards you get can be used to add to your meal. Shiryu was clear about rewards and punishments, and 11's eyes brightened. Next, 11 began to gallop freely in the fields. The farmer who was in charge of guarding and patrolling the farmland arrived late, and followed behind to count the number of ground rats they had eliminated. This group of giant rats is indeed difficult to deal with. It's okay if you encounter those far away from the cave entrance. With 11's explosive power, he can easily capture their movement trajectory and knock them out quickly. However, when it encountered those close to the cave entrance, even though 11 tried very hard, a few of them escaped. It was so angry that it wished sure you could teach it the earth escape skill on the spot, so that it could go directly underground to catch them. Shiryu was speechless. Didn't you dislike skills that were acquired without effort before? Now you know that having more skills is a good thing? However, it is impossible to copy the earth escape skill. Since the number of skills included in the skill atlas is limited, each skill must be copied perfectly. Didn't you see that he is so poor that he has to look for business opportunities in the silk skill? If he wants an earth escape skill, he is afraid that he will directly start a dungeon construction business. Time flies. By noon, Shiryu and Shi had captured 22 earth rats, catching one every 5 minutes on average. It's a pity that I didn't encounter any groups of them, otherwise there would be more of them. At this time, 11 was full of energy and was still looking for the ground rat in the fields. Typical of a mouse that doesn't rest until I do. The other 3 came back dizzy from hunger, leaving only Shiryu and Shi still working hard. Damn, you guys are still catching them? Shinkai said in disbelief. After the 3 of them gathered around Shiryu, they looked at 11 running actively in the fields, and their mentality was affected to some extent. It's been more than 2 hours. Is this iron-eating beast still so energetic? Especially Zhuangyu, her expression was strange. After all, her iron-eating beast hadn't been active for long before it began to doze off. After all, this is also a kind of exercise. Besides eating, my ferruginous beast likes training. Shiryu said after a silence. Compared to the amount of training he had previously, this is nothing. 3 people? Weren't you in a bad mood this morning? Why are you so energetic now? Shinkai looked at Shiryu blankly. The iron-eating beast is an extraordinary creature, so it's no wonder that it doesn't feel tired. But how come you're still so energetic? After being in the sun for so long, it feels like nothing happened. Shiryu casually took out the Mingshin capsule and said, "Would you like one? It's quite effective." The mentality of the 3 people was affected again. After all, normal people would subconsciously take a rest when they are tired, but Shiryu is doing the opposite, relying on supplements to recover? This is too much effort. I think I know why I lose to the beast masters who go to school in the city. Shinkai subconsciously imagined the scene of students in the city staying up late to study and taking drugs. Don't be afraid that others are more talented than you. Just be afraid that others work harder than you. Damn it. Totally lost. You, how many have you eliminated? Zhuangyu looked at 11 in the distance, whose style was completely different from her own iron-eating beast, and asked Shiryu. What about you? Shiryu asked back. I have 6. Yu Jingjing said. 7. Shinkai said. Zhuangyu, the iron-eating beasts are too stupid. There are only 2 of them. Ah. At this time, 11 just came back and caught a few key words that the iron-eating beast and stupid could understand, and it immediately became unhappy. Don't kill all the iron-eating beasts with one blow. The physiques of different iron-eating beasts cannot be generalized. Following it back came the patrolling farmer who was responsible for cleaning the battlefield for Shiryu and his men. Don't say that. This little iron eater is the most efficient pet I've ever seen. It caught 22 earth rats in just 2 hours. It's really impressive. He had only seen this kind of efficiency on some eagle-like pets, and couldn't imagine it on an iron-eating beast. 22? The other 3 were a little confused. 22? Are you sure it's not 12, but 22? Zhuangyu was also dumbfounded. Hers was 11 times? Are you sure you're not kidding? Let's eat our lunch and take a rest first. Shiryu said. They are dead because of the perspective, so don't compare. It's boring. Eating is important. The staff of the village committee brought them boxed lunches, and after eating a little they had to continue working. This was also the initial request of the 4 people. After all, they came here to exercise, so lunch would be fine. There was no need for a lunch break, just a short rest would be enough. Afterwards, the 4 of them simply took their lunch boxes and started eating, along with some cold mineral water. Zhuangyu's iron-eating beast, Qinkai's ice-armored beast, and Yu Jingjing's thorn monster were also taken back to the beast-controlling space to rest, except for 11. It was still outside. After wolfing down a few mouthfuls of the bamboo shoots that Shiryu carried in his backpack, in order not to waste too much time, it ran off to the side and started training hard on its own. It felt that its burst speed was still too slow, otherwise it would not have let so many earth rats escape. If one runs away, it's like losing a section of bamboo. Feeling grief-stricken, 11 began to sprint back and forth along the country path. This behavior confused Shinkai and the other 2. Looking at the self-disciplined and hard-working 11, Zhuangyu, Shinkai, and Yu Jingjing felt a little distressed and didn't understand what was going on. Although there was mineral water, I still felt that this lunchbox was really hard to swallow. They looked at Shiryu who thought this was normal. Your iron-eating beast doesn't need to rest? Zhuangyu asked her doubts. This is unscientific. A ferruginous animal shouldn't be like this. She had spent so much time selecting at the breeding base, but why couldn't she find such a lively and energetic iron-eating beast? Otherwise, why do you think it can master the mastery level hardening? Shiryu remained calm throughout the whole process. The three of them were speechless. It made so much sense. However, the beast master who carries supplements with him, the iron-eating beast who does not sleep in the middle of the day to practice sprinting back and forth, you are not normal. Chapter 25, Career Assessment. In fact, it has been proven that not only stupidity and laughter are contagious, but hard work also has the potential to be contagious. After finishing their lunchboxes and taking a short break, Chen Kai and his friends looked at the iron-eating beasts that were still in training and felt a little uneasy. The lazy iron-eating beasts work so hard and diligently without wasting any time. What right do they have to rest? Now I finally understand why the passing rate of the Beast Tamer professional assessment in this city is so high. Are all the beast tamers in your city who go to school so hardworking? And how did you train your pet to be so self-disciplined? Chen Kai said with a twitching face. Is it true that the education level in the city is so much higher than that in the suburbs? Sure, you had never seen a situation like this among the beast masters around him. It's not that exaggerated. Sure, you said. It seems that I have unknowingly raised the opinions of these three people about beast masters in big cities. Misunderstanding, pure misunderstanding. I carry my own supplements purely out of helplessness. He didn't want to fight so hard, but the cost of using the skill encyclopedia was so high. What else could he do? As for 11, it was purely an accident. It has the attribute of hard work from the beginning, and it has nothing to do with him. 11 is what others have left over, so sure you picked it up. The only ones who could see that 11 had great potential were probably Lin Xiaozhu and myself. Lin Xiaozhu has rich experience in pet breeding, and he simply has the guarantee of skill illustrations, so he has a good idea of what kind of pet he chooses. By chance, an unscientific combination reaction occurred between Shiryu and Shi. In short, there is no need to learn from them. They are exceptions. Never believe what you see. You will learn nothing. Having said that, Shiryu couldn't explain it. He couldn't just advise others not to work hard. How can it not be exaggerated? But it's better to be a little exaggerated. This way there is a future. Don't say it anymore. I will require the ice armor beast to train at this intensity in the future. I am doing the same thing. I will go to the drugstore tomorrow to buy a box of Myojin capsules and stay up late to study. I don't believe it. They all have 2 arms and 2 legs. I can do it too. Chen Kai gritted his teeth. He shamelessly followed Shiryu to complete the mission just to see why Shiryu is so strong and find out the relevant reasons. Now that he has finally found it, of course he has to give it a try. Zhuangyu and Yu Jingjing looked at each other. Although they didn't say anything, they also felt that they seemed to have relaxed a little. There is still a lot of time to work hard. Definitely tomorrow. Shiryu, do you really have to work so hard? I wish you success then. Anyway, hard work is not a bad thing. Shiryu was very pleased that his good qualities could influence others. Shiryu, are you going to take the professional beast tamer assessment? By the way, are you majoring in animal husbandry? Or are you planning to take the assessment of a professional breeder? Chen Kai asked. This professional beastmaster is the traditional beastmaster promotion route, which assesses the beastmaster's combat capability. Professional breeders are assessed on the animal tamer's feeding and cultivation levels, and most of their future work will be at breeding bases. The more advanced ones can work on their own and help other beastmasters take care of their pets, and even develop related professions such as skill instructors and evolution planners. Logically speaking, Shiryu is a breeder, and he also has a skill guide. If he passes the assessment to become a professional breeder, he will definitely make a lot of money in the future. But his second talent was so strange that Shiryu was really afraid of being caught and sliced into pieces after being exposed. Although this country is now a society ruled by law, there is an obvious class division between senior beast masters and ordinary people. The fact that there is not even a relatively fair promotion route like the college entrance examination shows that this world is severely monopolized. There are also many cases of beastmasters scheming against each other in open battles. Factional competition and national competition are very dangerous to get involved in. What's more, there are some highly intelligent creatures eyeing the human area. He doesn't want to lose his freedom. Sure, you thought about it and realized that if the teaching method of the skill encyclopedia could not be changed, he would never use this talent to teach other people's pet skills before he had strong self-defense capabilities. He would not teach even wild creatures that had a little intelligence. Unless it is a pet with almost no intelligence like the green cotton worm. After teaching, the green cotton worm itself will not know what happened, so there will be no safety risks. In short, sure, you can only teach pets that have signed a soul contract with him with confidence. Therefore, Shiryu thought it would be more reliable to take the professional Beastmaster assessment first to increase his own combat power. Some excellent Beastmasters can teach their pet skills beyond their own races, just like the Iron-Eating Beast in Jushu Martial Arts School, many of which can master lightning and fire skills. It is even possible for some rare wild pets with good talents to master skills beyond their race. For example, the Wolf Kings of the Snow Wolf tribe basically all have deterrent skills. Even though this kind of private skill teaching secrets are outrageous, they are relatively common in the field of more advanced Beastmasters, so it is not impossible. However, the talent of copying skills, which can teach pet skills with just a touch, has never appeared before. Moreover, he is a time traveler who started with 2 talents. In other words, it is an invasive species, which is unsafe. In this relatively dangerous world, strength is the basis of everything. It is always right to improve your own strength first. Although it's a breeding major, I want to prepare for the professional animal tamer assessment first. Shiryu said. His answer immediately attracted the interest of Chin Kai and the other 2. Chin Kai said, let me calculate, next term, the term after that, right? It seems like maybe we can still be together then. The professional Beastmaster assessment is held on January 1st, once a year. It is already July, and there is less than half a year left until the next assessment. Shiryu's Iron-Eating Beast is currently at the 5th Awakening level, and Chin Kai's Ice-Armored Beast is at the 6th Awakening level. This level does not meet the standards for participating in professional assessments. The first round of basic assessment for professional Beastmasters has a minimum standard of requiring the Beastmaster's pet to have extraordinary combat power. This is the level after awakening to level 10. After half a year, it was difficult for their pets to reach level 10, let alone the extraordinary level, so Chin Kai subconsciously judged that Shiryu is the same as him and planned to participate in the next assessment. However, if I fail the next assessment, we can take the next one together. Shiryu said seriously. His little savings, if he doesn't have a subsequent source of income, won't be enough to support the training of 11 for a year and a half. Therefore, obtaining the professional certificate as early as possible can help alleviate Shiryu's financial pressure. He plans to directly participate in the next professional assessment in half a year. Chin Kai? But isn't your Iron Eater just level 5? Isn't it a bit difficult to reach the extraordinary level in half a year? Things like growth levels naturally become more difficult to improve as time goes by. No one knows how many creatures are stuck at this bottleneck from the awakening stage to the extraordinary level. The transformation between ordinary spirit and extraordinary spirit depends entirely on whether one can cross this extraordinary door. It's okay. It may be a little difficult to reach the extraordinary level, but awakening to level 10 should be no problem. As long as you continue to strengthen 11's racial skills, its growth level will also change. Shiryu felt that it shouldn't be a problem to reach level 10 in half a year, and he even had a high chance of becoming extraordinary. Even if one fails to reach the extraordinary level, the awakened level does not mean that one cannot participate in professional assessments. People with strength have always had privileges. You mean that special assessment? Chin Kai realized something. Challenging someone above your level? The other 2 girls had also heard of it. There is a special standard in the professional assessment for some talented Beastmasters and pets of higher racial levels. That is, the growth level has not reached the extraordinary level, but it can defeat the real extraordinary creatures during the awakening period. The pet beast with extraordinary combat power and its Beastmaster can also participate in the next professional assessment. Yes, it's the one about challenging someone of a higher level. If you can't reach the extraordinary level, you can take this approach. Shiryu smiled. For a pet with highly proficient skills and high-level skills, wouldn't it be easy to challenge opponents of higher levels? Chin Kai also understood at this time. For a ferruginous beast that can master the proficiency level racial skills at level 5, it is indeed not difficult to challenge a higher level. He has been surpassed. As he thought about it, he regretted asking so many questions. He was in such a bad mood. Pets were compared with each other, and the Beastmaster was so angry that he was going to die. After returning, the training intensity of the Ice Armor Beast must be doubled. In the eyes of these 3 people, Shiryu is still very mysterious and powerful, but they don't know whether Shiryu can really pass the professional assessment in the next session. Chapter 26. Beast Tide. After the few of them rested, which was actually not too long, because inspired by 11, they decided to continue catching earth rats for their practice. For the sake of their future, we have to let the earth rats suffer. However, before they could leave, the loudspeaker of the Baishi village committee suddenly sounded. The broadcast was so loud that Shiryu and others who were far away from the village center could hear it clearly. At this time, when they heard the broadcast content, Shiryu and others' faces changed. Attention all villagers, attention all villagers. The city has issued a yellow warning signal for the beast tide. The city has issued a yellow warning signal for the beast tide. There are already a large number of ferocious beasts outside the city wall gathering inside, and the scale is increasing. Please all departments and individuals make corresponding preparations according to the defense guidelines. Fuck. Surrounded by the voices, Chen Kai couldn't help but vent his emotions. Zhuang Yu and Yu Jingjing also had obvious confusion and nervousness on their faces. Beast Tide? Several people are familiar with the term Beast Tide. Pingqing District was rebuilt 10 years ago because of a Beast Tide. Although everyone was still young at that time, it was impossible for them not to know about this kind of thing. The Beast Tide is coming again? It's not good. When the four were confused, a farmer who was patrolling the farmland ran over to them. Kids, today's situation is special. Why don't you go back first? Uncle, what was going on with that broadcast just now? Sure, you asked. I don't know either, but it should be the animals on the snowy mountain that are getting restless again. Yellow alert. It sounds pretty serious. If the situation escalates, we might have to evacuate here. The uncle was also confused, but judging from his expression, he didn't seem panicked at all. At this time, Shiryu also reacted and realized that it was indeed not the time to panic. What is different from 10 years ago is that a high city wall has been built between Pingqing District and the dozen or so townships below it and the snow-capped mountains. The Beast Tamer Association's Beast Tamer Corps are stationed inside and outside the city walls. They are the first line of defense against the Beast Tide. The so-called early warning is just to remind the residents of surrounding towns and villages, and does not mean that there will be real danger. If there really is a danger of the city being breached, it wouldn't be as simple as a yellow disaster warning. Why don't we go over and take a look? Chen Kai suggested. Bingyuan City is located on the edge of the national border. Its subordinate Pingqing and the towns surrounding Pingqing are adjacent to snow-capped mountains infested with ferocious beasts. This is also why 10 years ago, only Pingqing and the two surrounding counties were the first to bear the brunt of the Beast Tide. What are you looking at? At this time, there must be cordons inside and outside the city walls. If you go there, you will cause trouble, said Zhuang Yu. Let's go back first. Sure, you said. Although it doesn't seem like anything will happen, the atmosphere is tense at the moment, so it's better not to leisurely play whack-a-mole here and cause trouble for others. You can come to play whack-a-mole anytime. The most important thing is to go back to the Beast Tamer Association and find out what this Beast Tide warning is all about. The other three nodded. They didn't have much desire to play whack-a-mole anymore. After packing up, they quickly returned to Pingqing. Bingyuan City, Pingqing District, Beastmaster Association. After the few people finished the whack-a-mole mission, they explained the warning of Baishi Village to the staff at the front desk of the mission hall and asked what happened. This. The front desk staff shook his head and said, I don't really know. But it seems that this is not the first time this month. The previous 2 times were blue alerts. Is it yellow this time? Shiryu and the others were very confused by this answer. It was like saying nothing. Chen Kai was just about to ask something else when suddenly, someone called his name from a distance. Chen Kai, Zhuang Yu. The voice came from a distance, causing Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu to shudder and turn around subconsciously. Shiryu and Yu Jingjing also looked over and found a beast master wearing glasses who looked honest and loyal coming in. The other person is only in his 30s, but his hair looks a little sparse. He must be a strong man. Teacher Zhang. Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu said, Why are you here? This person is Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu's school teacher. I was nearby and just saw you guys chatting in the group, so I came over to check it out. I didn't expect to run into you guys. Just now on the way back, Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu shared the yellow alert for Beast Tide with their classmates in the class group, but unexpectedly it was seen by the diving teacher. So you guys are actually chatting in a class group with a teacher? Shiryu thought to himself as he looked at this group of strange students. Shouldn't the normal situation be that students form a group and play alone without a teacher? If you guys do this, it will be difficult for our group members to drive. Who are these two? The man called Teacher Zhang looked at Shiryu and Yu Jingjing. Chen Kai said, They are my friends, beast masters from other schools. Teacher Zhang smiled and nodded. You are working on the strange Beast Tide warning. Yes, teacher, is the situation serious this time? Will the situation like before happen again? Chen Kai knew that his teacher was a professional beast master and should know more inside information, so he asked immediately. It's too noisy here, let's talk outside, said Teacher Zhang. No one had any objections, so they left the mission hall and started walking around the buildings surrounding the Beastmaster Association. Although he didn't know this Teacher Zhang, Shiryu also came over because he wanted to know what was going on. If there is really danger, I have to prepare in advance and take 11 to escape to the city. Otherwise, houses around the city center are expensive. Self-built houses in the countryside or even in the suburbs are cheap, but they are also close to the wilderness, which is too dangerous. On the stone path, Teacher Zhang looked at the group of young children and said, You don't have to worry too much. It's very different now than it was 10 years ago. The protective facilities around the snowy mountains are very good. Even if there is real danger, the Beast Tamer Association will be able to react quickly. If the Pingqing Association is not strong enough to defend, the Beast Tamers in the city will come over. If the Beast Taming Corps in the city is unable to defend, the Beast Taming Corps in the surrounding cities will soon provide support. Currently, the creatures on this snowy mountain are no longer enough to pose a threat to Icefield City. Shinkai asked, "So, teacher, what you mean is that the beast tide may appear again?" At present, it is just a small-scale gathering of ferocious beasts. It is far less powerful than the sudden change 10 years ago. Zhuangyu said, "The reason is that those beasts are all ice creatures. They should prefer the environment of snowy mountains to cities. The book says that food and resource shortages and excessive competitive pressure are the main reasons for the beast tide. Sure, you look towards the direction of the snow-capped mountains. But this shouldn't be the main cause of the snow mountain beast tide. After all, beast tides caused by this kind of reason are usually frequent and have signs, and they won't happen suddenly like they did 10 years ago." Teacher Zhang looked at Shiryu, nodded and said, "That's right. But we don't know the exact reason. The trigger of the beast tide 10 years ago is still an unsolved mystery. But if we are to speculate, there is already an answer within Bingyuan City. Do you know the history of Icefield City?" Several people shook their heads. It's not really history. After all, it hasn't been fully confirmed yet. It's just speculation at the moment. According to archaeological discoveries, there should have been no snowy mountains around the Icefield City 2,000 years ago. This was the territory of a fairly advanced tribe of beast masters in the ancient country at the time. But later, an ice dragon flew in from afar and landed on the surrounding mountains. This ice dragon is very powerful. Even if it just lives nearby, it has indirectly triggered the arrival of the Little Ice Age, causing great suffering to this tribe of beast masters. Afterwards, this tribe of beast masters decided to expel the ice dragon. They formed a subjugation department and started a protracted war with the ice dragon in the mountains. It is said that the snow mountain was formed at that time. Shiryu asked, "Which side won?" Teacher Zhang said, "It should be the Beast Tamer tribe that won. There is an ice dragon ruin on the snow mountain. It is said that the remains of the ice dragon are sealed inside. It was sealed by the beast masters at that time. Even now, the might of dragons can still be heard from time to time around the ruins, but 2,000 years have passed, so even the ice dragon should have completely vanished. There is a current speculation that the sealed ice dragon has transformed into a spirit body and is influencing the ferocious beasts in the snowy mountains. The dragon's might causes the ferocious beasts to lose their minds and retaliate against the city." Shiryu and others looked towards the snow-capped mountains again. Ice dragon undead? This was the first time they had heard of it. Teacher Zhang pointed to a stone giant statue not far ahead and said, "Do you see that? That is one of the ancient artifacts excavated by archaeologists. It is said that the stone giant is the totem of that tribe." As they chatted, they arrived at a huge park. In the center of the park is a stone giant statue. The stone giant is an elemental extraordinary life form, another kind of pet. It is placed here to increase the historical heritage of the Pingqing Association and make this place appear more historical. Which tribe used this thing to defeat the ice dragon? Chen Kai looked at the stone statue. He had never paid attention to this thing before and thought it was a decoration. He didn't expect it to be an antique in Bingyuan City. Shiryu and the others fixed their eyes on the stone giant statue. As they stared at it, Shiryu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. His brain suddenly buzzed, and his telepathic talent seemed to take effect passively, and he heard some strange sounds. That's not the case. That's not the case. This sudden voice made Shiryu shudder. However, when he looked around, he found that there was nothing unusual with Teacher Zhang, Qin Kai, and others. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Shiryu looked back at the stone statue. His face turned pale. He must not tell him that the voice came from this stone statue. Was he going to turn into light too? This stone statue shows no signs of life at all. Can't telepathy only hear the voices of living things? If the stone statue was abnormal, it would not be placed here. It's not like that. Sure, you could still hear the voice. Chapter 27. Listening to the voice of history. Shiryu was sure that he heard the sound. And that feeling is just like using telepathy. He searched and locked onto the source of the sound. It was definitely the stone statue. However, no matter how he looked at it, this stone statue did not look like a supernatural life form. This is just an ordinary stone statue made by the ancients based on the appearance of the stone giant. Could it be that it has become a spirit? It's impossible. If it had evolved into a supernatural life form, it would have been noticed by other beast masters long ago. There is quite a lot of traffic here. In places like the Beast Master Association, high-level beast masters can be found everywhere, and there are also a lot of beast masters with telepathic talents. A wild supernatural creature cannot be hidden. This stone statue has been here for at least a few years. After the sound disappeared, Shiryu was still observing. He observed for a moment, but still found nothing. It was just an ordinary stone statue, made of very ordinary stone. It is common knowledge that telepathy cannot communicate with such an inanimate object, unless there are unknown uses of telepathy that he does not know about. Let's stop here. I have something else to do later, so I'll leave first. You don't have to think too much. You don't have to worry about the beast tide. Even if the legendary ice dragon is resurrected, our beast masters can fight against it. Teacher Zhang said to them with a smile. In ancient times, dragons were unattainable creatures, but in modern times, dragon tamers have long become a profession. Although rare, it is not so far-fetched. Okay, thank you, Teacher Zhang, Chen Kai said. Sure, you also thanked him, and then after several people said goodbye, Teacher Zhang left, leaving Shiryu and the other three looking at each other in bewilderment. Then are we going back to play whack-a-mole? Chen Kai asked. No more fighting, let's talk about it later. Shiryu said. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. Are you in a hurry? You can have a meal before leaving. Very urgent. Originally, Chen Kai and the others wanted to invite Shiryu to have dinner together in the evening before leaving, but Shiryu left in a hurry, so the four of them just dispersed. In the end, Chen Kai and his team didn't even get Shiryu's contact information. There was no way. Shiryu didn't buy a mobile phone. This thing was more than 10 times more expensive than the one on Earth, and he couldn't afford it for the time being. If you want to find Shiryu, you can only leave a message on the Beast Tamer Association. The difference between the two worlds is that on Earth it is very difficult to buy pandas, tigers, and elephants, but it is easy to buy common technological products. Here, the full price of a ferruginous animal is not as high as the price of a house in the city, but the technological products are much more expensive. After the few people separated, Shiryu went straight to the library in Pingcheng to look up some information. Unfortunately, until the evening, he still hadn't found what he wanted to know. However, although he did not find what he wanted to find, Shiryu understood the world better. The history of this world can be roughly divided into 3 eras: the mythological age, the totem age, and the beast-taming age. The mythological age is said to be the time when the earliest mythical creatures born between heaven and earth ruled the planet. The totem age is the time when humans were born and used various methods to survive in the territories of powerful creatures. The beast-taming age is the era when humans began to master the ability to tame beasts. This beast-taming era can be divided into ancient and modern times. The turning point was more than 100 years ago, when 7 human nations came together to create an alliance. It is a very simple division into 3 eras. However, due to some special reasons, there are many gaps in the history of this world. For example, why the first group of mythical creatures disappeared collectively is a historical fault phenomenon that occurred at an unknown time. And what happened in Icefield City 2,000 years ago is obviously a history that people today have not yet fully explored. Don't be curious. Don't be curious. Don't be curious. After coming out of the library, Shiryu kept repeating this to himself. Don't be curious. Don't be curious. Don't be curious. He forced himself not to think about these things. This is his old problem again. In his previous life, Shiryu was an archaeologist. Later, due to some special reasons, he came into contact with an unknown mythological system. Out of curiosity, he changed his career to become a mythologist. Then, traveling to various relics and ancient sites to explore this unknown mythological system with his teacher became his daily routine. Then, he hung up. While exploring, he encountered an accident and a landslide, and was buried alive. He then traveled here. Curiosity kills. Shiryu thought of himself who was obsessed with studying the history of the unknown mythological system at that time, and wanted to slap himself. Wouldn't it be nice to stay at home playing games and watching anime? Why go to various dangerous places for investigation and research? In short, now that he has traveled to this more dangerous world, Shiryu just wants to live a more comfortable life within a safe range. You have to enjoy this life to the fullest. Although the history of this world seems to have more mysteries and a more realistic mythology system, Shiryu will definitely not follow the same old path as in his previous life. Absolutely impossible. Pingcheng Beastmaster Association, Park, under the stone giant statue. It was already getting dark, and there were basically no other people in the park. Shiryu looked at the stone statue under the moonlight and asked, "Were you the one who spoke during the day? Are you refuting the history told by that person?" That's not the case. No matter how you look at it, it seemed like a refutation of what Teacher Zhang said, but only Shiryu heard this refutation. Brother Stone Statue, say something. Shiryu used telepathy to communicate with the stone statue. However, unlike during the day, the statue did not react at all. If you don't say anything, I'll leave. The statue remained indifferent. Shiryu fell into silence. Was there something wrong with him? He recalled how he felt when he looked at the statue in the afternoon. At that time, he had just finished listening to Teacher Zhang's description of history and became curious about that period of history. Since Teacher Zhang said that period of history was only speculation and had not been confirmed, Shiryu looked at the stone statue at that time, and his subconscious thought was to know what the real history was. It seemed that it was then that he heard the voice of the statue. Tell me. Shiryu stared at the stone statue and subconsciously recalled his past visits to various sites, studying antiquities, and exploring the truth of history. Tell me, and I can restore the truth to history. At this moment, Shiryu's thoughts became clear, and he really wanted to make the truth of this history known to the public. At this moment, he did not want to listen to the voice of the stone statue, but to the voice of history. He thought that his current state was very similar to that in the afternoon. At this time, I activated my telepathy again and tried to find the feeling I had in the afternoon. It seems like my brain is buzzing. Boom. The sound came, a boom, which made Shiryu's scalp numb. However, this sound obviously did not sound in the mind or heart, but exploded in the ears. He raised his head and opened his mouth wide because the sky seemed to shake suddenly. Snap. Afterwards, Shiryu was attracted by the stone statue again. This time, the stone statue did make a sound, but it was a cracking sound. Under his gaze, the stone statue cracked from top to bottom. Fuck. Something happened. Shiryu turned around and left. He swore that he would be a dog if he touched his old job again. This industry is too dangerous, even more dangerous than being a beast tamer. 11. Save me. Chapter 28. Icefield City Shock. July of the 177th year of the Alliance calendar. The recent abnormalities of the ferocious beast in the snow mountains have made the various beast tamer associations in Bingyuan City extremely alert. In particular, the various professional beastmasters of the Pingcheng Beastmaster Association have already entered a state of preparation for war. The beast tide 10 years ago had already severely damaged Pingcheng. All parties in Bingyuan City spent huge amounts of manpower and resources to rebuild Pingcheng District. This time, they must not let the ferocious beasts enter the city walls and cause damage again. In this state, the beastmasters are naturally very sensitive to the movements in the outside world. Boom. It was during this critical moment that, as a huge air shock was heard over Pingcheng District, the tension in the hearts of some beast tamers suddenly broke with a click. Fuck, a beast tide is attacking the city? Why is there no news at all? Let's hope it's just an earthquake. What on earth happened? The sound was so loud that not only the beast masters but even ordinary people could hear it clearly. Everyone subconsciously walked out of the house and looked outside. However, there was only a huge sound of air vibration, and there was no other abnormality afterwards. The rooftop of the Pingcheng Beastmaster Association's high-rise headquarters. A middle-aged man in a gray suit stood here, looking up at the sky that was shattered like a mirror, and fell into deep thought. President, what was that just now? Other districts, counties, and associations in the city have also sensed the anomaly. The door to the top floor opened and a tall secretary came in anxiously. The impact of that movement on Bingyuan City was unexpectedly great. Even other areas have felt slight changes. The president in the gray suit said, I have only heard about this situation, and I am not sure whether it is what I guessed. If so, it's not necessarily a bad thing. The entire Icefield City was shaken to varying degrees, and even the changes here gradually spread out of Icefield City and spread to other places. At this time, the protagonist who caused this incident had already returned home nervously, wearing an apron and starting to cook. 11. Eat more. Grow up quickly. This world is too evil. You have to become stronger to protect us. The little foodie took the pile of bamboo shoots in a daze. Although he didn't know what happened, Shiryu was unusually generous today. Yay. Shiryu, who was at home, naturally didn't know the situation in the outside world, but when he heard the discussions of passers-by on the road, he always felt that things were not that simple. The noise was a bit too loud. Ah, Shiryu, you were so talkative. What's the point of chatting with a stone? Now there's a problem. Before he figured out what was going on, Shiryu decided to just stay at home. Apart from buying groceries and medicine, I don't go anywhere else. Grumble. When Shiryu made up his mind, a voice came from the persimmon tree next to him. When the green cottonworm in the birdcage saw that Shiryu had given the iron-eating beast so many delicious foods today, it immediately made an hungry request. You should eat more too. The more you eat, the more silk you can spit out. Next, Shiryu also prepared a pile of leftover vegetable leaves for the green worm. Looking at the food, the green worm began to eat it happily. Much easier to serve than 11. Well, I finished preparing dinner for them. Let's go to sleep first. I'm exhausted today. Sure, you hadn't recovered from the after effects of teaching supervision yesterday, and now this incident had happened again, which really made him lose his energy. He planned to take a nap first, thinking that tomorrow might be another day full of hope when he woke up. After it recovers, I will teach you the 11th skill to quickly strengthen its combat power. Name Iron-Eating Beast. Attribute, Gold. Racial level, Medium Extraordinary. Growth level, Awakening level 5. Skills, Hardening Mastered, High-Speed Healing Beginner, Supervision Beginner. At present, Shiryu is quite satisfied with 11's panel. Among the 6 skills he has collected now, deterrence and absolute sleep have not been taught yet. These 2 are high-level skills, and they will definitely consume more energy. Sure, you plans to wait for a while before making any decisions. Next, the focus should still be on strengthening the proficiency of the skills you have already mastered. The next day, sure, you rested and recuperated. In order to make use of all resources, he released the green cotton worm from the birdcage and assigned it a task while it looked confused. Today, you will be in charge of sparring with 11. If you practice well with me, I can give you extra food. Sure, you divided the yard into 2 areas, with the green cotton worm occupying one side and 11 occupying the other. After the silk of the green moth has been accumulated to the mastery level, this silk can actually be used in many different ways. For example, silk rays. The technique is that the green cotton worm only condenses silk about the length of a finger in front of its body and then shoots it out with force like an arrow, like a hidden weapon. Although with its current power, it can't even penetrate the clothes that sure you bought from the street stall, its speed is still acceptable. Under the shooting of the green cotton worm, the silk thread can whoosh from one end to the other. Moreover, the green cotton worms that have mastered the mastery level of silk can use rays continuously, making the rays like a dense rain of arrows. Sure, you made this arrangement obviously because he wanted to use the insect silk to let 11 continue to practice the use of supervision. Whether it is to avoid small and inconspicuous high-speed rays, or to accurately determine the landing point of the rays, it is a good training method to perform local ultra-small area hardening in advance. The most important thing is, it makes little noise. Sure, you knew that the green cotton worm had a low IQ, so he tried his best to communicate with it through telepathy and gave various examples. Green worm. In the end, sure, you didn't know whether it understood or not, but 11 understood it anyway. 11 obviously thought this was a good way to exercise. It directly pulled up the green cotton worm and asked it to train with it. How can you sleep in a birdcage every day? The meaning of life lies in training. Let's do it together. Grumble. The green caterpillar made an innocent cry. Next, Shiryu went out with a smile on his face to buy groceries. During this process, he inquired about what happened yesterday. Although we still don't know what's going on, it is said that the Pingqing Beastmaster Association has currently suspended many of its operations and has been heavily blocked. Tasks like playing whack-a-mole are no longer possible. Shiryu was a little panicked. The broken stone statue in the park must have attracted attention. Won't it find itself on me in the end? There weren't many people around at the time, and it wasn't popular to install cameras in this world, so it probably wouldn't happen. However, Shiryu did not dare to make any guarantees. After all, this is a world with extraordinary powers. Before I knew what happened, I didn't dare to turn myself in and could only continue to pretend that I knew nothing. On this day, the presidents of the Beast Tamer Associations from all districts and counties in Bingyuan City came to Pingqing District. Pingqing District, somewhere in a valley. 9 Master Beast Masters of different ages looked at the space portal formed by the cracks spreading from the sky with some surprise on their faces. It is indeed a secret space. It can also be said to be an ancient ruined space. In addition to these 9 people, there was a 10th person at the scene. The youngest of the 9 master-level Beast Masters was over 30 years old. Unlike them, the 10th person on the scene was very young. This is a woman in her early 20s with short brown hair. She was wearing a white shirt, a black miniskirt, and a knee-length white research coat. Her expression was cold and her eyes behind her glasses were particularly serious and focused. Dr. Liu, what do you think? Several people spoke respectfully. Lu Qingyi said, I once tried to decipher the ice dragon ruins, but unfortunately failed. Now I have too little information to restore the truth of the history of the ice field. Now that this relic has appeared, perhaps the things inside can provide more information. By the way, when the ruins descended yesterday, were there any other abnormalities in Pingqing? The president of the Pingqing Beastmaster Association said, a stone statue in our association's park collapsed. That stone giant statue? Right. Lu Qingyi's expression did not change, but she had a judgment in her heart. It seemed that this relic space was not an accident, but someone had touched the traces of history. Has another person with special telepathic gifts who can listen to the voice of history appeared? Who is? Chapter 29, Community Warmth. There was a lot of commotion in Pingqing District, so Shiryu tried to keep a low profile as much as possible. Develop steadily and don't waste time. A few days ago, Shiryu originally planned to teach Chong Chong to make silk to perfect proficiency, and then sell the silk to make money as soon as possible. After all, the lifespan of the green cotton worm is not long, and it might die one day. But now he has changed his mind and decided to improve 11's combat power first. After all, his life is very short and he might die one day. It is enough to have enough money for the present. It would be so sad if a person died without having spent his money. Strength is the most important thing. After recovering from the weakness caused by the teaching supervision, Shiryu used the skill illustration on 11 again without saying a word. This time, the skill of supervision is still being taught. Through the second supervision teaching, he successfully improved 11's skill proficiency in this ability to the skilled level. During this process, 11's mental strength was slightly improved. The improvement of ability proficiency will also drive the growth of pets. As for which aspect of growth it drives, it is related to the attributes of the skills. At this moment, the benefit brought by 11's increased mental strength, in addition to allowing it to maintain supervision for a longer period of time and making its opponents move slower in its eyes, it also allows it to stay up late longer. That night, Shiryu held his chin in the moonlight, boredly watching 11 who was training seriously, and suddenly called out to him, "11, why can you persist for so long?" Whenever he saw this little iron beast working hard at training, Shiryu himself also wanted to meditate hard to upgrade the beast taming space and improve his own beast taming abilities. However, he did not have 11's concentration at all and could not persist at all. After meditating for a few hours, he wanted to do something else. Well, just like doing homework in his previous life, he was running around the world and exploring various ruins. He liked this kind of dynamic work. However, even though he liked it, Shiryu was forcing himself to behave himself. Earth was such a relatively safe environment, but he had messed up everything. In this world full of dangers, it was not safe to stay in the city, let alone the wild. Gulyalu. Hearing Shiryu's question, 11 stopped, leaned against the tree hungrily, and then fainted from exhaustion. Shiryu covered his forehead helplessly and couldn't help but praise him, but this was perfectly normal. Almost all of the time, 11 would end up passing out from exhaustion during training. Now there is an additional supervision skill that consumes mental energy that needs to be trained, which will undoubtedly make it more likely to fall asleep. Oh. Shiryu went to the kitchen to get some spare bamboo shoots. Then he pried open the mouth of 11 who was lying on the ground and stuffed the bamboo shoots in. Click, click, click. 11 was able to eat while sleeping, which shows his extraordinary talent. After eating, it turned over with a happy look on its face and got up with difficulty to continue training. Stop it. Shiryu pushed 11 and ran to the bathroom. Next, Shiryu took great pains to clean 11, and then forced it back into the beast taming space to rest. And he himself lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Damn it, the beast master was so tired. The sun rose as usual the next day. The sun rose as usual on the third day. Day for still world peace. Just like that, Shiryu has been staying near his home for a week since the strange thing happened while chatting with the stone statue. In addition to supervision, during this period, Shiryu also taught 11 one high-speed healing and one hardening. Now it has become an invincible combination of skill-level high-speed healing, supervision, and mastery-level hardening. Shiryu really wanted to see if his full combat power of 11, who was currently only awakened to level 5, could defeat an opponent who was several levels higher than him. But considering that it is difficult to find an opponent, let's forget it for now. It's better to continue growing. After thinking about it, Shiryu left home to buy supplements nearby. Because he was an old customer, the young doctor in the pharmacy was used to it and ran to the counter to get the medicine without Shiryu even asking. My friend, exercise moderation. I'm scared of your purchase frequency. I think I'm quite restrained. Shiryu took the tonic and said. At least he hasn't done anything stupid enough to try to teach advanced skills. He was afraid that the tonic milk from the pharmacy would not return to him. Yeah, that's true if you say so. The young doctor nodded and said with a strange expression, I heard the day before yesterday that a student from the pharmacy in the south of the city directly brought back several boxes of supplements. That person is much crazier than you. Shiryu had just put away the supplements when his hands suddenly trembled. Damn, how many boxes? It's so cruel. Don't tell him that the student's name is Chin Kai. Students are too competitive these days. Shiryu sighed and said, by the way, why did the association block the school a while ago? Have you investigated the cause of that loud noise in the sky? The young doctor smiled and said, You've asked the right person. Let me tell you, although the specific situation has not been announced yet, it is very likely that our pinching will take off. Shiryu. Can you elaborate? After coming to buy medicine many times, Shiryu also learned that this young doctor was also a beast master at the trainee level. So the other party is still quite concerned about this aspect. Rumor has it that a secret realm might have appeared, said the young doctor. Shiryu. Secret realm? What is that? The young doctor said, You can understand it as another different space that is independent of the space we are in now. For example, the beast controlling space you and I have is actually an independent space. Hey, let me tell you this, the predecessor of the secret realm is actually the beast control space. Go on, go on. Shiryu asked. It's been a week, and finally there's some gossip. He must have been waiting so hard. Now it doesn't sound like a crisis, otherwise the doctor wouldn't be so excited. Shiryu, who had been so timid these days, thought he had released some monster, such as the monster Melba that caused the sky to collapse. Well, there is a saying that after our beast master dies, the beast control space will also collapse. However, after the death of some powerful beast masters, the beast control space may be preserved. Under the will of the beast master, it forms an independent secret space or a small world. At this time, the secret space no longer has the effect of restraining extraordinary creatures. It is already a completely independent space. Any life form can enter. At this time, the environment inside is still suitable for the growth of individual pets based on the level of development of the beast master before his death, but it will be weakened compared to when it was a beast control space. But even if it has been weakened, it is still a treasure land with abundant energy and suitable for the growth of spiritual plants and pets. A powerful beast master's beast control space? Sure, you asked. An ancient beast master? Yes, it must be from ancient times. According to our current hierarchy, that beast master would have at least legendary strength. Apprentice, professional, master, legend. The legend is above the master. If it is really a secret space, there must be many rare resources or pets in it. Even if there is nothing, it is a treasure land that can produce high-value resources for a long time. Now that this thing has appeared in Pingqing, we will definitely benefit the most. If it is developed properly, the economy may develop soon. What if the pet inside is very powerful and ferocious? Sure, you asked. After all this talk, there is still a possibility that there are monsters in there. Young doctor, well, there is no news about this at the moment, but we definitely don't need to worry about this kind of thing. Even if there are those big shots that can handle it properly. Sure, you left. He left, and left peacefully. Because from the information learned from the young doctor, the cracking of the stone statue does not seem to be a bad thing. However, how come a secret realm suddenly appeared when I chatted with the ancient stone statue? This has nothing to do with the truth of history. Or does the secret realm contain information related to the true history of Icefield? But no matter what, it has nothing to do with him. I'm sorry, brother stone statue. Although I promised you to restore the truth to history, from the current situation, I can't get close to that secret place at all. I'm sorry, I made you break apart. A week has passed. After returning home, sure you looked at 11 and Green Meon Chong training in the yard and felt safe. It is impossible to explore the secret realm. That thing sounds very dangerous. But, since he has already promised others, sure you cannot go back on his word. When he has the ability and if there is still a chance, he will talk about it then. He smiled and looked up at the sky. The weather was clear, so it was a good time to keep a low profile. Boom, boom, boom. Open the door and send warmth to the community. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Shiryu's smile became even more pronounced. There is true love in this world, and even though they knew that he was an orphan, there was still warmth sent to him. It seems no one is there. Prepare to blast. Shiryu, 11, Green Meon Chong? Chapter 30, Backstab from Talent. Wait a minute. The community is providing warmth, but no one is around, so is it ready to explode? This is so heartwarming. 1,000 iron-eating beasts suddenly rolled through Shiryu's mind. At the same time, 3 big words emerged in his mind. Exposed. Most likely, it was because I was talking about the broken stone statue and was finally discovered. In fact, Shiryu had already anticipated this result. If the appearance of the secret realm really has a huge impact, the cause will definitely be investigated. Although there are no cameras in places like the park, it is not difficult to find someone in a world with extraordinary powers. Breath detection, divination, and foresight. Time travel. It is normal for some extraordinary creatures to master these strange abilities. I hate it. Shiryu hated his own curious character. Next, he ran to open the door with a melancholy mood. If what the young doctor said is true, this incident does not seem to be a bad thing, and he did not do anything illegal. If the evidence leads to him, he can just tell what he has to say. The door is finally open. Shiryu opened the door and was startled by a cold voice coming from outside. Because there were not a bunch of people from relevant departments blocking the outside as he had imagined, but instead, there was only one person. Moreover, this person was not the cold and aloof older sister from the street committee that he had imagined, but a much younger and prettier woman, probably in her 20s. Is this the Wind Demon Lion? Shiryu didn't pay attention to her for too long. He was immediately attracted by the creature next to her. It was a Wind Demon Lion that was ready to make a move. It seemed that the Wind Demon Lion was really ready to blow up the door. The Wind Demon Lion is a creature that looks like a lion dog. It is nearly 2 meters tall when sitting, has fluffy white hair, majestic blue eyes, and black cloud patterns lingering on its neck, limbs, body, and long tail, making it look extremely domineering. Name, Wind Demon Lion. Attribute, Wind. Racial level? Skill? Since Shiryu's level was not enough to come into contact with higher-level extraordinary creatures, he only memorized information about extraordinary creatures in school. As for the Wind Demon Lion, it was obviously a more advanced creature. Sure, you had only seen pictures of it and had not paid attention to other information about it. However, among the racial levels of extraordinary, commander, king, overlord, and myth, he guessed that the Wind Demon Lion's race should be at the commander level. Roar, the Wind Demon Lion smiled with his teeth bared. Let me introduce myself, Lu Qingyi, a PhD in archaeology from Ancient Capital University and a member of the Dongwang Archaeological Association. Lu Qingyi looked up at Shiryu. I want to know something from you, and I hope you can cooperate. The woman smiled. PhD in archaeology? Or is it the Ancient Capital University, one of the 9 major universities? Shiryu looked at the young girl and felt a pang of pain in his liver. What a nice girl, except that she is a little bit sinister. Why can't she think positively and do something wrong? There is no future in archaeology. Shiryu, unemployed vagrant, trainee beastmaster, please come in. After the other party finished introducing himself, Shiryu was completely sure what it was about. After I came to this world, the only thing related to archaeology that I have encountered is the mutation of the stone statue. Shiryu opened the door and prepared to be interrogated with a depressed heart. Next, Shiryu led Dr. Lu into the yard. At this time, the iron-eating beast had already folded the steel plates obediently and hid behind a tree to peek. The green cottonworm also crawled back into the birdcage, as if what had happened had nothing to do with it. After entering the yard, Lu Qingyi and Feng Moshi immediately looked at the small iron-eating beast behind the tree and the green cottonworm in the birdcage. Then, they looked at Shiryu again. I'll get straight to the point. The shattering of the stone statue of the Pingcheng Beast Tamer Association has something to do with you, right? I have no ill intentions, don't worry. I just want to know, did you hear the voice from the statue? Shiryu, is that stone statue alive? His counter-question was considered as acknowledging the other party's question. Lu Qingyi, no, the stone statue is a dead object. Your talent is telepathy. According to your understanding, telepathy should only be able to communicate with living things. Shiryu nodded. He also checked again, but unfortunately there was nothing new to discover. But there are exceptions to everything. Some dead objects that carry the beliefs, convictions, wills, and emotions of many living beings may give birth to spirits after being baptized by time. Spirit is a vague concept that has nothing to do with life, spirit, mind, or soul. Archaeologists call it traces of history. Only a very small number of telepaths with special talents have a chance to hear this kind of trace. Therefore, the beast masters who have mastered this kind of telepathic talent are also called those who can listen to the voice of history in the archaeological community. Shiryu said, in other words, I am the one with special talent. Lu Qingyi nodded and said, being able to listen to the voice of history is a great talent. Throughout the long history has experienced many faults and countless truths have been buried. Relics are the main way for us modern people to understand history. However, these preserved relics are often protected by extraordinary powers, and it is very difficult to decipher and find them. And those who can listen to the voice of history can find or decipher key information from the ruins much more easily than ordinary people. This time, because you touched the spirit of the stone statue, an ancient relic surfaced, which may reveal the truth about the history of the ice sheet. Sure, you had a bad feeling and asked, so your purpose in coming here is? Lu Qingyi, you are very talented and a natural archaeologist. I would like to invite you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is impossible for me to do archaeological work again in this lifetime. Wouldn't it be nice to make a little money, raise a giant panda, find a beautiful girlfriend and raise a cute cat with her, then go to a safe city and live a happy and easy life? Sorry, I'm not really interested in archaeology. I don't want to join any archaeological association, nor do I want to go to any archaeological university. Sure, you said very apologetically. Lu Qingyi asked in confusion. Who said I want to invite you to join the archaeology association? No. It would be a waste for you to join the archaeology association. Currently, in the entire ancient country, there are only 11 people who are known to be able to listen to the voice of history, including you. It's less than the number of legendary beast masters, and less than the number of guardian-level creatures in the country. Do you know what this means? It's another organization that invited you. Besides, you don't have to rush to refuse. Men are creatures who say one thing and mean another. Possessing this talent means that you must like this field. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to hear the voice of the stone statue. Lu Qingyi walked to the birdcage and looked at the green cottonworm. Her words made sure you feel uncomfortable. Why, even after traveling through time, is it still impossible to get away from archaeology? Isn't it common for a man like you to have telepathic talent? How could you backstab me? Chapter 31. Joining the organization. Sure, you rejected and resisted in his heart. If it weren't for archaeology, he wouldn't have died. He has a trauma in his heart. Originally, it was like this at the beginning. However, what the other party said made sure you a little concerned. There are only 11 people in the entire ancient Dongwang kingdom, including himself, who have the ability to listen to the voice of history. Rarely more rare than a legendary beast master, rarer than a totem guardian? He looked at 11 behind the tree, and he didn't expect that the national treasure was actually me. But why is it the number 11 again? I have such a strong connection with 11. Sure, you temporarily put aside the useless thoughts. What he thought was, since he was so rare, then in theory, if he joined this organization, would the treatment be very good? Now that it's all exposed and the other party has come to me and invited me sincerely, I can only learn about it and see. So where is the place you want to invite me to join? How's the welfare? Shiryu was silent for a moment, then asked tentatively. Lu Qingyi smiled and said, of course the benefits are very good. Even if you become a legendary beast master, you won't have such good benefits. Basically speaking, once you become a formal member of the organization, your status will be higher than that of a legendary beast master. If you want to explore some ruins, it is not impossible to apply for huge resources and find a legendary beast master as a bodyguard. Shiryu opened his mouth slightly. The president of the Beast Tamer Association of Bingyuan City is only a top-level master and has not yet reached the legendary level. The legendary level is a super level that can control overlord-level creatures and basically holds important positions in first-level cities. Is it so powerful that the other party wants to invite you to join? That's right. After all, according to what the other party said, those who possess this talent are all high-end talents. Even the secret realm that a novice like me accidentally summoned has such great value, not to mention the skills of those professionals. It sounds like it's worth joining. It's good to have an organization behind you and take off right away. I was killed by archaeology in my previous life, but I am rising from archaeology in this life? Shiryu was slightly moved because the other party gave too much. Going directly from a small beast master who is not even at the professional level and has loans to a legendary boss sounds very tempting. If you join, what are the obligations you need to fulfill? Almost nothing. The organizational structure is very simple. Everyone is free to act and the tasks are all freely chosen. There is no coercion. Lu Qingyi looked up at the sky. Having said that, how could a beast master with such talent sit idle? Whenever new information about mythological relics appears, those who can listen to the voice of history will definitely rush forward first to assist in the exploration or become the exploration leaders. After all, serious people would never awaken this special ability. No. Shiryu was stunned. So loose? In other words, as long as you control yourself and don't do anything stupid, even after joining, you don't have to go to any dangerous places to carry out missions? On the contrary, if you occasionally want to commit suicide and have the need, you can apply for a large number of resources, bodyguards, and information. Shiryu was slightly moved again. So what's the name of the organization? The National Heritage Strategic Survey and Support Bureau can also be called the 11th Bureau according to the number. You can understand that the personnel of this organization are special personnel in the archaeological community, and the organization is a special department that specializes in handling various important relics. It's 11 again. Shiryu has gotten used to it, so he can ignore the name. After Lu Qingyi finished speaking, Shiryu fell into deep thought. The name of the organization sounded quite impressive, so should he join? After asking so many questions, the other party finally came to me, and I have such a special talent, it seems difficult to deal with the consequences if I don't join. In that case, I'll join. Finally, Shiryu let out a long sigh and thought that there was nothing wrong with joining. Since there is no restriction on freedom, in the final analysis, whether you commit suicide or not still depends on yourself. As long as you do things steadily, everything will be fine. He would never admit that he wanted to go back to his old ways. Dr. Lu, are you also a member of Bureau 11? Well, currently, including you and me, there are 11 people in the 11th round. Welcome to join us. From today on, you will be a reserve member of the 11th Bureau. Lu Qingyi smiled for the second time, as if Shiryu's answer made her very satisfied. There are too few talented people in this area, and every time she explores the ruins, she feels like there are not enough people. And now, having discovered a new person with her own hands, Lu Qingyi feels that when Shiryu grows up in the future, she will have a useful tool. As the one with the least experience in the 11th Bureau, she also wanted to have a tool to use, rather than helping the teacher run errands every day and being a tool herself. Ready. On the other side, after Lu Qingyi finished speaking, Shiryu suddenly felt that he had been fooled. The other party talked for a long time, and it seemed that the benefits were only for formal members. Yes, prepare. Every new member who joins the 11th Bureau must undergo an assessment. Only those who pass the assessment can become official members. Shiryu regretted it, but the other party's next words made Shiryu nod immediately. In addition, your strength and ability are currently too weak. The organization will provide you with 10 million starting funds. Your first task is to grow up quickly. At the very least, you must become a professional beast master and receive systematic archaeological knowledge training. No problem, I will complete the task. When will the funds be available? Compared with the benefits of being a legendary Beastmaster bodyguard, 10 million yuan in cash is obviously more attractive to Shiryu at the moment. With this much money, why would he cultivate green worms? Plans can't keep up with changes. Goodbye, Chong Chong. You are free. Tomorrow, Lu Qingyi said. Your credentials and funds will be in place tomorrow, but unless there are special circumstances, I suggest you do not reveal your identity as a member of Bureau 11. Otherwise, some foreign intelligence agents will annoy you to death. By the way, currently only Bureau 11 knows about the Pingqing district ruins and your involvement. Next, before you become a formal member, I will be the contact between you and the organization. That's all I have to say. Shiryu nodded. Don't worry, he is not a high-profile person. There are only 11 people in the country who have such a talent. As an important talent who can crack the secrets of the ruins, he must be easily targeted, not to mention that he is so weak. I forgot to mention the most important thing. Your assessment task is to investigate the truth about the history of Bingyuan City. There is no time limit. After you succeed, you can become a formal member. I have explored the ice dragon ruins in the snowy mountains before, but I couldn't crack the mechanism due to lack of key information. This time, a new ice dragon ruins appeared because of you. You may be the one who finally cracked it. Even if you have the talent to listen to the voice of history, you cannot hear everything. Instead, you need a certain opportunity to hear the traces of history. Lu Qingyi herself failed, but Shiryu succeeded. After investigation, Lu Qingyi could understand it. After all, Shiryu was a native of the ice field, so it was normal for him to be able to hear the sounds. Shiryu's desire for the truth about the ice field is definitely deeper than hers. This assessment task is almost tailor-made for Shiryu. Let me investigate the truth of the history of Bingyuan City, Shiryu said, but can I access the newly arrived secret realm? Yes, the secret realm is a special type of ruins. Even if you don't use your identity as a member of the 11th Bureau, there is a high probability that you can enter. As for what to do next, it is part of your assessment. Lu Qingyi said, finally, as your recommender, I will give you a gift on my own behalf. In order to help Shiryu grow quickly and become her assistant, she plans to pay him salary in advance. As for money, I think you don't need it for the time being. So, what do you want? The skill manual that can be used by the iron-eating beast, the special evolution method of the green cottonworm, or the high-level pet cub? Chapter 32. 3 Evolutionary Paths. That iron-eating beast cub should be your initial pet, right? As for this green cottonworm, is it an extra pet you raise? The gift that Lu Qingyi planned to give was selected based on these two pets. She had already noticed the iron-eating beast and the green cottonworm. The iron-eating beast was fine, as Shiryu's information showed that his initial pet was an iron-eating beast, while the green cottonworm was a discovery beyond the information. She could see that this green cottonworm should not have signed a contract with Shiryu, which means it is currently in a wild state. There is nothing wrong with raising wild pets. Besides the major breeding bases, many animal tamers with telepathic talents also like to do this. Some beastmasters are restricted by their level and cannot contract more pets, but they want to breed more pets. The solution is very simple, just don't contract. Anyway, I have the talent of telepathy and can communicate with wild pets without any obstacles. As long as the relationship between the two parties is in place, the contract is dispensable. The only pity is that I cannot enter the beast taming space and grow quickly. In Lu Qingyi's opinion, this green cottonworm should be the pet that Shiryu cultivated. Maybe he wanted to keep it for fun, or maybe he wanted to cultivate it into a wind crystal butterfly to keep for a future contract. At least from her current perspective, this green cottonworm was bred very well, and the level of its silk should not be low. There would be no problem in its successful evolution. Shiryu was indeed a graduate of animal husbandry. Skill secrets, evolution method, pet cub? Originally, Shiryu would be very satisfied if 10 million yuan arrived in his account, but now the other party wants to give him something else, and Shiryu fell into deep thought. No merit, no reward. Is it a bit bad to accept gifts frequently? Forget it. I have already taken 10 million yuan. Why should I be so reserved? It's okay to have the skill secrets of the iron-eating beast. Although my own 11 has no shortage of skills, the more the better. And since there are skills from normal sources, there is no pressure to use them. As for the evolution method of the green cottonworm, this is also possible. Shiryu originally planned to release the bugs, but now it seems that it would be nice to listen to them. I've taught you how to make silkworms so many times, and I've raised it for so long, it would be a shame to just release it. I've raised them for such a long time, but I haven't sold any silk yet. It's a huge loss. But if the green cottonworms can evolve into a good race, they can continue to work for me. A pet cub of a higher species. Actually, Shiryu also wanted a special pet to open his eyes, preferably a fantasy creature recorded on Earth. For example, the dragon girl, the flower fairy, the mermaid. Do I have to choose one of the three? Shiryu asked. Lu Qingyi? You want them all? I must become stronger quickly so that I can contribute to the archaeological costs. Shiryu said. Lu Qingyi also fell into deep thought. She looked at Shiryu's face carefully and sized him up. She didn't expect that he was so shameless. Okay. Lu Qingyi nodded. Very good, then just consider it as advance payment of salary. Even if you give me a pet of a higher race now, you can't make a contract with it. Wait until you become a high-level beast master. Shiryu is currently an apprentice beast master and can only contract one pet. Only after becoming a junior beast master can he contract a second one. However, although the number has reached the requirement, it is still not enough for a junior beast master to contract the high-species pet cub she mentioned. The level of the beast taming space cannot sustain the accelerated growth of the high-species pet cubs. Shiryu. Indeed, even if he were given extra pet cubs now, he would not be able to sign a contract. The secret book of the iron-eating beast skills. I don't know much about pets like the iron-eating beast, but I heard that the Zhushi martial arts school in Pingqing has 2 skills that are suitable for iron-eating beasts to learn. I will also give you a letter of recommendation tomorrow. You can go to Zhushi martial arts school to study with the owner at any time. Shiryu. This was already within his plan. However, the previous plan was to go there to challenge and learn from them. But now, master-level beast masters are teaching personally, and there is a formal and legal way of learning. The skills and secrets of Zhushi martial arts school are only taught to the disciples who join the martial arts school. Only a small number of people master them, and it is an internal inheritance. However, since the power of the 11th Bureau is so great, it is not impossible for Shiryu, an outsider who has not joined the martial arts school, to learn. Okay. Shiryu nodded. That's fine. Having a reasonable way of learning is always better than copying secretly. Then there's the evolution method. By the way, when you cultivate the green cotton worm, do you intend to train it into a wind crystal butterfly and then contract it? Lu Qingyi took one last look at the green cotton worm in the birdcage and asked. No, it's just that the blue cotton worm is one of the most plastic pets, and I can't help but want to train it. In simple terms, the silk of the blue cotton worm is very plastic, and there are different buyers for the silk depending on the cultivation method. He was short of money and couldn't help but cultivate it. Green worm. Shiryu has one way of understanding, and Lu Qingyi has another way of understanding. The green cotton worm is indeed one of the most plastic pets. Among the currently known evolutionary routes, the green cotton worm can evolve into the most types of pets. As a completely metamorphosed pet, depending on different training plans, during its first evolution, it can evolve into most moth and butterfly creatures, of which dozens are known. Almost every researcher who studies evolution will use pets such as green cotton worms as the initial experimental subjects. The reason is very simple. The breeding period of blue cotton worm is short, and the process of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly is like a lottery. Everyone is a gambler, and no one knows what will come out of the cocoon. The sense of anticipation is very exciting. I won't tell you about the route to the extraordinary level after evolution. I know 3 evolution routes to the commander level. You can choose one. After successful breeding, the potential of this green cotton worm can surpass that of the small iron-eating beast, and it is very suitable to be your second pet. Lu Qingyi said. 11. Omega. 11, who was standing next to him, had a vague feeling that someone was saying something bad about him, and it seemed to be that bad woman. Grumble. The green cotton worm is still stupid and seems to have a low IQ. It doesn't care about evolution. After all, there is no way to expect a worm to have the IQ of a mammal. Perhaps only evolution can make it smarter. Which 3? The 3 evolutionary routes represent the low-level commander level, the middle-level commander level, and the high-level commander level. The evolutionary conditions are also from easy to difficult. First is the ice crystal swallowtail, a low-level commander-level pet with wind and ice attributes. The strongest racial skill that can be awakened is blizzard. The second is ghost beauty butterfly, a mid-level leader, a dark attribute pet, good at curse skills, and proficient in sneak attacks and assassinations. Then there is the light goddess butterfly, a high-level commander-level pet with light attributes. It can control all kinds of light and is proficient in illusions. In addition to some specific materials and food, if you want to evolve into these races, the minimum requirement is that the silkworm's proficiency reaches the mastery level before it cocoons. The perfect level is best. This way, you can maximize the potential of the pet during evolution. But it is too difficult to cultivate silkworms with perfect proficiency. Don't force it. After all, the lifespan and talent of green worms are limited. Chapter 33. Breaking the Routine. After Lu Qingyi finished talking about the 3 evolutionary routes, she waited for Shiryu's choice. Anyway, Shiryu couldn't have them all, because the green cotton worm could only evolve into one creature. Ice crystal swallowtail butterfly, ghost beauty butterfly, goddess of light butterfly. Honestly speaking, Shiryu felt that they were both good. After all, they were all commander-level creatures after all. The growth limit of commander-level creatures was much higher than that of extraordinary-level creatures. If one could contract a commander-level creature, as long as he could afford to raise it, becoming a professional beastmaster would be almost a certainty. At this point, any trainee beastmaster would probably have made their choice excitedly. However, after listening to it, Shiryu did not immediately choose one with joy. It was not because he had difficulty making decisions, but because he heard a key piece of information. If the green cotton worm wants to evolve into a leader-level creature, in addition to some necessary evolutionary materials, the silk proficiency only needs to be at the mastery level. He had previously thought that the lowest level was the perfect level. Is the pursuit of perfect proficiency silk too difficult? What if you want to achieve superb proficiency in silkworm thread? By then, will the potential of the pet be stimulated to 200? Have there been any green cotton worms that have mastered silk threads to a superb level before evolving? Shiryu asked. Lu Qingyi said, it's not impossible. If you can find a secret realm or ruined space suitable for the growth of a green wool worm and cultivate it at great cost, you may be able to raise its silkworm proficiency to that level during its lifetime. Or, wait until you grow to the legendary level and then come back to cultivate the green wool worm. With this method, regardless of the cost effectiveness, at least this green wool worm will not live to that time. There are basically these two methods. There are successful cases in China. The green cotton worm has evolved into a king-level ice phoenix moth. What? Are you tempted? Shiryu smiled and said, just asking. Lu Qingyi said, don't be too greedy. If you want to evolve, the higher the silk level of the green cotton worm, the better. The higher the silk level, the greater the potential after successful evolution. However, the evolution process will also be more difficult, and there will be a risk of failure in breaking out of the cocoon. This is why there is no need to deliberately pursue perfect proficiency. Unless you can guarantee that the evolution materials you use can 100 allow the blue wool worm to awaken a powerful new racial skill during the evolution process, and this skill can 100 break the cocoon. But this kind of thing, even the top evolution planners can't guarantee it. Sure, you probably understood. The level of silk produced by the green cotton worm, the level of the cocoon, the difficulty of breaking the cocoon, and the potential after evolution are positively correlated. If you want to break out of the cocoon successfully, you need to successfully awaken a powerful new racial skill inside the cocoon and use this ability to break out of the cocoon. As for how to awaken new racial skills during the evolution process, it is necessary to provide the green moth with suitable evolutionary materials before it cocoons. If the evolutionary materials provided are incorrect, the skill awakening will fail, and the cocoon evolution will fail. After Shiryu pondered it carefully, he had an idea. If this is the evolutionary mechanism of the green cotton worm, perhaps it does not necessarily have to follow the known evolutionary route. Shiryu looked at the green cotton worm in the birdcage. So, if he taught it skills through the skill illustrations before it emerged from its cocoon, what would be the result? In this way, you don't have to follow the traditional evolutionary route, and can directly use the skills before evolution to break out of the cocoon. As long as the skill level is high enough, there will be no risk of failure in breaking out of the cocoon. At the same time, the silk level can be stacked to the maximum level without any worries, allowing the highest level cocoons to nourish the green cotton worms inside. This seems to work. Originally, Shiryu thought that the commander-level creatures were good, but now, he suddenly wanted to cultivate a completely new evolved form himself and see how it goes. He can completely break the conventional evolution method and use unscientific evolution method. Learn new skills before evolution plus superb silk plus evolution materials that can determine attributes at will equals. Shiryu suddenly understood those researchers who liked to study the new evolution of the green cotton worm. It was really cool to win the prize. He nodded and said, then I will choose the goddess of light butterfly. Although you don't necessarily have to evolve this, it's definitely a good idea to choose the rarest one at the moment. He needs to refer to how the evolutionary materials of other evolutionary routes are matched. Lu Qingyi said, as expected, you should choose the highest level. But as I just reminded you, the difficulty of their evolution is from easy to difficult, so you must be fully prepared before letting the blue cotton worm try to evolve. It's a small matter to waste precious evolutionary materials. If you fail to break out of the cocoon, your green worm may be trapped and die inside the cocoon. Good. The evolution method might be Lu Qingyi's personal collection or harvest. She recorded the evolution method to Shiryu on the spot, and the weight and grade of the materials were also marked very comprehensively. An evolutionary method that can cultivate the blue cotton worm, the shame of the pet world, into a species of high-level commander-level creatures is naturally valuable and can completely create a family of beastmasters. But Lu Qingyi told Shiryu the method casually. This also made Shiryu believe that the 11th game mentioned by the other party might be really powerful, and maybe a legendary beastmaster bodyguard could really be arranged in the future. Name green worm. Evolution route, goddess of light butterfly. Skill requirements, silkworm skills with proficiency above mastery level. Evolution materials: 1 immature heart of light, 1 to 3 years, 10 mature sun petals, 3 fluorescent cores, 50 grams of luminous fungus, large amounts of sunlight rock powder, and large amounts of mature light-bearing grass. Evolution method: after the growth level of the green woolworm reaches 9, use a 9:1 ratio of sunlight rock powder and spring water to soak the light-containing grass as the main food. The food soaking time is 1 hour, until the growth level of the green woolworm reaches 10. When the green cottonworm reaches level 10, it will eat 1 immature heart of light, 10 mature sunflower petals, 3 fluorescent cores, and 50 grams of luminous fungus in 1 day. After eating all of them, it can use the silkworm skill to cocoon. The evolution process takes about 30 days. If all goes well, the blue worm will awaken the skill rainbow light in the cocoon, thus breaking out of the cocoon and evolving into the goddess of light butterfly. This material. The heart of light is the name of a special fruit. The sunflower is a high-level spiritual plant. The fluorescent core is the energy crystal of the firefly. The luminous fungus is a eukaryotic organism on the colorful light mushroom. The sunlight rock is a rare mineral, and the light-containing grass is also a rare spiritual plant. Just by looking at the names, sure you could already guess that the price of these materials would be very expensive. He couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. If he wanted to buy them all, would his 10 million yuan be enough? Iron bamboo, as the cheapest material among the lowest level resources, is so expensive. None of the materials here are lower than level 3. Chong, we should research a more powerful evolutionary route ourselves. The high-level commander is too low. If you are not sure at that time, choose this backup. After giving the evolution method of the green cotton worm to Shiryu, Lu Qingyi left with his wind demon lion, leaving only Shiryu, the iron-eating beast, and the green cotton worm in the yard. Watching Lu Qingyi leave, Shiryu sighed. He didn't know whether his choice to join the 11th Bureau was a good or bad choice. Although he verbally resisted his old job, it was just as Lu Qingyi said, if he really resisted from the bottom of his heart, he would not resonate with the stone statue. Forget it. I don't want to think too much about it. Anyway, I will have money tomorrow, so I can splurge a little today. Shiryu put away the evolutionary blueprint and decided to buy a mobile phone first. He had been thinking about this thing for a long time, and now he could finally make up his mind. Chapter 34. The ruins are opened. After finding out the truth about the stone statue's mutation, and with a huge sum of money about to arrive, Shiryu was overjoyed. That day, he came to the Century Group building, ready to splurge. Century Group is a leading enterprise in the high-tech field of the ancient country of Dongwang, and has a presence in almost all third-tier and above cities. Shiryu plans to buy a smarter phone here. In fact, when Lu Qingyi was there, Shiryu asked her whether the organization would provide her with a phone. The answer he got was, of course, no. The other party asked Shiryu to use part of the 10 million yuan initial capital to purchase it himself. At Shiryu's level, there is no need for a private jet for the time being. This is uncomfortable. But it doesn't matter. Even if you buy a relatively smart phone, it will only cost 100,000 yuan, which is nothing compared to 1,000 yuan. Welcome, sir. How can I help you? When Shiryu entered the mobile phone sales hall, he was immediately greeted by a receptionist. I want to pick out a cell phone. What are your basic needs? It can be connected to the internet, has energy detection function and pet animal illustration function. After Shiryu finished speaking, the receptionist immediately took out a silver-white mobile phone from the counter and said, how about this one? This is Century Group's latest model, the M30 illustrated machine. It contains 6,029 types of pets and their skill data. It can also accurately detect the energy fluctuation level of pets below the extraordinary level. Its price is 99,998 yuan. If you choose this one, you can get 1,000 yuan of free phone credits if you buy it now. Can I try it? Shiryu asked. Sure. Shiryu took the phone and found the illustrated function. This Atlas function is actually not that magical. It is similar to the scanning function of smartphones on Earth. You need to point the phone camera at other creatures for it to work. After turning on the illustrated function, Shiryu pointed his phone at a black and orange dog with a ferocious expression lying outside the hall. In just a moment, the phone started to broadcast a voice message. Name mechanical dog. Attribute, mechanical. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Growth level, awakening level 10. Racial skills, image storage, breath detection, electric bite, self-destruction. Introduction, artificial mechanical life, used for care, tracking, and investigation. Not only is the report broadcasted by voice, but the specific information of the mechanical dog is also displayed on the mobile phone interface. The information is relatively comprehensive, and you can also learn more detailed information about the skills by clicking or using voice commands. Skill, self-destruct. Skill level, advanced. Introduction, detonate all the energy in your body, and you will die after using it. Shiryu. This skill level is really high, but if he wants to copy it, will there be any bug? Seeing, touching. They all exploded. So what else is he touching? Forget it. 11, and the blue-winged bug won't be using this skill anyway. Because of the basic energy fluctuation detection function, the growth level of the mechanical dog was also successfully detected. Level 10 is considered quite high, and only one step away from becoming an extraordinary creature. Very good. Shiryu said silently in his heart that this is the illustration function he is most optimistic about. Although he is considered a top student, the most he knows is about creatures of the extraordinary level, and he dare not say that he can understand them all. But after having this phone, no matter if you encounter a rare pet of a high race or rare skills, you can find the relevant information at the first time. Although he certainly needs to continue learning if he wants to become an excellent beast master, the use of high-tech products can more or less make up for his shortcomings and take shortcuts. In short, he thinks this phone is good in every way and looks good, but it's too expensive. If you buy now, your savings will hit rock bottom. It would be fine if the 10 million yuan that Lu Qingyi promised could be deposited into the account tomorrow. If not, he and she would have to live in poverty. Roasted ground rat. If I had known, I would have come again tomorrow. Shiryu once again deeply realized his character flaws. He is very curious and has an impatient temper, which makes him very suitable for seeking death. No wonder he was the one who traveled through time. Forget it. I'm already here. The rare evolution methods have been given. How can you escape with 1000 W? Please get me one. Shiryu said to the receptionist. Yes, sir. The receptionist immediately smiled, because it seemed that he could have an extra chicken drumstick tonight. After purchasing the mobile phone and handling a series of transactions, Shiryu left with a heavy heart. However, he did not rush home, but came to another company, Tianfu Group. Tianfu Group and Century Group are two of the 5 major groups in the ancient Dongwang Kingdom and are widely distributed. The latter focuses on high-tech products, while the former focuses on rare spiritual plants, minerals, pet food, and nutritional supplements. Since he had already spent so much money, Shiryu didn't mind spending a little more. 11 has eaten enough iron bamboo every day in the past month. Although he also likes to eat it, Shiryu plans to give him something better. In the end, he bought some second-level resources, iron heartwood, which was also the recommended food in the iron-eating beast breeding manual given by Lin Xiuzhu, and was more advanced than iron bamboo. Iron heartwood, as the name suggests, is a piece of wood with metal minerals inside. It is a spiritual plant with something special and is also part of the diet of the iron-eating beast. The properties are similarly biased towards gold and wood, and can effectively enhance the hardening ability and vitality of the iron-eating beast. This ingredient provides more nutrition than iron bamboo. Generally, only extraordinary iron-eating beasts eat it as a staple food, otherwise it is easy to overeat. That being said, Shiryu took into consideration the consumption of his own iron-eating beast, and felt that it was not a problem at all for it to consume all the nutrients. After all, his appetite was several times that of a normal iron-eating beast. As for the green cottonworm, since it grew fast, it would not lack nutrition as long as he used the skill illustration tutorial occasionally, so Shiryu did not spend too much money on it. Whatever he eats, the green cottonworm eats too. This is a bond that even 11 can enjoy. Later, Shiryu planned to see if there were any more advanced supplements. After all, he was almost producing antibodies to the Mingxian capsules. And the level of the Mingxian capsule is indeed not high. He will be rich soon, and Shiryu plans to treat himself better. Only when he is well can his pets be well. However, considering that the Mingxian capsules at home had not been finished, Shiryu finally decided to use them up first and then look for new substitutes. After spending a lot of money, Shiryu returned home refreshed. As usual, 11 was pulling the green worm to do daily training. As for Shiryu himself, this time, in addition to meditation, he can also lie in the yard and study with his mobile phone. After browsing for a while, because Shiryu registered with his real name as a Beastmaster, he suddenly received a text message notification from the Pingcheng Beastmaster Association to all trainee Beastmasters in Pingcheng District. The Pingcheng District ruins have been opened. Those who are interested in exploring can sign up for the Beast Tamer Association's field combat training and take the test. Those who pass the test will be granted exploration rights, and all the gains in the ruins will belong to them. Chapter 35, Decision. So you're opening up access now? Aren't there a lot of treasures in these ruins and secret realms, and all the treasures you get belong to you? Heh, no wonder that guy surnamed Lu said that there is a chance to enter without the identity of the 11th Bureau. This is not giving away treasures, it looks like recruiting cannon fodder. It's not certain whether there are treasures in it. Maybe there are only monsters. Shiryu sensitively discovered that something was wrong. If you want to gain access, you have to pass the field combat training organized by the association. So it seems that those who enter are required to have certain practical abilities? What would happen if he didn't have actual combat capability? Needless to say, he would most likely die in the ruins. There are a lot of pitfalls. When Shiryu wanted to find out more information about the secret ruins, a gurgle sound suddenly came from the side. 11 came over in a daze and asked when dinner would be served. At this time, the green cotton worm also lay limply in the birdcage like a useless worm. It really did not have a single silk thread left. We have a big feast today. Don't worry, I'll get it ready. Shiryu looked at the time and was surprised to find that it was already so late. Normally when he was meditating, the days seemed like years and time passed very slowly. But now, he had just browsed his phone for a while and it was almost dark. If mobile phones could evolve into mechanical life forms, they would most likely be able to awaken the racial skill of manipulating time, like Silly Girl. Not only 11 was hungry, but after realizing it, Shiryu also felt a little hungry, so he quickly went to prepare food. After a moment, 11 iron bamboo poles, bamboo shoots, bamboo leaves, and iron heartwood. Shiryu's fried cabbage pancakes and tomato and egg soup. Vegetable leaves with green moth. The three guys each took their own food and started eating. While eating, Shiryu asked Xiangxi, "Are you interested in field combat training?" After returning from the last battle arena, Shiryu had the idea of participating in actual combat training in the field. This is probably the only thing currently available that can put pressure on 11. Although this training is an actual combat in the wild, the safety of the whole process is guaranteed. After all, it is organized by the Beastmaster Association to train local apprentice Beastmasters. To be honest, if Shiryu were to enter the secret ruins to explore, he would still be a little timid. After all, he doesn't even know what the situation is inside. But if it is a practical experience in the wild, it seems nothing to take part in it. One is to continue to train myself and 11's practical ability, and the other is to take this opportunity to see the connection between this experience assessment and the secret ruins. Ouch. 11 raised his arms high and charged. Charge. Charge. Its eyes were bright, indicating that of course it would participate. Training hard is meaningless if it is not for the purpose of showing results. That ice-armored beast and that group of earth rats simply couldn't allow it to display the full results of its training. The only thing that made it feel a little pressured was the wind demon lion, but 11 had some idea in his mind and knew that he would definitely not be able to defeat the opponent. The wind demon lion is at least a commander-level creature, and the sense of oppression produced by a commander-level creature is still very strong for a growing cub like 11. The sense of oppression created by the king-level creatures can even instantly kill low-level creatures. After the pet's growth level reaches the king level, it can awaken the deterrence ability on its own. This is why the deterrence skill copied by Shiryu is praised as having the qualifications of a king after mastering it. Master the special abilities of the king level in advance, namely the king's qualifications. Then let's join in and see. Shiryu nodded. Then he looked at the green worm in the birdcage and said, "You too." Grumble. The green cotton worm that was called showed a blank and innocent expression. As far as I know, I checked on my phone. The assessment and scoring criteria for field combat training are basically based on what creatures are defeated or what rare resources are collected. Of course, the fighting will be left to 11, but when it comes to collecting things, your silkworm silk can make things twice as easy with half the effort. Shiryu smiled. He was too lazy to pick plants growing on cliffs, so it would be easiest to leave them to the moths. As for resources guarded by some biological communities, stealing them would definitely be more efficient than fighting for them. Chi. The green caterpillar buried its head and began to eat, the Last Supper in its mind. The next day, Lu Qingyi is here again. She brought with her a certificate representing Shiryu's status as a reserve member of Bureau 11. At the same time, he also handed Shiryu the bank card with 10 million yuan in deposit that Shiryu had been longing for. As for the recommendation letter from Jueshi Martial Arts School, it was nothing compared to the first two. Using this certificate, you can directly explore most of the ruins. For example, you can directly enter the Pingqing ruins with this certificate. There are also the Ice Dragon ruins on the Snow Mountain. But I suggest you have professional skills before exploring the Snow Mountain. Otherwise, even if you wear cold-proof clothing, your physique will definitely not be able to withstand the temperature. Are there bodyguards? Shiryu asked. You can apply for a bodyguard for the Ice Dragon ruins on the Snowy Mountain, but you can't trigger the advent. As I said before, this ruins is quite special, so unfortunately, it's not allowed. Lu Qingyi smiled. Shiryu's eyelids twitched, and he said, "So what exactly is going on inside this ruins? You might as well just tell me directly." The cracked stone statue is still waiting for its true form to return to normal, but if it's too dangerous, I'll have to do it next time. It doesn't hurt to tell you in advance. The predecessor of the secret ruins space was the Beastmaster's beast control space. Did you know this? Shiryu nodded. First of all, this relic space is very unstable. According to experiments, only trainee Beastmasters can enter normally. If the level of the Beastmaster is too high, the Beastmaster's beast space will produce a spatial repulsion reaction with the relic space. Of course, we can also force development, but that would easily cause space collapse, which would not be worth the loss. After all, the most precious thing is the ruins themselves. I guessed it. Otherwise, the Pingqing Association would not be willing to grant access to such an important relic to a large number of trainee beastmasters. Sure, you said. Then, this relic is a challenge relic. It should have been modified by the Beastmaster in order to train the new generation of Beastmasters in his tribe. After entering, the Beastmaster will randomly arrive at an independent environment. No one can meet each other. Elemental creature clones will appear in the environment. Only by defeating them can you enter the next environment. It's a bit like a level challenge. In fact, some Beastmasters from the Pingqing Beast Taming Corps have already started exploring, but their battle records. Lu Qingyi shook her head. The strength of Pingqing's trainee Beastmasters is still too weak. Even though no extraordinary creatures have appeared in the ruins for the time being, no one can complete all the levels. If it were some trainee Beastmasters from big cities, they would definitely be able to explore the secrets of the ruins more quickly. However, this relic appeared in Pingqing District after all, so Pingqing must have the priority for exploration, followed by other districts and counties in Bingyuan City. Finally, if it still cannot be cracked, multiple cities will jointly develop it. Is there any danger inside? Sure, you asked the question he was most concerned about. According to the people who came out, the primary goal of those elemental creatures is to defeat the opponent, not to wipe them out. However, if the challenger is too weak, there will still be danger. Wait a moment, I'll give you a website and an invitation code. You can use your 10 million starting funds to purchase cultivation resources here. The price is quite favorable. Make good use of this relic and the 10 million yuan, and then go to Zhueshi Martial Arts School to study for a while. I believe you can become a professional beastmaster soon. In short, don't focus on the Ice Dragon ruins for now, but make this ruins the primary target of investigation. Sure, you said, it still sounds a bit dangerous. My iron-eating beast is only level 5, and those beastmasters who are proficient in actual combat in the army can't beat it, so it would be useless for me to go. If you want to investigate the truth of Icefield City's history, you don't necessarily have to clear the level. Each independent environment should have some clues, and your listening talent should be very useful at that time. Lu Qingyi said, after all, this ruins appeared because of you. Of course, you should still have the most basic self-protection ability. Go to the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School with your Iron Eater and learn 2 new skills. That should be enough. It's too much to just have one hardening. Okay, sure, you nodded. Then continue to grow for a while. He didn't plan to enter directly as a member of the 11th Bureau. After all, there was no benefit in doing so, and it would only attract more meaningless attention. As expected, I should first participate in the training assessment organized by the Beastmaster Association. It would be more reassuring to enter through this channel. The standard for passing this assessment should mean that one can survive safely within the ruins. If you can't even achieve a satisfactory result in this assessment, don't go to the ruins. Your life is more important. Sure, you slowly made plans for himself, and then he soon realized that something was wrong. Damn it, didn't he agree not to touch the ruins in this life? Why is there this feeling of anticipation and excitement? Chapter 36, Experience. After investigating Shiryu's identity and background, the National Land Relics Strategic Investigation and Support Guarantee Bureau, also known as the 11th Bureau, currently adopts a laissez-faire policy towards the newcomer Shiryu. Although Shiryu has good talent and a clean background, he is too green. Even Lu Qingyi, the least experienced person in the 11th Bureau, has a doctorate from the ancient capital university, one of the 9 major universities. One can imagine Shiryu's status in the organization. Investigating the historical truth of Bingyuan City on his own can be considered a training process for Shiryu. Based on this process, we can see the subsequent specific performance of Shiryu's talent for listening to the sound of history. At present, among the 11th Bureau, Lu Qingyi is the one who pays the most attention to Shiryu's growth. After all, she has made arrangements with those big guys. Shiryu was discovered and excavated by her. After Shiryu becomes a formal member, he must first be her assistant and cannot compete with her for him. I hope you can successfully pass the professional assessment in half a year. After Lu Qingyi left Shiryu's house again, she said silently in her heart. As a person with a certain vision, she naturally would not want Shiryu to wait for the next professional assessment. That is the standard for ordinary Pingqing apprentice beastmasters like Chen Kai. Now she provided a huge amount of startup capital and helped Shiryu get a chance to study at Zhueshi Martial Arts School, with the aim of allowing Shiryu to catch up with the next professional assessment. Only after becoming a professional beast tamer can one truly enter the world of beast tamers. One step slow means every step is slow. Every step of growth as a beast tamer should be raced against time. Well, at this moment, in the yard, looking at Lu Qingyi's leaving back, Shiryu sighed unconsciously. The rich woman left again, and now they can only rely on their own efforts. Shiryu took out his black ID card from Bureau 11, looked at his handsome profile picture, and sighed. The 11th game is roughly equivalent to the final strength and trump card of the ancient Dong kingdom in the face of various relics, and its status is very high. In the past life, the archaeological industry might not be a big deal, but here, many relics are related to various guardian totems and mythical creatures, and contain a lot of secrets. It can be said that deciphering the ruins is the most critical way for beast masters to enter the realm of mythology. As the most elite group of people in the archaeological field, it is not surprising that the 11th Bureau has legendary beast masters as bodyguards. Well, sure you sighed twice? Although he was unlucky enough to enter the archaeological industry again, but in just a few months, he entered such a high-level organization. You are worthy of it, sure you. As expected, after changing the world, you are still so outstanding. Can I enter most of the ruins with this thing? At the same time, when exploring the ruins, can I apply for a bodyguard from the Beast Tamer Association with my ID? Sure, you suddenly felt that this certificate was a little hot. It was convenient, but it was like Pandora's box. When he used it, it would definitely mean that he was going to commit suicide again. Put it away first. After collecting the documents, it was already noon, and sure you had to go prepare food for 11 and the others. During this process, 11 roared to the sky in the yard, scaring the green cotton worm. You scared me, and easy. Sure, he was also scared. But because of his mental connection with 11, he roughly knew what was going on. 11's growth level has increased again, reaching the 6th level of awakening. Today is July 25th, 177. He is the 11th who signed the contract on July 4th, 177. Just over 20 days have passed, and 11 has already been promoted 3 levels. This speed would definitely make many Beastmasters cry. Under normal circumstances, even if 11 eats a lot and trains a lot, this growth rate is still unscientific. The reason why it can grow so fast is mainly related to the teaching of the skill atlas. The improvement of skill proficiency will drive the growth of the pet itself, which is the reason why 11 grows so fast. It can also be understood this way. All the physical strength and energy consumed by Shiryu are converted into the nutrients needed for the growth of the pets during the teaching process. You are almost 1 meter tall. Shiryu walked out holding the iron basin, looked at 11 who was waving his hands up and down happily at him, and estimated. Xiaoshi Taizo nodded in confusion. The current size of the little iron beast is a lot bigger than when it was just brought back from the iron bamboo breeding base, but that's normal as it is currently in the fastest growth stage. Congratulations. Let's eat first. Shiryu said with a smile. He quickly prepared food for 11 and the blue worm, then he picked up his phone to check the conditions of the 2 pets. Name Iron-Eating Beast. Growth level, Awakening level 6. Name Green Worm. Growth level, Awakening level 4. One is level 6 and the other is level 4. However, they cannot be regarded as normal pets of that level. After all, their skill proficiency far exceeds that of pets of the same level. If he signed up for the field combat assessment organized by the Beast Tamer Association, Shiryu was very curious about what kind of assessment results he could get with the help of these 2 little guys. That afternoon, Shiryu went to the Pingxing Beastmaster Association again, and this time he came openly. This time he came here, of course, to sign up for the field combat assessment organized by the Pingxing District Beastmaster Association. It's outrageous. Why are there so many people? However, after arriving here, Shiryu immediately felt his scalp tingling. There are a ridiculous number of people, it seems. They are all here to sign up for the field practical experience assessment. It is no longer a secret that secret ruins have appeared in Pingxing District, and most Beastmasters know what the secret ruins represent. Represents opportunity and wealth. This time, the Beastmaster Association announced that all proceeds from the secret realm would belong to the individuals, which directly drove those Beastmasters who came from poor families like Shiryu crazy. Taking a chance is a chance to change your destiny. It seems that the field combat assessment organized by the association will weed out a group of Beastmasters without potential, and then send the Beastmasters with potential to the ruins for further training. In this way, after a period of time, Pingxing will have a group of apprentice Beastmasters who are qualified to challenge the professional assessment. In a sense, the news of the appearance of the ruins alone has fully mobilized the enthusiasm of Pingxing's apprentice Beastmasters. In the past, not so many people signed up for field training. After a while, it was finally Shiryu's turn. There were 3 outdoor combat training locations in Pingxing, and the specific locations would be allocated according to the situation of the Beastmaster. There must be some easy and some difficult locations among the 3. Shiryu estimated that at his level, he would definitely not be able to get the most difficult one. Hello, your training test location is Tianmong Mountain. The training test will last for 3 days, starting on July 28th, which is 3 days from now, and ending on the 30th. Please arrive at the Tianmong Mountain training base before 9 a.m. on the 28th. If you are late, it will be considered as giving up, and the registration fee will not be refunded. The lady at the front desk said sweetly, "Please go to the lobby for details." "Thank you." Shiryu turned and left. The registration fee for one training session is 10,000 yuan, which is actually not expensive and is already a bargain. You should know that at each training location, the Beast Tamer Association has senior beast tamers who have eliminated dangerous factors in advance. And there will be a professional security team responsible for the safety of the trainees throughout the entire process. In order to enrich the training experience, the Beast Tamer Association will also transfer a large number of pets that are not available locally to help trainee beast tamers broaden their horizons. In addition, the rare resources in the training site have always been controlled at a full level. Trainees can obtain them freely. After coming out, they will share a certain proportion with the Beast Master Association. Therefore, as long as the beast tamer who is undergoing training is not too bad and has some ability, the registration fee can be recovered, and the more powerful ones can even make some money. Shiryu's goal this time is not to make a profit, but to avoid losses. Afterwards, Shiryu looked at the precautions for this training in the registration hall. In fact, there is nothing special to pay attention to, it just reminds the practitioners to bring some necessities with them. After paying a little attention, Shiryu returned home. There are still 3 days left before the so-called field combat experience assessment. Shiryu plans to just get through it normally. There is no need to train hard at the last minute, otherwise it will affect his condition. His purpose was only to train 11's actual combat ability so that its actual combat ability would not be out of line with its growth level, and by the way, to see if he could copy some rare skills, instead of killing everyone. If he wanted to be a big shot, he wouldn't be so anxious to sign up. With the 1 million yuan, he could develop steadily for half a year, and then he would have everything. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shiryu and his friends indeed spent these 3 days normally. 11 and green cotton worms are still the usual training content and food. Shiryu spends his days meditating and playing with his phone. The only thing worth mentioning is that during this period, Shiryu used the skill illustrations 3 more times. He taught silk twice and hardening once. Counting this way, including the previous time, 11 was probably taught by the skill atlas twice before reaching the standard of mastery level hardening. As for the blue-bellied worm, based on the mastery level silk, it was taught twice more by the illustrated book. With just 2 extra times, their skill proficiency naturally cannot reach the perfect level. As for their daily training, the relatively huge experience bar is naturally not enough. After this, Shiryu was thinking about a difficult math problem. If a pet has no basic knowledge of a skill, ignoring the amount of training it has, the skill illustration will teach it once, which is the entry level, teaching it twice, which is the proficient level, teaching it 4 times, which is the mastery level. So how many times of teaching should be required to reach the perfect level? 8 times or 16 times? This question is too difficult and I can't judge it. Shiryu gave up struggling and decided to wait and verify it himself. That morning, Shiryu got up very early and took a taxi because he had money. When he arrived at the street at the foot of the Tianmong Mountain training base, he found that a large number of beast tamers, most of whom were around 20 years old, gathered at the entrance. Shiryu. As soon as Shiryu arrived here, he heard someone calling him. He looked around and immediately saw a guy with dark circles under his eyes who looked like a ferret. As expected, you were here too. Chen Kai, an excellent student, said after class. I knew you would not miss this kind of thing. Shiryu. No, what's wrong with your dark circles? You're not really eating supplements as candy beans when you go back home? Chapter 37, Strange Creatures. Why are you here too? Shiryu raised his eyebrows and looked at Chen Kai. This guy is so weak. He couldn't even withstand 11 hits from the ice armor beast before. Why is he joining in the fun? What's wrong with me? Not only me, most of the students in my class came, and the teacher was quite encouraging. You know, after we left that day, the stone statue in the park exploded at night. It was really exciting. Can you be more exciting than me? Shiryu scratched his cheek. What else could he say? He couldn't just say that he was the one who talked so much, including the secret ruins. By the way, your training method is quite effective. My ice beast is already level 7. Chen Kai said to Shiryu with gratitude that only after he tried hard did he realize how great the potential of himself and the ice armor beast was. He had wanted to thank Shiryu for a long time. He had a feeling that Shiryu would definitely come for this training and assessment, so he paid attention to his surroundings in advance. Unexpectedly, he actually met him. All in all, this week was very fulfilling for him. I advise you to exercise moderation. Shiryu's face was dark. Your affairs have spread to all the pharmacies in Pingxing. Stop it. He didn't want to be the culprit who destroyed the country's flowers. Yes, I have control. Chen Kai raised his head and looked towards the sky. In short, this training and assessment depends on his performance. In order to find Shiryu, Chen Kai deliberately did not go there in advance with the classmates who came to participate in the training. On the way to the training base with Shiryu, Chen Kai said, I heard that there are 100 applicants in each batch at each training location. Our teacher Zhang revealed that only the top 20 in the assessment of each training base have the opportunity to enter the ruins. To be honest, I'm a little unsure. 1/5? That's not low. Shiryu walked beside him and said, "Don't worry, you're an excellent student." If it was a level 6 ice armor beast, it might be possible, but Shiryu didn't expect that Qin Kai really broke through by taking drugs. The current environment is too complicated. Qin Kai blushed and said, "MMP, what a bullshit top student." After seeing Shiryu's strength, he knew that he could only be impressive in school and could not compare with the beast masters outside. However, although he said he was unsure, Qin Kai still had a little confidence. Although his ice armor beast is only level 7, its strength is not weak. Isn't Shiryu's iron-eating beast's growth level lower? But its strength is just as outrageous. The growth level of an awakening pet does not mean anything at all. A level 10 green cottonworm, without any training, may not be as powerful as a local dog. This growth level is just a reference at most. The combat effectiveness is still tested on the beast master's training of the pet in all aspects. Otherwise, there is no need to organize any actual combat assessment. Everyone can just compare the levels directly. By the way, have you participated in similar activities before? Shiryu asked again. The school has organized one before, but the scale is definitely not comparable to this one. Qin Kai shook his head and said, "What about you?" First, that's right, you're a livestock major, so you definitely haven't participated in this before. Shiryu nodded. After traveling through time, this was indeed his first time to come to such a relatively dangerous place. At this moment, even his cells became excited unconsciously. Alas, it turns out that I am still a restless person. After a while, the two arrived at the interior of the training base. At this time, there were more than 50 beast masters who had arrived. Currently, these trainee beast masters with backpacks on their backs are chatting in groups of 3 or 4. In the distance, there were 5 beast masters wearing green camouflage uniforms communicating with each other. They seemed to be the ones in charge of this training. The surrounding environment was becoming more and more noisy. 11, who was sleeping soundly in the beast-taming space to gather his strength for a big fight, was fine. He couldn't feel anything. However, the green cotton worm in Shiryu's backpack was awakened from its sleep unconsciously and quickly took a breath from the gap in the backpack. Had the 2 girls from before arrived? Shiryu looked around and asked Qin Kai, pointing at Zhuangyu and Yu Jingjing. Qin Kai said, Yu Jingjing had an idea, but was persuaded by her parents. As for Wang Yu, her iron-eating beast can hardly catch a mouse, let alone participate in the training. Those who dare to sign up to participate in outdoor experience are actually considered warriors. After all, this experience is not completely without danger. So looking around, the proportion of girls is indeed not large. After all, even if we don't count those dangerous creatures, ordinary animals such as insects and snakes can still discourage a large number of people. Qin Kai, come here. What are you doing over there? As soon as Qin Kai finished speaking, a few people in the distance suddenly called him. Qin Kai quickly said to Shiryu, my classmate, I'll go over there first. See you later. Go ahead. Shiryu nodded. Afterwards, Qin Kai trotted over, and Shiryu continued to look around. He mainly observed the group of beast masters wearing camouflage uniforms, curious about their identities. Is he a beast tamer hired from a security company or transferred from the beast taming corps? The former are just workers, while the latter are more like soldiers on Earth. In fact, for ordinary people who come from poor families but want to become beast masters, joining the Beast Master Corps of the Beast Master Association is also a good choice. After passing all aspects of the review and entering the recruit training camp, the official will uniformly distribute pet cubs and then conduct closed-door training for the beast masters and pets. During this period, all expenses will be provided by the association. After the training, the officials can assign them jobs, such as guarding city walls or cleaning the fields. This method has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can help fulfill the dreams of some people who would not otherwise be able to become beast masters. The disadvantage is that one may lose some freedom, and obeying orders becomes their first responsibility, and the pet does not completely belong to them. This path was also considered by his predecessor at the time, but it was difficult for ordinary people to withstand such rigorous training, so Shiryu eventually gave up. Beep. Everyone be quiet. When Shiryu was observing his surroundings, in the distance, a middle-aged man with a square face took out a whistle and blew it vigorously. The loud noise immediately attracted the attention of all the trainee beast masters present. The time is up. Everyone present, please keep quiet and line up in an orderly manner to sign the safety responsibility letter. During this process, listen to me explain the precautions for this training assessment. First of all, I am Zhou Wanshan, the person in charge of this Tianmong Mountain training and assessment. Together with me, there are 4 other professional beast masters and a group of security personnel who are in charge of your training and assessment. I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Next, after you sign the safety responsibility agreement, we will give each of you a copy of the atlas. There are a large number of fierce beasts and rare resources in Tianmong Mountain. Their types are all recorded in this atlas and have corresponding points. Hunting fierce beasts and collecting rare resources are the ways for you to gain points and improve your assessment ranking. In addition, before you enter, we will distribute positioning and calling for help devices. We have arranged a large number of safety points inside Tianmong Mountain, and security personnel will be stationed there. If you encounter danger and want to give up the assessment, you can choose to call for help. At the same time, your spoils can also be handed over to the security personnel at the safe point midway, and they will be responsible for recording your achievements. What you need to do is to earn as many points as possible within 3 days. In the end, the top 20 Beast Masters will be granted access to the ruins. The instructor named Zhou Wanshan shouted at the top of his voice, making sure every trainee Beast Master heard the key points clearly. Behind him, other professional instructors looked at this group of new recruits with smiles on their faces, recalling the scenes of their first training. The average age is not that old, and there are a few who look pale and fat. Is that really okay? I also want to return to the trainee level. This ruins is so deceptive. Even high-level people are not allowed to enter. The instructors cursed loudly, wondering how such a good opportunity would be given to this group of pampered newcomers. Stop talking nonsense, don't slack off, do our job well, and don't let any casualties occur during this training. 5 professional Beast Masters, together with a group of security personnel and technical personnel, are responsible for all the tasks of this training and assessment. When they were evaluating this group of assessors, sure you had already signed the safety responsibility letter and received a wristwatch-like positioning and distress calling device, as well as a picture album. The function of the watch is very simple. Sure you wore it on his hand casually after learning a little about it. His focus was on this album. Sure you opened the first page of the album and found that it was about his old friend, the Earth Rat. Hunting one of these things will earn you 20 points. He continued to look through it, and it seemed that the lowest score was 20. This Earth Rat really had no face. But it is true that, except for the Earth Rat, other creatures like the red-crowned snake, the mantis, the man-eating grass, and the thorn monster only have a little more hunting points, but their names sound several times more difficult to deal with than the Earth Rat. As sure you turned to the last few pages of the Ferocious Beast catalog, he found that the ferocious beasts that appeared were becoming more and more outrageous. Name: Mad Python. Attribute: Water. Growth level: Awakening level 10. Racial level: Medium Extraordinary. Racial skills: Frenzy, Torrent Tail. Introduction: There are 2 of them living in Green Water Lake and Xiaomong Lake on the map. They are extremely dangerous and hunting is not recommended. Points: 4,000. Sure you. I don't recommend hunting. You give 4,000 points? That's equivalent to 200 Earth Rats. Complaints aside, sure you certainly understood that it was not recommended for weak Beast Masters to go hunting. It is specially marked as prey prepared for those Beast Masters who are confident in their own strength. Sure you continued to flip through a few pages and found several boss-type prey like the python marked in the atlas. To be honest, the frenzy skill of that mad python is pretty good. After using it, it can comprehensively increase strength and speed. The disadvantage is that it loses its sanity. But if you can reach perfect proficiency, you should be able to overcome your shortcomings, right? Berserker Iron Eater? The training base is all about wild play, and this kind of skill cannot be found in the breeding base in Icefield City. Sure you, who was still flipping through the album, suddenly stopped. He saw a strange creature. Name: Electric Slime. Attribute: Thunder. Growth level: Awakening level 10. Racial level: Medium Extraordinary. Racial skills: Multiplication, Discharge. Introduction: There are 3 of them living in the Magnetic Mountain area on the map. They are extremely dangerous and hunting is not recommended. Points: 4,000. Slime. Sure you thought that the training base was really fun. Just like the iron-eating beast was a unique creature of Dong Wang, the slime was a unique creature of other countries and did not exist in Dong Wang. In order to broaden the horizons of the Beast Masters, has the training base captured all these creatures to be used as bosses? Wait a minute, this multiplication. Sure you was suddenly attracted by the slime's skills again. If he remembered correctly, this multiplication was a skill that allowed him to control his body size at will. It can shrink or grow. When in a shrunken state, you can preserve your physical energy to the maximum extent and increase the speed of physical energy recovery. When you become giant, you will consume energy to the extreme, sacrifice speed in exchange for greater strength. This skill seems to be very suitable for 11. I just don't know if I can learn it. The size of the iron-eating beast is still too small, with an adult only 2 meters long. It's okay now, but if it faces those giant beasts that are dozens of meters long in the future, it will be a bit underwhelming. On the contrary, if he could learn this multiplication, sure you would immediately imagine a scene in his mind of a giant iron-eating beast tearing a giant dragon apart with its bare hands. Then, in the blink of an eye, he would see a small iron-eating beast cub being held in his hand. This skill is equivalent to allowing a pet to have three forms, namely a shrunken state that conserves physical strength and accelerates energy recovery, a normal state with both strength and speed, and a gigantic form with extreme enhanced strength. Chapter 38. Entering Tianmong Mountain. I want this multiplication. Slime is a muddy creature that can grow bigger or smaller, so the multiplication skill is only often seen on the slime family. There are very few other extraordinary creatures that have mastered the skill of multiplication, and it is very difficult to encounter them. So when Shiryu encountered the slime in the country this time, he had no intention of letting it go. Even monkeys can learn the laws of celestial phenomena, so it would be scientific for an iron-eating beast to learn how to multiply it. In short, this is a universal skill that is suitable for all pets to learn, so it is worth including it. Now everyone listen up. After looking through a bunch of creatures' inherent skills for a long time, Shiryu finally felt that the multiplication skill was not to be missed. At this time, Zhou Wanshan, the professional beast master in charge of the training, suddenly shouted, "The training will officially begin in half an hour. During this half hour, you can still go to the store next to the training base to replenish food and medicine. But once you enter Tianmong Mountain, you will not be able to come out within 3 days unless there are special circumstances. Anyway, everyone only has one backpack, and how much stuff can be put in it depends on the examinee's own arrangements." Sure, you had naturally prepared all the basic things, but they probably wouldn't last more than 3 days. He would have to find food himself after entering Tianmong Mountain. He also prepared a sleeping bag and a tool worm. At this time, Shiryu began to feel helpless. It would be great if the beast taming space could also hold other things. It would be troublesome without a space for equipment. By the way, is there space equipment in this world? This is a question worth thinking about. If there is one, I must find one in the future. We boys have to get what we want. JPG. By the way, the secret ruins in Pingcheng look like a large space device. It can even hold living things. Shiryu fell into deep thought. Shiryu. Just when Shiryu YY was wondering whether the secret ruins could also belong to him, Chen Kai suddenly came over again. Do you want to form a team? Do we want to form a team? Chen Kai Shuang asked. Our class is going to form a group to hunt pythons. My ice armor beast can control the enemy, and someone in my class has a thunder-type pet beast that can directly blast fish in the lake. Shiryu asked, can we form a team this time? How do we divide the spoils? Chen Kai said. Anyway, the examiner didn't ask for it, so it should be possible. Aren't there rare resources in the lakes around the mad python? There should be enough points. Shiryu shook his head and said, no, you guys go ahead. I have other goals. He felt that following this group of guys might not be as efficient as coming alone, and it would also be inconvenient. All right. Although Chen Kai wanted to team up with Shiryu, he couldn't help but feel regretful because his classmates had already agreed to act together. There is indeed no clear rule at the training base as to whether the examinees are allowed to form a team, but the only thing in common is that whether it is a lone ranger or some small teams, they are all eyeing those small bosses whose growth level is above level 9 and whose number is rare. If you get one of them, you might be able to secure a place in the top 20. Next, Shiryu went to the store to buy a pair of insulated gloves, and it didn't take long before he returned here again. It was still early before departure, so Shiryu simply continued to flip through the album. He had just flipped through the part about ferocious beasts and had not yet looked at the part about resources. Collecting resources also counted as points. Overall, it was similar to the training and assessment mode of previous years. Well, in addition to the section on ferocious beasts and resources, there are 2 pages at the end titled, One Little Trick for Survival in the Wild Every Day. Have you learned it? Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye half an hour had passed, and the person in charge of the training called everyone together again. The current time is 10 a.m. Everyone is free to set off from any of the 4 entrances. There is a blockade around Tianmong Mountain, with only 4 entrances and exits. The environment you enter through different entrances will be different. The beast masters present had studied the map carefully and had hunting targets in mind, so they had an idea of which way they should go. So, as soon as Zhou Wanshan finished speaking, the 100 apprentice beast masters immediately dispersed. At the same time, a certain number of sparrow-sized mechanical birds began to fly from the training base and the safe zone in the mountain and began to circle over Tianmong Mountain. Name mechanical bird. Attribute, mechanical. Racial level, low-level extraordinary. Racial skills, screen storage, acceleration. Introduction, artificial mechanical life, used for tracking, investigation, and monitoring. After the mechanical bird took off, the situations at various locations in Tianmong Mountain began to appear clearly on the large screens in the monitoring rooms of the training base and the various monitoring rooms in the safe zone. Especially those ferocious beasts with higher growth levels are the key monitoring targets. Doing so is not only to ensure the safety of the participants, but also to allow a more intuitive view of their performance. Watching the process is one of the few pleasures for these examiners. Wouldn't it be too boring to just wait for the results of the assessment? At the foot of Tianmong Mountain, a certain midway point is the entrance to the Sisan district. Shiryu and about 20 apprentice beastmasters chose to enter from here. As for Chun Kai and his team, they entered from another direction and prepared to form a group to hunt the python. 11. Come out. The outermost area of Tianmong Mountain must have been cleared, and there are basically no ferocious beasts roaming around, so most beastmasters choose to summon their pets here and let them protect them closely. The same goes for Shiryu. He has looked around and found that there are many rare spiritual plants on this mountain. There is no need to worry about 11 wasting his energy. He can let 11 eat while walking, and it should be possible to maintain basic energy consumption. At this moment, after coming out of the beast taming space, 11 looked around blankly. Is this the place? Where's the opponent? Where's the opponent? I'll take you to find it. Shiryu is still very confident in the strength of Xiaoshi Taizo. The ferocious beasts here can be said to be untrained wild creatures, and most of their combat capabilities may be somewhat inferior to those pets carefully cultivated by beastmasters. Although his little iron eater is only level 6, with skilled supervision, high-speed healing, and mastery-level hardening, it should be no problem for him to be at the top of the food chain. As long as they don't encounter a group of ferocious beasts, they are invincible. 11 waved his hand and followed Shiryu. Shiryu added, by the way, pay attention to your surroundings. Unlike vision, the sense of smell of the iron-eating beast is very sensitive, and 11, who has mastered supervision, has strong vision and smell. With this protection, they can basically rest assured that they will not encounter any sudden danger. Then, it's time for 11 to train, and the final destination is the magnetic mountain area, the electric slime. After a short delay in summoning his pet, Shiryu headed towards the Sisan area with a clear goal. He glanced at the map in the atlas. If he wanted to reach the magnetic mountain area, he would first have to cross the wild boar forest. The wild boar forest is home to a ferocious beast called the long-spiked boar. It is extremely powerful, looks ferocious, has sharp fangs, thick skin and flesh, and is covered with hedgehog-like spikes that can defend against attacks. Its meat is delicious and juicy. It is a medium-level extraordinary creature that would scare children to tears when they see it. Shiryu was also still young, and tears couldn't help but flow from the corners of his mouth. According to the atlas, the average growth level of the long-spined boars in the wild boar forest is at the 6th level of awakening, and they are considered the backbone beasts of this training session. The thorny boars are not easy creatures to mess with. They have strong combat power, so their points are not low. However, the more this is the case, the happier Shiryu is. 11. I'll take you pig hunting. Hey. Wild boar forest. The spiny boar is a gregarious supernatural creature, but in most cases, they forage separately in a fixed environment, which gives animal masters an opportunity to take advantage of them. Dealing with a group of wild boars would definitely be a headache, but when it comes to dealing with a single one, most of the beast masters taking part in the assessment should have some confidence. Shiryu and Shi passed through a jungle trail and came to the wild boar forest. During the journey, they encountered some other creatures, but they were all like the earth rat, which were worth dozens of points. Shiryu was not interested in them at all. It was too troublesome to carry a bunch of burdens along for a few tens of points. There were even creatures that did not give points, such as the green cottonworm, and Shiryu was even more unwilling to take a second look at them. Found it. As soon as he arrived near the wild boar forest, Shiryu found a long-spined wild boar foraging on the edge. Name long-spined wild boar. Attribute: Earth. Racial level: medium extraordinary. Racial skills: petrified fangs. Introduction: it evolved from a wild boar and is good at pig dash. It has great strength and its fangs can petrify enemies when they hit. Humph. 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 Not only did Shiryu and his team discover the long-spined wild boar, but the wild boar also discovered Shiryu and his team. The natural enemies of the spiny boar include wolves, bears, leopards, birds of prey, and other ferocious beasts, so they must be alert to any sudden attacks. They are very clever, ferocious, and vigilant. At this moment, sensing danger, it raised its head. The long thorns on its body suddenly protruded, and it made a warning sound from its mouth. Wild boars, who often live in the wild, are aware that they may be targeted by hunters. It looked around cautiously, but when it saw the skinny Shiryu and the smaller iron-eating beast cub 11, it was stunned. That's it. The long-spined boar couldn't help but shed tears of fear at the corners of its mouth. Wild boars are omnivorous animals that eat both plants and meat. For the long-spined boar at this moment, it just felt like the polarity had suddenly reversed. The hunter is actually me. The food was delivered to your door. Chapter 39. wild boar killer. Aha. Ahaha. When the spiny boar saw Shiryu and Shuri, it even decided which part of them to eat first. Its saliva flowed from the corners of its mouth, there was light in its pupils, and its strong and powerful limbs stomped the ground restlessly. Pigs are rushing forward. This is not a skill, but a simple rush. The thorny boar first locked onto the unknown bear-like cub that might pose a greater threat to itself, and charged at it savagely with its fangs raised. Be careful not to let its fangs touch your body, or you will be petrified. In addition, its main attack method is to charge forward. Shiryu used telepathy to give 11 a simple instruction, and immediately retreated to a tree to watch the show. This wild boar was nearly 2 meters long, a big guy compared to 11 who was nearly 1 meter tall. As it rushed towards him, 11 experienced a completely different feeling from his previous battle against the ice armor beast. The sprint speed of the spiny boar is no slower than that of the ice beast, and in terms of strength and physique, it is even more threatening. For 11 a week ago, perhaps he could only harden his whole body to resist or dodge hastily, but now, 11 stood on 2 legs, with his black and white hair swaying in the wind. He was extremely focused, and his pupils flashed a light. Intermediate skill, supervision. With skilled supervision, 11's visual ability is enhanced to the limit, and his dynamic vision is beyond imagination. At this moment, in its eyes, it seemed as if the whole world had slowed down. The pig's charge and petrifying fangs attack, which had originally seemed so fierce, suddenly slowed down many times in 11's eyes. The line of sight can clearly capture the enemy, so 11 naturally has more time to react. Bang! Because the long-spined boar's movements are mainly based on charging, it is difficult for it to change direction while moving. By taking advantage of this, it is actually very easy to dodge attacks and then counterattack. As the wild boar charged towards him, 11 simply dodged it by leaning sideways. Where's the prey? The wild boar was extremely confused after sensing that its prey had disappeared from its sight and that it had missed its target. The next moment, the small iron beast that dodged sideways reacted extremely quickly and launched a counterattack. After all, it had been practicing the attack mode of the long-spined wild boar in its mind since it saw it. At this moment, its bare paw was instantly hardened and covered, and it directly slapped the long-spined wild boar that passed by. Click. The hardened bare paw came into contact with the long thorns on the wild boar, and the thorns broke immediately. Then, a huge impact force came from the side, making the long-thorned wild boar feel as if its body was turned upside down, and it felt something was wrong. Vomit. With a painful howl, under the inertia of the wild boar's charge and the impact of 11, the huge long-spined wild boar actually rolled directly to the diagonal direction. After being knocked over, the wild boar rolled over on the ground in a daze. The pain made it unable to stand up. It looked terrified. The food hit people. 11. Finishing off the enemy. As an excellent animal tamer, Shiryu always teaches his pets some excellent qualities. At his command, 11 immediately changed to all fours, took a step with his left front foot and right hind foot at the same time, and charged towards the wild boar with an inward-facing stance, which looked even more fierce than the boar's previous charge. Harden, head, hit. Using the force of the sprint, 11 directly hardened his head and came into close contact with the wild boar's head. With a bang, the wild boar's eyes turned white and it fainted completely. Green cotton worm, tie it up. Shiryu opened the zipper of his backpack, and a small green insect came out reluctantly, using its silk to tie up the huge wild boar. Soon, a long-spined wild boar with a growth level of 7 and a value of 350 points was easily hunted by Shiryu and his team. Sure enough, their combat effectiveness is not on the same level. Shiryu looked at the long-spined wild boar tied up with white silk threads and gained a new understanding of 11's fighting ability. It seems, the only ones that can pose a threat to 11 in this state are probably those small bosses with a growth level of 10. A long-thorned boar like this with a single attack mode can be directly suppressed to death by supervision and hardening. However, if it was Shinkai's ice armor beast, Shiryu felt that even if he could win in a one-on-one fight, it would take a lot of effort. Ado. At this time, 11 was in joy of defeating the wild boar. Shiryu bent down, picked up one end of the silk thread and threw it to 11. Your favorite training session is here. Drag your loot along and carry the weight. 11. Sigma, surprised face, winky face. 11 thought that defeating the spiny boar was the end of the matter, but he never expected that the boar's body could be used as a training prop. As expected of his beast master, he is so thoughtful. 11 excitedly grabbed the silk and dragged the wild boar with a boom sound, with an expectant look on his face, curious about what was waiting for him ahead. We continue to go deeper. After confirming the fighting power of the long-spined wild boar, Shiryu confidently took 11 into the wild boar forest and planned to cross it. It was at this time that a staff member who was browsing the surveillance footage in the monitoring room of the nearest safe zone suddenly noticed something was wrong, and he quickly zoomed in on a surveillance screen. Brothers, someone has opened a shop here. An apprentice beastmaster has killed a long-spined boar and entered the wild boar forest alone. Are you alone? The security personnel around him immediately leaned over to look when they heard his words. In the overhead view from the mechanical bird, a young iron-eating beast was dragging the body of a spiny boar with a white rope, following Shiryu. A man and a beast, with their skills and courage, entered the wild boar forest, which was marked as dangerous on the map. That iron-eating beast, judging from its size, it seems to be a cub. Its growth level should not exceed level 7. How did it easily defeat the long-spined boar? The reason why it is said to be relaxing is that 11 is now dragging the wild boar leisurely. If it is a hard-fought victory, the first thing Shiryu and his team should do is to take the relatively safe road marked on the map, enter the safe zone, convert the wild boar into points, and take a rest, instead of dragging a wild boar deep into its territory. I didn't see it. Let's watch the replay tonight, said the security officer who first noticed Shiryu and his group. With so many scenes, how could he notice Shiryu and the others at the beginning? Keep a close eye on him first. It's dangerous for a person to enter the wild boar forest. But as long as they are smart and can climb trees, the thorny wild boars can't hurt them, said a security guard. Shiryu and his group were the group of examinees who achieved significant results the fastest, which resulted in them immediately receiving special attention from the security personnel of the nearest safe zone. Soon, under their attention, Shiryu went deep into the wild boar forest and secretly found several long-spined wild boars gathered together. Hiding behind a tree in the distance, Shiryu and Shi looked at the 4 wild boars foraging in the woods ahead with different expressions on their faces. Shiryu was wondering whether 11 could fight 4 people alone. Shusher Taiho was wondering why Shiryu didn't let him charge. 11, do you want to give it a try? You have mastery level hardening, so you can fight while your whole body is hardened. They shouldn't be a threat to you. With the mastery level hardening and supervision, Shiryu felt that there would be no problem. After all, this wild boar had simple movements and a low growth level. 11's wild nature also came out. 1 vs 4. Sounds so exciting. Okay, King Mianchong and I will cheer you on behind the tree. It all depends on you. Shiryu encouraged. 11 is discouraged. Okay. Next, 11 put down the wild boar trophy he was dragging, left Shiryu and the others, and walked towards the group of long-spined wild boars alone. Fuck, how dare they do that? This action immediately caused the security personnel in the monitoring room of the safe zone who were keeping an eye on Shiryu to shout out. His shout once again attracted the attention of other security personnel in the room. What's wrong? The trainee beastmaster with the little iron-eating beast, his iron-eating beast rushed towards the 4 long-spiked wild boars alone. What? You feel so proud after defeating one. The group of security personnel looked over in surprise, wondering how could there be such a suicidal examinee. Even if it is a level 10 pet, it would be difficult to face 4 thorny boars alone. Next, under their surveillance, 11 walked into the perception range of the 4 spiny boars. Ahu. Humph. 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 There was an unknown creature approaching, a bear-like creature that looked like its natural enemy. The 4 wild boars immediately looked wary. However, after discovering that 11 were just tiny cubs less than 1 meter tall, their hearts immediately changed, just like the spiny boar just now. What's going on? Where did this guy come from? Is he here to serve as a snack for them? The 4 wild boars were still in the observation stage, and at this moment, something unexpected happened to them. The little iron-eating beast in the distance suddenly stretched out its 2 hands, opened its mouth, and made a provocative face. A little bit. 11 tactical taunts. What the hell? The security personnel were even more shocked. Seeking great death? Ahu. Humph. 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 4 wild boars charged at the same time, stabbing 11 with their sharp fangs. Since the 4 wild boars were charging towards him from different directions, 11's supervision had not yet reached the 360 degrees level without blind spots, so he did not dare to be careless and his whole body hardened. In an instant, the metallic luster spread all over its body. The black hair part has an extremely deep metallic texture, and the white hair part is hardened and shines like silver. After completing the arming, 11 let out a roar, and used the same method he used to fight the previous wild boar. He just turned sideways and smashed the first wild boar that approached him away. The next second, the second wild boar hit 11's body, but this thorny boar only felt like it had hit a large piece of steel. It didn't know what the enemy felt, it only knew that its fangs seemed to be shattered. The second wild boar screamed, and 11, who was accidentally hit, was definitely not injured. The opponent did not even break its defense, but only caused some insignificant soil to appear on the hardened part. However, the huge impact force still caused 11 to stagger and his body was pushed out a little. Because of being hit, 11's wildness was aroused, his expression was extremely ferocious, and he rushed directly towards the wild boar next to him, knocking it over with one collision. Then, It looked for the remaining enemies with a fierce look. As for the remaining two spiny boars, they were far away at the beginning and failed to contact 11 in the first time, resulting in the battle range being occupied by the first two wild boars. During this process, they clearly saw how their two companions were knocked down by this little guy who suddenly turned into a lump of steel. At this moment, they had no intention of continuing to fight. Creatures in the wild are very realistic. Unless they are faced with a dead end, their first reaction when encountering a strong enemy is definitely to run away. However, 11 did not intend to give them a chance to escape. He locked onto a long-spined wild boar that turned around and charged towards it fearlessly, scaring the wild boar so much that it screamed and jumped up while running away. Fuck. This is the third time someone has said, "Oh shit," in the security zone's monitoring room. The four security guards surrounding the surveillance screen looked at the screen in disbelief and rubbed their eyes hard. Wait, they read that right? A young iron-eating beast faced four wild boars. It knocked down two of them in two fights, and then chased after the other two who fled in panic? A real wild boar killer. Mastery level hardening? Who is this examiner? A security guard suddenly asked with a serious expression. Chapter 40. Temporary First. Mastery level skills. This is obviously unscientific for a cub of the iron-eating beast that looks only 2 years old. Iron-eating beasts are not pets that like to be trained, so generally their skill proficiency is not very high. In battle, they mostly rely on their excellent physical fitness to defeat their opponents rather than relying on skills. Even if this iron-eating beast started training since its mother's womb, it is too outrageous. It would be fine if it was an adult iron-eating beast, but the key is that it is a cub. Sure, you. It seems to be this name. Do you know him? I remember you studied at Juaisher Martial Arts School. Is he from your school? A person nearby took out a list and asked the security guard, who asked who Shiryu was. I don't know. I haven't heard of him, said the security guard. Several people looked at each other. So, what was going on with Shiryu and this little iron-eating beast? Green worm. At this moment, a scene that made several people feel upset appeared on the screen again. On Shiryu's side, 11 had successfully defeated all four Longthorn wild boars. At this time, it was the turn of the green cotton worm to take action. It crawled out of Shiryu's backpack and spit out silk with all its strength to tie up the wild boars. Isn't he an apprentice beast master? Why does he have a second pet? Seeing the green moth, they were even more surprised. Maybe there is no contract and they are simply kept as extras? It's not that there haven't been beast masters who have done this before, but for the average beast master, it is too difficult. It's fine to raise it as a pet like a cat or a dog, but if you want to train it into a combat pet that understands commands and is willing to fight, it's very difficult without a contract, which is probably equivalent to the difference between a pet dog and a police dog. In other words, Shiryu has the gift of telepathy, which allows the green cotton worm to understand what he means to a certain extent. Otherwise, this green cotton worm would definitely not be as obedient as it is now. This examiner is amazing. Not only does he have such a strong iron-eating beast cub, he even raises an extra green cotton worm. I think the silk of this green cotton worm is of a high level. It is inevitable that it will evolve into a wind crystal butterfly. Brothers, let's bet on a cigarette. I bet they can rank in the top 3 in this assessment. The security personnel in the security zone monitoring room started talking noisily. All right. Don't worry about him for now. Someone is already injured. But soon, the discussion stopped and several people were scolded by a serious security guard. Now is the working stage, and we cannot focus all our attention on Shiryu. It is good to know that Shiryu is not seeking death. Other beastmasters also need a certain amount of attention. Look. Although the training has just begun, some beastmasters and pets are already injured, so they have to deal with them quickly. Wild Boar Forest. What a great harvest. Shiryu and the others didn't know that their achievements had been noticed by some security personnel. At this moment, he was happily looking at the long-spined wild boars tied together. He was in a good mood. Very good, he got 1,750 points. It doesn't seem that difficult to get these points. Compared to points, Shiryu was more greedy for the meat of the wild boar. He had once had the good fortune to eat wild boar meat fried with peppers in the canteen of the Bingyuan City breeding base. He wondered how it would taste if he prepared it himself. Speaking of which, the spoils of war should be edible. Shiryu looked at 11, who shook his head. Oh, I don't know, don't ask it. It is only responsible for fighting and has no interest in wild boar meat. Rather than wild boar meat, it was more concerned about the bamboo shoots in Shiryu's backpack. Gurgle. After the battle, 11's stomach started to growl. Although it looks very fierce, it is a cub after all, and fighting like this will consume a lot of energy. I know. Shiryu took out 2 pieces of cut bamboo shoots and threw them to 11. At the same time, Shiryu also put the green cotton worm on the tree trunk and said, "Go find some leaves to deal with it first. It seems that there are no spiritual plants in this wild boar forest." The green cotton worm has spit out so much silk, it must be as exhausted as 11. Green worm. Shiryu and his team rested there for about 20 minutes before continuing to go deeper. This time, dragging 5 long-spined wild boars was a bit difficult even for 11. Shiryu Xiong happily lent a hand, thinking of it as a way to exercise himself. Next, they had to continue traveling through the wild boar forest to reach the nearest safe zone. Then, after passing that safe zone, you can head to the mythical area where the electric slimes are. In the front, Shiryu and Shi were pulling 2 ropes made of insect silk, while Qing Mian Chong was lying in the backpack at the back to replenish his strength, because there might be wild boars that he needed to tie up later. After walking for about 5 more minutes, 11 suddenly stopped. Are there wild boars? Shiryu asked. 11 o'clock nodded. Then, Shiryu heard a noisy sound not far away. However, when he heard this voice, Shiryu had a strange expression on his face. The sound was similar to the scream of a wild boar, but not exactly the same. Instead, it sounded more like a human scream. Ah! Run, there is a tree ahead. Run up the tree. Fuck. How come 10 thorny wild boars suddenly appeared? How can we fight them? Soon, Shiryu saw clearly that it was a group of wild boars chasing 2 people. Next to the 2 people, there was an ice dog at level 6 and a snow marten at level 7 running together. Using terrain and skills, the ice dogs and snow martens would occasionally disrupt the speed of the wild boar herd, creating opportunities for their own evacuation. As for the long-spined boars behind, their average level is above level 6, so a 2 vs 10 battle would be very difficult. After all, these 2 pets are not level 11. No wonder the 2 beastmasters would run away frantically. They didn't dare to face such a large group of thorny wild boars, but they didn't want to give up the assessment and ask for help, so they could only run away and see. The big trees nearby are very thick, and the wild boar cannot knock them down in a short time. As long as it climbs up the tree, the wild boar will be helpless. Wait, there seems to be someone ahead. A beastmaster who was running suddenly saw Shiryu in front of him. Ahaha. Hum. Not only them, but the group of wild boars also smelled the scent of their companions. 10 at once. Shiryu and Shi were standing there. Shiryu was calculating Shi's chance of winning against 10 long-thorned wild boars. Normally, a thorny boar cannot break 11's defense while his whole body is in a hardened state. Even if it is broken, it can still heal at a high speed. So what is being tested is 11's physical strength. Forget it. What are you estimating? Shiryu quickly shook his head, because this group of realistic wild boars, after seeing their companions lying on the ground in a pile in the distance, simply turned around and ran away without saying a word, with no intention of fighting at all. Ahaha. Hum. Slipped away. In the back, a group of wild boars fled in all directions, leaving the 2 trainee beastmasters, the ice dog, and the snow marten who were being chased stunned. Run away? Don't chase him anymore? Then, they saw Shiryu and Xiao Shirtai's show slowly approaching with 5 long-spined wild boar trophies. The scene is extremely spectacular. Oh my god. The ice dog's beastmaster exclaimed, and looked at the spoils that Shiryu was dragging in disbelief. He had some impression of Shiryu. They entered Tianmong Mountain from the same entrance. It had only been a short while, so what was going on with the bunch of thorny wild boars behind Shiryu? At this time, the beastmaster of the snow marten also knew why the group of long-spined wild boars ran away, because Shiryu and his group, who were dragging a group of long-spined wild boars, had a particularly strong aura, not to mention the wild boars. Even he was startled. If you want to find a lone spiny boar, go to the outskirts, don't go deep into the forest. After Shiryu passed by them, he casually reminded them and continued on his way with Shi, dragging a bunch of long-spined wild boars. Got it. Thank you, big boss. The 2 men hurriedly thanked him, but after being chased by the wild boar, they had no intention of hunting for the time being and planned to go to a safe area to rest first. After taking a breath, they chose to follow Shiryu from a distance. After all, the path Shiryu took was the one that allowed them to cross the forest and reach the safe zone in the wild boar forest. Next, because they were dragging 5 long-spined boar trophies, the wild long-spined boars completely regarded Shiryu and his group as top hunters. Even though Shiryu and 11 looked easy to bully, no wild boar dared to approach them. While dragging so many spiny boars, Shiryu had no intention of actively looking for trouble with them for the time being. It was almost afternoon now, and he had not had time to eat lunch yet. He might as well go directly to the safe area to place the wild boars. After spending some more time, Shiryu and his friends finally arrived at a small safe area surrounded by a fence made of wood and thorns, which looked like a small village. When Shiryu arrived here, there were already 5 or 6 people here. It was unclear whether they came through the wild boar forest or took other safer roads. There were no extra houses in the safe zone, only a monitoring room and a medical room, so the examinees could only sit under the straw hut outside for a short rest. At this time, half of the examinees who were sitting outside to rest looked normal, but the other half were all covered in dust and dirt. Sure, you also saw a young man with red clothes and a white bandage on his arm. Was he attacked by a wild boar? There's also a beast master with scabs on his face. The scabs look a lot like scars. Shit, was he disfigured by a mantis and then healed? Because of the existence of healing pets, as long as the examinee does not die on the spot, the chances of being saved are still very high. Having said that, Shiryu subconsciously swallowed his saliva after seeing the 2 or 3 beast masters with bandages on their bodies. That's so sad. Don't scare him. Shiryu felt that this group of wounded soldiers was discouraging him from continuing to hunt the level 10 boss. When Shiryu entered here and glanced at the group of examinees who had arrived at the safe zone, the examinees were also paying attention to Shiryu who had just entered. When the 6 people saw Shiryu and Xiao Shirtai's Ho dragging 5 long-spined wild boars in, their eyes immediately widened, as if they had seen something unbelievable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did they count correctly? 5? After looking carefully again, they were sure that Shiryu was the only one who came in at this time. In other words, Shiryu hunted 5 spiny boars alone? Where did this great god come from? Although the long-spined wild boar is not the most powerful beast in Tianmong Mountain, hunting 5 of them in a row in one breath is not something that everyone can do easily. After all, pet animals have limited physical strength, and not much time has passed. You were here at last. At this time, a security guard in a blue uniform came out of the monitoring room and said, "We have been keeping an eye on you for a long time. You are a very strong iron-eating beast. Do you want to register your points? I'll help you." Shiryu looked over, nodded and said, "Well, please register for me. By the way, can I eat this wild boar?" The security guard was stunned. "How do you want to eat? Roasted wild boar? I advise you not to eat it. The meat of the wild boar is delicious, but it has to go through many processes." Shiryu was very disappointed, so he could only eat the braised beef instant noodles in his backpack? I wanted to have a good meal in the afternoon and copy the multiplication skill. Tianmong Mountain Training Base. Main Control Room. Unlike Tianmong Mountain, where each safety zone only needs to monitor the situation within a fixed range, here we have to pay attention to the situation of the entire Tianmong Mountain. So the control over the situation of individual assessors is not very adequate. However, by watching the points uploaded in real time from the safe zone, the 5 professional beast masters here can quickly tell which player performed well. Currently, the big screen shows that the person with the highest points is a trainee beast master named Xie with 1,500 points. Not long after he entered Tianmong Mountain, he successfully hunted a rockback lizard with a growth level of 9 and has maintained the first place in points for a long time. At this time, the points finally changed again, and the name Shiryu suddenly jumped to the first place with 1,750 points. Chapter 41, The Thunder Cultivation Route of the Iron-Eating Beast. Yo-ho, the first place has finally been changed. In the main monitoring room, 5 professional beast masters were enjoying the air conditioning and commenting on the re-time scores. They are not directly responsible for security work, and the rescue of assessees is generally the responsibility of the personnel of the security companies. It seems that they hunted 5 long-spined wild boars. Wow, they look like a very energetic beast master and pet combination. After a brief comment, they changed the subject and did not pay too much attention to this change. After all, only a few hours had passed, and it was still a long time before the assessment was over. Professional beastmasters are undoubtedly beastmasters who own extraordinary pets, but those security personnel who have not passed the professional assessment may not necessarily lack extraordinary combat power. The Beast Tamer's beast taming space reaches level 2, the space crystal wall changes from colorless to gray, and the pet's growth level reaches the extraordinary level. These are the basic conditions for participating in the professional assessment. The so-called professional beastmasters are elites selected from among the beastmasters who meet this condition. They must be excellent in theoretical knowledge, wilderness survival, and practical combat ability. Therefore, these beastmasters who are qualified to take the professional assessment but fail to pass it are not necessarily as good as most trainee beastmasters. Compared with the trainee title, the title of semi-professional beastmaster is more suitable for them. For example, Yin Chi, one of the security personnel this time, is a semi-professional beastmaster. His own level is high enough, and the level of his pet is also high enough, but he just didn't pass the professional assessment and couldn't beat others, which resulted in him not getting the certificate. Yin Chi was a native of Pingxing. His initial pet was an iron-eating beast. He had studied at the Zhushi Martial Arts School, the base camp of the iron-eating beast, so he had a relatively good understanding of the iron-eating beast. The moment he saw Shiryu's iron-eating beast's performance through the surveillance, he realized that Shiryu and 11 were not simple. He had been in Zhushi Martial Arts School, the base camp of the iron-eating beasts, for so long, but he had never seen an iron-eating beast that had mastered the mastery level of hardening as a cub. This was outrageous. You know, his iron-eating beasts are all extraordinary level, and they have been cultivated for 5 or 6 years, and their current hardening proficiency level has just reached the mastery level not long ago. In short, Shiryu was definitely not a simple person. Out of curiosity, during his shift break, he used his personal cell phone to call Zhushi Martial Arts School and found Master Lin, who was teaching in the school. Master Lin, do you remember me? I'm Xiaoqi, the Yinqi nicknamed Little Bear. The person on the other end of the phone asked, that Little Bear Yinqi who took the 2-year professional assessment but failed and went to work at a security company? It hurts. Yinqi smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, I brought shame to our Zhushi Martial Arts School. Master Lin, I am currently in charge of security at the Tianmong Mountain training base, and I met a very interesting beast master. His iron-eating beast is only about 2 years old, but he has mastered the hardening at the master level. This is outrageous. Is he the new junior brother of our Zhushi Martial Arts School? I really don't have any impression of him, and I haven't heard of him from anyone, so I called to ask you. By the way, his name is Shiryu. Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts School. In a very elegant house with mountains and water, a middle-aged man with a meticulous expression fell silent for a moment. A 2-year-old iron-eating beast with mastery-level hardening? Is Yinqi sure he is not joking? How is that possible? It can be said that all the iron-eating beasts in the entire Icefield City come from the iron bamboo breeding base. If there is an iron-eating beast with such great talent, there is no way he would not know about it. What did you say his name was? Shiryu. Call me Shiryu. Shiryu. Is it him? Lin Hongyan remembered that a few days ago, Dr. Liu from the ancient capital university came to visit him at Zhushi Martial Arts School. The other party seemed to be asking me to help train a distant relative. Is that relative called Shiryu? Because Shiryu's original pet was an iron-eating beast, it found himself. In addition, he was given a high-level resource obtained from the ruins as a reward. Regarding Shiryu, Lin Hongyan also investigated the pet collection situation at the Taiju breeding base. The result of the investigation was Shiryu's information was very ordinary. His pets were all bought with loans. He was a native of Pingqing. He had no idea how Shiryu was related to Lu Qingyi, who was considered a favored girl across the country. However, he couldn't refuse the favor of Dr. Liu, especially since the other party also gave him a valuable reward. The iron-eating beast that Shiryu received is only a little over 1 year old. Besides, he has only had the beast for no more than a month, right? Mastery level hardening? Lin Hongyan discovered the misunderstanding and his expression became serious. Did Dr. Liu help him cultivate it using a special method? Otherwise, Lin Hongyan couldn't figure out how an apprentice beast master could cultivate the racial skills of a young iron-eating beast to the mastery level in such a short time. Maybe Lu Qingyi gave Shiryu some rare cultivation resources. Master Lin. After noticing that there had been no sound on the other end of the phone for a long time, Yinqi spoke again. Yinqi, you mean that Shiryu is training in Tianmong Mountain, right? Yes, I understand. Got it? So is he an apprentice of our Zhushi Martial Arts School? Lin Hongyan said, not yet, but maybe later. Oh, by the way, since his Iron Eater's hardening has reached the mastery level, and he happens to be in Tianmong Mountain, and you are there too, why don't you guide him to the Sison district so that he can mainly train there, and even lay the foundation for learning martial arts skills in advance? Yinqi hasn't reacted yet. Damn it, what the hell is going on? They are teaching me martial arts skills before I even get started? He was jealous. Safe zone. Shiryu finished his instant noodles and ate 2 sausages, and he was barely not hungry. After he prepared to take a rest, he headed straight to the magnetic mountain area to play with the electric slime. As for the 5 wild boars, they no longer had to be dragged along and could be left here. Shiryu. When Shiryu was quietly meditating and resting in the corner of the hut, the security guard who was responsible for registering his points came over again. What's wrong? Shiryu opened his eyes and turned to look at the other person. Yinqi laughed and said, nothing much, just acquaintance. My name is Yinqi. Are you going to go hunting again this afternoon? Shiryu nodded. Then I suggest you go to your Sison area. There is a kind of electrical ore there, which is considered a first-class energy iron or resource and is one of the food items of the iron-eating beast. Electric iron ore? Shiryu recalled that this did seem to be a recommended food in the iron-eating beast breeding manual, but the recommendation priority was not very high. Compared to iron bamboo, it does not have much effect on hardening skills and self-growth. At most, it can keep you full and not hungry. Come with me. Yinqi called Shiryu and planned to go to a relatively open place to talk. What does this guy want to do? Shiryu was stunned and followed him, deciding to see what the security guard was up to. I am actually an apprentice of Zhushi Martial Arts School, and my initial pet is also an iron-eating beast. By the way, do you know what the 2 mysteries of Zhushi Martial Arts School are? After leaving the straw hut, Yin-Chi spoke. I remember there was a skill called Thunder Palm and a skill called Cannon Fist, right? Sure you recalled. It turns out that this guy is an apprentice of Zhueshi martial arts school. No wonder he is so interested in me and the Iron-Eating Beast. The Iron-Eating Beasts taught at Zhueshi martial arts school are famous for their ability to control fire and lightning. Their unique skills are Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. Sure Yu is of course aware of this. After all, he still has to go to the martial arts school to study later. Yes, it's the Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. With special training methods, the Iron-Eating Beast has a chance to awaken the ability to control fire and lightning. For example, if you want to control lightning, one of the basics is to have the Iron-Eating Beast eat some metal minerals with electrical properties, such as electric ore. Why are you telling me this? If a pet wants to master some skills beyond its race, it must be trained specifically. Food is a very important part of this, and sure Yu is aware of this. However, simply eating electric ore is definitely not enough, otherwise it would not have become the unique skill secret of Zhueshi martial arts school. Even if the evolution process from green cottonworm to goddess of light butterfly is not as complicated, it is impossible that only one kind of food is enough. I heard from Master Lin of Zhueshi martial arts school that you might go to study at the school in the future, so I just wanted to say hello to you in advance. The minimum requirement for consuming electric ore is that the hardening of the Iron-Eating Beast reaches the proficient level. Your Iron-Eating Beast has already reached the proficient level, so it will definitely not be a problem for it to perfectly absorb the nutrients of the electric ore. If you plan to study at Zhueshi martial arts school, the most suitable training environment for you in Tianmong Mountain is the Sison area. There are many electrical mines and lightning creatures there. Eating electric ore will allow your body to be constantly attacked by lightning. This is actually the basic training for mastering the skill Thunder Palm. I think you can get in touch with it in advance. Skill, Thunder Palm. Skill level, intermediate. Introduction, a lightning skill that gathers high-intensity electric current on the palm, making the palm as powerful as a sharp blade with a paralyzing effect. Yin-Chi said with a smile, but he sighed in his heart, because even though his Iron-Eating Beast was at the extraordinary level, it had not yet successfully mastered the Thunder Palm. He could only make a tiny electric current linger on his palm, which could not form a skill at all. If he could master the Thunder Palm, he would have passed the professional assessment long ago. The Thunder Palm alone is powerful enough, if it is a combination of hardening and Thunder Palm. Yin-Chi is envious of the power. Is that so? Thank you. Sure you didn't expect that before he even visited Zhueshi martial arts school, an apprentice from the school already knew him. Is this the first instruction from Master Lin? He had originally planned to go to the Sison district to copy the multiplication skill, but now it seems that there are other reasons why he must go. Speaking of eating. Sure you felt that the electric mines in the Sison area could not be exchanged for points. If 11's actual combat and training intensity were too high in the next 3 days, they would probably all end up in 11's stomach. Chapter 42, Electric Mine. Little Bear Yin-Chi didn't chat with Shiryu for too long. After all, he still had work to do. 11, let me take you to eat something delicious. In the afternoon, Shiryu called 11 out from the beast taming space again. The fatigue caused by fighting and traveling in the morning was almost fully recovered after just a short nap in the beast taming space. This is the power of the beast taming space. As for Shiryu, after a short rest, he felt quite energetic. With a new goal, Shiryu didn't want to delay any longer and planned to continue his journey with 11. In the outside world, 11's figure slowly emerged. When it heard the word eat, it subconsciously wiped its mouth with its arm. Because of the skill illustrations, Shiryu's physique should be better than other beast masters of the same level. When he was ready to set off again, the other examinees, whether they arrived at the safe zone earlier or later, were still resting. When these people saw Shiryu and Xiao Shitai's Ho leaving the safe zone, they looked at each other. Didn't they just hunt 5 long-spined wild boars in the morning? I went hunting again in the blink of an eye. How is your liver? If Chen Kai were here, he would definitely say, you are worthy of being my idol. You are truly role models of our generation. Magnetical area. This is actually a mountain covered with a special electromagnetic field. The special environment has given rise to many magnetic ores called electric ores. Electric mines are very dangerous and can suddenly discharge electricity, but this type of electricity is also a favorite snack for many lightning creatures. The map in the atlas indicates that the Sison area is one of the most dangerous areas in Tianmong Mountain, where level 10 ferocious beasts live. Moreover, most of them are thunder-type beasts known for their attack power and destructive power. In addition, although the special magnetic field here is not strong, it is not suitable for apprentice beast masters with weak constitutions to stay here for a long time. If the time is too long, it may have a certain impact on the beast master's liver and brain, causing the beast master to have hallucinations. However, despite the danger, Shiryu said he still had to come. Compared to ruins and the like, this place was already very friendly, and he could also bring his own food. That's the electric mine? With a clear goal, Shiryu and Shi avoided some ferocious beasts to avoid wasting unnecessary energy. It only took them half an hour to reach the edge of the Sison area. At the junction of the mountain and the ground, 11 quickly discovered a special blue-white mineral and let out to remind Shiryu. Electric ore is a prismatic mineral, sandwiched between the ground and the magnetic mountain like a protruding rock, and it emits electric current from time to time. Judging from the black scorch marks around it, the current intensity seems to be quite high. Now that your whole body is in a state of stiffness, why not try breaking off a piece and eating it? Shiryu urged. Sigma, degree. To be honest, 11 had never eaten electric ore before, just like he had never eaten green cottonworms, so when he encountered this new food, he always doubted whether he could eat it. Foodies are also very particular and don't eat just anything. If you have a stomachache, it will affect your training. Don't worry, it's edible. The basic requirement for the iron-eating beast to eat the first-level lightning metal mineral resource electric ore is proficiency level hardening. If all 11 have mastery level hardening, there will be no problem with digestion. 11 heard this and approached the electric mine cautiously with reluctance. It hardened its palm and broke it with force. Bang! When the electric mine was taken out, the lightning suddenly burst, and the sound scared 11 so much that he fell to the ground. Shiryu. How could he be so stupid? He was so fierce in battle, but how could he blow himself up while mining? Ouch! 11 felt ashamed himself. It quickly got up and picked up the fallen electrical ore again. At this time, the electric current stimulated 11's whole body, making it feel numb and its hair stood on end. It was very uncomfortable. Before, whether eating parts of the iron bamboo or the iron heartwood, 11 could smell the aroma of the food in advance. But this thing doesn't. On the contrary, it looks and feels very dangerous. Can it really be eaten? 11 turned around and handed it to Shiryu. Otherwise, the beast master should eat it first? It's okay. You can eat first. Don't worry if you get yourself hurt. You have mastered high-speed healing. You can heal the electrical burns in your body on your own. World-famous painting. The Lord is kind, favors, and filial piety. What Shiryu said does make sense. The reason why the iron-eating beast is required to master the skilled level hardening that allows it to arm its entire body before eating the electric ore is to prevent the electric current from damaging the fragile cells in the body of the iron-eating beast. However, as for 11, it's okay if he gets hurt. Entry-level high-speed healing can heal external injuries, while skilled high-speed healing can even heal internal injuries. Therefore, there is absolutely no problem. Shiryu is very relieved, and even with this healing skill, 11 can also consume a large amount of electrical ore in a short period of time without worrying about the burden on the body, so as to awaken the thunder talent faster. Skilled high-speed healing. This is also why Shiryu believes that 11 can eat up a mountain in 3 days. After the Beastmaster said this, 11 showed a determined expression. Crack. It hardened its entire body and used its hardened teeth to bite the electric ore stuffed into its mouth. Crackling. 11 chewed the electric ore hard. Under the jumping of the electric current, it felt like eating popping candy. After finishing chewing, 11 tried hard to swallow the electric ore fragments. As 11 swallowed the electric ore, the electric current that permeated his body made him feel numb again, and then 11 was extremely shocked. Although it was not delicious, after swallowing the electric ore, the numbing feeling that came over it was like the touch of lightning exploding in the body, which made it feel very strange. It does not reject this feeling, and even feels as comfortable as it did during special training. It seems that it can really eat. Burp. 11 opened his mouth and spit out a weak arc of electricity, then patted his stomach and looked at Shiryu. Is there anything else? Well, it seems there is no problem. Let's continue to look for more electric ore to eat, Shiryu said. According to the description of the apprentice from Jueshire Martial Arts School, after the iron-eating beast eats a large amount of electric ore, it will develop a certain affinity for lightning and accumulate a certain amount of lightning talent. During this process, being struck by lightning more often can also speed up the development of lightning talents. These are the basic conditions for mastering thunder skills. In fact, Shiryu is still very interested in thunder skills. If it was fire or cold iron or here, he would definitely not care so much. Since the number of skills included in the skill atlas is limited, he prefers to let the iron beast learn lightning skills rather than fire cannon punch. The reason is simple: gold and thunder are a better match than gold and fire. For those powerful beast masters, a single skill is just the basis. Only by combining different basic skills to form combo skills can you be considered to have truly entered the realm of pet breeding. Combination skills are very difficult for ordinary beast masters because it tests the proficiency between different skills. If the proficiency is not high enough, the skills cannot be perfectly combined and connected. Since skill proficiency is difficult to train, there are very few beast masters who can use 2 skills to achieve an effect where the sum of 1 is greater than 2. Basically, only master-level beast masters can do it. But for Shiryu, it may not be that difficult, because he can quickly gain proficiency. For example, he upgraded the hardening to the mastery level, and this skill could even form a long-range combo with lightning skills. The perfect level mark of the hardening skill is flow and superposition, while the superb level mark is externalization and application. It is said that only one iron-eating beast in the entire Icefield City has achieved this level. This means that hardened substances can be used to condense weapons that are separated from the body, or to add a layer of hardening to other external objects. Shiryu found this effect very interesting. Therefore, Shiryu was thinking, if 11 mastered the superb level of hardening, condensed a metal cannonball in front of his palm, and then used electromagnetic force to accelerate it and throw it out, how violent it would be. The close-range hardening skill directly turns into a dual-series high-destructive long-range combination skill electromagnetic cannon. Gold and Thunder are Shiryu's current main breeding routes for the iron-eating beast. Most pets only have one main attribute. In order to form powerful combination skills, some powerful beast masters like to teach their pets some skills of other attributes for combination. This secondary attribute is generally called a secondary attribute. Shiryu planned to focus on Gold and assist with Thunder, mainly because these two attributes were easier to form a combination skill. In comparison, Gold and Fire were not as compatible as Thunder. Is this an electric scorpion? While continuing to search for electrical mines and electric slimes, Shiryu and his team were the first to discover new electrical mines. This time, the electric mines were not just a single one, but a group of 3 or 4. However, what is different from before is that this time there are ferocious beasts guarding the electrical mine. 2 forearm-sized electric scorpions with purple bodies and lightning patterns are absorbing the electricity leaking from the electrical mine. Name electric scorpion. Attribute: Thunder. Racial level: low-level extraordinary. Racial skills: electric sting. The electric scorpion can absorb lightning and store it in its body, and then use its tail stinger to input the toxic electric current into the enemy's body, thereby killing the opponent. Although their race is a low-level transcendent, at the same level as the green wool worms, they are much more threatening than the green wool worms. Shoo. At this time, seeing other creatures approaching, the 2 electric scorpions at around level 5 formed a fierce enemy. But before they could react, they were pinched in Eleven's hands one by one. As for their electric spikes, they couldn't penetrate Eleven's hardened skin at all. Hey! 11 shook his arms like a windmill, turned a few circles and threw the electric scorpion far away. Because the target was 3 level 10 electric slimes, Shiryu simply ignored these small characters. After driving away the competitors, 11 began to dig these electrical mines. Their goal: to consume all the electrical mines in the Sison district. The registration fee has already been paid, so there is no need to save resources. I guess the Pingsheng Beast Tamer Association doesn't lack this little bit of electricity. Chapter 43. Replication and Multiplication. What are these 2 guys doing? The Sison area is obviously also an area that receives special attention. In the monitoring room of the training base headquarters, as Shiryu briefly won the first place in points by killing 5 long-spined wild boars, he also became the main focus of the 5 professional beast masters. On a whim, a professional beast master looked for Shiryu on the surveillance camera, and he actually found him. However, Shiryu's current behavior really made him unable to understand. In the picture, Shiryu and the iron-eating beast broke into the territories of Thunder-type beast-like bullies. Then, the little iron beast defeated the Thunder beast in just a few moves, and then the turning point came. Shiryu and the iron-eating beast had no intention of participating in a training test at all. They simply threw the beast far away, seemingly not caring at all about the points they represented. Also, they dug and dug the electrical mine that represented points, but they had no intention of exchanging it for points. Instead, the iron-eating beast opened its mouth and killed them all in a snap. It's just walking and robbing all the way. Mastery level hardening. There's something wrong with this iron-eating beast. A professional beastmaster came over to look at the screen and said with his mouth slightly opened, "Where did this new monster come from?" Truly excellent beast tamers and pets cannot hide. Shiryu and his companions can easily kill the ferocious beasts that block their way, relying on their mastery level hardening and skill level supervision. Invincible and successful in every battle. Naturally, this group of professional beastmasters quickly noticed the extraordinariness of Shiryu and Shi, and they all spoke in surprise. No wonder they were able to hunt 5 wild boars. When I was an apprentice, I was far worse than them. This examiner obviously doesn't care about these small points. His target must be a level 10 creature. Judging from the performance of this iron-eating beast in the picture, fighting against a level 10 creature is not a problem at all. The level 10 creatures in the magnetic mountain area are those 3 electric slimes transported here from outside, right? Zhou Wanshan, the general manager of the training, said, "It's a slime. I don't know if it can handle it. But even if we can't handle it, it will definitely be no problem to get out of it safely." Slimes are very slow-moving creatures, and as long as a high school student can pass the physical fitness test, he or she will not be caught up by the slimes. But on the contrary, even if Shiryu and the others can defeat the electric slime, they will probably have to pay a price. The main reason is that the electric slime's discharge is a lightning skill, which has strong penetrating power and is known for its power. In addition, there is a difference of 4 levels between the two, so even with the mastery level hardening, it may not be able to remain unscathed like those low-level beasts. Tianmong Mountain, Sison District, Electrical Cave. After eating a bunch of electric ore, 11 successfully imprinted the taste of electric ore into his mind. Then, relying on its sensitive sense of smell, Shiryu and his friends found this place. Finally found the first electric slime. Outside the small cave, Shiryu looked excited as he finally found an electric slime. Electric slime is a blue-purple slime-like creature, very similar to electric mineral, with electric current bursting out of its body from time to time. At this moment, it was lying in a shrunken state among a pile of electrical mines. It was not afraid of the electric current surrounding it, but looked very comfortable. After all, with their attributes and constitution, they can be immune to weak elemental powers of corresponding attributes. Lightning is nourishment to them, not harm. They found the electric slime. Shiryu and the iron-eating beast finally arrived at the electrical cave, and the professional beast masters watched with great interest. Although this iron-eating beast appears to be agile and powerful, it obviously does not have long-range skills. As long as you fight, you will inevitably come into contact with slimes. The slime is covered with electricity all over its body. If you touch it, you will be hit by its discharge, which is very unpredictable. So in their opinion, this battle may be quite interesting and a wonderful battle between two evenly matched opponents. In the electrical cave, the electric slime sensed the approach of enemies and immediately woke up from eating. It jumped out and looked at Shiryu and the others cautiously. The war is about to break out. Just then, an unexpected development occurred. Shiryu quickly opened his backpack and threw the high-voltage insulating rubber gloves he had bought to 11, saying, "Put them on, grab it, and drain the electricity out of it." Ouch. 11 put on the insulating gloves skillfully. It was obvious that this was a tactic arranged by Shiryu and 11 in advance. Immediately afterwards, to the stunned expressions of the professional beast masters, the small iron beast wearing insulating gloves rushed towards the electric slime. At the same time, electric current spread throughout the electric slime, and it bounced and hit 11 in a discharged state. Discharge is a low-level skill that can only be discharged through contact, and this skill does not have a high degree of control over the electric current, so it is easy to crack. There is no doubt that the power of slime is not that strong. The only strong thing is the intensity of its electric current. However, since it is not at the extraordinary level, its lightning skills are immediately extinguished when facing the high-voltage insulating rubber gloves, just like a son meeting his father. It jumped up and was caught by 11 in his hands like a baseball. Sizzle. The electric slime kept discharging electricity in midair and was confused at the same time. 11, who caught the slime while wearing insulating gloves, tilted his head, not daring to look directly at the electric current bursting out of the slime's body. This is so scary, it looks like it can't be eaten like the electric mine. What the hell? This development made the professional beastmasters in the main monitoring room open their eyes wide. What's going on? Can we still play like this? Does the base store sell insulated gloves? Yeah. But no beastmaster has ever been so smart as to put it on his pet to challenge a thunder beast. Usually people put it on themselves. The main thing is that the electric slime's strengths lie in its discharge and defense. Its other qualities are mediocre, and they are just countered by the insulating gloves. Who caught the slime and gave it so many points? The professional beastmasters were dumbfounded. The slime, the level 10 creature with the highest points in the training, was captured like this? Oh no, the other two slimes might also suffer at the hands of this beastmaster with a weird imagination. 12,000 points are equivalent to free? Don't worry, it's not that simple. Zhou Wanshan said with a complicated expression. To 11, hold it and let it discharge continuously. When 11 was fighting with the slime, Shiryu was fanning the flames. Apart from discharging electricity, the electric slime has very little physical strength and there is no possibility of it escaping. The defense is strong, because the slime's soft body can withstand huge impact, and a hardened punch may not kill it instantly. But there was no need for Shiryu and the others to waste their energy fighting it. Simply pinch it with insulating gloves and wait for it to release the electrical energy in its body. This is called tactics. Call. The electric slime expressed that it felt aggrieved and angry. The current was released more violently, but it still had no effect on the insulating gloves. In fact, facing a level 10 boss, it is not so easy to find a bug. Even in this restrained situation, the slime still has a chance to resist. However, the electric slime is reluctant to use this skill unless it is in desperate situation. Advanced skills, multiplication. If multiplication is used, its power will be enhanced, and the electric current in the body can be stimulated to a greater extent. But as for the side effects, it will probably take a long time for the energy to be exhausted. The purpose of the slime clan is to shrink and act cute as much as possible, and never multiply to become a slime devil unless there are special circumstances. And now, the electric slime, which is in a desperate situation, has obviously encountered a special situation. Woo! It roared in anger and began to grow larger. At this point, no matter how strong 11 was, he certainly couldn't hold it with both hands and could only be forced to retreat. Sizzle! As the electric slime grew rapidly, Shiryu's eyes lit up. I'm not afraid of you getting bigger. This is what I'm waiting for. 11. Harden your whole body. Shiryu ordered immediately. As the electric slime grew larger, 11 also completed its full body hardening. The next second, the electric slime, which had finally broken free from control, launched a counterattack and directly crashed into it with its body filled with electric discharge. After growing into a giant electric slime with a diameter of 1.5 meters, the slime's impact power and current intensity increased a lot compared to before. Bang! 11 also slapped him, and in an instant, the two sides were evenly matched. The huge electric slime was slapped away by 11, but due to its soft body, it did not suffer much damage. Although 11 was wearing insulating gloves, the huge slime released too much electric current at this time. After all, 11 was only wearing gloves and not insulating clothes, so he could not defend himself completely. Other parts of the body are still accidentally invaded by electric current, and the metallic hardening cannot completely defend against it. The combination of multiplication and discharge has begun to take shape as a combination technique. It's reversed. Although the electric slime consumed a lot of energy, the Iron Beast must have felt bad too. It's probably a lose-lose situation. The professional beast masters just watched the show. However, the reversal happened again, and the skilled high-speed healing was finally put into actual combat by 11. Although it was invisible to the outside world, the parts of 11's body that were paralyzed and burned by the electric current were immediately healed by a green wave of life. After being healed, 11 Vietnam War became more courageous and continued to rush towards the giant electric slime like a bear that was fine. This scene completely shattered the professional beast master's worldviews. Is the mastery level hardening that strong? Can it even defend against huge electrical discharges? Or did the iron-eating beast have a strong will and resist the stimulation of the electric current and fight back fiercely? After all, 11 has a history of eating electric or as candy beans. At this time, the slime was confused again, because after the previous attack, it was completely out of energy. When I was first caught, I wasted too much electricity, so now that it has been multiplied, I am unable to fight back. Catch it and keep squeezing it dry. Shiryu's evil command came from the side again. Outside the electrical cave, the electric slime, whose energy was drained out of its body, became much dimmer, and there was really no electricity at all, and it returned to its normal size. It was held in the arms of 11, who was excited and panting, and fell into a deep sleep. At this time, Shiryu began to walk closer with a smile and stroked the slime with his loving hands. The skill atlas initially has 5 skill columns. After the first pet is contracted, 5 more skill columns are added. Next, the encyclopedia will include the 7th skill, multiplication. Forget about discharge. The skill level is too low, not as good as Thunder Palm, so Shiryu chose to give up. When touching the slime, Shiryu recalled the scene when he saw the multiplication skill and activated the skill illustration at the same time. The next moment, in Shiryu's mind, the 7th page of the Stone Atlas opened. The image of the electric slime, a medium-level lightning-type pet, appeared. Skill, multiplication. Skill level, advanced. Introduction, a special ability that can shrink or enlarge the body. In the shrunken state, the strength is weakened and the energy recovery speed is accelerated. In the enlarged state, the energy consumption increases and the strength increases. Universal skills, got it. Yay. When Shiryu was crushing the level 10 bioelectric slime in his hands like kneading plasticine, all the professional beast masters in the main monitoring room were silent. Defeating it wasn't enough. He actually dared to personally ravage a level 10 creature? This is so scary for the beast master and the pet. Is this really an apprentice? Chapter 44. No skill guide. Next, the electrical cave occupied by the electric slime was undoubtedly occupied by Shiryu. There are quite a few electrical mines here, enough for 11 to have a full meal. In addition, Shiryu was not in a hurry to exchange this electric slime for points. I'll give you 2 pieces of electrical or as food every day, but you have to release any electrical energy you eat. Shiryu communicated with the electric slime whose consciousness was in a daze through his mind. This guy is a very good generator. The discharge skill can train 11's lightning resistance, thereby increasing its affinity for lightning. It is probably equivalent to lightning body forging. It's definitely impossible to play with ordinary pets like this, but 11 is an exception. A hint of talent in lightning, plus skilled high-speed healing that can restore the damage to the body caused by lightning at the fastest speed, allows 11 to train with lightning without restraint. Electric slime. I may not be human, but you really are not human. In this way, the drained electric slime directly became the second training prop after the blue caterpillar. Oh, Adele. After understanding the new training content from Shiryu, Shashir Taizo danced with joy. 11 is still very interested in this new training method. Eating electric or adds electricity to the weakened version of the discharge skill, and the training effect seems to be no worse than the jumping training method. That is, after this kind of training, 11's hair became a lot fluffier, making it look fatter. This safe zone, the little bear Yin Chi, who told Shiryu that he could come to Sison for training, fell into deep thought. He looked at the screen where the Feroxine was jogging while holding the discharging electric slime, with a question mark above his head. Although Shiryu was told that letting the iron-eating beast that had eaten the electric or undergo the baptism of lightning could also increase its lightning talent. However, he did not expect that Shiryu would directly withhold the electric slime as a tool pet. Telepathic talent is so BT. Shiryu's even more inhumane operation was still to come. Using insulating gloves, they quickly found a companion for the first slime. The electric slime living in another electrical cave in Sison was also captured by Shiryu and his team. The next day, the third slime also failed to escape the clutches and was captured by Shiryu and the iron-eating beast. In the end, the situation obviously turned into the 3 slimes helping 11 train together. 3 electric slimes with depleted energy were surrounded by Shiryu to form a triangle, with 11 in the middle. Shiryu provided a piece of electric ore. The slime that absorbed a little energy had to release some electricity, allowing the small iron beast in the middle to strengthen its body. Although the slimes were unwilling, they had no choice but to surrender under the tyranny of Shiryu and the iron-eating beast. There was no way. Shiryu controlled the slimes too well. He never gave the slimes too much food and always kept their fighting power at the level of electric clay, making them completely unable to resist. When it comes to controlling food, the electric slimes are suffering because Shiryu has accumulated rich experience with the green cotton worms. In this way, with a large amount of electrical ore in the slimes' discharge forging bodies, Shiryu and his team reaped the rewards after only staying in the Sison area for 1 day. 29th, noon. At this time, after a day, Shiryu and his team had explored all the easier-to-find mining sites in the Sison district. 11 was undergoing lightning training while eating a lot, and then something went wrong. After being electrocuted once, the fluffy-haired 11 stretched out his hand. The next second, a blue-white electric current burst out from its palm and entangled wildly. Intermediate skill, Thunder Palm. Fuck. This change almost caused Shiryu, who was resting nearby, to fall down. What's going on? 11. Independently comprehended the Thunder Palm? Shiryu quickly put the 3 slimes into his silk sack and returned to the previous safe zone. He found little bear Yin Chi again to register and called out 11 at the same time. Mr. Yin Chi, is this the Thunder Palm you mentioned? Swish. The little iron beast stretched out its palm with an extremely serious expression. A second later, more than a dozen blue and white arcs of electricity burst out of thin air from its palm. Look, this is a skill atlas. I don't need it. This time, even without Shiryu's help, it successfully learned the new skill. Fuck. Yin Chi exploded on the spot. How is that possible? This is unscientific. He stared in amazement at 11, the young iron-eating beast whose palms were already filled with electric current, and fell into deep thought about life. It's only been a day. How could your iron-eating beast awaken its lightning talent so quickly? At present, it seems that his iron-eating beast's control over lightning is even worse than this little iron-eating beast. This is outrageous. According to general theory, it is impossible to awaken the lightning talent so easily just by relying on electrical ore and being electrocuted. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few iron-eating beasts that master the Thunder Palm in Jusher Martial Arts School. It should require other steps to assist. How come Shiryu and his team were able to complete all the training in just 1 day with just simple materials? Maybe we worked really hard? Shiryu looked thoughtful. Yin Chi was suddenly speechless, because whenever he noticed Shiryu and the iron-eating beast, they must have been fighting, training, or eating. It was rare to see them rest, and when they did, it was only for a short while before they quickly set off again. He might have seen a fake iron-eating beast. Are you sure this is an iron-eating beast and not an active husky? It's still unscientific. Yin Chi looked at the little iron beast. Even so, this talent was a bit too freakish. So this is the Thunder Palm. Shiryu laughed. It was indeed unscientific. But he should know what's going on, probably because of the high-speed healing. The high-speed healing skill of the wood element is an application of one's own life force and represents growth. And in the 5 elements and 8 trigram system, thunder belongs to wood. The damage caused by lightning body training can be healed by wood skills, which not only improves the training efficiency, but also probably causes some wonderful reaction between the two, thus accelerating 11's mastery process. This is not scientific, but very mysterious. Yin-Chi still doubted his life and said, although the power seems a little weak, it is indeed a thunder palm. Well, the strength is not yet strong enough. At most, it can be considered as the entry standard. When the palm can withstand high-intensity electric current and the condensed lightning has a strong paralyzing and piercing effect, it is almost when the thunder palm will be truly powerful. I understand. Shiryu nodded, feeling happy. This was done with absolutely no effort. He originally thought that he would have to go to a martial arts gym to copy it before 11 could master the thunder palm, but 11 actually understood and learned it by himself, which gave Shiryu a complete surprise. It seems that there is a certain correlation between different skills. After learning a skill, it will be much easier to learn another skill. For example, Thunder Palm can actually be seen as an advanced skill of electric discharge. If you even know how to use Thunder Palm, it is actually equivalent to knowing how to use electric discharge. However, although 11 has already learned it on his own, Shiryu still decided to include Thunder Palm in the illustration later. In Shiryu's opinion, the skill proficiency function of the illustrations is also very important. When a mid-level skill is upgraded to the maximum level, the effect may not be worse than that of a super-level skill. Then please help me register Slime's points, Mr. Yin-Chi. Are you going to Sison District next? No, there aren't many electric mines there now. Yin-Chi. Beast. The accumulated points of that pile of electric ore are probably more than those of 3 slimes. Did you eat them all? After Shiryu left, Yin-Chi still couldn't calm down. He stiffly called Master Lin of Zhushi Martial Arts School. Yin-Chi, what's wrong? Master Lin Hongyan asked from the other side. Master Lin, sure you did as I said and went to Sison for training. Oh, how's the effect? The effect is very good. His iron-eating beast ate all the electric ore in the mountain. Then they captured 3 electric slimes to assist in the training. Now they have successfully mastered the Thunder Palm. Lin Hongyan? Huh? Are you kidding me? Chapter 45, End of the Training. After 11 mastered the Thunder Palm on his own, Shiryu felt that it was time to go to another place for training. Although staying in Sison can continue to look for electrical mines to strengthen the lightning skills that 11 has just learned, it is not very meaningful. Electrical ore is only a first-level resource and is not very expensive or rare. Its value is not much different from that of iron bamboo. It would be a better choice to purchase it in bulk or buy higher-level resources when you return. The more exposed electrical mining sites in the Sison district, such as the mines in the 3 electrical caves, have basically been explored by them. The rest are hidden and not easy to find, and the efficiency will not be very high if we look for them again. It is better to take advantage of the remaining time to grab some other resources. 11. Let's find some nutritious food for the green cotton worms. After thinking about it, Shiryu said to 11, the green cotton worm has been following them for so long, but it seems that it has never eaten anything decent. The green cotton worm has helped a lot these past 2 days. Even if it has no credit, it has worked hard, so it's time to reward it. 11 nodded indifferently, of course it's my duty. After training every day, Chong Chong looks like he is about to die, and 11 is really afraid of losing this little friend. Chiji. The green caterpillar in the backpack burst into tears. Generally speaking, the evolution materials for the green cotton worm are used when it is about to emerge from its cocoon at level 9 or 10. In other stages of growth, the value of using rare materials is not very great. After all, only in the cocooning stage, with the help of the nourishment of the cocoon, the green cotton worm has a high probability of comprehending new racial skills. In other stages, it seems that only the silk is worth strengthening. At this time, Shiryu also began to consider in which evolutionary direction he should cultivate the green cotton worm. If you want to cultivate a pet, it is important to determine its positioning. Like 11, Shiryu was cultivated according to the standard battle pet template, and all he had to do was to be good at fighting and versatile. As for the blue worm, Shiryu did not want to make it like a traditional combat pet. After all, he had a skill illustration, so it was relatively easy to DIY. It is better to choose some rarer and more practical evolutionary directions. Healing butterfly? In this way, maybe he could learn a skill that could help him, as a beast master, recover his physical strength and energy, and use it with the skill atlas. Auxiliary butterfly? For example, the goddess of light butterfly, who has the ability to control light and perform illusions, is a very good personal bodyguard for the beast master and has a wide range of uses. Or, cultivated in the direction of mythology? Traditional mythological creatures are nothing more than dragons, phoenixes, etc., all of which are naturally noble. For example, the ice phoenix moth that Lu Qingyi mentioned was the first in the country to evolve from a green cotton worm that mastered superb level of insect silk. And it completed its evolution after integrating the ice phoenix bloodline into the process of evolution. It is precisely because of its mythical bloodline that this green cotton worm was able to directly rise from the lowest position in the pet world to become a noble king-level race. Also, if the fit is good enough, you can also pick some rare attributes. For example, the space system and the time system. If you have a pet that can master the ability of instant teleportation, your ability to escape will be maxed out, and you will basically not be afraid when encountering danger. What's more, these rare attributes may not necessarily be weak in other aspects. With this idea in mind, Shiryu discovered that there were simply too many possible evolutionary routes for the green cotton worm, so dazzling that he had no idea which to choose. The key is still skills and materials. It's not easy to get rare skills and materials. For example, where can I find the evolution materials used by the Ice Phoenix moth? I guess I can only get them from the channels of Bureau 11. Forget it. It's too early to think so much now. Let's see what materials we can encounter first. Right now, the most important thing is to cultivate the silkworm silk to the highest level. Shiryu flipped through the atlas and found a spiritual plant that was very suitable as food for green cottonworms. Dragon's beard grass. A first-level spiritual plant, named because its shape resembles the beard of an oriental dragon. It is the favorite food of pets that have mastered silk skills and can effectively increase the toughness and sharpness of insect silk. That's it. While searching for dragon beard grass, I took 11 to challenge powerful beasts. This is how I spent the rest of the day. Collecting dragon's beard grass is actually a much easier goal, because the spider beasts near the dragon's beard grass are basically not very powerful. The most powerful one is a level 10 awakened beast, the ghost-faced wolf spider, which is worth 4,000 points. But in the end, he was still killed by 11. Although the battle process was a little more difficult than piking the electric slime, it did prove that 11's current combat power was stronger than these untrained wild level 10 beasts. The reason is very simple. Even though these wild creatures have a relatively high growth level, their skill proficiency is too low. They basically rely on instinct, and very few of them can train themselves. For example, that slime, both its discharge and multiplication skills are entry-level. Later, when Shiryu encountered a more difficult ghost-faced wolf spider, its racial skill only had one proficiency level skill. Therefore, when it faced 11, who had multiple proficiency level or even mastery level skills, the level gap was not so obvious. In fact, Shiryu hoped that the nearby spider beasts were more powerful, and it would be best if they could master a skill like spider sense to predict danger. Then he would be very happy. Shiryu wanted 11 to cost the 3 colors of Haki from the famous Earth comic One Piece. Now he has the hardening of armament Haki and the deterrence of Haki. The only thing missing is the perception Haki of observation Haki. But if you don't have it, then don't have it. If you have supervision, you can pretend to have it and use it. Skilled level supervision allows 11 to have extremely strong dynamic vision, and can clearly lock onto targets even in various extreme environments such as fog, which is already very powerful. In the future, when you reach the mastery level and the perfect level, according to the information Shiryu found through his mobile phone, you will even be able to have a 360 degrees perspective and see the effects of energy flow. As for the superb level, I'm not sure, but the effect will definitely be stronger. By then, with full level supervision as a reconnaissance skill, the effect will not be too bad. In short, King Mianchong was very happy on this last day and felt that this experience was not in vain. This dragon beard grass was much more delicious than Shiryu's leftovers. In less than 3 days, Shiryu, Shi, and King Mianchong all had different harvests. Shiryu gained the skill of multiplication, Shi learned the thunder palm on his own, and the green cotton worm got an extra meal. It was clear who benefited the most. In a blink of an eye, the 3-day Tianmong Mountain training activity is about to end. Inside the training base, the 5 professional beastmasters looked carefully at the final points displayed on the big screen. First place, Shiryu, 20,000 points. In addition to 4 level 10 creatures and 5 thorny wild boars, Shiryu also collected some resources along the way and handed them in, making up a total of 20,000 points. He is the first one indeed. Although they used some tricks when hunting slimes, the subsequent hunting of ghost-faced wolf spiders alone undoubtedly proved their true strength. The general manager Zhou Wanshan listened to the comments of his teammates around him and looked at Shiryu's information silently. The average level of the pets of the trainee beastmasters in charge of our training base is relatively low. No beastmaster's pet has reached level 10. Level 10 is the strongest beast in Tianmong Mountain at the moment. He can control a level 6 iron-eating beast to defeat 4 level 10 beasts. It is really amazing. He deserves the first place. It's rare to see a beastmaster who can fight above his level in Pingqing. I wonder how he will perform in the ruins next. With Shiryu's current performance, there is no doubt that he is qualified to enter the ruins. It's over. Finally, it's over. I ate the fruit for 2 whole days and I threw up. I want to take a shower. I want to take a shower. If I can't take a shower, I'm going to die. Am I so attractive to mosquitoes? I got 49 lumps in less than 3 days. After the training base announced the end of the training assessment through a mechanical bird, the trainee beast masters on Tianmong Mountain complained as they walked down the mountain. As for Shiryu, he walked while looking at the sky with a calm expression. He had worked hard during this training, so he might as well use a part of the 10 million yuan to reward himself. It was also time to buy some high-end supplements. Chapter 46. Buying Supplements. At the Tianmong Mountain training base, on the huge playground stood a group of disheveled beast masters. At the beginning, a total of 100 people entered Tianmong Mountain, but in the end only 73 were left standing here. As expected, the 27 missing ones all dropped out midway. It may be because they cannot bear the outdoor environment, or it may be because they were injured during the training and had to terminate the assessment. The fact that you can still stand here shows that you still have some talent. Tianmong Mountain is just a man-made training environment. If you can't even stand it here, forget about exploring the ruins, let alone taking part in the career assessment in the future. You better go home and raise a pet. Zhou Wanshan, the person in charge of the training, said bluntly while standing on the podium. Below, the trainee beast masters were silent. You are the boss here, so whatever you say is the truth. However, compared to this nonsense, these examinees would like to know more about the points they have earned and their ranking in this experience assessment. Although you can roughly calculate your own points during the training process, you have no idea of other people's points, so there is no way of knowing the specific ranking. Okay, if you want to know your specific ranking, you can go and see for yourself. Your results are posted on that wall. Among them, the top 20 will be eligible to explore the ruins. 1 week later, we will lead you into the ruins for the first time. For specific details, please pay attention to the association's notification. This training assessment is now over. After exchanging your points, you can leave. After a brief announcement, Zhou Wanshan, the person in charge of the training base, turned and left, leaving behind the noisy crowd. Not surprisingly, everyone rushed to the wall next to the podium. The training base printed out 10 copies of the same points ranking transcript and posted them on the wall separately so that everyone could see them clearly. In the crowd, Shiryu followed the group and moved over, looking directly down from above. This feeling, how to describe it, it gave him the illusion of being back in high school, where he and his classmates gathered together to look at their grades after every monthly exam. First place, Shiryu, 20,000 points? Who is Shiryu? I don't know him. He's not from our school. Not from our school either. The majority of the trainee beast masters on site are still students. After all, their average level is not high. The group of older apprentice beast masters whose pets were at an average level of 10 were assigned to another training base. At this moment, the examiners on the scene started to discuss the first place Shiryu. As for Shiryu himself, he turned and left the moment he saw his name, hiding his achievements and fame. Just getting first place in the training assessment, that's all. I should quickly exchange my points for real money to get some money back. Having said that, he was still stabbed in the back after Shiryu left. Fuck, Shiryu. In the crowd, top student Shin Kai looked at the name ranked first in points and felt a special emotion. Although he knew that Shiryu was very strong, he still felt a little sad when he saw that Shiryu won first place. 20,000 points is equivalent to 5 awakened level 10 beasts. He looked at his ranking again. Why did it feel like after working hard for a week, he was getting further and further behind Shiryu? Is it because I'm not working hard enough? Do you know this person? After Shin Kai exclaimed, his classmates asked questions one after another. Who is this person? Well, he's a beast master who came back from a key school in the city. I bought the Mingxin capsules for training my pets based on his advice. Sure enough, he's pretty good. Shin Kai's classmates were stunned. No wonder Shin Kai's ice armor beast had made another breakthrough and its strength improved rapidly. It turned out that he had received guidance from a master. Mingxin capsule? The one that Shin Kai often took during his training? They remembered it and studied it immediately after returning. Next, Shiryu ran to redeem points. Then, I met an acquaintance again. Little Bear Yin Chi looked at Shiryu with a smile and said, "Let me help you exchange it. By the way, I told Master Lin that your iron-eating beast has mastered the Thunder Palm." Oh, what did Master Lin say? Yin Chi laughed in his heart. What else could he say? He could even guess the expression of Master Lin, who was doubting his life. I'm afraid this apprentice can't be taught anymore. Master Lin asked you to go to the martial arts gym when you have time. There are some special nutritional supplements and food there, as well as some tips on the Thunder Palm skill that he is going to give you. Okay. Shiryu nodded. This pavilion Master Lin Hongyan must be the father of that senior panda. I wonder if he has any other advanced skills besides the Thunder Palm that I can use to steal his skills. After all, he is one of the most powerful beast masters in Pingqing, so he should have some background. After redeeming the points, Shiryu went straight home. He missed home very much now, missed the soft big bed, missed the hot bath, and missed normal food. In short, the wild is really not a place for people to stay. When I have enough money in the future, I will definitely form a mechanical life contract and play the role of a mechanic. I want something like the Transformers, which can transform into a Gundam to fight, transform into a plane or a car to carry people, and transform into a house to live in. In this way, it seems that we can still live a modern life when we go to the deserted wilderness in the future. After returning home, Shiryu tossed himself around and then laid down. He turned over, picked up his phone, and logged into the website that Lunazwi had given him. The other party said that if he wanted to purchase resources, he could just buy them from this website. There seemed to be discounts, and the goods would be delivered to his door, which was perfect. It saved him the trouble of going out to buy them. If we have to take those who pass the test to the ruins in a week, isn't time a bit tight? Shiryu really wanted to develop steadily first, but it seemed that his suicidal spirit was stirring again. Damn. I can't control myself. I really want to go and see. Forget it. I heard from Lu Qingyi that this relic is not dangerous. It is a trial-type relic. I will just take a look and not commit suicide. It won't be a big problem. But no matter what, let's squander some resources next. After all, I am a rich man now. As long as I don't buy high-level evolution materials for the green cotton worms, I can squander 10 million yuan for a long time and buy many things. Sure enough, for the happiness of the whole family, it would be better for the blue cotton worm to explore its own evolutionary path. If all goes well, maybe suitable evolutionary materials can be found in the ruins? All of these are sound investments. What Shiryu was searching for was not resources for pets, but resources for beast masters, the kind of tonic resources that could allow beast masters to fight for 10 days and 10 nights without feeling exhausted. It is not so bad during the apprentice beast master stage. Some beast masters with enhanced talents are not able to apply their talents in actual combat and can only use them for training. However, after leaving the apprentice level, the advantages of those beast masters who mastered enhanced combat talents became apparent. A beast master with a special telepathic talent and a beast master with an enhanced talent. As the levels of both increase, the gap between the latter and the former in actual combat will only widen. However, on the other hand, after a battle, a beast master with combat-enhanced beast taming talents will definitely consume more energy. These supplements are prepared for them. Different from drugs like Mingxin capsules that are synthesized from a certain ingredient of low-grade materials, most of the resources sold by Shiryu on this special website are purely natural. Of course, the price is also higher, but Shiryu doesn't mind if it's a bit more expensive, as long as it works. The beard of the extraordinary plant creature ginseng baby? The bee jelly of the queen bee of flowers? The frog oil of the Asian dragon clan swallowing dragon frog? The magic beans produced in the secret realm of the sacred tree can restore the beast master's physical strength and energy in the shortest time possible when the beast master is extremely tired, and readjust the body to the best condition? Why do they look so familiar? There are more strange yet familiar supplements. This divine bean is good, but the lowest quality one costs 100,000 yuan, which is a bit expensive. But you can buy one to see the effect. With this, maybe you can try to teach high-level skills, such as multiplication, absolute sleep, and deterrence. I can arrange one first. Chapter 47, the first high-level skill. Because he didn't know the specific effects of each supplement, Shiryu didn't dare to buy too many at once. He carefully selected 3 supplements and bought a little of each. 5 ginseng whiskers, worth 250,000 yuan, minimum purchase amount is 5. A small bottle of queen bee's honey is worth 300,000 yuan. 5 not-so-full magic beans, worth 500,000 yuan, minimum purchase amount is 5. Shiryu spent 1.05 million in one go, taking into account the discount. Nearly 1/10 of the 10 million initial capital was gone. Shiryu felt heartbroken. How could he be so wasteful? However, when he thought that he might be able to use these supplements to teach 11 all the high-level skills and improve the proficiency of a few skills at the same time, he accepted it. Money is meant to be spent. Moreover, if this 1 million is used to buy food and nutritional supplements for 11, it may not be as effective as buying supplements for himself. This is still the cheapest batch of supplements. Shiryu sighed, and after placing the order, he fell asleep again. When he got up again, it was already evening. If you stay up late at night to meditate or play with your phone, it may affect your daytime state. Shiryu decided to continue sleeping, but the problem was that after sleeping for an entire afternoon, he was no longer very sleepy. Therefore, after preparing dinner for the 2 pets, Shiryu could only teach the green cottonworm and the birdcage and the yard's silk-making skill. After my physical strength declined, sleepiness came again. This skill illustration seems to have the function of curing insomnia, which is good. The next day, the sun was shining. Shiryu woke up refreshed. Today, he had planned to visit Zhushi Martial Arts School, but a message on his cell phone made him change his mind. The supplements he bought yesterday are already in the process of being delivered to Icefield City and will arrive today. It's really efficient. In that case, just wait at home today. In the morning, 11 was thinking about Thunder Palm in the yard. King Mianchong continued to sleep, and Shiryu was meditating. Around noon, when he was about to prepare lunch, there was a knock on their door. "There's a delivery for you." "Here I come." Because of the experience of the community's warmth delivery last time, Shiryu responded quickly, fearing that his home would be bombed again. He opened the door and saw a young man in a blue courier uniform. Next to him was a giant bird that was over 2 meters tall and fully armed. The giant bird has strong muscles, gorgeous golden brown feathers, and sharp eyes. Although it looks domineering, it is currently just doing the work of a tool pet, with a huge express box hanging on it. Name: Sky Sweeping Wings. Attribute: Wind. Racial level: Advanced Extraordinary. Racial skills: Wind Wings, Tearing Claws, Supervision, Windblade. The young man took out the box containing supplements from the express box hanging on Skywing and handed it to Shiryu. "Please sign for it." "Shiryu." They actually use extraordinary creatures to deliver express. The Sky Sweeping Wings are the bird pets with the highest status and comprehensive strength among all extraordinary creatures. "Brother, are you a professional beastmaster?" Shiryu asked casually as he signed. "Yes, I just joined the company this year. Please forgive me if there is anything I did wrong," said the young man. After Shiryu received the goods, he felt very upset. Nowadays, even the threshold for the express delivery industry is so high. But the salary must be very high. After all, the resources delivered by that website are all high-end goods. After signing, Shiryu handed over the express delivery slip. The courier took the delivery note and looked at Shiryu. "This little guest, is he an apprentice beastmaster? By the way, why did he buy so many high-end supplements? He doesn't need so many at his professional level." "Well, forget it. Never mind. It's impossible that this level is just empty. Then I wish you a happy life." "Thanks." After the Qin Yao courier and Shiryu thanked each other, the order was completed. Afterwards, in the yard, Shiryu began to take out the supplements one by one, very carefully, for fear of scratching or damaging them. He first took out a bottle containing 5 small green beans. After reading the instructions that came with it, Shiryu called 11. "11, come here quickly." 11, who was playing with video games in the yard, came running over happily. At this time, Shiryu was overwhelmed with emotion after having more advanced supplements. Skill: Multiplication. Skill level: Advanced. Introduction: a special ability that can shrink or enlarge the body. In the shrunken state, the strength is weakened and the energy recovery speed is accelerated. In the enlarged state, the energy consumption increases and the strength increases. Status: available for teaching. Shiryu plans to teach the 11-fold skill first. As for why it wasn't the deterrent skill that could make 11 possess the qualifications of a king, or the absolute sleep that could improve the efficiency of his and 11's training, it's simple, because the multiplication skill is more interesting. Anyway, with so many supplements, there are only 3 high-level skills in total, and it doesn't matter whether you teach them early or late. Shiryu first chose the multiplication skill that he found more interesting. In the giant state, 11 can improve his combat effectiveness, and in the shrunk state, he can speed up the recovery of physical energy. It is not a loss to learn this skill first. Shiryu took out a magic bean and put it in his mouth. Illustrated book, Teaching. As Shiryu chose to teach, his right hand was once again filled with white light. At this moment, seeing this familiar scene, 11 was stunned. It panicked. "Beastmaster, are you going to let me get something for nothing again?" "Ouch. I just learned the Thunder Palm on my own, and the Beastmaster is using a cheat to corrode its mind." "It's really..." 11 took the initiative to stretch his head forward. Since he couldn't resist, he just chose to enjoy it. "At worst, I can work harder and come back later." Just like that, the white light representing the multiplied skill experience flowed into 11's body, and Shiryu's legs began to weaken. Cooling time: 168 hours. The duration of non-level silk is about 8 hours. Low-level skills last about 24 hours. Intermediate skills take about 48 hours. Shiryu originally thought that the high-level skill lasted 72 hours, but it was more than doubled. In an extremely weak state, Shiryu felt that he was going to die, so he quickly swallowed the magic beans. The next second, a stream of energy began to flow in Shiryu's body. Just as the introduction said, within a very short period of time, this magical bean burst out with huge amounts of nutrients and began to nourish Shiryu's body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Shiryu's body suddenly surged with strength. Cooling time: 48 hours. Although Shiryu did not fully recover, his consumption was reduced to a level he could bear. All of a sudden, Shiryu felt that he had not just taught a high-level skill, but a mid-level skill. Based on the weak experience of skilled teaching of intermediate skills, Shiryu was able to recover immediately. It seems that high-level skills are the current limit of his teaching. Before his physique has made a significant leap, even if he has more powerful supplements, he must not touch super-level skills. It's really terrible. Shiryu let out a long breath, not caring about the dirt on the ground. He sat down on the spot and looked at 11 in front of him. At this time, 11 was closing his eyes slightly, digesting the experience of multiplying high-level skills. Shiryu stared at it for nearly a minute before 11 came back to his senses. Got it? Shiryu asked. 11 nodded vigorously. Then make it bigger and see. After Shiryu finished speaking, the chubby 11 nodded seriously and used the multiplication skill with a serious look. The next second, buzz. Ripples seemed to be spreading all over 11's body. Along with the ripples, its body began to tremble slightly. Then, with the vibration amplitude of the transparent ripples, its body began to grow larger in circles. Buzz. Buzz. It's not that it suddenly grows bigger, but its body size gradually expands in proportion. Its limbs, torso, head, and hair are all changing at this moment. Ouch. After a moment, 11, who was still round and no different from before, but twice as big in height and body shape, appeared in front of Shiryu. At this moment, 11 slowly waved his uncomfortable arm and felt the energy in his body being consumed rapidly. However, at the same time, his strength seemed to have increased a lot. This is probably the difference in strength between a baby panda and an adult giant panda in reality. In this state, 11 felt that if he encountered those thorny wild boars again, he could slap them away more than 10 meters with one slap. 11's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Gurgle. However, my stomach had no intention of fighting. 11. In less than 10 seconds, 11 began to feel dizzy. After all, the training just now had consumed a lot of his energy. All right, zoom out and see. It is called doubling, 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, and naturally there is also half times, 1/4 times, which is the so-called reduction state. As a beast master, Shiryu felt the power of the giant 11 and quickly shrunk it to restore its strength. The next second, 11 was like a leak, and it quickly shrank in circles to its normal size, which is about 1 meter in height. Then, it continued to shrink, and soon it shrunk to a half-meter tall, round, short, and truly plump object. In this state, he looked more like a child of 11, harmless, with innocence in his big eyes. 11 touched his belly and made a sound of grievance. Smaller, but still hungry. Well, it seems that the entry-level multiplication, doubling the volume and shrinking it to half, is already the limit. It was still a little short of the proficiency required to make the giant tetrapod the size of Ultraman that Shiryu had in mind, and the mini tetrapod the size of a keychain that could stand on his shoulders. But it's also good. After all, I just learned it. Okay, let's eat. Shiryu was in a good mood looking at the little iron-eating beast. Let's eat like this from now on. I guess we can save a lot of food expenses. He joked. 11. Epsilon. What? Chapter 48. Keep spending money and have fun. Shiryu was very pleased that 11 finally learned his first high-level skill. Although it is still a long way from the rumored super-level skills that have the ability to move mountains and seas, and the god-level skills that can change the world as recorded in myths and legends, it is also a great improvement. However, looking at the cooling time, 48 hours, Shiryu fell into deep thought. He did not prepare lunch for 11 and the others immediately, but picked up the bottle containing the magic beans. One magic bean can offset 120 hours of weakness. If you take another one, can you immediately recover to full health, or even have a better mental state than at the beginning? The instructions say the magic beans can be eaten repeatedly in large quantities when in a weakened state until they are restored to perfect condition. The magic beans he bought were of the lowest grade, so he didn't have to worry about dying from the food all at once. So, it shouldn't be a problem if he ate 2 or 3 at a time. Wonderful. This is a pleasure that cannot be enjoyed by taking the synthetic drug Myojin capsule. However, Shiryu, who was about to eat the second magic bean, soon hesitated. The effect of the magic beans is obviously greater than the 48-hour weakness period, so it would be a loss to eat them directly. The instructions didn't say whether I could split it in half and eat it. If I just ate it like that, I would have wasted tens of thousands of dollars. The price of the magic beans is 100,000 yuan each. One of the ginseng whiskers costs 50,000 yuan. So, maybe we can switch to another supplement next time. No, even the baby's beard is not safe. Shiryu took out the honey jelly of the queen bee of flowers, which was also in a small bottle. Although the queen bee has the word queen in its name, it is not a king-level creature, but only a commander-level creature. This creature grows by absorbing nectar from different exotic flowers. The so-called royal jelly has many nicknames, such as royal jelly and bee milk, and it was a tonic even in previous lives. As for this world, the nourishing effect is even greater. Shiryu found his own wolfberry water cup, poured out the contents, and started to soak a different tonic. Although this small bottle of royal jelly is worth 300,000 yuan, it can be used many times and can be taken orally after mixing with warm water. So, theoretically speaking, using this supplement first is the best way to control the amount and try to avoid any waste. Sure, you used a large cup of water to soak 1/3 of the royal jelly. After mixing it thoroughly, he took a sip and waited. This effect was much slower than the magic beans. Sure, you waited for several minutes before his body had some reaction. Cooling time, 46 hours. After taking a small sip, I was able to reduce my weakness by 2 hours. Sure, you became excited on the spot. It's great to have money. I have to say, you get what you pay for. The Mingxin capsules he can buy at pharmacies outside don't have this effect at all. The Mingxin capsule only relies on the drug effect to force him to recover. It is even more impossible for the cooling time to jump up and down on large numbers like this. It can only assist in recovery at most. How could it be like this? The jump in the big number of the cooling time seemed to make sure you see a new life. I'll decide not to go to this pharmacy anymore. I won't have to endure the weird looks from the clerks anymore. Good on dong. Sure, you took another sip and took the water bottle with him. He planned to reset the cooldown today and then teach the skill again in the evening. It feels so good to spend money, and the teaching efficiency is improved immediately. It seems that 11 and King Mianchong should not enjoy too much from the 10 million starting capital. It is better to keep it for buying supplements with higher cost performance. He is probably the only beastmaster who can make these supplements work to such an effect. That night, Sure Yu drank almost half a glass of happy water. His teaching cooldown time was finally cleared. Sure Yu was happy, but not too happy. Because 1/3 of the royal jelly was used to make this cup of happy water, half a cup is worth about 50,000 yuan. However, recovery lasted only 48 hours. The magic beans, which are worth 100,000 yuan, took 120 hours to recover. You can immediately tell which one has a better price-performance ratio. That's not quite right. After all, the magic beans are mainly used to restore physical strength and energy, and the royal jelly has similar effects and can also prevent diseases. Sure Yu was too lazy to think about it. The problem now was that after taking supplements for a whole day, he felt a little overnourished and might have difficulty falling asleep again. As expected, the first choice for teaching skills at night is insect silk. The 8-hour or so weakness period of the silkworm is just right for falling asleep. Sure Yu decisively went to find the blue cotton worm again and gave it the 4th lesson on silk making after mastering the silk making level. The proficiency has increased, but there has been no qualitative change. It seems that if I want to achieve perfect silk, I have to continue teaching. It doesn't matter. From now on, I will just fall asleep after teaching a few rounds of silkworms every night. I think I will reach the maximum level soon. It can not only increase the proficiency of silkworms, but also prevent insomnia and staying up late, promote sleep, and ensure physical and mental health. It's really a good deal. August 2nd, early morning. Sure Yu took out another magic bean and the remaining half bottle of happy water, intending to teach 11 another advanced skill. 11. After the morning exercise and breakfast, Sure Yu called it again, which made it a little nervous. To be precise, it has a bad feeling. Sure enough, under 11's gaze, Sure Yu's right hand lit up again. Bing! What is it this time? The snack iron beast covered his eyes. This time it's a skill that can increase training efficiency. Skill, absolute sleep. Skill level, advanced. Introduction, a mental skill that allows one to enter a super deep sleep and quickly recover from various states. Status, available for teaching. The skill of absolute sleep may seem ineffective, but it is actually very powerful. In fact, after the pet enters the beast taming space, the state it is in is similar to this absolute sleep. It can be said that if a wild pet beast masters this skill, it is almost equivalent to carrying a beast taming space with some functions. Moreover, it is a beast taming space of a fairly high level. Generally speaking, even entry-level absolute sleep should have a greater effect on the recovery of a pet's physical strength than an apprentice beastmaster's beast taming space. If 11 learned this, except for some special circumstances, he would basically not have to go back to Sure Yu's beast taming space to rest. Unless Sure Yu can raise the level of the beast taming space. However, Sure Yu always felt that the speed at which he improved the level of the beast taming space might not be as fast as 11's speed at which he improved his absolute sleep proficiency. In short, after teaching 11 this skill, as long as you provide enough food to ensure its nutrition and cooperate with absolute sleep and high-speed healing, 11 can completely train independently, and the training efficiency will be very high. At the same time, since 11 no longer relies on the beast taming space to rest, Sure Yu, the beast tamer, will have more time and energy to strengthen the beast taming space. thereby improving his own beast tamer level. That's right, a beast master should grow together with his pet. Otherwise, by that time, 11 would have reached the extraordinary level, but his beast master level would still be an apprentice, which would be embarrassing. After Shiryu introduced the skills, 11 opened his eyes. This skill is good. Not only that, once you have mastered this skill, you can use it in combat as well. Low proficiency absolute sleep recovers physical energy relatively slowly and has low recovery efficiency, but high proficiency absolute sleep may only require a short sleep to recover a lot of physical energy. When the time comes, when you encounter an enemy, just use multiplication, hardening, and thunder palm to charge forward. If you get hurt, use high-speed healing to heal yourself. When you run out of energy, shrink quickly and go to sleep. When you are awakened, continue fighting. Have you learned it? 11 nodded frantically and understood immediately. I've learned it. This tactic is really good. On that day, Shiryu ate magic beans, drank happy water, watched 11 train independently, and rested. And he summed up a life experience. Keep spending money and have fun. After having money, both Shiryu and his two pets were obviously much better off. He was taught 2 high-level skills in just 2 days, and he could get another round of silk every night, which was something Shiryu had never dared to imagine before. On August 3rd, Shiryu wanted to repeat yesterday's routine and continue to teach the deterrence. However, although he had supplements, Shiryu couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed after 2 days of abusing his body like this. Psychological factors. Forget it. Let's take a day off today and teach a low-level skill to relax. In addition, I promised before that I would visit Jueshire Martial Arts School when I have time, but it has been 2 days and I haven't left yet. It's time to go and take a look. After all, the martial arts school seems to have prepared training resources for the iron-eating beast, so why not take them? Jueshire Martial Arts School is also in Pingqing. Sure, you can get there within half an hour by taxi. However, before going, Shiryu first looked up the phone number of Jueshire Martial Arts School. He planned to make an appointment before visiting, in case the person in charge was not there, which would be meaningless. Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts School. This is one of the bases of the iron-eating beasts of the ancient Dongwon Kingdom. The owner of the museum, Lin Hongyan, is one of the few master beast tamers in Bingyuan City. Although he did not obtain the title of master by relying on the iron-eating beast, and his strongest pet is not the iron-eating beast, his representative pet is undoubtedly the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast is the first pet contracted by Lin Hongyan. Because of this relationship, he has always hoped to find a better way to breed or even evolve the iron-eating beast. Unfortunately, due to racial restrictions, the iron-eating beast has always found it difficult to break through a certain bottleneck. This would be the case even if he had developed 2 skills beyond the race's capabilities that were very suitable for the iron-eating beast to learn. Over time, even though Lin Hongyan contracted a stronger pet, he could not let go of this idea. In the end, Lin Hongyan did not give up. On the basis of inheriting his family's iron bamboo breeding base, he chose to open a bamboo and stone martial arts school and recruit disciples. Anyone who is a beast master who has a contract with an iron-eating beast can join the Jueshire Martial Arts School to study. Apprentices with outstanding talents will even have the opportunity to access the secret manuals of Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist skills. He hopes to use this method to train more powerful iron-eating beast tamers. By then, when there are more people training iron-eating beasts, maybe someone more talented than him can find a better way to train iron-eating beasts. In the training ground of Jueshire Martial Arts School, 10 apprentices of different ages were receiving training with their iron-eating beasts. Jueshire Martial Arts School only accepts apprentices at the apprentice level and provides basic training content. After becoming a professional beast tamer, you are almost considered a master. However, there are also apprentices like Xiao Xiongyanqi who failed the professional assessment and gave up halfway. Of course, this is for ordinary apprentices. 4 talented apprentices, Master Lin Hongyan will accept them as his personal disciples and teach them seriously without reservation. But unfortunately, except for his own daughter, no other iron-eating beast tamer has been able to enjoy the teaching of a personal disciple. Although he trained a number of professional beast masters, Lin Hongyan still couldn't find a disciple worthy of his full teaching. Until Lu Qingyi found him and asked him to help take care of someone. Since he had agreed to the commission, no matter how talented that person was, Lin Hongyan would definitely do his best to teach him. After all, his 2 intermediate skill secrets were nothing compared to someone like Dr. Lu. Then, Lin Hongyan listened to what little Xiongyanqi said about Shiryu. In less than a month, mastery level hardening. Genius. And since she is related to a gifted girl like Dr. Lu, her future prospects are immeasurable. It is entirely possible to cultivate the iron-eating beast to the king level. For such a talented beastmaster, even if he didn't have the relationship with Lu Qingyi, he would have to teach him with all his strength. This is what Lin Hongyan thought at first. However, when little bear Yin Qi told him that Shi Yu and the others learned the Thunder Palm in just one day, Lin Hongyan realized it. Sorry, he doesn't deserve it. He also wanted to know how to learn Thunder Palm in one day with the help of electric slime and electric mine. Father. On the training ground platform, Lin Xiaozhu looked at his father who was looking at the training ground below and whispered, "Let's go out to eat at Longgong Fish Restaurant at noon." Lin Hongyan frowned and asked, "Have you completed your daily training?" Lin Xiaozhu was speechless. Lin Hongyan looked at his disobedient daughter and felt regretful. Originally, under his guidance, Lin Xiaozhu passed the professional beastmaster assessment at the age of 18. He had a bright future and might even be able to surpass him and train the iron-eating beast to the king level. However, who would have thought that Lin Xiaozhu actually chose the animal husbandry major and also took the elective course in evolutionary research, wanting to study the evolutionary methods of the iron-eating beast. He didn't know what had possessed him at the time that he agreed to it, but the ending. Lin Xiaozhu failed to please both sides, his strength declined, and he didn't make any progress in his research on the evolutionary path. "Let's talk about it after you finish your training," Lin Hongyan said meticulously and seriously. "But it's my mother who wants to eat fish," Lin Xiaozhu said, "not me." Lin Hongyan was silent for a moment. "This won't happen again. Don't neglect your training in the future." Lin Xiaozhu. When a father and a daughter were discussing what to eat for lunch, an apprentice from a martial arts school hurried over. "Master Lin, a beastmaster named Shi Yu said he might come to visit today and asked if you have time." Chapter 49. Visiting the Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts School. "Shi Yu? Yes, that's the name," said the apprentice. "Let him come over," Lin Hongyan said. This kid finally agreed to come to the martial arts gym. The apprentice nodded and immediately responded. At this time, Lin Xiaozhu next to him vaguely felt that the name sounded familiar. "Do you know this Shi Yu?" Lin Hongyan asked his daughter first. "I remember you mentioned to me before that there was a very self-disciplined iron-eating beast that was taken away by a man named Shi Yu." The first time Lin Hongyan heard the name Shi Yu was not from Lu Qingyi, but from Lin Xiaozhu. However, because Shi Yu was only an apprentice beastmaster, he did not deliberately remember it. It was not until Lu Qingyi mentioned it, and he investigated further that he discovered and remembered that it was the same person. Lin Xiaozhu said, "It's really him? Father, you still remember him. What's wrong? Is he going to join the martial arts school?" Lin Hongyan shook his head and said, "No, I was just entrusted by someone to guide his growth." By the way, after he left, "Do you know how the iron-eating beast grew?" Lin Xiaozhu also shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I told them that they can come to the Iron Bamboo breeding base for consultation anytime if they have any questions. Since he hasn't come again, everything should be normal, right?" "How can this be normal? It's too abnormal." After a moment of silence, Lin Hongyan said that Shi Yu and the iron-eating beast participated in the Tianmong Mountain training assessment organized by the Beastmaster Association a few days ago and won first place. Lin Xiaozhu was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Then, her beautiful eyes widened and she said, "Impossible, that iron-eating beast only awakened to level 3 a month ago. At this level, I'm afraid he can't even beat a wild boar." Even though she was optimistic about the iron-eating beast and believed that the self-disciplined little iron-eating beast 11 would definitely achieve something great, she obviously did not believe what her father said. "How can there be such a growth rate? I find it hard to believe, but he will come to visit us soon and then everything will become clear." Lin Hongyan looked at the group of useless apprentices in the training ground. "I wish this group of people were half as good as Shi Yu is rumored to be. 6th level of growth, mastery level hardening, learning Thunder Palm. It's incredible. Then what about the fish?" Lin Xiaozhu asked another key question. "Putting the ridiculous things aside for now, eating is the real thing." "I'm not going," Lin Hongyan said. "Let's wait for this time." Although they have never met each other, he now likes Shi Yu, the genius beastmaster, more than his own daughter. This is just like some parents who always talk about other people's children. He couldn't wait to see who this Shi Yu and that iron-eating beast were. "But I've already told my mother that you'll be going with me." Lin Xiaozhu looked at his father strangely. His father actually stood up today? He dared to disobey the queen mother? Wasn't he afraid of sleeping on a bamboo board at night? Lin Hongyan turned around calmly. "Where are you going?" Lin Xiaozhu asked. "Tell Shi Yu to come back in the afternoon. I'm suddenly a little hungry." Afternoon. On Shi Yu's side. After hearing from the apprentices at the martial arts gym that the gym owner Lin Hongyan would be at the gym that afternoon and that someone would receive him when he visited, he stretched lazily in anticipation. "Well, let's find a place to have a good meal on the way there." At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Shiryu started to set off. In order to save time, he still chose a taxi because he had money and was willful. After arriving near the martial arts gym, he randomly found a high-end looking restaurant and ordered a bunch of dishes, including the wild boar meat that he hadn't had last time. After eating and drinking, Shiryu looked at the time and saw that it was almost time, so he went directly to Zhueshir Martial Arts School. Outside Zhueshir Martial Arts School. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Shiryu knocked on the door. After a while, the door was opened and a man in familiar clothes opened the door. Shiryu looked down from above and said subconsciously, "Panda studies." "No, breeder Lin Xiuzhu." The person who opened the door was Lin Xiuzhu, who was wearing the same shorts and t-shirt as the panda. "Hello, nice to see you again." Lin Xiuzhu looked at Shiryu with a smile. "Yes." Shiryu nodded. When he bought the iron-eating beast, he felt that there was something wrong with this Lin Xiuzhu. Later he found out that she was actually Lin Hongyan's daughter. All in all, she is another white, rich and beautiful second-generation rich girl. Alas, he just got 10 million yuan from Lu Qingyi, and now he has to ask for training resources from her. As expected, Shiryu's stomach is not very good, and he is good at living off others. Come to think of it, I haven't paid off my loan yet. I was planning to pay it back monthly, but now do I still have to pay it back? Come with me, father is inside, Lin Xiuzhu said, and began to lead the way. A moment later, Shiryu was invited into the reception room of the martial arts hall. At this time, Shiryu finally met the owner of the Lin Hongyan Pavilion, who was then called by Chen Kai, Zhuang Yu and others as possibly the best beastmaster in Pingqing district. "Sit down." Inside the house, Lin Hongyan, who was wearing a gray combat uniform, extended his hand to invite Shiryu to take a seat. Feeling the aura of Pavilion Master Lin Hongyan, Shiryu thought to himself, he can tell at first glance that he is an expert. Since he is an expert, I wonder if his other pets have any rare skills. Shiryu sat down stiffly, while Lin Xiuzhu, who brought him here, sat opposite him naturally. Lin Xiuzhu still didn't believe what Lin Hongyan had just said about Shiryu's battle record. After all, 11 could be said to have been raised by her. Didn't she know how strong 11 was a month ago? Moreover, during the meal, she also asked her father what was going on, but Lin Hongyan himself was ambiguous and could not answer. He only said that Shiryu had a special opportunity. Outrageous. Dr. Lu has already told me. If you plan to come to Zhueshir Martial Arts School to learn, I will teach you everything I know. However, based on my understanding, it seems that there is only a limit to what I can teach you regarding the cultivation of iron-eating beasts. Among the methods used by Zhueshir Martial Arts School to cultivate iron-eating beasts, the most valuable are undoubtedly the secret skills of Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. In addition, special nutritional supplements and foods, although very expensive, are obviously still a little bit short of the value of skill secrets, and there are many substitutes. Sure, you and the others have learned the Thunder Palm skill by themselves, so it's no wonder that Lin Hongyan said there is not much left to teach. You're so polite. Sure, you said that he was just a newbie. How about this? From now on, the 3 training grounds of Zhueshir Martial Arts School are open to you freely, and the training equipment can be used at will. Zhueshir Martial Arts School will also provide all the resources for the cultivation of iron-eating beasts. Xiuzhu should have given you the basic breeding manual for the iron-eating beast. I will give you an advanced breeding method for your reference later. If you have any questions about training, you can come to me at any time for advice. You don't have to receive unified training in the martial arts hall like other apprentices. What do you think? Geniuses should be treated in a special way. Shiryu's iron-eating beasts have mastered the mastery-level hardening and Thunder Palm, so there is no need for them to do the daily training that ordinary apprentices do. Therefore, Lin Hongyan gave Shiryu many conveniences, which other apprentices, even his own daughter, could not enjoy at the beginning. Thank you, Master Lin. Shiryu said, this is quite suitable for me. Food and venue are provided, freedom is not restricted, and there is a master beastmaster who can ask questions at any time. This treatment is simply perfect. Well, it seems that the 10 million yuan can be used to buy supplements without reservation. This solves the problem of 11's cultivation resources. It's just that 11's appetite is a bit big, and I don't know if the martial arts hall can handle it. Normally it's okay, but I'm afraid that 11 will get too addicted and start eating twice as much. As for the food of the green moth, it's not everywhere outside. It seems that joining this 11th game is indeed the right choice, otherwise I might still be recuperating at this time. If I understand correctly, your iron-eating beast has already learned the Thunder Palm. In addition, the proficiency of the hardening skill has also reached the mastery level. Shiryu nodded. Yes. Lin Xiuzhu, smiley face. What you say is getting more and more outrageous. Then focus on training your Thunder Palm skills first. Thunder Palm is easier to learn than Cannon Fist. If you want to learn Cannon Fist, my suggestion is to master Thunder Palm first. Shiryu nodded. Indeed, he bit off more than he could chew. He couldn't add enough points to the skills of the iron-eating beast. As for the Cannon Fist, forget it. A normal iron beast might lack this skill, but his iron beast has it at all. A similar skill like Thunder Palm is enough, and there is no need to add a Fire Cannon Fist to increase the attack area. Even if there is such a demand, we will definitely have to wait until more advanced skills are included in the future. There are few records about Thunder Palm in the outside world. Next, I will take you to the training ground and explain the Thunder Palm skill to you in detail. Before that, I will also introduce you to the other apprentices. When you come to the martial arts gym in the future, you will inevitably come into contact with them. As for the various training facilities in the martial arts hall, let Xiaozhu take you to familiarize yourself with them later. Lin Xiaozhu had many questions, but he didn't dare to interrupt his father too much when he was speaking. Younger position in the family. Mother is greater than father and greater than her. It is very real. Speaking of which, Pavilion Master Lin Hongyan looked at Shiryu. Although I have heard Yin Qi talk about your situation, I still don't seem to understand your situation very well. Would you mind having a real fight with the apprentices of our martial arts school so that I can understand your specific situation? Okay. Lin Xiaozhu answered for Shiryu. Actual combat is good, and she also wanted to see what the current situation of Shiryu and the others is. / omega / fight. Shiryu was extremely calm and said, I am invincible. You can do whatever you want. Chapter 50, The Power of Thunder Palm. Zhushi Martial Arts School is very large, with 3 gymnasium-sized training grounds alone. However, there are very few apprentices in the school at this time. Normally, only apprentices at the trainee level would live in the martial arts gym to receive rigorous training. Lin Hongyan brought Shiryu to a rooftop of a training ground and said, This is the basic training ground, used for martial arts apprentices and iron-eating beasts to exercise after meals. Below, the beast masters and the iron-eating beasts beside them were jogging on the artificial grass to warm up. The animal tamers were fine, but the giant pandas looked reluctant and kept crying. We just finished lunch and it should be lunchtime. It would be too much of an injustice to the panda to go running right away. However, they had no choice because of the Beastmaster's mandatory orders. The iron-eating beast has a lazy personality. This needs to be slowly changed during daily training. Otherwise, when the real battle comes, big problems will easily arise. Lin Hongyan said. Lin Xiaozhu said beside him. But 11 should be very self-disciplined, right? Shiryu nodded. Yes, generally speaking, it won't eat unless it completes a certain amount of training, otherwise it won't feel at ease eating. Lin Hongyan. He looked at Lin Xiaozhu. Is there such an iron-eating beast? Lin Xiaozhu also turned his head in surprise. This sounded even more outrageous than what happened at the breeding base. What did Shiryu do to 11 afterwards? She looked at Shiryu. Ahem. Shiryu had an innocent look on his face. Maybe he had cheated 11 too much and stimulated it? 11. It is shameful to get something for nothing. The Beastmaster gave you the cheat, so you have to train hard to make up for the sweat you put in. After the warm-up, they will do basic hardening training here, working in pairs to practice with each other. Lin Hongyan looked down again, hardening vs hardening, saving a lot of money on steel plates. Unlike 11, he could only rely on gravity and steel plates to train the hardening strength. The levels of their iron-eating beasts are basically between 8 and 10. I will just pick the strongest one among them for you. Lin Hongyan continued. Just pick the strongest one. Human language? Right now, the 10 martial arts apprentices in the training ground below have just finished warming up and are about to start basic hardening training in groups of 2. Led by a tall young man with a flat head, they were quickly divided into groups. Jiang Rui. At this time, the owner of the Lin Hongyan Pavilion called out. Jiang Rui, a tall, flat-headed young man who had just organized the other apprentices into groups, looked up. Let's go down, Lin Hongyan said. A moment later, they arrived at the training ground below. Master Lin, what's wrong? Jiang Rui and other apprentices looked over. His eyes looked at Lin Hongyan and Shiryu, but quickly looked away, all focusing on senior Sister Panda. Great, Sister Panda came to the martial arts gym again today, and I suddenly became more motivated to train. Teenagers at this age are at a stage where they are extremely confused about the opposite sex. After boring training day after day, they really need something to heal their souls. Lin Xiaozhu, the daughter of Lin Hongyan, is a famous genius with outstanding appearance. With the giant panda t-shirt that highlights her looks, she is the goddess of all the apprentices. Even the 2 little girls among the 10 apprentices secretly envied Lin Xiaozhu's figure. They looked down at themselves and couldn't help feeling sad. Please pause your training for now. Lin Hongyan said, "Let me introduce you. This is Shiryu. He will come to the martial arts hall to study." Swish, 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 swish. Everyone then looked at Shiryu. They were just wondering who it was, but it turned out to be a newcomer to the martial arts school. Newcomers are good. After having newcomers, the ones who are scolded by the gym owner are the newcomers who cannot adapt to the intensity of training quickly, not them. This wave is called diverting firepower, and everyone's martial arts school status instantly increases by 1. Everyone began to like Shiryu, and the atmosphere in the martial arts gym became full of joy. "Hello, everyone." Shiryu also had a kind expression. Everyone nodded, and Jiang Rue said, "My name is Jiang Rue. If you have any questions, you can come to me." "Jiang Rue, don't organize the training for now. Let's have a battle with Shiryu," Lin Hongyan said. Jiang Rue is the most outstanding among the 10 apprentices, so when Lin Hongyan and other martial arts teachers are not around, the basic training is basically led by Jiang Rue. "Me?" Jiang Rue pointed at himself and spoke unexpectedly. "That's you. If you lose, you and the Iron Eater will have to double your training." Jiang Rue's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly realized that he was just coaching a newcomer, so how could he lose? "Okay." He nodded quickly. As for the other apprentices, they had an expression of "why not me?" They understood what Master Lin meant. Wasn't it just to give the newcomer a warning and let him understand the strength of the apprentices in the martial arts school? At the same time, Master Lin might also want to know the situation of this newcomer. They can do it too. How could Jiang Rue snatch away this opportunity to demonstrate the results of his training in front of his master and senior sisters, and to show his mighty image in front of the newcomers? Damn, I'm so jealous. Because Shiryu and Jiang Rue were going to fight, everyone's training was temporarily stopped, which made the apprentices and iron-eating beasts secretly glad. At Lin Hongyan's signal, irrelevant people dispersed and went to watch the fight on the side, leaving room for the two to fight. "Shiryu, please send out your pet." Jiang Rue spoke warmly, and after he finished speaking, the iron-eating beast beside him came out. Because they were just warming up, the iron-eating beast had been outside. This is a big roller with a body length of 1.45 meters. Its growth level should be much higher than 11. Good. Shiryu nodded and started communicating with the beast taming space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next second, ripples appeared in the surrounding space, causing a weak air current to blow up nearby, causing the artificial grass on the ground to sway. In front of Shiryu, a spot of light appeared out of thin air, outlining the transparent summoning array in full view. In the ripples like water, 11 walked out in a daze. It came outside and looked up at the big man in front of it. 11's current normal height, without multiplication, is only 1 meter. Compared with Jiang Rue, the iron-eating beast, he is obviously still a child. Infancy. At this time, with the appearance of 11, the apprentices in the martial arts gyms who had trained iron-eating beasts immediately judged 11's growth level. It seems that he has awakened to level 6. He is indeed a newbie. It would not be easy for Jiang Rue's iron-eating beast, which had awakened to level 10 and mastered skilled hardening, to win. "You attack first," Jiang Rue said after a moment of silence. If they attack directly, Master Lin won't be able to check the newcomer's strength properly, so it's better to let the newcomer take over. 11. Shiryu didn't bother to be polite and directly ordered 11 to launch an attack. Oh. In an instant, 11 attacked the iron-eating beast on the opposite side fiercely. Block it. Jiang Rue is very confident in the hardening strength of his own iron-eating beast. Although this little iron-eating beast seems to have strong explosive power, it is still in its infancy after all. Jiang Rue's iron-eating beast stood still, as if showing off its skills. Buzz. It simply chose to harden its entire body and wait for the arrival of the small iron beast. With the power and hardening strength of the small iron beast, it is impossible to cause any harm to it. Jiang Rue is very sure. In fact, this is true. Even though he knew that 11's hardening strength was definitely higher than that of this iron-eating beast, Shiryu was not sure whether 11 could use hardening to seriously injure the opponent. The reason lies in the basic qualities. Although 11's skill proficiency is very high, its strength is definitely not as good as that of this level 10 iron-eating beast. If the hardened strength is only there but the power cannot keep up with the opponent, the attack will obviously not cause much damage. However, at this time, 11 does not only have hardening that can be used to fight the enemy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. When Jiang Rue and his iron-eating beast were extremely confident and used skilled-level hardening to check the strength of the newcomer in front of them, 11, who pounced nearby, did not use hardened claws to attack or hardened head impact, as everyone had imagined. But, after approaching the opponent, it immediately stretched its arms backwards, and the next moment, a light intertwined with blue and white burst out from its palms. A high-intensity electric current spread across 11's palms, forming a chaotic and violent ball of electric current. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound is like the singing of thousands of birds. Intermediate skill, Thunder Palm. Under the illumination of lightning, 11's entire body was still in the glare, extremely dazzling. This scene instantly made Jiang Rui lose the ability to think, and also made the other apprentices lose the ability to think. They stared with their eyes wide open, finding it unbelievable, because this skill could never appear on an iron-eating beast below the extraordinary level. Under the condensation of high-intensity electric current, 11's palm now has extremely strong penetrating power like a sharp blade, which is more suitable for attacking than hardening. At this time, due to the skilled level hardening, Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast could not move in the state of whole-body hardening, and could only watch the lightning palm with electric current piercing through it. It's too late to cancel the hardening and dodge at this time. With a bang sound, under the roar of thunder and lightning, blue and white electric light suddenly surged all over Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast, penetrating through the hardened body and madly corroding its body. Bang, 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 bang. The next second, the electric current surged throughout the body of the iron-eating beast, causing it to become paralyzed. Its body subconsciously tilted down. Although it had not lost its ability to fight, it was obviously seriously injured. Except for the silent Lin Hongyan, all the other apprentices in the martial arts hall, including Lin Xiuzhu, opened their mouths and looked at the cautiously retreating Xiaoshi Taizhou, unable to believe it. Chapter 51 Mystery. Really, Thunder Palm? Lin Xiuzhu stood beside his father and looked at 11 in disbelief. Compared to what others say, seeing it with your own eyes is obviously more shocking. The Thunder Palm skill was actually mastered by a level 6 young iron-eating beast? Amazing. Lin Hongyan nodded, and it was the beginning of the power of the Thunder Palm. It seemed that this iron-eating beast had practiced hard after mastering the Thunder Palm. Although he didn't lose his ability to fight, Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast must have been paralyzed after taking this attack. Lin Hongyan looked at the venue and made his judgment. Sizzle. Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast was crackling all over. At this time, Jiang Rui was confused and shocked. How is it possible? This is not scientific. When Jiang Rui was confused, the paralyzed iron-eating beast roared and woke him up. The battle is not over yet. Hard claws. Jiang Rui finally reacted and quickly gave the order to attack. Can't lose. It's nothing to lose to a newcomer. After all, the opponent used Thunder Palm. Who can call him a newcomer? But after losing, doubling the training volume could really kill the panda. In order to avoid double training, Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast still burst out with a fighting spirit of not admitting defeat even though its whole body was paralyzed. At the command of the Beastmaster, it pounced towards 11 with lightning bursting from its body. Sizzle. However, in the paralyzed state, the speed of this iron-eating beast was more than half a beat slower. Opposite it, 11, who was keeping a distance, was locked by supervision, and Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast's attack was instantly full of loopholes. Don't dodge, take it head-on, and then fight back. However, sure you gave the order at this time, not intending to give the supervision a chance to work. 11. Although he could easily avoid the attack trajectory with supervision, sure you had not forgotten the purpose of the battle. It was to show Lin Hongyan the current proficiency of 11's hardening and Thunder Palm skills, rather than to show the power of supervision. Ying. The Beastmaster has given the order, what else can 11 do? It stood exactly like Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast just now, with its whole body hardened. Adept-level hardening. At this moment, seeing the changes in 11's body, the martial arts apprentices were startled again. Not only has he mastered the Thunder Palm, but his proficiency in hardening also seems to be very high. That's right, after all, one of the requirements for learning Thunder Palm is proficiency-level hardening. When everyone was marveling at the monstrous talent of this little iron-eating beast, Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast tore towards 11 with one claw. Squeak. Jiang Rui's iron beast mainly trains the hardness of its claws. In daily training, the hardened skin of the iron beasts of other martial arts apprentices is often torn by the hard claws of his iron beast. But this time, Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast's claws attacked the younger 11, but only left a white mark on 11's hardened skin, without breaking the defense at all. It's just a very minor injury. How is this possible? Jiang Rui found it outrageous again. The next second, a scene that made him feel even more outrageous appeared. After taking the palm strike head-on, 11 kept his entire body in a hardened state and slammed into his iron-eating beast with all his might. Because the lightning energy stored in his body is limited, it is currently difficult for 11 to use a second powerful Thunder Palm attack. This time he can only choose to harden himself against the enemy. Boom! As they thought that the opponent only had skilled level hardening, Jiang Rui and his iron-eating beast had no sense of defense at all, resulting in them taking all the damage from the impact. Thump! Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast was knocked away. The maximum power Thunder Palm plus the full damage hardened impact directly made his iron-eating beast lose its combat consciousness. Thank you, Shiryu said embarrassedly. At this time, Jiang Rui and a group of martial arts apprentices' world views gradually shattered. Mastery level, hardening. This is a young iron-eating beast that has awakened to level 6. Even the iron-eating beasts trained by the senior brothers and sisters who passed the professional assessment have the same moveset configuration. Ouch! Meanwhile, 11 shouted in victory as he saw his opponent fall. However, it still felt unsatisfactory. The apprentices of Zhushi Martial Arts School also seemed to have limited strengths. Currently, among the awakening pets, perhaps only pets with a race level above the commander level can pose a threat to 11. Jiang Rui, you lost. You must double your training volume when you go back. At this time, Gym Master Lin Hongyan spoke from the side. Jiang Rui said that he lost for no apparent reason. This newcomer? He looked at Shi and Shiryu with a dull expression, then looked at Master Lin Hongyan and Lin Xiuzhu, and suspected that this was Master Lin's illegitimate child. Otherwise, how could it be so strong? The other martial arts apprentices also looked confused, but after fighting to this point, Lin Hongyan felt that it was enough. Jiang Rui, take the iron-eating beast to get treated, and the others continue training. Shiryu, come with me. Good. Lin Hongyan turned and left, and Shiryu could only call 11 to follow him. As for Lin Xiuzhu, he was still standing there in deep thought. Is this really the 11 she knows? Senior Sister Lin, that person is. The other apprentices gathered around Lin Xiuzhu. Lin Xiuzhu came back to his senses and said, you should also double your training. After saying that, she hurriedly followed her father and Shiryu, leaving behind the apprentices with messy faces. This isn't just a newcomer at the bottom of the class. It's clearly a monster academic master who can only provoke people. Damn. Inside Zhushi Martial Arts School, in an empty training hall, Shiryu was brought here by Lin Hongyan. Following Shiryu, 11 observed the strange uncle who was leading the way and always felt that he looked familiar. 11. Lin Xiuzhu followed and called out 11. When 11 turned around and saw Lin Xiuzhu, he couldn't help but feel surprised. She is the big sister. Well, in 11's eyes, Lin Xiuzhu, who often wears a panda doll costume, is the same kind as him. 11. Long time no see. Lin Xiuzhu touched 11's head and held it in his arms to observe it. Well, 11 is still 11, but what happened? How could he suddenly become so strong? You are an iron-eating beast, and you have been bred quite well. It's the best iron-eating beast I've ever seen. Lin Hongyan praised generously in front. 11 came out of the stuffy place and gestured with his fists. Of course, it also remembered who this uncle was. It seemed that it had seen him in the breeding base, but it was not sure who he was. Thank you. Shiryu responded with a slight gesture of thanks to the compliment. Hey, isn't this all thanks to his training? In short, your future is immeasurable. Lin Hongyan sighed. Unfortunately, there is not much I can teach you. Next, I plan to show you the training direction after hardening and Thunder Palm, which can be used as a reference for you. After he finished speaking, a blue summoning pattern appeared beside him, and a 2-meter-tall adult iron-eating beast walked out. This iron-eating beast has a ferocious expression and well-developed muscles. It looks extremely strong. It is not lazy like other iron-eating beasts and is not cute at all. It seems that under the cultivation of Pavilion Master Lin Hongyan, this pet has overcome some habits and become an iconic war pet. The different proficiency marks of hardening should be clearly recorded in the basic training manual. And if it's Thunder Palm? Lin Hongyan looked at his iron-eating beast and nodded. The next moment, in the eyes of Shiryu and Shi, the palm of the iron-eating beast was also filled with high-intensity electric currents interwoven with blue and white. Sizzle! Lightning swirled in the palm of his hand, and the strong iron-eating beast was surrounded by electric light, which was particularly dazzling. Your proficiency in the Thunder Palm of the iron-eating beast is currently at the entry level. If it hits, a chaotic high-intensity electric current will burst out, which can put the enemy into a state of severe paralysis. However, the penetration force is still not enough. Otherwise, it could have directly shattered the hardened layer and killed the opponent instantly. The mark of a skilled Thunder Palm is its piercing and penetrating effects. Sizzle! As Lin Hongyan finished speaking, the chaotic blue and white lightning on his iron-eating beast's palm began to move and concentrate, and it seemed that its intensity had increased to a new level. The iron-eating beast waved its arms casually, and lightning flashed across the sky. It seemed as if the lightning really formed a sharp blade, and its penetrating power increased visibly with the naked eye, and the air began to hiss. With this level of proficiency, even the strongest steel can be shattered by lightning. As for the mastery level Thunder Palm, if I'm not mistaken, your iron-eating beast may have lost some of its stamina after using the Thunder Palm. Shiryu nodded. The sign of a mastered Thunder Palm is that it becomes a normal skill. After Lin Hongyan finished speaking, his iron-eating beast moved again. This time, both of his palms were covered with lightning and continued to maintain this state. Not only can the lightning be constantly covered on the palm like an armor, but it can also be used with both hands. This is the mark of a mastery-level lightning palm. Then, after he finished speaking, he looked at his iron-eating beast. It's the state of training the Thunder Palm to perfection. Ah! The strong iron-eating beast roared, and the lightning from his palms began to spread throughout his body and invade his body. Sizzle! As lightning struck, it seemed as if there were lightning in its mouth and eyes. The next moment, all the hair on its body exploded, and it seemed to turn into a ray of lightning. It instantly appeared 50 meters away from the training hall, and then returned to its original place in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving only a charred ground. Perfect proficiency. With the help of the high-intensity electric current of the Thunder Palm, the whole body is stimulated, thereby generating a powerful instantaneous explosive force and obtaining a speed that cannot be seen by the naked eye. After training the Thunder Palm to perfection, the penetrating power of lightning combined with one's own speed can even cut through real lightning. The sense of déjà vu is so strong. Shiryu said in his heart. After Lin Hongyan finished speaking, Shiryu was fine, but 11 next to him was already looking at Shiryu with surging emotions. This looks awesome. Shiryu, add some more. Make up for it after working hard. But this is nothing. Lin Hongyan didn't finish his words. This is what you should pursue. This time, Shiryu also perked up and looked at Lin Hongyan. A superb Thunder Palm? What would the effect be? Obviously, he was overthinking it. Even Lin Hongyan, a Master Beast master, had not trained his iron-eating beast Thunder Palm to that level. At this moment, Lin Hongyan's iron-eating beast dispersed its lightning, and its entire body entered a hardened state. Then it raised its head and clenched its hands. Boom. With its metallic texture all over its body, stronger electric currents burst out from its body. With the interweaving of black and white and the flashing of blue electric currents, it was as if the iron-eating beast was wearing lightning armor. Boom. Boom. In this state, the iron beast is full of power, and its attack, defense, and speed all reach their peak. The crackling sound of its lightning armor seems to be able to shatter the enemy's will. A combination of hardening and Thunder Palm? Shiryu opened his mouth slightly. Yes, but it's more powerful than ordinary combination skills. Lin Shouju, who was standing next to him, didn't expect his father to be able to perform to this extent. When two ordinary skills are successfully combined, it is called a combo skill. But father's iron-eating beast's proficiency in hardening and Thunder Palm are both at the perfect level or above. In the Master Realm, Beastmasters call the perfect combination of two skills with perfect proficiency or above the perfect level the secret dot. Right now, this is one of the secrets mastered by my father's iron-eating beast, Thunder Armor. With this secret, it can fight against king-level creatures for a short time. Chapter 52. Don't aim too high. Combos are difficult. It doesn't mean that if a ferruginous beast masters both hardening and Thunder Palm, it can combine the two skills. Even if you just superimpose hardening and Thunder Palm on your palm at the same time, it is not so easy to do. First, you need to consider whether the pet has the ability to use two skills at the same time, and secondly, whether the energies of the two skills will conflict. To resolve these contradictions, there is no doubt that they must be resolved by improving the proficiency of skills. Only when the skill proficiency is high enough and the pet is extremely proficient in a certain skill, will it be possible to coordinate and combine this skill with other skills. The higher the skill proficiency, the higher the combo completion rate. There is a saying in the beast taming field, combination skills may not be the strongest, but the strongest skill is definitely a combination skill. Therefore, based on this sentence, high-level beastmasters gave a name to the combination of two or more perfect-level skills, the secret skill. Whether a pet can master the secrets and how powerful the secrets are often the most critical factors in evaluating the training level of a beastmaster in a higher field. It was obviously too early for Shiryu, who was not even a professional beastmaster, to use the word secret. In fact, even for professional beastmasters, it is still very early. After all, even an ordinary professional beastmaster might not be able to train his pet's skills to perfect proficiency. However, because he was optimistic about Shiryu's talent, Lin Hongyan still chose to open Shiryu's eyes in advance. He hopes Shiryu can work towards this direction. Next to him, after Lin Shouju finished introducing the secret of Thunder Armor, Lin Hongyan looked at Shiryu without leaving a trace, waiting for Shiryu's shocked expression. He is a genius, but compared to an experienced veteran like him who has accumulated sufficient experience, he is definitely still a little short of the mark. This experience can be used as a reference for Shiryu and others. However, Shiryu's next sentence made Lin Hongyan's heart skip a beat. This thunder armor. I feel like it can be improved a bit. Shiryu discovered the flaws in the thunder armor. Why do you say that? Lin Xiaozhu didn't understand. Because the eyesight of the iron-eating beast is not very good, can it control its own movements at that speed just now? The strong iron-eating beast next to it was stunned. Lin Hongyan was also stunned. There is no such thing as a perfect secret. Having this trick to deal with opponents who are big and not good at speed is already very useful. Shiryu added, if there is a perception skill that can predict the enemy's actions or clearly capture the enemy's position, the effect of thunder armor may be stronger. He looked at 11. Perfect level hardening plus perfect level thunder palm plus perfect level supervision. This feels like the secret of the perfect version of thunder armor. But this is equivalent to the secret of the third skill. As for facing larger opponents, wouldn't perfect level hardening plus perfect level thunder palm plus perfect level multiplication be better? The key is that it is not easy for iron-eating beasts to learn perception skills. Lin Hongyan had a dark face. Do you think learning skills is so easy? Just learn if you want to. However, your idea is good. Every secret is not perfect and has its own flaws and shortcomings. Integrating new skills into the combined secret can enhance the effect of the secret. Of course, this is still a long way off for you. Your current goal should be to train the iron-eating beast to improve its proficiency in the thunder palm. Then, try a simple combination of hardening and thunder palm. It's not easy to improve the proficiency of thunder palm. After all, this skill is not a racial skill of the iron-eating beast. From entry-level to proficient, your hands need to have strong resistance to lightning and thunder. To become proficient, the pet needs to have strong energy control and strong enough physical support. As for mastering it to perfection, even a single mistake during training can cause the pet to be covered in wounds. The training process is extremely dangerous. Each step is very particular. In short, if you have any difficulties in your cultivation, come to me. Lin Hongyan said that although he showed Shiryu the characteristics of thunder palm at each stage of proficiency, there are still many tricks to practice in this direction. Okay, I'll try my best. Shiryu nodded. Next to him, Xiaoshi Taizhou 11 always felt that the two of them were not on the same wavelength. It made the right judgment. Lin Hongyan's idea was to let Shiryu develop proficiency in hardening plus proficiency in thunder palm to form a local ordinary combination skill. This skill would be enough for Shiryu to pass the professional assessment in the future. And what Shiryu was thinking about was when he could achieve the ultimate hardening plus ultimate thunder palm plus ultimate multiplication to directly open the Thunder God armor mode and destroy the city with one blow. The skill atlas is really a good thing. JPG. Next, Senior Panda began to take Shiryu and the others to familiarize themselves with the martial arts gym facilities. There are targeted equipment here to train the basic qualities of the iron-eating beast, but 11 always feels that something is missing. It doesn't look as vigorous as the jumping-off building training method. One of the rooms is a power generation training room used by iron-eating beasts to train their lightning resistance, and it can provide extraordinary level electric shocks. There is also an electrified swimming pool nearby, which can not only train the iron-eating beast to fight in the water, but also increase its resistance to lightning. I really like this 11. In addition, facilities like canteen and infirmary are standard. Shiryu looked around and nodded. If he could use the equipment here, it would indeed be more scientific and comprehensive than training on his own. The most important thing is, you can eat and drink for free here. In order to find out more about the food at the martial arts gym, Shiryu stayed until mealtime today. Father, Lin Hongyan is busy summarizing his experience in breeding the iron-eating beast and plans to give it to Shiryu before he leaves. At this time, Lin Xiaozhu knocked on the door and came in. Have they finished their meal? Lin Hongyan asked. Is it to their liking? Lin Xiaozhu looked thoughtful. It should be suitable. Shiryu is fine, and that little iron beast ate a lot. Lin Hongyan smiled and said, if you are really as self-disciplined as you say, and you exercise a lot, it's normal for you to eat a little more. Lin Xiaozhu said, electric ore, iron bamboo, iron heartwood, gold spirit mineral spring, and our martial arts hall's special growth package of gold and thunder dual attribute energy crystals. It ate the double portion after normal iron-eating beast training. Lin Hongyan raised his eyebrows. It's true that there are quite a few, but it's normal. But this is just the amount they ate when they only had one battle in the afternoon and didn't have any training. Lin Hongyan fell into deep thought. I always feel that we need to prepare more food resources for the martial arts school in the future. But it's not a big problem. Food is plentiful. It's just an awakening iron-eating beast. No matter how much nutrition it needs, can it be as much as when it grows to a commander-level iron-eating beast? At the same time, Shiryu was walking in the martial arts hall. He was in a good mood at the moment. With the absolute sleep and accelerated digestion guarantee of the beast taming space, there is no need to worry about 11 eating too much, as the nutrients can be fully absorbed. At this rate, he was confident that he could train 11 to the extraordinary level within a few months. In this world, the average lifespan of an iron-eating beast is around 35 years old. Generally speaking, it takes about 10 years for a wild iron-eating beast to grow naturally to the extraordinary level if it has adequate nutrition and good growth conditions. Generally, iron-eating beasts around this age have already reached adulthood and are in their mature prime, which is a normal growth rate for the iron-eating beast clan. And for an iron-eating beast with a beastmaster, this process can be accelerated. For example, 11 seems to have every hope of growing to the extraordinary level before the age of 2. As for the professional assessment, I don't have to worry too much about level 11, but my own level. Shiryu stopped and thought. He had to go see if there were any training resources that the beast tamer could use. Supplements alone were not enough. Evening. Shiryu planned to say goodbye to Lin Hongyan and Lin Xiuzhu and go home for the night. After all, there seemed to be a bug that needed to be fed at home. Before leaving, Lin Xiuzhu handed the advanced training manual of the iron-eating beast to Shiryu. This records the training methods for each stage of Thunder Palm. Remember to keep it well. Come on. After Lin Xiuzhu handed the skill secrets to Shiryu, he waved his fist. She could see that her father had placed all his hopes on Shiryu, hoping that Shiryu could cultivate the iron-eating beast to the point where it could break through the limits of its species. Shiryu took the skill training manual, looked at Lin Xiuzhu, and said, "Don't worry. As long as the martial arts school provides enough food, 11 will not let everyone down. Otherwise, 11 will not feel at ease while eating the meal. 11 is not like him, who can accept everything with peace of mind." It is said that when a beast master and his pet have been under contract for a long time, the personalities of both parties will influence each other. Shiryu is also very curious about who will influence whom between him and she. At night, when Shiryu returned home, King Yanchong was still sleeping. This guy, all he does is eat and sleep. He's even more of an iron eater than 11. Since he was sleeping, Shiryu simply didn't plan to feed him. After taking a quick shower, Shiryu prepared some supplements and called 11 over. After so many times, based on Shiryu's tone, 11 knew what he was going to do to him. 11 came to Shiryu obediently and stayed in Zhushi martial arts school for an entire afternoon, which broadened its horizons. The attitude displayed by Lin Hongyan's iron-eating beast deeply attracted Xiao 11. 11. Nung. Come on, Beastmaster, let me see where your limit is. You are becoming more and more accepting. Shiryu was speechless. However, in 11's opinion, it is just reaping the fruits of one's labor in advance, overspending, training and sweating, and then replenishing them. Is there a problem? No problem. Skill, Thunder Palm. Skill level, Intermediate. Introduction, a lightning skill that gathers high-intensity electric current on the palm, making the palm as powerful as a sharp blade with a paralyzing effect. Status, available for teaching. Shiryu is taking a day off today and plans to just teach some intermediate skills. Buzz. After Shiryu added the points, 11's Thunder Palm proficiency immediately went from entry level to skilled level. Shiryu drank less than half a cup of royal jelly water and fell asleep immediately. 11 glanced at Shiryu, dragged him to the bed, covered him with a quilt, and immediately ran to the yard. The long night is coming, but does it care as it has absolute sleep? No, it doesn't. Tonight it will practice hard and make a preliminary combination of Thunder Palm and hardening. It is like this tonight, and it will be like this every night. Chapter 53, Panda King 11. Early in the morning on August 4th, Shiryu woke up due to hunger. This is what a weak body is like. If you skip a meal, you will feel hungry, and you need to be full in the morning, noon, and evening. After yawning and stretching, Shiryu got up from bed. Putting on cat slippers, Shiryu pushed the door open and walked out. In the yard, Shiryu was not sure whether 11 slept that night. When he went out, he saw 11 sitting under a tree thinking about his life. In the bird cage on the tree, the blue caterpillar looked at 11 quietly. Because it didn't sleep as soundly as Shiryu, it was woken up by the bear. Grumble. The green cottonworm shed tears. Not only had it seen the steel plate at 4 in the morning, but now it had also seen the iron-eating beast that stayed up all night to discharge electricity. Under the moonlight, the lightning flashed brightly, like the singing of thousands of birds. How could it sleep? What's wrong? Sure, you casually asked 11. Bing. 11 turned around and stretched out his hand, meaning that it was difficult to combine hardening and thunder palm. Mastery level hardening plus skilled level thunder palm. It seems a bit difficult to initially combine them. It studied it all night, with midnight snacks plus absolute sleep plus constant attempts, but still failed to successfully complete the combination. That means your skill proficiency is still a little lacking. It's okay. Let's eat first, and I'll give you some more later. Make up for it later with effort. What a considerate beastmaster. Taking advantage of this breakfast, sure you asked 11 and Green Cottonworm to destroy all the remaining food resources in the house. After that, we can just go to the martial arts hall to eat. However, the martial arts gym was too far away, and going there every day was a waste of time. After all, he didn't necessarily need to use the gym's training equipment every day. Well, I'll go and ask later if they provide takeout and delivery services. That day, sure you came to the martial arts gym again. But this time, not only was Senior Panda not there, but Pavilion Master Lin Hongyan was also preparing to go out. This is normal. Senior Panda spends most of her time in the breeding base studying iron-eating beasts, and as a master-level beast tamer, it is impossible for Master Lin Hongyan to stay at the martial arts gym all the time. Sure you participated in the training test at Tianmong Mountain. You probably want to explore the ruins. Before leaving, Pavilion Master Lin Hongyan asked. Yes. Sure you nodded. According to the feedback from the trainee beastmasters of the Beast Taming Corps, that ruins is indeed very suitable for training. With your strength, you may get unexpected gains. Zhang Rui and the others will also go to explore the ruins together this time. You can compete with them again. Master Lin Hongyan looked towards the snowy mountains and sighed. I will be away from Pingxing for a while. If you have any questions in the martial arts hall, you can ask Xiuzhu directly. Master Lin left in a hurry, and sure you didn't have time to ask if the martial arts school had any food delivery service. Helplessly, he could only run to the cafeteria to ask himself. In the cafeteria, the purchasing uncle said, of course, most of the iron-eating beast nutritional products and food in Pingxing, no, in the entire Bingyuan city, are basically ordered here. There must be a delivery service. Master Lin said that you can freely use the martial arts gym's training resources. We also support door-to-door delivery. You just need to tell me the quantity, address, and delivery time. Okay, thank you. Hearing that the food could be delivered to his door, sure you felt relieved immediately. So, he would order 3 times the amount of food that a normal iron-eating beast would eat every day. However, it seems that Senior Panda's family is even more wealthy than he imagined. That's right, no normal family can afford to open a private giant panda breeding base. Next, after reserving 3 days' worth of food resources, sure you left the martial arts gym. 3 more days. There are still 3 days until the ruins exploration organized by the Beastmaster Association. On August 7th, sure you will be able to follow the main force and enter the ruins. Because he heard that it was a trial-type relic, sure you decided to take advantage of these 3 days to work hard to improve 11's strength once more using the skill atlas. Now with so many supplements, food, and nutritional products, 11's strength will definitely usher in a wave of explosive growth. After coming back, sure you immediately prepared all the supplements and started teaching 11 how to intimidate him. He planned to teach all the high-level skills first, and then help 11 improve his proficiency in hardening and thunder palm to complete the combination skills. 11 covered his eyes, leaving a small gap, and silently bore the weight. Skill, deterrence. Skill level, advanced. Introduction, a mental skill that can intimidate, shock, and command with momentum. It can also make creatures much weaker than itself faint. It is a symbol of having the qualifications of a king. Status, available for teaching. At a certain level, the deterrence skill can actually be said to be a common skill, and any extraordinary creature with a growth level above the king level can awaken it on its own. However, for awakening, extraordinary, and commander-level pets, if they can master deterrence, it would be extraordinary. Although it has not grown to the king level, it can master deterrence in advance, which almost symbolizes that this pet has the potential to be a king. As the largest official breeding base in Bingyuan City, the Bingyuan City breeding base is truly home to many hidden talents. It seems that the owner of the Snow Wolf is no simple person either. Sure you didn't know much about deterrence skills. He only knew the effects of the first 3 proficiency marks of deterrence. Entry level, deter the opponent, weaken the opponent's fighting spirit, strengthen one's own will, and have a certain command effect on creatures of the same race. Skilled level, can directly destroy the opponent's will, stun the opponent, and cause mental damage. Mastery level, capable of large-scale deterrence. With just a glance, he can make countless creatures faint with his mental aura. As for the perfect level of proficiency and the superb level of proficiency, he really couldn't find them on his phone, but sure you could guess a little. In short, since it is classified as a high-level skill, its skill potential is naturally needless to say. Teaching. From today on, you are the Panda King, 11. Shiryu reached out and touched 11's head. The light flowed in, and Shiryu swallowed the magic beans with difficulty. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, in the empty courtyard, as Shiryu finished his teaching, 11 closed his eyes to absorb the experience, and time seemed to stand still. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a moment, 11 opened his eyes and saw the fallen leaves on the ground trembling without wind. There was obviously no wind at all, but the leaves were rustling in unison, and the scene was extremely unusual. Boom! At this moment, 11 seemed to no longer be that rolling little cub. Instead, his every move exuded tremendous power. The young king of beasts is still the king. 11 opened his bright eyes, and his every move revealed his natural dominance and the ferocious wildness of a ferocious beast that made people tremble. That's it. However, 11 soon couldn't hold it anymore and was questioned by the Beastmaster. Shiryu looked at the cute and weird iron-eating beast in front of him and did not feel any domineering feeling at all. Damn, the baby ferruginous beast looks so harmless. Even with the help of mental deterrence, the effect is currently limited. It seems that 11 has to grow up a little or double his size before he can make the enemy feel real fear visually. 11 canceled the uncontrollable intimidation skill and revealed an aggrieved expression. This skill doesn't seem to be that useful. I don't even understand what its effect is. Grumble. However, just when Shiryu and she were complaining that the deterrent skill needed to be upgraded, a green cottonworm with white eyes that was watching the fun on the tree fell down after being affected by the deterrence. Looking at the fainted green moth on the pile of leaves, Shiryu and she fell into deep thought. Shiryu, deterrent skills, don't they only have a certain mental deterrence effect after reaching the proficiency level? But this green moth. The corner of his mouth twitched quickly, and he understood. You are a loser in the pet world. As expected of you, you can be scared by this? It has been confirmed that it will be on the shelves in August, and the 1-month new book period will end soon. After it is on the shelves, I will definitely work hard to add more chapters. Therefore, I would like to ask for your support in advance, and ask for some recommendation votes, monthly votes, in the first order when the time comes. Thank you all. Chapter 54, Combination Skills. For the current 11, the practical value of the deterrent skill is temporarily not as good as the absolute sleep and multiplication of the same level. Of course, compared with the combination of hardening and thunder palm, its value is also temporarily inferior. So, after thinking about it, Shiryu decided to continue according to the original plan and help 11 perfect the first combination skill. According to the standards, the combination of 2 perfect level skills is called a secret technique. This standard is still a bit early for 11, mainly because Shiryu's body can't hold on and his supplements may not be enough. Therefore, they plan to pursue ordinary combo skills first. Theoretically speaking, if the proficiency of 2 skills is above the proficient level and the skills are compatible, there is hope of forming a combination skill. Master Lin Hongyan told Shiryu the minimum threshold standard for the combination of hardening and thunder palm. Mastery level hardening, skilled level thunder palm. This threshold has been reached by 11 people at present, but even with the same proficiency, there will definitely be a certain gap. Although he had reached the minimum standard, after a night of hard work, 11 found that he was clearly a little short of completing the combo skill. What else can I do? Keep training. No, keep adding points. Shiryu also gave it his all. After teaching him how to intimidate, he swallowed a magic bean, then gulped down the happy water, finishing most of the half bottle that was left over from yesterday in one gulp. At this point, there are only 2 of the 5 magic beans left, 1/3 of the bottle of Queen Bee happy water is left, and the 5 whiskers of the ginseng baby have not been touched. Around the evening of the 4th, Shiryu recovered and planned to teach 11 the thunder palm again. In the yard, Shiryu and she stood facing each other. 11, who had been training independently for half a day, looked at Shiryu and took a small step back. Although I want to see where the limit of the Beastmaster is. However, looking at Shiryu's condition, it was very afraid that Shiryu would suddenly die. The frequency of teaching skills has been much higher recently than before. 11 took a small step back again, then turned around. Forget it, I'd better practice on my own first. Slipped away. It's not a big problem. Shiryu reached out and pulled 11 back. He can still hold on. If you have cheats but don't work hard, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? The main reason is the enhanced feedback from the skill encyclopedia, which allows him to recover well every time. Therefore, as long as he has supplements, he can still stick to it. The skill encyclopedia is not only a strengthening plugin for the pet, but also a strengthening plugin for him. After teaching for so long, every time after recovering from a weak state, sure you could feel that he was slowly getting stronger. It's not that the various attributes of the beast taming space in the beast tamer system have become stronger. Instead, sure you felt that his physique was getting stronger. Every time I recover from a period of weakness, I feel full of energy. Although the one-time improvement is not as obvious as the feedback from pet upgrades, it has the advantage of high frequency. After all, it is not easy to upgrade a pet, but it only takes 1 or 2 days to teach a skill and recover from a weak state. It seems that you is resting every time after teaching a skill, but this process, when converted into the amount of exercise, is not actually less. Therefore, sure you frequently used skill illustrations and supplements not only to upgrade his pet, but he was also strengthening his own physique in the process. Although the improvement is not great from the current feedback effect, and the physical fitness has not undergone a qualitative change like that of a professional beastmaster, but little by little it adds up to a lot. After all, it's only been less than a month. Shiryu's ultimate goal is to be like the protagonist of a certain cartoon and be able to withstand the pet's skills with his physical body. At that time, you can directly transform into a super earthling, and your safety will be greatly improved when you commit suicide. Hey, why do I subconsciously want to die? Shiryu also fell into deep thought. Maybe, although it's dangerous to commit suicide, it's fun? In short, there are so many supplements now, it would be a waste not to use the skill encyclopedia. It's not only for the purpose of making 11 stronger as soon as possible, but also for myself to have a good body. The price of strengthening the body is to first fall into a state of weakness, which is a bit distressing. Shiryu sighed slightly, then opened the Lejong page again and chose teaching. Bang! He slapped 11 on the head. After finishing the teaching, Shiryu's eyes sunken in and he felt sleepy. I feel much more sleepy than after teaching silkworms. I wish I could just sleep and never wake up. Shiryu was so scared that he quickly chewed a ginseng whisker to calm himself down. This thing recovers so slowly. After the teaching was completed, Shiryu looked at the words, cooling time, and felt that time was slower than the happy water jump. It was indeed the cheapest supplement he had ever bought. However, even if it is cheaper, it is still worth 50,000 yuan. Shiryu compared the prices of Shindo and Royal Jelly, and felt that the baby's beard should be able to recover from weakness for at least 40 hours. The next step was to wait for his body to recover to its peak condition again. Shiryu glanced at the sky and decided to wait in his sleep. At this time, 11 had almost finished receiving the Thunder Palm experience. Its previous Thunder Palm was at the proficiency level, and after this time, its proficiency has been further improved. If Shiryu is not wrong, the next time he teaches Thunder Palm, he will be able to raise its proficiency in Thunder Palm to the mastery level. At this moment, feeling that he had a new understanding of the Thunder Palm, 11's eyes lit up and he was full of energy. He couldn't wait to try the combination skills. Grumble. However, a certain pet seemed to be in great pain. In the bird cage on the tree in the yard, the green cottonworm, which had just recovered from coma, looked at 11 with grievance. Grumble. Don't come over here. It just wants to have a good sleep. Is it that difficult? Chong Chong shed tears. He looked at the round moon, and then looked at Shiryu for help. Shiryu. Cough. Shiryu made a decision. It seemed that 11 was indeed working too hard. Although it is possible to quickly recover physical strength as long as there is enough food and adequate sleep, the mental aspect cannot always be strained by training. Okay. Shiryu pulled 11 back and said, now that you have absolute sleep, you don't have to go back to the beast taming space. You take a rest tonight. It just so happens that I want to sleep on the panda pillow. Under King Mianchong's grateful gaze, Shiryu dragged the bewildered 11 into the house. In the room, Shiryu stroked Panda 11's hair with amazing speed, then shook his head, causing it to shrink by multiples. Then, Shiryu touched 11's hair again, and sure enough, the softness and size were more suitable. Tonight, reward yourself with a night of sleeping on a panda pillow. Some other day, I'll reward myself by sleeping on the enlarged panda bed. Bing. 11 originally wanted to resist and go for training. However, Shiryu fell asleep immediately and lay on it. 11 was slightly stunned, knowing that he couldn't train tonight. Next, in order not to wake up the weak beastmaster, it could only slowly relax its body, make it softer, and finally close its eyes. The next day, at 4 in the morning. I hate it. Shiryu looked at 11 who was about to get up for training with an angry look, and he lay on the bed with his chin in his hand, staring at it quietly. 11 looked at Shiryu seriously. It's almost time to rest. It's time to train. Together. What a sin. Shiryu rubbed his eyes. 11 didn't have to enter the beast controlling space, but it became his own alarm clock. However, since he had recovered well, after sighing, Shiryu simply got up. August 5th. Shiryu taught 11 the Thunder Palm again. 11's Thunder Palm directly stepped into the door of the mastery level. At this time, it can already use Thunder Palms with both hands to control the lightning energy very well. However, due to the limitation of his growth level, his physical strength could not keep up, and he was unable to maintain the normal Thunder Palm for a long time. Shiryu thought, maybe he had to find a skill to enhance 11's physical fitness. As if he had heard Shiryu's request, his skills did not appear on their own, but 11 underwent a growth transformation on that day and finally reached the 7th level of awakening. In 1 month, he grew from the 3rd awakening level to the 7th awakening level, which is an astonishing growth rate. However, these are not the biggest gains. The biggest gain is that after reaching the mastery level of Thunder Palm, there is no need for 11 to practice too much. Hardening and Thunder Palm will naturally form a combination skill. Sizzle, sizzle, squeak. In the courtyard, 11 looked at the blue and white electric current on his hardened palm and felt surprised. The strength of the hardening, plus the penetrating power of lightning. It can be considered a dual physical and elemental attack. In terms of destructive power, the unpalatable steel plates that were not finished at home became the experimental subjects. Bang! As for the steel plate, 11 could easily penetrate it with one palm. Looking at the shattered steel plate, 11 let out a king's cry. It swelled. If it encounters that elite iron-eating beast again, it will definitely kill it instantly. The Panda King fights against the elite. My name is Jiang Rue, not Jing Rue. Eat it, don't waste it. Shiryu was calculating beside him. Although he was rich now, he still had to maintain the spirit of frugality. Swelling roundness. Grievance.jpg. Chapter 55, Departure. On the day when she initially completed the combination of hardening and Thunder Palm, Shiryu once again used a ginseng baby's whisker to sustain his life. In the afternoon, he taught hardening again without any burden. This time, it is the 3rd teaching based on 11's mastery level hardening. After this, Shiryu's teaching intensity temporarily dropped. I will be entering the ruins the day after tomorrow. Although there are supplements available, I must be restrained. After all, the weak state still has some psychological effects. Having a good physique is not enough. Shiryu said he was tired. Beastmasters are destined to be worried. Shiryu relied on the happy water to replenish himself until the evening, and then taught another round of silk before falling asleep. August 6th. Shiryu slowed down his teaching frequency again and only taught hardening once during the day. Add to that a shot of silk at night and some supplements, and my condition is basically adjusted to the best. In summary, after the Tianmong Mountain training assessment, Shiryu basically spent a week at home to improve his strength. Apart from visiting the Takeshi martial arts school a few times, I haven't been anywhere else. The achievements obtained are naturally remarkable. Name Iron-Eating Beast. Growth level, Awakening level 7. Skills, Hardening, Mastery +4. Thunder Palm, Mastery. Supervision, Proficient. High-Speed Healing, Proficient. Deterrence, Beginner. Absolute Sleep, Beginner. Multiplication, Beginner. Name Greenworm. Growth level, Awakening level 7. Skill, Silk, Mastery +6. Up to now, 11 has mastered 2 mastery level skills, 2 proficiency level skills, and 3 entry-level advanced skills. Among them, one of the mastery level skills is a mid-level skill, and the other, although a low-level skill, is 11's own racial skill. Moreover, before reaching the mastery level standard, it was taught 4 more times by the skill atlas. It can be said that although 11's growth level is only awakened to level 7, in terms of combat power, Shiryu feels that it can be comparable to the cubs of extraordinary creatures of the same level with a king-level race. As 11's Beastmaster, Shiryu really wanted to retreat tactically. What does it mean to be invincible at the same level? At this rate of strengthening, before 11 grows to the extraordinary level, his combat power will be comparable to that of the cubs of the same level of extraordinary creatures at the overlord level. Well, as for being comparable to a baby of a divine beast, Shiryu would not speculate on that. After all, he didn't know how powerful the baby of a divine beast was. To be precise, he only had a vague understanding of the offspring of king-level and overlord-level creatures. As for the green cottonworm, it has been taught how to make silk so many times, so its growth rate is naturally very fast. After reaching the silkworm mastery level, its growth level can be increased once every 2 teaching sessions on average. Its growth rate is far beyond that of level 11, and it directly catches up with the growth level of level 11. Of course, this is also related to the fact that it is an insect creature. Although its growth level has increased, its combat effectiveness is still unknown to everyone who knows it. As a result, Shiryu didn't pay much attention to the changes in its growth level. After all, before the evolution, the growth level of the green cotton worm had no reference value at all. After entering the ruins, I will see if there are any suitable evolutionary materials inside, if there are any gains. On the morning of August 7th, Shiryu said to the listless green cotton worm, "If there is any harvest, I think he can take some time to cultivate the worms next time." After all, if he could cultivate an evolved form of a blue cotton worm with a king-level race, he would have a place to keep his second contracted pet. At that time, it and 11 would form the Ingji Chongkong combination. Grumble. Shiryu was greeted by the green cotton worm's cry full of complex emotions. Today is the time that Zhou Wanshan, the professional beastmaster at the Tianmong Mountain training base, said he would lead those who passed the test into the ruins. Shiryu made some inquiries during the past 2 days, and combined with Lu Qingyi's previous introduction, he had a deeper understanding of the ruins. Only trainee beastmasters with a first-level beast taming space level can stably enter this relic space. Except for beastmasters of this level and their contracted pets, any other creatures that enter will either cause instability in the ruins, or will be unable to see anything after entering and will not be able to touch anything in the ruins themselves. Because he had gotten information about the interior of the ruins, Shiryu thought about it and decided not to bring the green cotton worm with him as he did in the last training. This was mainly because there was no connection with the beast taming space, and he could not guarantee that the green cotton worm could enter the ruins smoothly and stay with him at all times. In short, this relic is very strange, so strange that it seems to be specially tailor-made for Shiryu. It is hard for Shiryu not to wonder whether someone is behind the scenes, waiting for him to explore. It seems that there is an unknown life form controlling this relic, as if it wants to test Shiryu. This is Shiryu's guess. After all, it was he who awakened this relic. Of course, it is also possible that it is not a living being, but what Lu Qingyi calls a spirit, that is, a trace of the history of the emergence of consciousness. So far, no one has been able to thoroughly study the conscious entity called spirit. Early in the morning, Shiryu took 11 back to the beast taming space at home, and headed to the Beast Tamer Association with some anticipation in his heart. No matter what secrets this relic hides, he, the mythologist, archaeologist, and trainee beastmaster, Shiryu, is determined to explore it. I have to explore the ruins I summoned, even if it means crying. This day has finally come. The archaeological soul in Shiryu's body became active again. It turns out that it is more comfortable to go out and act stupid. After getting over this addiction, I will definitely grow up well and live a peaceful life. This morning, about 80 people gathered at the location designated by the Beastmaster Association. These 80 people are all the elite among Pingqing's apprentice beastmasters. The growth level of their pets is basically above the 7th awakening level, and their racial level is not low, and they have mastered skilled racial skills. Most of these people are geniuses who have passed the training and assessment organized by the Beastmaster Association. In addition to those who have obtained places through assessment, there are also candidates directly recommended by local martial arts schools and schools. For example, apprentices such as Jiang Rue from Zhushi Martial Arts School were recommended by Zhushi Martial Arts School and can directly enter the ruins to explore this time. This exploration, to be precise, is the third exploration of the Pingqing Beastmaster Association. The first exploration was when the ruins just appeared, and beastmasters of various levels nearby came to study the ruins. During that exploration, they uncovered the secret that only an apprentice beastmaster could better excavate the ruins. For the second exploration, the Pingqing Beast Tamer Association mobilized elite soldiers from the local Beast Tamer Corps and sent them into the ruins to explore. Through this exploration, the Beastmaster Association gained a general understanding of what type of ruins this was. The third large-scale exploration is this time. The Pingqing Beastmaster Association has organized outstanding apprentice beastmasters from various fields in Pingqing. This exploration is a test for Pingqing's trainee beastmasters, but also a gift. After all, based on the experience of the previous exploration, there are still certain rare resources in the ruins. Although they are difficult to obtain, they do exist. By seizing the opportunity, every explorer has the hope of improving his or her own strength. I wonder if there is anyone among this group of beastmasters who can decipher the ruins. In the high building of the Beastmaster Association, the president of the association, dressed in a gray suit, silently watched the latest batch of explorers gathering below. This relic landed in Pingqing. According to the Dongwang Relics Law, the local Beastmaster Association has the priority right of exploration. However, if within a certain period of time, the regional association is unable to crack the ruins and gain full control over them, the right to explore the ruins will be gradually opened to nearby counties and cities. At present, the priority exploration rights of this relic still belong to Pingqing. But after a month, if the ruins cannot be deciphered, apprentice beastmasters from other districts and counties of Bingyuan City and even the urban area can come to explore and have a share of the soup. If the ruins still cannot be cracked after a period of time, then the beastmasters from cities outside Bingyuan City can also intervene. At that time, the resources obtained will not belong to Pingqing or even Bingyuan City. Therefore, the president of the Pingqing Beastmaster Association hopes that the person who can decipher the ruins will appear in Pingqing, because in this way, the Pingqing Beastmaster Association and Pingqing can get more benefits. If you miss this opportunity for rapid development, you never know when you will encounter such a good thing next time. 3 acquaintances in total? There are only 80 people in total, and if you look closely, they are easy to identify. Outside the Beastmaster Association, sure you saw the top student Qin Kai. This guy was lucky and barely made it into the top 20 in the assessment. In addition to Qin Kai, he also saw Jiang Rui from Zhushi Martial Arts School and 4 other apprentices. Because Jiang Rui was the only one he had fought, he was more familiar with this person. In addition to them, sure you also saw the young doctor from the Baikayatang pharmacy near his home. This guy was also an apprentice beastmaster. It was he who told Shiryu the news about the ruins. Shiryu didn't expect that he would come too. To be precise, there was 1/2 acquaintance left, by Shur, the referee who presided over the match between him and Qin Kai that day. He is not very old, probably in his 20s, and appears to be an apprentice beastmaster. However, since he can be a referee in a competition arena, he must be a referee or a graduate of venue management, so he must be quite capable. Everyone is here, right? Seeing that the time was almost up, a squinty-eyed man in a gray suit walked out from the association. Seeing this man, the 80 trainee beastmasters stopped talking. President of the Pingqing Beastmaster Association, a master-level beastmaster. Then let's go. He narrowed his eyes and said to the secretary beside him. After a while, the engine of a large truck that had been parked outside the Beastmaster Association started up with a rumbling sound. Everyone, please get on the bus in an orderly manner. We will then lead you to the entrance of the ruins. Shiryu followed the crowd into the car. Qin Kai, Jiang Rui, and others also saw Shiryu. But since they were accompanied by other companions, they just greeted Shiryu. However, the young doctor from the pharmacy, who was alone, took the initiative to come over and sit next to Shiryu. He opened his mouth and said, "Hey man, why are you here too? Is your body okay?" Although Shiryu hadn't bought supplements from him for almost half a month, the young doctor still had a deep impression of Shiryu. "I'm in good health." "Very well," Shiryu said. The young doctor smiled, obviously not believing it. Can good health be determined by the frequency of buying medicine? However, he did not expect that Shiryu would be qualified to enter the ruins. It seems that he is an inspiring apprentice beastmaster. It's strange to say, I don't know why, but the Mingxin capsules have been selling very fast in all drugstores recently, including ours. I was worried that they would be out of stock when you came to buy them. The young doctor sighed and said that there was indeed a shortage of stock in the past few days, but it just so happened that Shiryu didn't come again. Shiryu was speechless. They were selling so fast? Before, Qin Kai was because of him, but this time it shouldn't be the case. It has nothing to do with him. Shiryu was about to say something else when he was suddenly interrupted. The president of the Pingqing Association then got on the cart along with the trainee beastmasters. He was at the front, looking at the newcomers with a gentle attitude and a smile, just like a tour guide, and said, "It will take us about 40 minutes to reach our destination. In this process, let me explain to you some precautions for exploring the ruins. You are all elites among our Pingqing apprentice beastmasters. I sincerely hope that you can gain good results in the ruins." Chapter 56, Entering the Ruins. In a valley on the outskirts of Pingqing District, Bingyuan City. Numerous blockades have been set up here, with a beast taming crew stationed there and more than a dozen professional beast tamers stationed here. The purpose is to protect the entrance to the ruins that appeared in the valley. Outside the Silent Valley, soldiers stood guard in various places like towering rocks, and they did not shift their gazes until they heard the sound of passing vehicles. After discovering that it was the Beast Tamer Association's delivery vehicle, a sergeant gave the order. "Let him go." The next moment, the blocked passage was opened, and the vehicle carrying Shiryu and others entered the valley smoothly. "We're here." After a bumpy ride, the group from the Beast Tamer Association finally arrived at their destination. In the car, Shiryu looked out the window and felt the environment was unfamiliar. He has never been to this place, but judging from the surrounding environment, it seems to be purely natural, unlike Tianmong Mountain, which has no signs of artificial modification. Places like this are often more dangerous. I'm starting to look forward to it. Next to Shiryu, the young Dr. Chao Yang was excited. "Relics, I didn't expect I'd have the chance to come into contact with them. I had been planning to be a medicine seller for the rest of my life, but it looks like there's still a chance for my luck to change. If I don't get any results this time, I won't try to become a professional beast master anymore. I'll just live a peaceful life with my girlfriend who I'm engaged to back home. Xiao Liang glanced at the photo of his girlfriend in his wallet and asked Xiang Shiyu, "You must be single, right? Well, after all, your body is so weak. Which girl would like you?" Shiyu glanced at him and said, "Do you know what you are doing? In our hometown, what you do is called stacking buffs. It's usually difficult to return alive and safely. They are showing off their affection to him. Don't they know that all archaeologists are wiped out?" Shiyu didn't expect that this doctor was more skilled than himself in setting flags. Forehead. The doctor obviously realized that he had set too many flags and couldn't help feeling guilty. Hey, the association has confirmed that the ruins are not too dangerous, so it should be okay, right? He thought. But then again, the situation of the ruins this time has put those soldiers at a disadvantage. He quickly changed the subject. The beast tamers are strong in teamwork, but this time they can only explore the ruins independently, which greatly weakens their performance. It's no wonder they can't conquer the ruins. The young doctor looked at the trainee soldiers of the beast taming corps who were standing guard and resting in the camp outside, and said, "Although they have good personal qualities in all aspects, they may not have the advantage over us in training pets." Nowadays, most of the beast tamers who join the beast taming corps come from families that are not in good financial condition. They have contracts with pets issued by the association, receive unified training, and use a fixed amount of resources. Perhaps their teamwork, actual combat, willpower, and execution are very good, but after all, the resources the association can provide to the grassroots of the corps are limited. Compared with some beastmasters outside who are willing to spend a lot of money on pets, they are definitely lacking in some aspects. Of course, it is not ruled out that some beastmasters are rich and have undergone arduous training in the barracks. Such big guys are indeed very strong. However, such people would go to a special elite training camp in the city and are unlikely to stay in a small town. If the ruins could be easily conquered relying on the trainee beastmasters of the beast taming corps, the Pingchang Beast Tamer Association would not continue to pin its hopes on the trainee beastmasters selected from various fields. Maybe. Shiyu was interrupted as soon as he started to speak. "Okay, we've reached our destination. Let's get off." The car drove to the outside of the center of the blockade, and as the president in the car stood up and spoke, the trainee beastmasters in the car became restless. The beastmasters on the bus began to get off in order. Just now in the car, President Feng introduced the environment of the valley to everyone, as well as the experience summarized by the soldiers of the beast taming corps after entering the ruins. So when getting off the bus, everyone was mentally prepared. It's so cold. But even so, the environment in the center of the valley still made many trainee beastmasters tremble. It seemed as if there was no sunshine here, and it was filled with cold fog. The people who got off the bus only felt that everything in front of them was hazy. In this environment, it seems that the only thing you can see from the horizon is a drooping sun. There is a thin layer of frost on the surrounding mountains, trees, and plants. This is based on the premise that there are heating facilities in the surrounding camps, otherwise it would be even colder around. According to President Feng, the elemental creatures in the ruins are mainly ice creatures. Currently, the ruin space and the blue star space are in a semi-overlapping state, so the internal situation affects the outside world. Not only the temperature was affected. Everyone looked at the 6 several-meter-tall stone giant statues within the blockade circle, and the array-like things in their center, and fell into deep thought. This is what appeared after the ruins initially overlapped with the blue star space. The formation in the middle guarded by 6 stone giants is the spatial portal leading to the ruins. As for the 6 stone giant statues, they seem to be the guardians of the ruins, but they are obviously dead objects. This. As soon as Shiyu saw the stone giant statues around the stage, he felt a little panicked. After all, this stone giant statue is a bit similar to the one in the association park. I had already discussed the previous one, so could these be its relatives or something? At this moment, everyone looking at the 6 stone giant statues can clearly see that the first 2 statues are shining, while the other 4 are dim. President Feng of the Pingcheng Association stepped forward and said, "According to our speculation, these 6 stone statues may represent the progress of deciphering the ruins. The beast masters of our beast taming corps caused reactions from the stone statues when they passed the first 2 trials in the ruins. So we speculate that this ruins has a total of 6 levels. As you can see, our progress is now stuck at the 3rd level." Although President Feng had already told everyone these things in the car, everyone couldn't help but feel confused when they saw the 6 stone statues. If the trainee beast tamers of the beast tamer corps can only pass 2 levels, how many more levels can they conquer? Because they heard the information about the checkpoints on the bus, most people at this time didn't have the confidence to even pass the 3 levels. Not to mention the last 3 levels where we have no information at all. President Feng smiled and said to everyone, "You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. Every time you pass a level, the ruins will give you a certain amount of rewards. This is a great opportunity to improve yourself. Also, this is not your only chance to enter. You can enter at any time within the next month and take on the challenge again." The nearby camp is equipped with a medical room, rest area, and complete facilities. The Pingxing Beast Tamer Association will prepare all the backups later. Your task is to challenge as many levels as possible and work hard to become stronger. Tell me, do you have confidence? President Feng's squinting eyes suddenly widened and he shouted loudly. This change scared many trainee beast masters a little, causing some of them to subconsciously respond loudly. Yes. Very good. President Feng said, "You just need to prepare a little bit. Once you are ready, you can apply to enter the ruins. Remember the precautions I told you in the car, and always put your own safety first." After he finished speaking, the newly arrived trainee beastmasters nodded one after another. Nearby, the soldiers stationed inside and outside the blockade were silent and expressionless. Although they didn't say anything, they were very skeptical. Could this group of trainee beastmasters with varying strengths and qualities really do better than them? In the crowd, Shiryu listened quietly, continued to recuperate, and kept his eyes on several stone statues. Occasionally I would concentrate and try to see if I could hear any historical voices again, but it seemed like there was nothing. After observing for a long time, he finally gave up this behavior and decided to go into the ruins to take a look. Alas, I thought I could awaken the Giant of Light in one go and make the 6 giants recognize them as my master, but I thought too much. I don't know about the last 3 levels, but if no one has been able to conquer the 3rd level, maybe I can. After analyzing the situation clearly in his mind, Shiryu relaxed, went to register, and decided to enter the ruins immediately. Not only him, almost all the newly arrived beastmasters decided to explore the ruins immediately. Once you pass the trial of the ruins, you will get rewards and honor that represents your strength. Everyone would be eager to try such a good thing. I feel like this guy will definitely get good results, maybe even have a chance to pass the 3rd level. In the crowd, Chun Kai looked for Shiryu among his classmates, thinking to himself, this monster can definitely pass the 3rd level. Zhang Rui and others from Zhueshi Martial Arts School also looked at Shiryu's figure. It is said that the 3rd trial of the ruins is an ice-armored giant whose growth level is awakening level 10 and whose race level is a low-level commander. The ice-armored giant is an elemental supernatural creature with extraordinary strength, and several racial skills it possesses have reached the proficient level. Although this kind of strength is not very strong for the new generation of talents in big cities, it is indeed a bit stressful for apprentice beastmasters in a small place like Pingxing. Enter. After a while, someone completed the registration and walked onto the glowing field array. Then, the figure blurred, and the person disappeared from the spot. Shiryu didn't waste too much time before completing the registration and walking onto the stage, standing in the middle of the formation with 6 stone giant statues. After he stepped onto the stage, several eyes turned to him, including President Feng of the Pingxing Association. This person is the number 1 in Tianmong Mountain training, and the iron-eating beast has master-level hardening. Lin Hongyan asked me to keep an eye on him, saying he would give me a surprise. I want to see what the surprise is. As Shiryu's figure disappeared from the stage, President Feng looked towards the snow-capped mountains. This year has been truly eventful. There was a beast tied in front and ruins in the back, and I don't know if the two are related. This time, in addition to the 80 new explorers, the trainee beast tamer soldiers from the Beast Tamer Corps who had entered before will also enter again. The Beastmaster Association selected a group of people from them and trained them intensively, and everyone's strength was temporarily improved. In order to explore the ruins this time, the Pingxing Beastmaster Association has decided to invest a huge amount of money. At the same time, stepping onto the stage, enveloped in the light, Shiryu decided to enter the ruins and felt his brain go dazed. Complete the 6 trials to obtain ownership of the ruins and the key to history. In a trance, Shiryu didn't know whether he heard the new sound or not. The next second, he seemed to have experienced the movement of time and the transformation of space, and stepped into another space. Shiryu opened his eyes and found himself on a large white glacier surrounded by space crystal walls. Before he could react, countless ice elements gathered in the distance, and a giant-like creature formed. Name: Frost Stone Giant. Attribute: Ice. Racial level: Advanced Extraordinary. Racial skills: Ice Hammer, Cold Breath. Introduction: a variant of the Stone Giant, an ice and stone elemental creature. Its frozen arm hammer is extremely powerful, and the cold breath it exhales can easily freeze everything. The first environment of the ruins is an ice-field space. Shiryu is the only one there. Inside, There is a frost stone giant with a growth level of 8. This is the first test of the ruins. 11. Beside Shiryu, the little iron beast walked out of the beast-controlling space with an excited expression and looked at the enemy. The Panda King's roar. Ah! Chapter 57, Historical Images. Standing on a large white glacier, Shiryu looked into the distance. 100 meters away, a frost stone giant was floating over. Although this creature is called a giant, it does not look like a human because it has no lower body. Its body is like an irregular cylinder, fat, like a small hill. Because it is an elemental creature, it can float in the low sky, and its most eye-catching feature is its giant arms that are almost as long as its height. This is the main organ used to perform the skill ice hammer. This is the first time I've seen a frost giant. Shiryu smiled and looked into the other party's single eye, which looked like a crystal of energy, on his huge mouth. He said sincerely, "Friends from other races, we are not here to fight, but we were invited by your stone statue big brother to restore the historical truth. Look, there's no need to fight. Just give me any reward." 11, who was eager to try his luck, was stunned. No fighting. 11 is indeed still too young. Why fight when something can be solved by chatting? However, when Shiryu used telepathy to try to py, the approaching frost stone giant had already launched an attack without any moral principles. A few dozen meters away, it had already opened its mouth and exhaled cold air. In an instant, a cold air like concentrated ice mist swept towards Shiryu and the others. The glacier land where the ice fog passed was once again covered with a thicker layer of ice. The expressive power is probably equivalent to an enhanced version of a fire extinguisher. The icy blue cold air is like a gradually spreading ray. It can be said that it is fortunate that the stone giant's cold breath skill is only entry level. Not only is the spray speed slow, but the frost power is not strong enough. Otherwise, the first level would be enough to defeat many people. TSK, we can't communicate. 11. Deal with the opponent directly. Shiryu took a small step back and gave an order directly, which made 11 speechless. Wouldn't it have been better to do it like this from the beginning? 11 raised his head, concentrated his mind, activated his supervision, and everything in the outside world seemed to slow down. The range of the cold breath was not large, and the place where it was most powerful was only within a few meters. The energy that spread out was only equivalent to ordinary cold air. 11, who had thick skin and flesh, did not even need to harden his skin, and chose to pass through it head-on. The frost stone giant floated closer while exhaling, and 11 also attacked the stone giant like a ferocious beast. When the two sides were about to get close, the threat of the cold breath increased. The next moment, 11 used his supervision to easily avoid the high concentration of cold breath nearby and went around the side of the stone giant, not giving the slow-moving stone giant a chance to react. Boom! 11 suddenly jumped over, and the mastery level hardening was finally condensed, and he slapped the frost stone giant with one palm. Click! With just one strike, the 3-meter-tall frost stone giant was instantly shattered into pieces from the point of impact, turning into countless ice elements and disappearing in front of Shiryu and the others. At the same time, a blue energy crystal fell from the decomposed body of the frost stone giant. Moreover, not far away, a glowing teleportation array appeared on the glacier ground. Just like what Lu Qingyi said, the creatures here are indeed not real-life forms, but things similar to elemental clones. Seeing the frost stone giant collapse, Shiryu stood still and looked at the ice element in the sky quietly. At the same time, he observed the surrounding environment and did not forget the most important purpose of entering the ruins. What do you want to tell yourself here? In the most popular story after the Snow and Icefield City, an ice dragon descended nearby and triggered the Little Ice Age. Then, the ancient Beastmaster tribe that settled in Icefield City went to war with the ice dragon. Does the icy environment in the ruins simulate the environment after the ice dragon descends? While guessing, Shiryu's mind was in a trance, and countless noisy voices entered his ears. The sounds of fighting and communication. His brain suddenly buzzed, just like the sound of the stone statue before, triggering traces of history. At this moment, the sounds intertwined, and Shiryu seemed to see a series of brief pictures. It is an image of a group of young boys and girls in ancient costumes resisting a tide of beasts on a snowy mountain. The image was very brief, almost disappearing in a flash, and Shiryu returned to normal, remaining silent where he was. What is this? Shiryu couldn't help but ask. That just now? Was it something that happened a long time ago? If Shiryu judged correctly, his talent for listening to the voice of history had just taken effect again. He saw a group of ancient beastmasters controlling frost stone giants to fight against snow wolves and other ferocious beasts from the snow mountains. Apart from this, there is nothing else. Shiryu fell into deep thought again and began to speculate based on the clues he saw. He simply restored the history of Icefield City based on the existing information. A tribe of beastmasters lived normally around Icefield City. One day, an ice dragon descended, triggering a mini ice age. The little ice age changed the surrounding environment and affected the normal life of the beastmaster tribe. So the beastmaster tribe decided to fight the ice dragon. However, because the ice dragon is too powerful, the beastmaster tribe can only use special means to seal it on the snow mountain. However, although the ice dragon was successfully sealed, the environment that had already been formed could not be changed. The beastmaster tribe could only adapt to the new environment, and their faith totem, the stone giant, also began to mutate into the frost stone giant. At the same time, the extraordinary creatures around the snow-capped mountains also evolved due to the environment, and the number of ice attribute creatures increased greatly. Moreover, due to the influence of the sealed ice dragon, the ferocious beasts in the snow mountains are very violent and often cause beast tides. So for the next 100 years, this tribe of beastmasters was working to resist the beast tide. It has been maintained until today. The ice dragon ruins still exist, and the beast tide still exists, but the beastmaster tribe has disappeared for various reasons. The ruins in front of us are the secret realm that was transformed by a legendary beastmaster who was about to die in order to train his tribe members after the tribe sealed the ice dragon for a long time. Therefore, the environment in this ruins is more like an ice field. Is that so? Shiryu raised his head, but there was no response. At this time, 11 picked up the blue energy crystal and ran back happily. Ouch! Loot! 11 was very excited. This thing, it has seen and eaten it before. The iron-eating beast's nutritional meals at Jusher Martial Arts School provide energy crystals with both gold and thunder attributes. The so-called energy crystals are formed when the concentration of elemental energy reaches a certain level. They are a universal resource for strengthening the attribute power of pets. However, the quantity is very scarce, and the higher the quality, the rarer it is. Although the strengthening effect is simpler than that of most foods, it is effective, so the price is very expensive. What 11 had eaten was a first-level energy crystal. And this ice-type energy crystal also seems to be a first-level one. Is the reward really this? Without thinking about the scene that he couldn't tell whether he heard or saw just now, Shiryu looked at the energy crystal. It's okay. If it was before, he would definitely be very happy to pick up a piece of ice energy crystal. Although the properties are not right, if he sells it, he can exchange it for a lot of iron bamboo. But now they have no shortage of resources of this level. However, considering that this is only the first trial and almost everyone can get one, Shiryu is relieved, thinking that the rewards later will definitely be better. Forget it. Since there is no response, let's continue to challenge and see if we can make any new discoveries. Although Shiryu felt that his previous guess corresponded to many things, the truth was definitely not that simple. There might be hidden secrets with the ice dragon, but other aspects might not have changed. After all, the ice dragon part of this widely circulated historical story has been refuted once by the stone statue before. But if we ignore this, the background of the ruins may really be a secret trial realm prepared to resist the beast tide. Alas, it is mainly due to the lack of key information. Shiryu looked at the teleportation array that looked like a summoning array not far away, intending to try his luck at the second trial. But before that, Shiryu took the energy crystal from 11's hand and said, "You can't eat this. It will upset your stomach. Give it to me. I'll change it into ice cream for you when I get home." 11. Chapter 58. My nephew has the potential to be a master. The second trial space is still located on a glacier, and the overall environment is similar to the previous one. This time, the elemental creature that appeared not far from Shiryu and the others was still the frost stone giant from before. However, the opponent's energy level is obviously higher. It is a frost stone giant with a growth level of 10. Moreover, it has mastered skilled levels of cold breath and ice hammer, unlike the previous one which only mastered entry-level skills, and is very difficult to deal with. The icy body of the frost giant is harder than steel. Coupled with its long-range cold breath and destructive ice hammer, the second level should be the limit for most challengers. Even if the frost giant's clone has no intelligence and is slow in movement, it is estimated that only a few can win. But this is obviously only for ordinary people. For Shiryu and Shi, there is no difference at all between a level 10 frost stone giant and a level 8 frost stone giant. Facing a stronger stone giant, 11 still only used supervision and hardening to defeat it. Compared with the previous one, the difference was probably just a matter of hitting it once or hitting it a few more times. This time, The Frost Stone Giant also dropped an energy crystal. Judging from the quality, it seemed to be higher than the previous one. It was a second-level energy crystal and could be sold for more money. Is the talent useless this time? In a new environment, Shiryu tried to transform himself into a history listener again, but unfortunately, the same scene did not appear. Forget it, just keep going. We'll tell you the historical truth later. Let's go through a few more levels first to get the rewards. Although the first-level energy crystal is nothing, the second-level energy crystal can even be sold for 6 figures if the quality is perfect. Shiryu began to taste the sweetness and planned to see what treasures there were in the third level. No one has been able to pass the third level yet. I wonder what will be dropped. Will it be energy crystals again? Although this thing is indeed of high value among resources of the same level, what he wants is that rare resource. It would be best if it was something that was not available from the outside world and was in high demand, such as the space system or the time system. In this way, the evolved form of the green cotton worm would be extremely unique. If the next rewards are all ice resources, unless the green cotton worm evolves into the ice crystal swallowtail, there will be no use for these. Too small. My vision is too small. The ice phoenix moth is also of the ice type. However, even with the ice phoenix moth or even the ice dragon butterfly, Shiryu always felt that something was missing, so he continued to move forward. It was still the familiar glacial environment, but this time, it was not the frost stone giant that appeared before them. As the ice element condensed, a human-like figure with hands, feet, and a head appeared. Except for the human-like shape, no other part of the figure looked like a human. It was as if a giant in ice armor appeared, wearing ice armor all over his body. Name: Ice Armor Giant. Attribute: Ice. Racial level: Low-level commander. Racial skills: Ice Hammer, Ice Armor, Ice Regeneration. Introduction: possesses an extremely high defense that is indestructible, and the entire body is made of unmeltable ice. Even if the body is broken, it can be restored to its original state by consuming energy. In the distance, as a 3-meter-tall ice-armored giant appeared, Shiryu and she both felt a sense of oppression. This guy might be hard to deal with. 11 subconsciously released a deterrent skill to increase his fighting spirit. According to intelligence, the Ice Armor Giant's 3 skills are all at proficiency level. Although its growth level is only level 10, the trainee beast tamers of the Beast Taming Corps are no match for it. This is normal. If you put it in perspective, even a level 10 iron-eating beast that has mastered the mastery level hardening may not be able to deal with this thing. First of all, its defense is difficult to break. Also, even if it is broken, it can regenerate quickly. To defeat it, there are only 2 ways. Drain the opponent's energy, or instantly cause huge wounds to make it impossible to regenerate. The skilled level of ice regeneration still has some limitations. This was the first time that Shiryu and his team had fought against creatures at the commander level. The opponent's racial skills were much stronger than those of extraordinary creatures. Shiryu was still envious of this ice regeneration. If Chung Chung evolved into an ice type, it would be a good combination of moves. However, he didn't know if the skills here could be copied. 11. At Shiryu's call, 11 on the glacier hardened his whole body and slowly approached his opponent. On the opposite side, the Ice Armor Giant made an explosive running posture. His whole body turned into ice armor and rushed towards 11. No, to be precise, after getting close, it instantly swung its giant arms and used the ice hammer. With its own indestructible and extremely high defense, the whole body is covered by the ice armor skill, and the ice hammer is covered with another layer of frost. The arm of the Ice Armor Giant is directly equivalent to 3 layers of buff, which contains extremely heavy power. Bang! The ice-armored giant smashed the ground with one-arm hammer, and the glacier instantly shattered into pieces, with ice chips flying all over the sky. 11, on the other hand, used his supervision to roll to the other side, and used his mastery-level hardening to smash the Ice Armor Giant's legs. Click! The ice armor was slightly dented and shattered. Although the defense was broken, it was not completely broken. Because of the gathering of ice elements around it, the damage on its body was immediately healed, and the ice-armored giant kicked forward while taking the punch. 11 was surprised. He finally met a decent opponent. Shiryu, on the other hand, felt that his opponent was ridiculously tough, and his moves were even more tricky than 11's. He was tougher than he had imagined. Shrink. Shiryu gave the order instantly. The ice-armored giant kicked casually, but because the distance was too close, even with 11's supervision, it was difficult for him to react. Fortunately, Shiryu's order came in time, and 11 shrank down so that the Ice Armor Giant's kick missed. Multiplication, hardening, thunder palm. Shiryu gave instructions again, intending to end the battle quickly. The next moment, 11, who was originally half a meter tall, suddenly grew in size and reached a height of over 2 meters. Although he was still 1 meter away from the ice armor giant, the difference in size was not as big as before. Ouch! After increasing 11 times, the power increased greatly, huge momentum burst out, and he immediately launched a counterattack. The entire body began to harden from its huge palm, and then an astonishing blue-white light spread over its palm. A combination of mastery-level hardening and mastery-level thunder palm. There is also a doubling of the increase. Multiplication is a universal combination skill that goes well with most skills. 11 hardened thunder palms pierced through the abdomen of the ice armor giant, but at this time the ice armor giant's reaction was not slow at all, and he still smashed with the ice hammer. Boom! The next second, 11's hardened thunder palm directly penetrated the body of the ice armor giant, leaving a hole in its abdomen. This kind of injury is very difficult to recover from. However, although the general was defeated with one blow, 11 was also hit by the ice hammer at the same time. The opponent's strength was too great, and there was level suppression. Even the mastery level hardening could not completely resist it. 11 was smashed away in an instant, and the hardening of 11 disappeared. At the same time, he returned to normal and rolled on the ground for several times before he came to his senses. Boo-hoo! On the glacier ground, 11 quickly got up despite the pain from his injuries and looked at his opponent, whose whole body was gradually disintegrating starting from the abdomen. Well, it's all gone. Yay, we win. 11. At this time, looking at 11's performance, sure you spoke. A real man doesn't look back at the explosion. The first choice you should have made just now was to use high-speed healing to treat your injuries. Or, if it's a regular fight, you can pretend to faint and take the opportunity to fall asleep and put on a show. I'll alert you if the enemy's status changes. 11 nodded frantically. Learn. Refill your energy first. Sure you didn't care what the ice armor giant dropped, and hurriedly ran to 11 with his backpack. He took out a piece of energy crystal that he had prepared outside from his backpack and fed it to 11, while falling into deep thought. The opponent was defeated, but the process was a little more difficult than I had imagined. If it weren't for the multiplication plus hardening plus thunder palm, it would be difficult to kill this guy instantly. Unable to kill instantly, the two sides can only engage in a stalemate in a war of attrition, and 11, who has a low level of physical fitness, will definitely be at a disadvantage. Although the opponent is 3 levels higher than 11, he is just a low-level commander-level creature whose skill proficiency has not reached mastery. I feel like I was a little too far-fetched when I said that 11's combat power could be comparable to that of a young king-level creature of the same level. It's not a big problem. 11 still has room for improvement. At the same time, outside world, this batch of apprentice beastmasters have basically entered at this time. Professional beastmaster officers are predicting the situation this time. Do you think anyone has a chance of defeating the ice armor giant this time? It's difficult. The pets of our Pingxing beastmasters are basically of the extraordinary level, which is nothing compared to the commander-level pets. It is common sense that at the same growth level, the higher the racial level, the stronger the overall combat power. When there is a racial gap, the hope of winning may lie in attribute restraint, and skill proficiency. Oh yes, beastmasters can also bring some recovery items in, and taking drugs to defeat opponents is also a tactic. At the edge of the camp, not far from the stage, President Feng of the Pingxing Beast Tamer Association looked at the 6 stone statues and said, "Everyone has gone in. In about an hour, we may know whether anyone can pass the 3rd level." President, I remember that one of the challengers this time is your nephew, right? The president's secretary stood beside him, holding a folder. President Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yes, he goes to school in the city and came back specially for the ruins. My nephew is quite talented and has the qualifications of a master. He is also well prepared for this challenge and can definitely break through the 3rd level. He is also the candidate I am optimistic about. As soon as the president finished speaking, there was a buzz sound, and the 3rd of the 6 stone giant statues suddenly lit up. This change stunned the beastmasters in the surrounding camps. What happened? The 3rd test, has someone passed it? However, it has only been less than 20 minutes since the first beastmaster entered today. Who is so powerful? Chapter 59, Refreshing the Record. President. As the 3rd stone giant statue lit up, the secretary looked at the president of the association. The record was broken? President Feng was slightly stunned. The Beast Taming Corps' trainee beast tamers had been unable to conquer the 3rd trial for such a long time, but with this group of beast tamers going in, they conquered it in less than half an hour? Is it time to consider increasing the amount of training for the Beast Taming Corps? At this time, He Biao, the deputy commander of the Pingqing beast taming corps stationed here, also came out of the camp and walked to the side of President Feng and the others. "What's going on?" he asked in a loud voice. "It's obvious that among the group of beast masters I brought here, some have already conquered the third trial. The level of our corps really needs to be improved." "Bullshit, you're just talking bullshit. Why don't you pay for it?" Deputy head of the group, He Biao, started to criticize directly. "You want the best for the horse, but you don't give it any grass to eat. How can that be possible?" The secretary next to the president remained silent. He had gotten used to it. The two were friends for life and death. They had risked their lives together during the beast tide 10 years ago. They had a good relationship, and it was common for them to argue with each other while chatting. Chairman Feng stopped talking. He also wanted to pay more. "Isn't Pingqing poor?" "President, who could it be? Could it be your nephew?" Second level, level 10 Frost Stone Giant. The third level, the level 10 Ice Armor Giant. President Feng narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "I know the strength of my nephew. He has great talent, so maybe he can pass, but he definitely won't pass so quickly. There must be someone else." He had trained his nephew before coming here, so he knew it very well. The president's secretary coughed dryly and said, "What if? Maybe your nephew will perform exceptionally well this time." "Impossible. If it's him, I'll eat." "What are you eating?" "Fried green worms." He Biao looked at him. "Are you trying to eat and drink for free?" "I said I deny it." President Feng straightened his clothes. "But who could it be? The three beast masters who ranked first in the training assessment, or the beast masters recommended by various martial arts schools?" For a moment, President Feng was unable to make a judgment. He looked deeply towards the stone statue, wondering if the fourth one could light up. Inside the ruins, the third trial space. Sure, you picked up the pebble-shaped, translucent stone dropped by the ice armor giant and fell into deep thought. "It's not an energy crystal, not bad. But what is this?" 11 next to him also showed a puzzled look. "This thing, it has never seen or eaten it. My phone can't connect to the internet here, so I can't check." This, Shiryu was not in a good mood. The prize drawing session was supposed to be exciting and tense, but in the end, he was presented with something he didn't recognize, which was very frustrating. "Forget it. Just put it away first, and you'll find out after you go out and ask." Shiryu put the transparent stone into his backpack, then looked around and sensed the environment through telepathy. Good. Except for the first trial space, the second and third ones did not react. "Go ahead. How about you sleep here for 10 minutes, and then we move on to the next level?" Shiryu looked at 11, doubting its condition. After all, the hammer blow from the ice armor giant just now directly sent 11 hammer flying more than 10 meters away. Only by adjusting your state can you avoid failure at the next stage and better investigate the historical truth. It doesn't matter whether there is a reward or not. The main thing is that we don't want history to be buried. I don't think I said that in the last level. Never mind. The meaning is similar anyway. In order to avoid being beaten in the next level, 11 nodded obediently. The concept is very simple. If you get injured during training, that's fine, but if you get injured in battle, that's not okay. That would make it seem like all its training was in vain. Next, 11 became smaller, went to sleep, and quickly recovered his strength. After a delay of some time, they stepped into the teleportation array of the fourth trial. Change of environment. As soon as he opened his eyes, Shiryu found himself on a mountain peak in a snowy mountain environment. 11 was right next to Shiryu, and when they looked down, a snowstorm was blowing right below them. With the gathering of countless ice elements, a wolf-shaped creature gradually formed. Name Snow Wolf. Attribute, Ice. Racial level, Advanced Extraordinary. Racial skills, Ice-crushing teeth, ice-cracking claws, cold breath, snow hide. Oh, it's an old friend. Seeing that this time it was not the Stone Giant clan but the Ice and Snow Wolf, Shiryu suddenly became interested, and she was also eager to try. However, soon, Shiryu and Shi's faces both fell. Even 11, who really wanted to test the results of his training through combat, looked embarrassed. Because, when the ice element gathered, the Snow Wolf was only the first creature to appear. The next moment, 9 more Snow Wolves appeared. Immediately afterwards, 10 wild boars living in the snow-capped mountains, a species of medium-level extraordinary ice-tusk pigs, appeared. Afterwards, 10 ice-armored beasts, 10 ice-scale snakes, and 10 snow apes appeared. The snow-capped mountains where Shiryu was this time were very large, and they were scattered all over the place, but Shiryu and 11, who were on the top of the mountain, could see them clearly. 50 creatures in total. Don't tell them that the fourth level is to defeat all creatures in sight. Shiryu, are you unable to play the ruins? There is even a sea of beasts tactic. 11 also feels some pressure. The fourth level is like this. How do I beat the 5th level? But fortunately, unlike the first 3 levels, the hatred of these ferocious beasts is not currently directed at Shiryu and his team. They have plenty of time to formulate strategies and think about how to pass the level. What a wrong decision. On the top of the snowy mountain, Shiryu secretly hated himself. He observed carefully and found that fortunately the growth level of these ferocious beasts did not seem to be high, and none of them had reached level 10. But even so, the difficulty is far beyond the previous level. Shiryu hated himself for not upgrading his deterrence skill to mastery level before. Otherwise, at this time, if 11 swept over with a master level deterrent, perhaps all 50 ferocious beasts would be killed instantly. It would be fine if you could multiply the points to the mastery level. Then you could kill a bunch of people dozens of meters away with one step. It's not like now, it's not right to fight, and it's not right not to fight. Why don't we go out and grow up for another half a month before coming back? Shiryu suggested. Oh, see 11 took a step forward. No, since you're here, just give it a try before going back. The iron-eating beast is fearless. Wanna fight? Shiryu didn't feel that he couldn't fight, but with his current strength, it would be very difficult even if he passed. There are so many of them that even if they attack in groups, it won't be easy to coordinate them. You keep your whole body hardened. There is basically nothing they can do to break your defense. What is tested is your physical strength. You have absolute sleep and shrinkage to deal with in this regard, so there is still a glimmer of hope for passing the level. Shiryu analyzed slowly. Try it. Not at 11. After a while, 11 skied down the mountain, rolled into a ball, and tumbled down. If you try, you will die. This is going to be a very brutal battle, no matter how you look at it. Let's first use the steel rolling chariot to kill a bunch of people. Outside world. A long time passed before the 3rd stone statue was lit. At this time, people who had entered came out one after another. In the ruins, the Beastmaster only needs to take the pet back to the beast taming space and confirm exit with his mind to come back easily. Because of this, as long as the Beastmaster does not go too far and seek death, he will generally not be in too much danger. Shinkai. 1 level. After coming out, the Beastmasters have to accept the soldiers' questioning and record their battle records. Top student Shinkai felt very uncomfortable at this time. 1 level, he only passed 1 level. The vast majority of people at the scene only passed 1 level. The frost golem in the 2nd level is already difficult to deal with, let alone the 3rd level. If you think about it carefully, the ruined space may be used by a powerful Beastmaster tribe that conceals super creatures like dragons to train young members. In terms of difficulty, certainly not everyone can pass it easily. After all, Pingqing is just a small 3rd-tier city. Bai Shi, 2nd level. Xiaoliang, 2nd level. Jiangrui, the 2nd level. This group of people defeated the level 10 Frost Stone Giant, but were beaten up by the Ice Armor Giant. Originally, everyone had the same record, and it was nothing. However, when everyone came out and found that the 3rd stone statue was lit, their minds went blank. Fuck, did someone defeat that Ice-Armored Giant? The 3rd stone statue lit up, indicating that someone had passed the 3rd level. Who passed the 3rd level? A Beastmaster asked the soldier who registered him. The soldier Beastmaster looked at him, shook his head and said, "How would I know? The person hasn't come out yet. The 3rd stone statue lit up more than half an hour ago. I guess that person is challenging the 4th level now." Shit. The Beastmasters who came out were all shocked. He had defeated the Ice-Armored Giant more than half an hour ago. Was this person a human? Beastmasters came out one after another, and then even in the training assessment organized by the Beastmaster Association, 2 first-place winners emerged. They also failed to pass the 3rd level, which disappointed President Feng, He Biao, and others who were waiting. Chunggong, the 3rd level. However, at this moment, a Beastmaster who looked unhappy came out and immediately attracted everyone's attention when he registered. "Did you pass the 3rd level?" asked the registration staff, looking at the pale-faced Beastmaster in front of him. Yeah. Chunggong looked at the 3rd stone statue that lit up, as well as the surprised looks from the people around him, and suddenly felt satisfied. Although I failed at the 4th level, at least I broke the record. I hope I didn't bring shame to old Feng. He looked for President Feng. "Brother, you're awesome." The soldier couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, "You connected 3 levels in just over 10 minutes, awesome. But why did it take so long to come out? Is the 4th level difficult? What is the 4th level?" The 4th level is simply not something an apprentice Beastmaster can pass. Chunggong couldn't help but complain, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. When did I manage to complete 3 levels in just over 10 minutes? The 3rd level clearly took me a long time. He was quite confused, and at this moment, the 4th stone statue lit up with a hum. Everyone turned to look in confusion, and were stunned at first, then exclaimed in surprise. The fourth stone statue is also lit up. Everyone naturally knows what this means. Outside a certain camp, President Feng was also shocked. The fourth level was actually cleared? He probably knew who it was. Lin Hongyan, you old thief, what's wrong with Shiryu? The president's secretary and the deputy head of the group were startled at the same time and looked towards the registration office near the stage. Wasn't that President Feng's nephew? At the same time, Chen Gong, the only top student in the city who has seen the difficulty of the fourth level, is in a mess. How is this possible? How can anyone pass the fourth level? 1 vs 50. Chapter 60, The Void Stone. At this time, although Chen Gong said that he had passed the third level, the people at the scene were not stupid. Through the changes in the stone statue, they also knew that there was someone else who first broke the record. As for Chen Gong, the nephew of the president of the Pingqing Association, he fell into deep thought on the spot. At this time, President Feng and He Biao both came over. Chen Gong, what is the fourth level? You've passed the first 3 levels, so you should have seen what's happening at the fourth level. President Feng asked directly to the point. The beast masters and soldiers around also pricked up their ears. Yes, the third level is so difficult. What kind of monsters and demons are there in the fourth level? The fourth level. Chen Gong took a deep breath and said, that's a new snowy mountain environment. Compared to the ice fields and glaciers in the first 3 levels, it's much larger in scope. As soon as I entered, this trial space formed 50 snow mountain beasts, 10 snow wolves, 10 ice armor beasts, 10 ice tooth pigs, 10 ice scale snakes, and 10 snow apes. Judging from their growth, there shouldn't be any below level 7, and their skill proficiency isn't low either. I wanted to let my moon flame beast try, but there was no breakthrough. After Chen Gong finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Damn, 50? After a moment, He Biao, deputy commander of the Pingqing Beast Taming Corps, widened his eyes. There was only one opponent in the first 3 levels, but why did so many more suddenly appear in the fourth level? This is almost like a small-scale beast tide. The other beast masters who hadn't even made it through the second and third levels also felt that the fourth level was ridiculously difficult. How could a 1 versus 50 match be possible for a trainee beastmaster of a limited level? Everyone suddenly realized their misunderstanding and looked at the fourth stone statue that lit up. Everyone was silent for a moment, as if someone got the message. Who is it? Okay, you've done a great job. You'll have another chance next time. President Feng encouraged his nephew, and then looked at the recorder. Look at how many people are still here. Yes. The recorder immediately compared the information. It only took a few seconds. He said, at present, it seems that only 1 person has not come out. No one expected the case to be solved so quickly. Indeed, regardless of whether you can pass the first 3 levels, 1 vs 1 will not take up too much time. But if you want to pass the fourth level, it will definitely take a lot of time, so it is normal that only this person is left in the end. Who is it? Although he already knew who it was, President Feng still subconsciously wanted to confirm it. At the same time, the beast masters in the crowd were also trying to look around to see who was missing. At this time, Chen Kai, Zhang Rui, Trao Liang and others looked a little strange. They kept searching, but still found nothing. What? No way. Shiryu, his name is Shiryu. Coincidentally, just as the recorder finished speaking, light flashed again on the teleportation array on the platform between the 6 stone statues. Another person came out from the ruins. A young man wearing a dark blue adventure suit with a backpack casually slung over his shoulder walked out with an unhappy look on his face. Shiryu simply wanted to have an in-eth exchange with the broken stone statue for 100 rounds. It doesn't matter if the fourth level is that difficult. Since he and 11 have played all their cards, it is not impossible to pass it. In fact, it turns out that although the process was very difficult, they succeeded in the end. But when Shiryu took a look at the 5th level, he found it boring. This is not prepared for normal beast masters at all. In the 5th level, there are a total of 100 ferocious beasts. The number and types have increased, and the overall growth level is higher. There are even level 10 ferocious beasts. Although there were no ferocious beasts at the leadership level, defeating 50 of them was enough to exhaust 11. Shiryu didn't think they could pass this level, so he quit directly. Well, they will definitely come back, and when they master the deterrence, they will come to avenge their previous humiliation. When Shiryu was mentally active, he realized that many eyes from the outside world were on him. Being stared at by so many strange eyes, Shiryu felt uneasy. Are you Shiryu? Asked the record clerk closest to the teleportation array at the departure platform. I am. What's the problem? You passed the 3rd and 4th levels? Yeah. This kind of thing cannot be concealed at all, and there's no need to conceal it. Shiryu nodded. He looked in the direction of the stone statues, and sure enough, there were only 2 stone statues lit before, but now there were 4. Beside him, as Shiryu nodded in confirmation, Chen Gong, the only one who had felt the pressure of the 4th level, found it a little unbelievable. He really couldn't imagine how an apprentice beastmaster could fight 1 vs 50. Those who found it even more outrageous than Chen Gong were the people who were familiar with Shiryu. Qin Kai, Bai Shi, Jiang Rui, and others opened their mouths slightly, feeling incredible. Although Shiryu is indeed very strong, the growth level of that little iron-eating beast seems to be not high, and it is still far from level 10. The growth level is not high, which means that the physical strength is limited. How did you pass the 4th level? What they didn't know was that 11 had the ability to shrink and kite his opponents, recover his physical strength, and had absolute sleep, so he could take advantage of the low IQ of these inanimate beasts and take a short rest. Fuck. However, the one who found it most unbelievable was the young Dr. Chiao Liang. In his impression, Shiryu is just a newbie who is weak but hardworking. How could he be a big shot who can break through 4 levels and set a new record? Well done. At this point, although no one knows how Shiryu managed to get through the level, any new progress in deciphering the ruins is good news. President Feng looked at Shiryu with a smile and said, "You are an apprentice of Zhushi Martial Arts School, right? Master Lin actually mentioned you to me before. He said you would have a surprise for me, but I didn't expect it to be such a big surprise." Heroes emerge young. President Feng clapped his hands and said, "Can you tell me about the 5th level? Did Master Lin Hongyan also mention himself to the president of the Pinching Association?" Shiryu was stunned for a moment and said, "The 4th level is for 50 ice beasts with growth levels between 7 and 9, and the 5th level is for 100 ice beasts with growth levels between 8 and 10. Their racial levels are all extraordinary, and their skill proficiency varies. Because the 5th level was a bit difficult, we just took a look and quit without going into the challenge in depth." After Shiryu finished speaking, the people around him gasped again. The 4th level is abnormal enough. Is it really possible for anyone to pass the 5th level? President Feng was also silent for a moment. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Since everyone has already entered the ruins once, I have some news to announce to everyone. In the next month, the Pinching Association will allocate some resources to improve everyone's strength. Anyone who can pass 2 levels can receive pet breeding resources. The amount of resources will increase with each level passed. In order to speed up the progress of cracking this relic, the Pinching Association cannot afford to train challengers no matter how poor it is, otherwise there will really be zero progress. Today, everyone can take a break. If your pet is injured, remember to go to the infirmary to recover." Chen Gong, Shiryu, right? Do you need to go to the infirmary? Come with me afterwards. President Feng called out to the 2 trainee beastmasters from Pinching who had passed the 3rd level. In the beast taming space, although the general injuries of pets will slowly recover and stop getting worse, the best recovery effect is still through healing skills. Okay. Chen Gong nodded. "I don't need it. My pet is not injured," Shiryu said. 11 recovered on his own while fighting. What he lacked was physical energy, so he was currently sleeping and recovering in the beast taming space. Everyone was stunned. "Listen, is this human language?" Chen Gong next to him was a little annoyed and opened his mouth again. "You told me that you were not injured after the 1 vs 50 fight? Huh? Is that so? Then you come with me first." President Feng's mouth twitched. Zhushi Martial Arts School was lucky enough to have trained an 18-year-old professional beastmaster, Lin Xiuzhu. What about Shiryu? Anyway, President Feng couldn't understand the information at all. Then, under everyone's silent gaze, Shiryu followed President Feng into the camp. Also following was Deputy Group Leader He Biao. "Little brother, have you really passed the 4th level? I just glanced at the information of your pet. How is that possible? By the way, I am the Deputy Commander of the Pingsheng Beast Taming Corps. My last name is He." He didn't understand. Not only did he not understand, President Feng also had many doubts. At this time, Shiryu directly took out the reward for passing the 3rd level, the Transparent Stone, and the reward for passing the 4th level, Transparent Stones X3. The rewards for the 2 levels are the same, just the amount is different. President Feng, Captain He, these are the items I obtained when I passed the 3rd and 4th levels. What is this? Resources for breeding pets. Shiryu took out the reward for completing a level, and their attention immediately shifted to it. When President Feng saw it, he was slightly stunned. Ethereal Stone? The rewards for the 3rd and 4th levels are not energy crystals, but ethereal stones? He Biao was quite surprised. What is the Void Stone? Shiryu had never heard of this kind of resource. Damn it, you've made a fortune. This is a rare space resource, He Biao said rudely. It's a resource that's even rarer than energy crystals. You can't buy it even if you have money. There are very few of them, and ordinary people can't get their hands on them. This is indeed a relic, and the secret space likes to produce it. Space resources? Shiryu was stunned and looked at the 4 transparent stones in his hand. Oh shit, is this the evolution material with rare properties that I'm looking for? Chong, this time, 11, and I really fought for you. Yes, space resources are also the resources that all Beastmasters dream of. Using the stone can speed up the upgrade of the Beastmaster space. President Feng nodded and said, this is a good thing for improving the level of Beastmasters. Can this be used to strengthen the beast-controlling space? Shiryu was stunned again and asked. Both of them nodded. Shiryu looked at the stone again. It was okay. Chong, wait and see if there are better resources in levels 5 and 6. The space system is not worthy of you. As a Beastmaster, he used these stones reluctantly. It seems that Gong should have also obtained the Void Spirit Stone. Yes, with this, your beast-taming space can be upgraded to level 2 earlier, and you can contract a second pet beast. President Feng nodded, but soon his expression changed and he said, wait, Shiryu, when you go back, don't try too hard to upgrade the level of the beast-taming space. This relic is only suitable for trainee Beastmasters for now. I understand. Shiryu nodded, showing that he understood. He would not upgrade so quickly. As long as the level of the beast-taming space reached the standard before the professional assessment, it would be fine. With this, he felt more confident that he wouldn't be left too far behind by 11's upgrade speed. At the same time, Gong's treatment speed was fast. In just 2 minutes, he also arrived here. This is normal. The military doctors stationed nearby are all professional Beastmasters. Treating an awakening pet is just a matter of skill. Even if there are a bunch of injured pets, a group healing skill can be used to solve the problem. President, Captain He. Outside, Gong didn't want to show his relationship with President Feng. This would make it seem that his success was due to his family background rather than his own efforts. Gong, what is your reward for completing the 3rd level? President Feng looked at Gong. It's the ethereal stone. Gong immediately took out a transparent stone, the same as Shiryu's. President Feng and Captain He looked at each other and nodded to each other. President Feng said, keep your spoils. This is what you deserve. You are the only 2 who have passed the 3rd level in this relic challenge. Gong, you have passed 3 levels, and Shiryu, you have passed 4 levels. You both performed very well. You just heard it. The association will allocate a sum of money to improve your strength. You have performed the best this time, and the association will definitely give you priority in training. If you have any needs, please feel free to ask. President Feng has placed his hopes of conquering the ruins of Pingsheng on these 2 people. As for those Beastmasters outside, they can only be considered as incidental training. Spending some resources to allow them to grow more in the ruins and train more professional Beastmasters for Pingsheng would not be a loss-making deal. The main forces are definitely Shiryu and Gong. Okay. Gong was obviously mentally prepared for this and nodded immediately. As for Shiryu next to him, he was in deep thought. Is there such a good thing? As for needs, for someone at my level, money is indeed more important, and everything else is just fancy stuff. By the way, you 2 don't know each other yet, right? Let me introduce you. This is Gong. He is from Pingsheng, but he goes to school in the city. Shiryu, an apprentice of Zhushi Martial Arts School, seemed to have also been studying in the city before. President Feng tried hard to recall Shiryu's information. Yes, Bingyuan No. 1 Middle School, Animal Husbandry Major. Shiryu introduced himself. Gong, Captain He. The 2 looked at Shiryu. He defeated the commander-level ice armor giant. 1 vs 50 was successful. You told us that you were a breeding major? Don't tell them that after Shiryu entered the ruins, he fed the ferocious beasts to surrender. Gong's eyelids twitched, and he reached out to Shiryu and said, hello. You are amazing to have passed the 4th level. I have an unwelcome request. After our pets recover, can we have a battle? Because he was too curious about Shiryu's strength and how he got through the level, Gong couldn't help but challenge him to a fight. Next to him, President Feng was stunned, but he didn't stop it, and there was no need to stop it. His nephew is a naturally competitive person. It is normal that he is not convinced and wants to see the gap more clearly after being defeated this time. At the same time, as the president of the Pingsheng Association, he still had no idea what this Shiryu was all about, and he also wanted to see Shiryu's strength. I can't see what's happening inside the ruins, but I can at least see the battle outside. Gong's proactive challenge is an opportunity. Fight! Shiryu also stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. The opponent is the only one besides himself who has defeated the ice armor giant, so he is probably quite powerful. Okay. Shiryu did not refuse. Beastmasters should learn from each other in order to improve each other. Chapter 61, Monster Talent. You guys want to fight? Captain He looked like a rough man who didn't care about details. He said, damn, this is interesting. I'll go get someone to clear the space for you. It's a good opportunity to open the eyes of those soldiers. One is Lao Feng's relative, and the other is a monster newcomer who somehow managed to get through the 4th level. In short, Both of them are not simple. He also wanted to see the strength of these two people. Well, by the way, it can also motivate the new recruits under my command, which is really good. It's great to be young. President Feng also said with a smile. He squinted his eyes, and it didn't look like he was expressing any emotion, but rather like he was ready to watch the fun. Then let's wait until after lunch. You can take a good rest and eat your fill before fighting again. Okay, Chen Gong said indifferently. Sure, you naturally didn't care at all. Outside, the sergeant of the Beast Tamer Corps was giving a speech to this group of trainee beast tamers. The general content is that within the next month, everyone can challenge the ruins repeatedly. However, you can only challenge it once a day. During this month, everyone can go back home or stay here. There are plenty of campsites here, and 3 meals a day will definitely be provided. I've decided to stay here and won't leave until I pass 2 levels. Chen Kai, an excellent student at Pingxing No. 1 Middle School who only passed 1 level, felt extremely ashamed. I am such a loser that I only passed 1 level. But do you have enough Mingxin capsules? Asked the only good classmate who passed the test with him. Damn, it seems not enough. I have to go back and prepare a month's supply. Chen Kai reacted. Damn it, they are both taking Mingxin capsules, but why isn't his effect as good as Shiyu's? It was clear that during the previous battle, there wasn't much difference in everyone's strength. But it has only been a short time. One is at the 1st level, and the other is at the 4th level. The gap in strength is simply sky high. Could it be that Shiryu upgraded his supplements? I have to prepare some as well, said Chen Kai's classmate, who is also an assessor of Tianmong Mountain. While the two were talking, Xiao Liang, the doctor at Baikatang who really didn't want to eavesdrop, had a strange expression on his face. How come we are here at the ruins, and there are still people discussing supplements? What is going on with the supplement craze these days? This also goes for Shiryu. How could a weak beast master who took supplements every day become a super boss? Could it be that these supplements really have hidden effects? Dr. Xiao Liang, who had received relevant education, also felt a little hesitant when faced with the reality. Otherwise, should he try it too? The people here were quickly dispersed. Some planned to stay and see what happened, while others planned to go back and make further preparations. But at this moment, a group of soldiers suddenly began to divide the venue, which made many people confused. The venue was quickly drawn, and a beastmaster who was curious went forward to ask. This question shocked the beastmaster. A moment later, a message spread throughout the nearby camps. Not only did all the beast taming troops stationed here know about it, but the 80 new beast tamers also knew about it. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Cheng Gong, who passed the 3rd level, and Shiryu, who passed the 4th level, are going to fight here. It was allowed by President Feng and Captain He. Everyone can watch the game. When this news spread, everyone suddenly felt no longer sleepy or hungry and became more energetic. Is there still a fight to watch? Then I won't leave. I want to see where the gap between me and the big boss is. I'm not leaving. +1. These are the new beast masters. The beast tamers of the beast taming corps were extremely silent. Those professional non-commissioned officers were fine, but the ordinary soldiers at the trainee level had complicated feelings. After all, among their large group of people, no one made it through the 3rd level. As for these two people, one connected 3 levels and the other connected 4 levels. It's really frustrating to compare them. Let's see how powerful they are. Many people thought. The area around the ruins suddenly became lively. At noon, almost everyone stayed and chose to get their meals at the barracks. At this time, no one had found where Shiryu and Cheng Gong were. The two did not appear until after lunch, because the two of them were called by Captain He to eat a specially prepared nutritious meal. Nutritious meals can speed up the recovery of pets in the beast taming space. After eating, the two of them have almost recovered to their peak condition. Although, for Shiryu, it doesn't matter if he doesn't eat. After all, 11 has the dual recovery buffs of absolute sleep in the beast taming space. Here I come. As Shiryu and Cheng Gong appeared outside, the disciplined soldiers were fine, but the new beast masters immediately became noisy and seemed quite expectant. At the invitation of Captain He, all the trainee soldiers gathered around, intending to broaden their horizons. In an instant, Shiryu and Cheng Gong became the focus of the whole audience. Isn't this scene a bit too big? Cheng Gong felt uneasy. He was not convinced and wanted to challenge Shiryu to see the gap, but how come he was attracted by Captain He and the other man and became the center of attention? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if we lose? Shiryu also felt that the atmosphere was a bit too solemn, but since it was already like this, he might as well just make do with it. Next, the two of them walked to the 2 sides of the marked venue, one on each side. Captain He came to the edge of the field with a smile and said, "Then I will be your referee." "Okay, please," Shiryu and the others said. Captain He nodded and said seriously, You two, send out your pets together. Then listen to my command and start fighting. As these words were spoken, the entire place fell completely silent, with everyone staring at the two of them intently. Because not everyone knows the situation of the two people's pets. Moonflame Beast. A huge summoning array appeared, and Chunggong's pet walked out from the space ripples. Roar! When this pet walked out, it brought about a rolling heat wave. This is a creature that is more than 1 meter long, with red hair that looks like flames all over its body, and a crescent-shaped pattern around its hips and back. It looks like the marten, a weasel from Earth, and may be an evolved species of the marten. Name: Moonflame Beast. Attribute: Fire. Racial level: Advanced Extraordinary. Racial skills: Explosive Flame, Flame Attack, Flame Claw. It's not an ice-type creature, but a fire-type creature that is rare in Icefield City. Compared to the Moonflame Beast, the iron-eating beast on Shiryu's side was much more familiar to everyone present. After all, it was Pingqing's special pet beast. At this time, 11 was also very unhappy. It had not been able to clear the ruins in one go, which made it feel that its training intensity was not enough. I have to work even harder to be worthy of the extra points given to Shiryu. It looked at its opponent this time. Well, let's start by killing the opponent in front of it instantly. If it can't be done, double the training volume. Shiryu's expression was complicated as Shi's thoughts came to him. Be a bear, Shi. At that moment, as the 1 meter tall 11 walked out of the summoning array, everyone fell silent for a moment. Because 11 is too small, he looks like a baby iron-eating beast. We are all from Pingqing, so we naturally know that adult iron-eating beasts are nearly 2 meters tall. This 1 meter difference is too big. Probably less than 2 years old. After seeing the iron-eating beast, Chunggong's eyes were filled with disbelief because of its size. Sure, you passed the 4th level with the help of this iron-eating beast cub? How is that possible? Apprentice Beast Tamer, Chunggong, Pet Moonflame Beast, Growth Level, Awakening Level 10. Chunggong took the initiative to introduce himself in order to exchange for information about Shiryu. Apprentice Beastmaster, Shiryu, Pet Beast Iron Beast, Growth Level, Awakening Level 7. There was nothing to hide about the pet's information, so Shiryu told it directly. When Shiryu finished speaking, many people were stunned. Awakening Level 7, are you kidding? Everyone knows that it's amazing that Shiryu broke through 4 levels in a row, but at least he has to use some logic. If your iron-eating beast's growth level is level 10, no one will say anything. After all this trouble, the pet is not only a cub, but its growth level has not yet reached the peak of the awakening period. It was level 6 a few days ago. Did you break through? The discussion among the apprentices of Zhueshi Martial Arts School once again dealt a heavy blow to the people around them. MMP. Not to mention these trainee beastmasters, even President Feng, who was nearby, found it outrageous. According to Shiryu's profile, when he participated in the Tianmong Mountain Training Assessment, his iron-eating beast was only level 6. So, this is what he doesn't understand. A ferruginous beast with a growth level of less than 10, even with mastery level hardening, cannot pass the 4th level, or even the 3rd level. The beastmasters at the scene had many doubts, and so did Captain He, who chose the most direct way to resolve them. Damn it, the battle begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunggong immediately issued an order. Moonflame Beast, Explosive Flame. The Moonflame Beast had a ferocious expression and roared angrily. Its fiery red hair exploded all over its body and a ball of fire condensed in front of its mouth. In an instant, a huge fireball with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, containing explosive power and rolling heat waves, was formed directly. Explosive Flame. A mid-level fire skill that can create explosive flames with huge destructive power. As soon as the Moonflame Beast made a move, the surrounding ice and frost melted instantly, and the beastmasters present also felt a sense of warmth. The proficiency of this explosion flame is at least at the expert level. Captain, he thought to himself, no wonder he could defeat the ice armor giant. This fire skill is very lethal to ice creatures. No, it's not only lethal to ice creatures. It's extremely lethal to all creatures. Boom. The explosion of flames made many beastmasters realize the gap between themselves and Chunggong. However, what made people feel incredible was that in the face of such a powerful attack, Shiryu and the iron-eating beast did not seem to be in a panic. 11. Hardening, Thunder Palm. The flames came, and 11 stood still. His hair originally fluttered in the hot wind, but in the next moment, it was hardened and became like an immovable mountain. Low-level skills, Hardening. Looking at the small iron beast with a metallic body, everyone was familiar with this move. But not evading? Instead, he planned to rely on hardening to resist the skill? Everyone didn't understand. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The next second, everyone who did not understand Shiryu's order discovered new changes in the little iron beast. Countless strong blue and white electric currents suddenly spread out from the entire right arm of the small iron beast, and its power looked extremely astonishing. A terrifying electric current spread throughout the metal arm. This scene might have puzzled the trainee beast tamers, but it directly caused all the professional beast tamers to change their expression slightly. Combination skills. All professional beast masters were surprised. They are skills with different attributes. At this time, the explosion came. 11 used a combination of the mastery level hardening and the mastery level thunder palm and directly pierced through the front with one palm. Sizzle sizzle. The sound of thunder and lightning was like the singing of thousands of birds, and 11's arm was like a spear of thunder and lightning, extremely shocking. This action made Chung Gong's eyes widen. Boom! With a roar, 11 seemed to be swallowed by the explosion, but the scene seen by everyone was that the fireball was instantly split into two when it came into contact with the small iron beast, and a passage was pierced through the middle. The skilled intermediate skill explosive flame was actually cut in half by a single palm strike. This is not the end yet, because the explosive flame contains explosive properties. Although its power drops sharply due to its form being destroyed instantly, the remaining explosive flame still explodes instantly. At this time, 11 had already walked in front of the cut explosive flame. With its hardened body, it used the impact force of the explosive flame's explosion and rushed towards the moon flame beast like a ferocious beast of thunder and fire. The speed was so fast that the moon flame beast lost its composure. Roar! The moon flame beast's pupils shrank. It didn't understand what kind of monster this was that could actually cut through its explosive flames. This is normal. After all, the perfect level thunder palm has the penetrating power to cut through even the lightning in nature. Although 11's proficiency in thunder palm is not yet high enough, it has the enhancement of hardening, so its power is not much different. Although this blast of fire was strong, it was clearly not intense enough. Flame attack. Flame claw. Facing the surging small eating iron beasts, Chung Gong's scalp tingled, and he felt a strong sense of oppression, but the only option given the current situation was to fight back. Flame attack. An intermediate fire skill that allows the flames in the body to explode, converting them into kinetic energy to gain greater speed. Chung Gong planned to let the moon flame beast win by speed. After all, the iron-eating beast's eyesight was not very good. Boom. Flames burst out of the moon flame beast's body, as if it had turned into a flame afterimage. Its proficiency in this flame attack had obviously reached the skilled level, and it was not as simple as just getting started. Swish. The moon flame beast did not intend to confront 11 head-on. Its claws were filled with burning flames, and its figure swayed left and right in an unpredictable manner while rushing towards the iron-eating beast that was attacking it. After a moment, the two passed each other. However, Chung Gong and Yuan beast made a complete mistake. The speed interference tactics they chose had no effect at all on 11, who had supervision. Bang! The flaming claws that the moon flame beast swung in the air stopped in the sky, and its body also stopped in midair. At the moment when its attack was about to begin, 11's palm slapped its belly. The scene seemed to be still, and the next moment, the moon flame beast seemed to encounter a huge impact and flew backwards. Bang 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 bang. It rolled for more than 10 meters before stopping. The scene was instantly silent. That's all. In the silent scene, Shiryu spoke first. At the moment of attack, 11 canceled the combo skill and only used hardening against the enemy, which did not cause much damage to the moon flame beast. Otherwise, after one hit of the combo skill, even if the moon flame beast did not die, it would be seriously injured. Except for Shiryu himself, no one knew that 11 mastered the mastery level thunder palm. At this moment, Chung Gong was still a little confused when he saw the moon flame beast flying backwards in an instant. How is it possible? How can this iron-eating beast catch up with the speed of the moon flame beast? His face turned pale instantly. Even when they were fighting against the ice armor giants, they did not feel such great pressure. What kind of monster is this? Level 7? You must be kidding. At this time, 11 stood there unharmed, staring directly at the enemy who had climbed up. Although the moon flame beast could still get up, the previous 2 rounds of confrontation had completely made it lose its will to fight. At this moment, its body was trembling slightly, and it looked at 11 in fear. Although he did not take the initiative to threaten, 11's momentum completely left a shadow in the opponent's mind. Boy, you lost. Captain He, who was in the referee position, remained silent throughout the whole process until now when he spoke to Chung Gong. After saying this, he spoke to Shiryu in an incredible tone. Asked the question everyone wanted to ask. Not only has your Iron Eater mastered the mastery level hardening, but it has also mastered the skilled level Thunder Palm. And you combine them perfectly to form a combo skill. In addition, the combat awareness and experience of this iron-eating beast are ridiculously strong. It can actually find the right opportunity to hit the opponent's vital point in one blow when facing the Moon Flame beast that has accelerated its flame attack. What kind of monster group are they? It's the first time, Captain, he has seen such fierce newcomers. Yes, Shiryu nodded in response to the question. As he nodded, everyone fell silent for a moment, and then there was an uproar. Is that the unique Thunder Palm of Jusher Martial Arts School? What an outrageous power. It actually split the flame with one palm. Are you stupid? That's not an ordinary Thunder Palm. It's a combination skill. At least it has the power of mastery level hardening added to it, which requires extremely high skill proficiency. Is that so? Someone asked an apprentice from the Jusher Martial Arts School. At this time, the apprentices of Jusher Martial Arts School were also dumbfounded and had no idea what was going on. But everything that happened before their eyes told them that this was correct. Zhang Rui stood there in a daze, not understanding whether Shiryu had made great progress during this period or he was fighting with himself and not using his full strength. Every level of Beastmaster has something he needs to study. At the apprentice level, if one can train the pet's skills to the proficient or mastery level, it is already very outstanding. Combination skills, that should be something that professional Beastmasters should study. As for the master level, it is to study the mysteries of perfect level skills. This is the route that a normal Beastmaster should go through, but Shiryu and this little iron-eating beast are here. Therefore, not only trainee Beastmasters such as Chen Kai, Bai Shi, and Xiao Yang, but even professional Beastmasters were stunned at this moment, not understanding how this level 7 small iron-eating beast was bred. I lost. Facing such an iron-eating beast, Cheng Gong's throat was hoarse, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. And the others also knew why Shiryu was able to pass the first 3 levels so quickly. With that combination of skills, even the ice armor giant might not be able to withstand it. Their 3 perspectives were shattered. It was the first time they knew that an apprentice Beastmaster and a pet of a medium-sized species that was less than level 10 could be so brutal. In a corner somewhere, the secretary of the president of the Pingchong Association looked at his silent president and finally waited for his comment. Should we talk about this iron-eating beast or this Beastmaster? His talent is simply monstrous, so weird that it's unscientific, he said in a heavy tone. Chapter 62, New Special Training Goal. If everyone was originally wondering how Cheng Gong and Shiryu broke the records consecutively, now the doubts are gradually dissipating. Although the Moon Flame beast was beaten without any chance to fight back in this battle, the strength and quality it displayed during the battle was obvious to all. A powerful explosive fire skill, whose properties can completely defeat all kinds of ice creatures. The speed brought by the flame attack is probably unmatched by any creature in the ruins. With its flexible flaming claws, the Moon Flame beast can fight in close combat or at range. With all 3 skills at proficient level, it has every chance of defeating the ice armor giant of a higher race with its attribute advantages. As for Shiryu, there is no need to question his strength. The entire battle process in which the Moon Flame beast was crushed was the best proof of Shiryu and his team's strength. It was the first time that everyone had seen such an outrageous little iron-eating beast. It is completely understandable that such an excellent pet can break through 4 levels in a row. Although some people still wondered why a level 7 iron-eating beast had the physical strength to defeat 50 ferocious beasts in a row, since Shiryu Tong had passed it, they could only dispel their doubts. Then, everyone looked at Shiryu and 11 as if they were monsters. In this battle, Beastmasters of different levels will see different things. The trainee Beastmasters didn't understand why Shiryu and the others were so strong, while Master Beastmasters like President Feng had greater expectations for cracking the ruins. Well, let's deduct some resources from my nephew and give them to Shiryu. At this time, deciphering the ruins is the most important thing. Gonger will understand. Fortunately, Cheng Gong didn't know what President Feng was thinking, otherwise, he would definitely think that he was a fake nephew. As for now, he was pondering why Pingchong had such a monster trainee Beastmaster that he had never heard of before. Even the geniuses in Bingyuan City may not be able to compare to Shiryu, right? Okay, the battle is over. Go do what you need to do. Commander He, who was acting as referee, blasted the group of trainees and shouted angrily, "Double the training today." His words immediately made the trainees wail. He Biao, who was disappointed with his subordinates, chose to exploit the new recruits. President Feng secretly wiped his sweat, fearing that He Biao would bring the team leader and himself to ask for training funds. After the battle, Cheng Gong and Shiryu each took back their pets. We'll fight again next time, Chung Gong said to Shiryu, and left from the other side without paying any attention to anyone. No one knew where he went. But Shiryu was helpless. Blame 11. It wanted to vent its emotions of failure in this battle, causing the situation to seem a little one-sided. Shiryu shook his head slightly and planned to leave. To be precise, it means leaving the valley, going home, and preparing for battle again. President Feng. When Shiryu walked out of the venue, Chun Kai, Xiao Liang, and others wanted to come over, but when they saw President Feng walking towards Shiryu, they immediately stopped. Shiryu, your strength really opens my eyes. President Feng squinted his eyes and said that he was in a good mood. With the qualifications that Shiryu and his friends have shown, they have the potential to become Master Beastmasters in the future. 10 years later, Pingqing may have another Master Beastmaster. It's okay, Shiryu said modestly. This is nothing. Although Shiryu wants to be arrogant, he also knows that he is not invincible yet. Even among his peers, he is nothing. Pingqing is just a small third-tier city. Bingyuan City is just an ordinary one among hundreds of second-tier cities in Dongwon. The second generation of royal family in those first-tier cities probably start with a commander-level race as their initial pet, and the age of their contracted pets may be even younger. Shiryu was more curious about their strength. But we should know soon, because Lu Qingyi had suggested to him that he go to a first-tier city to take a professional assessment, as such a professional certificate would be more valuable. This woman really likes to make the game more difficult for him. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be modest. You are indeed excellent. Do you have any ideas about the 5th level? Asked President Feng. I already have it. I plan to go back and prepare for the battle. Shiryu said. That's good to have it. President Feng's eyes lit up. It's better to go back and prepare for the battle. Wait a moment, I'll give you my personal contact information. If you have any needs, just tell me directly. The resources allocated by the association will be returned to you in full in the future. Your primary goal now is to become stronger and conquer the ruins. I understand. Shiryu nodded. Next, President Feng quickly called his secretary and prepared to find someone to escort Shiryu home. Although Shiryu wanted to refuse, he couldn't resist the president's enthusiasm. This treatment. In the eyes of the surrounding beast masters, it was like eating a lemon. Is this the treatment for a genius? Even if he is a master beastmaster or the president of the Beastmaster Association, he still has to be treated with a smile. Damn it, buy up all the Myojin capsules. I take the same supplement as Shiryu. I don't believe that I can't reach even 10 of his strength if I keep taking it. In the rear, Chun Kai made a great ambition. What do you mean by the same style as Shiryu? Hey, brother, what did you mean by that just now? After Shiryu left, there were waves of discussions and exclamations from the crowd. Dr. Xiao Liang felt that he might know where the supplement craze in Pingqing came from. Thanks. Shiryu was slightly embarrassed as he was escorted home in a military vehicle. In his previous life, he had never ridden in a police car, only in an ambulance. Now, he had to ride in a military vehicle. The pressure is so great. I have to quickly figure out how to pass the 5th level. Shiryu returned home almost sighing. Because he knew that if he wanted to pass the 5th level, he might have to spend money on supplements. With my small body, even with supplements, teaching advanced skills is too stressful for my body and mind. If he didn't have to teach, Shiryu really wanted to use low-level skills to improve his physical fitness first. Grumble. After Shiryu pushed the door open, the green moths on the persimmon tree in the yard heard the sound and immediately started chirping. Shiryu understood through telepathy. It means welcome home. This bug's IQ is getting higher and higher. Shiryu discovered that as the green cottonworm's growth level increased, its intelligence level was also slowly increasing. He was silly and dazed when he was in level 1, but now I can communicate with him relatively normally. It's really not easy. Any more food? Shiryu glanced at the dragon beard grass in the iron plate under the birdcage. There was still some left. That was fine. That's right. After all, they were released in the morning. No matter how big the green cottonworm's appetite is, they can't eat 3 or 4 meals at a time like 11 does. He also got some replenishment, by the way. After entering the house, Shiryu threw down his backpack and lay down directly. The harvest this time was not small. If we ignore the energy crystals, the 4 ethereal stones are still very rare resources. He asked President Feng if he used these 4 ethereal stones, even without high-intensity meditation, he would be able to reach level 2 of the beast taming space within 3 or 4 months. Moreover, it is a second-level beast taming space that takes into account spatial strength, spatial range, and spatial environment. In other words, he would be able to contract a second pet by then. At the same time, when the beast taming space reaches level 2, it will be easier for 11 to reach the extraordinary level. Otherwise, the level 1 beast taming space will more easily restrict the growth of the pet. In short, the Void Stone is very cost-effective for Shiryu, who started very late and became a beast master much later than his peers. I wonder how compatible the space system is with the green cotton worms. Shiryu thought again. The space system is undoubtedly a very powerful attribute, but it is said that the Space Spirit Stone has always been a resource used by Beastmasters. Shiryu really doesn't know how to use this thing for pets, especially green cotton worms. Compared to this, it would be more practical to have a space skill. If the spatial attribute can really be obtained, Shiryu feels that the racial level of the evolved bug may also be able to reach the king level. Does a king-level space attribute butterfly exist in nature? Is it the sky-splitting butterfly or the sky-splitting butterfly? Shiryu didn't think too much about the green cotton worm for too long. After all, he hadn't made any progress yet, and the most important thing at the moment was to capture the ruins. If Shiryu wants to pass the 5th level successfully, there are currently 2 routes. 1. Complete the ultimate skill, Thunder Armor. It is necessary to upgrade both Hardening and Thunder Palm to the perfect level. At present, 11 and Green Miansheng still have not mastered any perfect level skills, and Shiryu is still not sure how many times he needs to teach from the proficient level to the perfect level. However, he had a hunch that the more proficiency one gained, the harder it would be to improve. A common saying is that a skill that is relatively easy to train, as long as the pet has good talent and a good training environment, it can be mastered after a year of hard practice. Because of this, the pets of professional beastmasters basically all possess multiple mastery-level racial skills. However, perfect-level proficiency skills are not as simple as just accumulating time. Perfection represents the pinnacle of a skill and the acme of an art. Many creatures find it difficult to achieve this achievement even in their entire lives. Compared with spending time on hard training, this level requires more talent and training methods. A pet with perfect-level proficiency skills is basically the symbol of a master beastmaster. As for the superb level, it means transcending the skill itself, directly allowing the skill to break away from the original level and belong to a more profound level. Even for master-level beastmasters, the best they can do is to train their pets' low-level skills to the highest level, and that would still take half their lifetime. It is very difficult to reach the level of perfection in mid and high-level skills. The higher the skill level, the more complex it is, and the harder it is to master perfectly, let alone surpass perfection. Let's start with high-level skills. The second method to conquer the ruins is to improve the proficiency of high-level skills. Shiryu made a simple assessment and felt that mastering the Thunder Armor was more difficult. In order to defeat 100 ferocious beasts, in fact, it was possible to master all 3 high-level skills. The mastery level is relatively easy to reach. The mastery level deterrence can exert large-scale mental pressure on a group of ferocious beasts. If you are lucky, you can kill 100 of them instantly. Mastery level multiplication, although Shiryu still doesn't know what kind of enhancement it can bring to 11, he thinks that the size and strength will be bigger, and there is hope of killing a lot of people with one punch. Mastery level absolute sleep allows you to recover more physical strength with a shorter sleep time, which is simply a magical recovery skill. Which one to improve? I shouldn't have difficulty making choices. I should just teach them all. By the way, my supervision and high-speed healing have also been upgraded to the mastery level. Wait until all the skills are mastered before going. Not to mention the 5th level. Even if there is a supernatural creature in the 6th level, I will definitely be able to crush it. Shiryu spoke boldly, but his body was shaking. After all, this was a big project. Chapter 63. Just add some more, and it's done. August 7th, afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. In the yard, the energetic 11 was training seriously. Shiryu was meditating while holding a piece of ethereal stone. If those trainee beastmasters saw this, they would definitely be humiliated. After all, Shiryu and his men had just broken through 4 levels of ruins in the morning and fought countless battles. As a result, they didn't even show any intention of taking a break in the afternoon and continued training. This is simply animal behavior. It is indeed much faster than meditating on your own. Shiryu put down the Kongling stone and felt relieved. It would be nice to have more of these stones. Shiryu found out the reason why his cultivation was slow. If you want to quickly improve the level of the beast taming space through meditation, you must concentrate your whole body and mind. But every time he finished teaching his pet skills, he was exhausted both physically and mentally, so he had no time to meditate. Over time, the level of the beast taming space has slowed down. After all, it's still 11's fault. Shiryu completely denied the reason why he was slow in cultivation. 11 in training. After adding points to 11 this time, I have to spare some time to upgrade the level of the beast taming space. Shiryu said silently in his heart. But before that, Shiryu opened his mobile phone and logged into the shopping website. He bought another 15 magic beans, as well as some other miscellaneous supplements, spending nearly 2 million. Now, out of the 10 million starting capital, less than 7 million is left. But with these, almost all of 11 skills can be upgraded to the mastery level. It's really a waste of money. Looking at the balance, Shiryu felt pain in his heart. It seems that even with the skill atlas, 10 million starting funds may not necessarily be enough to upgrade all of 11 skills to the perfect level, let alone the divine level. If you want to get a super level skill or mythical ability in the future and upgrade it to the maximum level, won't the supplements cost hundreds of millions of yuan? I'm afraid I'll have to eat something like dragon liver and phoenix marrow by then. After all, it's still because of lack of money. The skill encyclopedia can allow him to improve the skill proficiency of his pet faster than other beastmasters, but the price is Krypton gold. But it's worth the money. After all, other beastmasters have to spend money on nutritional supplements to train their pet skills. In terms of cost-effectiveness, Shiryu's is definitely better. That evening, Shiryu took out one of the 2 remaining magic beans and a ginseng whisker and started calling for 11 points. 11, soon degree soon. 11, who had been training for half a day, endured it with tears in his eyes and was very worried that he would not live up to the extra points. And set a goal for myself to connect all 6 levels next time. Don't worry, with hard work and cheating, even gods can't stop us. Shiryu comforted. That night, entry-level deterrence was upgraded to proficient level. Previously, it could only be used to increase fighting spirit or weaken the deterrence of fighting spirit, but it immediately became an attack skill targeting the mental level. The increase in the deterrence level does not only mean that 11 can kill weaker opponents instantly with momentum alone, but also means that any mental debuff skills may have little effect on it. However, after teaching the skills this time, it seems that Shiryu is not the only one who has side effects. Some special skills can slightly change the temperament and personality of the pet. For example, frenzy, if used frequently, can easily make a pet become crazy, violent, and irrational. The same goes for deterrence. It can give pets a sense of dominance that comes from the spiritual and mental level, as if no one else can do it. 11. Sure enough, after the deterrence was upgraded, 11 immediately became arrogant again. It wants to go through the levels now and beat 100 of them by itself. Shiryu was silent. He didn't expect that the deterrence would also bring about a buff that reduces intelligence. MDZZ, go to sleep. 11 can be irrational, but Shiryu cannot be irrational. No matter who persuades him this time, it will be useless. Let's grow first. Try to reach the maximum skill level in one go, and then clear all levels in succession to avoid wasting time on frequent challenges. In order to calm 11 down, Shiryu caught it again tonight and used it as a pillow. This made Panda King 11 fall into deep thought. The king cannot be humiliated, unless he is his own beastmaster. The next day, early morning, Shiryu was still lying leisurely on the sofa in the courtyard, meditating. Occasionally, I glanced at my phone to check the shipping progress of yesterday's purchases. As I was watching, I put on my headphones and started to catch up on the drama. It's really fun to chase TV series. However, Shiryu did not admit that he was slacking off. He just wanted to stimulate his imagination through various film and television works and lay the foundation for finding new skills later. The movies in this world are all about pets and animals, and very few are purely about people. Pet animals are an absolute hot topic and a hot topic. As long as the pet animals in a work are eye-catching enough, the box office will not be low. For example, the movie that Shiryu is currently watching tells the story of a high school boy and a beast-eared girl of an alien race who meet in a dream and look for each other. Good fellow. Shiryu exclaimed, "Wow, this is a different world version of Your Name?" The ending is that the male protagonist finally makes a contract with the mermaid princess, and together they work together to solve the tsunami? How daring to take this photo. When Shiryu was wondering why he never encountered such a good thing, he felt something stabbed in his body. He looked up and saw that it was Bin Shi who was staring at him. What? The furry 11 stared with big eyes and pointed outside. It means the express has arrived. Shiryu was so engrossed in watching that he didn't hear the sound. Shiryu put his phone in his pocket and ran to receive the express delivery. Outside, it was still the familiar wings of Swift Wind and the familiar courier boy. "Brother, it's you again." The courier boy was thinking about it and said that the address looked familiar. When he arrived, he immediately remembered it. Isn't this the apprentice beastmaster who previously spent a huge amount of money on supplements? It's been less than a week and it's happening again? Hey, I wish you good health. The courier boy knew nothing and didn't dare to ask any more questions. He could only wish Shiryu good health. Have a safe trip. Shiryu also wished, letting the world be filled with true love. In this way, Shiryu harvested another large box of supplements. A moment later, in the courtyard, Shiryu, she, and King Mianchong looked at the big box of supplements and fell into deep thought. Before there were supplements, Shiryu was afraid to teach skills. Now that he has a bunch of supplements, Shiryu is still afraid to teach skills. Although they both mean fear, the two kinds of fear do not have the same meaning. Shiryu could only say that the meaning of the words is profound. Well, you should make use of your awakened talents even if you don't have any. Just add some points and you're done. At the same time, Bingyuan City, Pingqing District. The Beastmaster Association headquarters. Except for going to the ruins to observe the situation on the first day, President Feng returned to the association on the second day and handed over the place to Captain He Biao for guarding. And as the president of a city association, he himself has too much to do. At this time, in the huge conference room, President Feng was holding a video conference with the presidents of associations from the other 8 districts and counties in Bingyuan City. Among the 9 districts and counties of Bingyuan City belong to the urban area, located in the city center and are well developed, while Pingqing and the other 4 districts and counties are adjacent to the snow-capped mountains and belong to the suburbs. According to Lao Feng's information. Next, let's discuss the matter of activating the Holy Spring of Evolution. Chapter 64, Evolution Holy Spring. August 9th, sunny. Yesterday, Shiryu did not touch the new supplements, but used the remaining magic bean and other supplements to improve 11's absolute sleep skill to the proficient level. At this point, all that was left of his old stock was 1 ginseng whisker. What do you think? If I cultivate a ginseng baby myself, train it, and teach it the skill of regenerating broken limbs, can I use the bug to get free supplements every day? After waking up in the morning, Shiryu talked to himself because of a dream in which he and Shin Baobao had a love-hate relationship. Why do other movie protagonists dream of exchanging bodies with mermaid princesses and swimming in the ocean, while he dreams of chasing after supplements? Obviously, he also has the destiny to be the protagonist, although compared to the protagonist, he lives more like a cheat. Forget it, forget it. Soon, Shiryu shook his head. It was okay to eat wild ginseng, but it was weird to chase his pet and eat it. After getting up, washing and brushing his teeth in one go, Shiryu plans to upgrade 11's multiplication skill to the proficient level today. In this way, maybe I can experience the big panda bed at night. This is a method of adding points equally. One skill follows another, and everyone has a share. Now he just has one pet with many skills. When he has more pets in the future, he can become more philanthropic. In the courtyard, under the persimmon tree. After having a heartwarming breakfast with his 2 pets, Shiryu was just about to order more when suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? At this time, it didn't seem like the time for the martial arts school to deliver goods, and Shiryu was still wondering who it was. However, when the person outside responded, Shiryu was stunned. He quickly ran to open the door, and then saw the man in a gray suit with a mustache. President Feng? Why are you here? I've only rested for 2 days. Are you going to ask me to explore the ruins? Shiryu touched his liver. President Feng smiled and said, how could that be? I understand. You must be here to discuss the cultivation of resources. Shiryu suddenly realized. He almost forgot that the Pingqing Association had also decided to allocate some resources to train apprentice beastmasters. Could it be that the amount of this batch of resources has been finalized? Yes and no. There is something more important. A moment later, inside the house, Shiryu treated President Feng to wolfberry water. President Feng, what is the important thing you were talking about? President Feng said with a smile, it is also related to this relic. He drank some wolfberry water and praised it. It tastes delicious. Shiryu. That's it. Shiryu was quite proud. It starts with our country's laws. According to our country's relics law, this relic appeared in our Pingqing, so we have the priority right to explore it. After President Feng finished speaking, Shiryu nodded. But within a certain period of time, if we are unable to crack the ruins and gain control of them, then the right to explore and develop them will be gradually extended to surrounding cities and the scope will be gradually expanded. For example, if Pingqing is unable to decipher the ruins in a month, then other districts and counties in Bingyuan City can also come and explore together. President Feng sighed. You also know the difficulty of this relic. I'm afraid it will take us a long time to pass the 5th level, not to mention the unknown 6th level. Based on our current progress, other Beastmaster associations in Bingyuan City don't think that Pingqing can crack the ruins independently, so they have already prepared for the battle in advance. To prepare for the challenge to the ruins in Pingqing in a month. Although President Feng was very annoyed, he couldn't do anything about them. He had great confidence in Shiryu, but it was obviously unrealistic to ask Shiryu to crack the ruins in a month. It would be a blessing if you can pass the 5th level within a month. At this moment, after listening to what President Feng said, Shiryu was stunned. Who are you looking down on? Shiryu muttered in his heart. You can disbelieve the iron-eating beast, but you must disbelieve that box of supplements. A month later, the ruins were gone. Of course, this was too arrogant, and you was afraid of being beaten if he said it, so he could only continue nodding. After you left the day before yesterday, I submitted the information about the 4th and 5th levels of the ruins. Haha. There is no doubt that the situation at the 4th and 5th levels also shocked the presidents of other associations. They all think that this is too difficult for an apprentice beastmaster to pass. However, even if it is difficult, we have to overcome it. Therefore, Icefield City has decided to activate the Holy Spring. Holy Spring, what is that? President Feng said, that is a sacred place for pet cultivation in our Icefield City. It is a fixed resource. Pets can be reborn after soaking in the Holy Spring and absorbing the power of the Holy Spring. Let me give you an example. The levels of pets are divided into growth level and race level. The latter represents potential. Why do races have greater potential the higher their level? Why are they stronger at the same growth level? Apart from the racial skills, it's because the higher race pets have a higher life level. The most intuitive manifestation of a higher life level is a stronger physique and more energy. With the same growth level and the same skills, a pet of a transcendent race may run out of energy after using it 10 times, but a pet of a commander-level race may be able to use it 15 times. This is the advantage. The water in the Holy Spring will not increase the growth level of the pet, but it can improve the pet's physique, stimulate the pet's potential, and even improve its life level. It is a rare resource that can potentially improve the race level of a pet, that is, its evolutionary potential. For example, your iron-eating beast might have used up its stamina after using Thunder Palm 10 times before, but after this baptism, its stamina limit will be greatly increased, and it may not have any problem using it more than a dozen times. Do you understand its value now? In short, you can regard this opportunity as a super special training for challenging the 4th and 5th levels of the ruins. Of course, this Holy Spring is most effective only for pets in the awakening stage. The lower the race level, the better the effect. There have even been cases where pets evolved directly after bathing in the Holy Spring, so it is also called the Evolution Holy Spring. It can increase the chance of evolution, but this depends on chance. After President Feng finished speaking, Shiryu was obviously stunned. What you need will come to you. 11's biggest drawback is that it has too many powerful skills, and it simply doesn't have enough physical strength to use them all. However, improving growth level and increasing physical fitness is not something that can be done overnight. Bathing in this Holy Spring can increase 11's physical strength limit, then it will be more stable to conquer the ruins. As for evolution, he didn't believe that 11 could evolve by just soaking in a spring. What do you mean? In order to prepare the Beastmasters in major cities for the 4th and 5th levels in advance, the Beastmaster associations in each of the 4 urban districts and 5 suburban districts of Bingyuan City have one recommendation for the use of the Holy Spring. The Pingqing Beastmaster Association intends to recommend you. After all, you are currently the strongest apprentice Beastmaster in Pingqing. Don't worry, in addition to this quota, Pingqing Association will not lack you in other cultivation resources. Sure, you sincerely felt that the Pingqing Association was very considerate. Not only did they allow him to take out a loan to buy a pet in the beginning, they also provided him with so many resources. He also smiled, but soon his smile disappeared because of President Feng's next words. However, the Holy Spring in Bingyuan City regenerates very slowly, and its effect cannot withstand too many uses, so only one pet can enter at a time, and the first one to use it will definitely have the best effect. By then, I'm afraid you will inevitably have a competition for the order of entry, so you must be prepared. What? There are competitors even for taking a hot spring bath. Shiryu's eyes gradually became sharper. It's really competitive everywhere, but if they are all apprentice level, I feel like I should be able to kill them at will. Listing comments. Around 0:05 on August 1st, 2021, Unscientific Beast Taming will be officially launched. 5 VIP chapters will be released first, and then I will continue to write during the day and strive to update more on the first day. I hope everyone will support the author. Thank you very much. What follows are some of the author's ramblings. Another book is about to be released. It's time to check its performance. This is my 3rd book, an original beast taming novel. As for the first 2, they are anime fan fiction. This time it's a transition from fan fiction to original work, so the writing process was extremely painful, with a lot of worries. It can be said that I have been suffering from insomnia for this month. I have been staring at the data of the new book, looking at it again and again, for fear that some part of it is not well written and the book will not be liked by everyone. However, the agonizing new book period has finally passed. As for what's next, I just have to wait for the book to be put on the shelves for trial. I am also very curious about what kind of achievements the niche original beast taming literature can achieve. I hope that everyone who likes beast taming literature will work hard to support the popularity of this subject, so that there will be more good books to read. Please subscribe in various ways. In short, it is our responsibility to restore the glory of beast taming. Thank you all. Thank you, session. Thanks to the platform, and thanks again to the readers. Thanks to my editor Kagaya. Since this is my first time to write an original work, I must have a lot of questions. I am not exaggerating. Kagaya is a really good editor. She replies to messages immediately, answers questions attentively, and provides guidance from the beginning of the book to the shelf. She is very professional. Every time I am negative, I will definitely get encouragement. She has really put in a lot of effort to ensure that this book can be successfully put on the shelves. The most important thing is that she recommends a lot of books. Where can I find such an editor with good looks, high professional ability, patience, and thoughtfulness for new and old authors to publish books? Kagaya is always the first choice. I would like to thank the editor, Xingye, for his thoughtful guidance on the content of the new book. It was he who saved Tingshu, which had more than 100,000 words but couldn't even get a contract. He has also given me a lot of support from the old book to the new book. He can be said to be my guide. He is currently in charge of the short story channel. Book friends who have ideas in this regard can find him to publish the book. Thanks to all the alliance leaders for their support. Vera0205. It's okay to read when you have nothing to do. Yuki and Momo. Third-party contact. It's Tingshui Luaya. Super newcomer. Binding Snake Monkey. Hanabakwan Mix. Old Bookworm from 2006. Chinshire Apple Pie. Beichuan Nanhai. Sleepy. Morning of 100 Flowers. Moonlit Night and Green Light. Reverend Purple Thunder. Ingnian. Label 0v0. Very cute and delicious. Madame Liusi Shinjing. Liney. Thanks to all the big guys. I will update them one by one when they are put on the shelves. Thanks to the operation team of this book, and thanks to the operation officer Vera for helping this book get chapter recommendations from many big guys during the new book period. Vera is awesome. Thanks to the following big guys for their recommendations. The list is long. Bear with me. Grateful. Starting from the Red Moon, Black Mountain Ghost. The Naming of the Night, Talking Elbow. My Healing Game. I can repair air conditioners. Losing money to be the richest man from playing games. Rebirth of Time, Songshan Moon. Monster Museum, Yenzike. Wally the Robot from Night Hackers. Mythical Three Kingdoms, Grave Soil and Weeds. The Mosquito in Paradise of Reincarnation. Lord of Nine Stars. Warlock's Handbook. Red Heart Patrol, Why Is There So Much Love? In Lao. Red Dragon Emperor Xiao Xiaoxing. Fist of Imagination, Du Ting Cup. Ait by Wang Zijuan. The Immortal in the Pot, Undersea Walker. The Earthlings Are Too Fierce by Woni Dushinran. What is a roaming mid-laner? This is very scientific. Human Guardian. The second chapter of Heavenly Formula Program. Fairy Tale of Home, Fish in the Words. From Azkaban to Hogwarts, I'm just a pigeon. A professor of magic at Hogwarts by Han Yusi. This doctor is dangerous, holding a CU in Guanxi. Fog City Detective Xia. The strongest boss in the universe, Seven Fleas. The first cause of all realms, the great Tao Pei Tigu. The leisurely days of farming in the wilderness, no time for sadness. Rebirth must be harder on yourself, blow up a big balloon 9. I don't want to be an emperor, arguing about the flowery hat. The 10th name of the last rat. Blessings from Heaven, my name is Payan Palm. The Martial Arts Show. Hong Wangshingshan Road, the Lazy Dreamer. Journey to the West, there are 9 golden crows in my body, poor lazy man. Qin Dynasty Novelists, Omi Fan. Live Hunting in the Wilderness. Global Age of Gods. Enlightenment Overnight. I just don't play by the rules 7. The name of I Play Cards in Dual City is taken. Strange Flow, a mortal cultivation game. I am also desperate. The Sword Master's Interstellar Handyman. Monsters will die if they are killed. Player Super Justice does not pray for 10 strings. Game of the World Tree. This is my planet. Fox in the Forbidden Zone, Lin Haiting Tao. I teach Kendo in Tokyo by Hamakato Megumi. Hogwarts on the Tip of the Tongue, Feather of Yuming. I really don't want to be a trainer by Kitagawa Nankai. Highlight the key points and thank Kitagawa for his many guidance and suggestions on the new book. Thanks to the above masters for their chapter recommendations. I don't know if there are any omissions. If there are any, I'll make up for it later. I'm in tears. There are many new and old friends who I cannot thank one by one due to space constraints. I am very sorry, but I will work hard to update after the article is put on the shelves to make up for it. Finally, I hope everyone can support the First Order. Thank you again. Go. Chapter 65, Fighting the Elite. What time? Sure, you asked immediately. He thought that he should go take a hot spring bath before challenging the ruins. Otherwise, he would suffer a great loss if Icefield City did not activate the Holy Spring after clearing the ruins too early. Of course, he just thought about it. If this relic was really important and he conquered it, he would probably soak in the Holy Spring as long as he wanted, until his skin was exhausted. It will probably be in a week. After all, we need to give other associations enough time to select candidates. President Feng was silent for a moment, then continued, I don't know what kind of beast master they will find. To be honest, President Feng didn't have much idea either. Although Shiryu's talent is average, it would be troublesome if a second-generation royal family member suddenly appeared and had a pet beast that led a race at the beginning. He hasn't paid attention to the situation of newcomers in other districts and counties for some time, so he can't really say what the situation is like in the past year. He only knew that Xinggong was not the best in their school, but only among the best. But it's not a big problem. For resources like Holy Spring, what matters is the efficiency of absorption. Even if you don't use it first, the effect may not be bad. President Feng gave himself a shot of prevention in advance. That means I still have a week to prepare. Yes, you should prepare yourself. The Pingqing Association will allocate 1 million yuan in cash resources to you first. If you need any subsequent resources, you can apply directly. President Feng took a sip of wolfberry water. 1 million. Shiryu's eyes lit up. Although it wasn't a lot, it was not a small amount either. At least the cost of supplements consumed during this period can be directly compensated. Okay. Shiryu nodded. Hiki, then I won't bother you anymore. It's a pity that Lao Lin is not here during this period. Otherwise, he could give you some temporary guidance. Although I have never bred an iron-eating beast, if you have any questions, you can come to me directly. President Feng shook his head and put down the cup. Okay. Although there was no need for guidance, Shiryu still thanked him. He didn't have any special requests. When the time comes, President Feng just needed to take all the pets out for him to open their eyes. Next, President Feng left. After Shiryu sent the other party away, he fell into deep thought in the yard. He still has a week to add some more. In order to be on the safe side and try to let 11 soak in the hot springs, we should work overtime. A week will pass quickly if you have a goal. Except for a few visits to Zhueshi Martial Arts School, he stayed at home and practiced hard. After visiting the martial arts gym several times, Shiryu realized that both the gym owner Lin Hongyan and senior sister Lin Xiuzhu were no longer in Pingqing. The former went to carry out a mission, while the latter seemed to be returning to his alma mater to do some things. No wonder after the news that he mastered the combination skills came out, no one came to express surprise and inquire. Turns out they were not around. How boring. With not many acquaintances nearby, Shiryu's life was dull and boring, and he practiced and practiced again. In the blink of an eye, it was a week later. 11's attributes underwent a drastic change. Name Iron-Eating Beast. Attribute, Gold. Growth level, Awakening level 7. Skills, Hardening, Mastery +4, Thunder Palm, Mastery, High-Speed Healing, Mastery, Supervision, Mastery, Deterrence, Mastery, Absolute Sleep, Proficiency, Multiplication, Proficiency. From this terrifying panel, you can probably tell how hard Shiryu has worked. Compared to a week ago, 11 has 4 skills that have changed significantly. High-Speed Healing, Supervision, Deterrence, and Multiplication. Their effects have also changed to varying degrees. Compared with the skilled level High-Speed Healing, the Mastery level High-Speed Healing fully embodies the word high speed. As long as the energy consumed is sufficient, even the most serious injuries can be healed instantly within the healing range. The second is Supervision. Compared with the skilled level, the Mastery level Supervision can already achieve 360-degree detection without blind spots. At the same time, you can easily see through illusions of the same level. With this, 11 will be invincible on the battlefield even with his back to the enemy. Having reached this mark, Shiryu felt that 11's cosplay was a complete success. Observation Haki, Supervision, Armament Haki, Hardened, Conqueror's Haki, Intimidation. He can no longer be the Pirate King, but he is the king of the Panda Clan. In 7 days, 11's deterrence skills also reached the Mastery level. This is its only high-level skill that it has mastered so far. The upper limit has not yet been tested. The green cotton worms are too weak. However, Shiryu and Shi initially estimated that as long as the opponent was in the awakening stage, even if he was awakened to level 10, he might not be able to withstand the Mastery level deterrence. After all, deterrence is mainly a spiritual deterrent. 11, who upgraded Deterrence and Supervision to the Mastery level and Absolute Sleep to the Proficiency level, has received a lot of mental power feedback. No one can tell what level its mental power has reached. As for the Proficiency level multiplication, the improvement can only be described as average. In the shrunken state, 11's height can be reduced to 25 centimeters, which is ridiculously small, and its combat power is also ridiculously weakened, but it is cute, and it seems to be okay to put it on your body. In the multiplied state, 11, who was originally 1 meter tall, can be transformed into a 4 meter tall giant iron-eating beast. The power increase is amazing, but the consumption is also amazing. At least the current 11 can't be maintained for long and is not suitable for combat. In general, there is still a lack of blue. Let's see if this trip to the Holy Spring can bring any changes to the current situation of 11 lacking mana. August 16th. On the day when they set out for the southern part of Bingyuan City, where the Holy Spring was located, President Feng came to pick Shiryu up in person. Next, the two of them headed to their destination together. How was your rest? In the car, President Feng narrowed his eyes and observed Shiryu through the window with a strange expression. Why did he feel that after a week, Shiryu's mental state was not as good as he had imagined? Didn't he get enough rest? Is it because of my words that I practiced hard for a week? What is a genius? President Feng was moved to tears. With both talent and hard work, Pingxing would have no worries about poor urban development if it had more beast masters like him. Good. Shiryu gave a thumbs up to show that it was okay. After saying that, he opened the car door and got in. President Feng was sitting in the front passenger seat. He was sitting in the back. And as for the driver, it was President Feng's female secretary. It's great to be the president.jpg. Don't be nervous. With your talent and strength, you'd be an elite even in a big city. The newcomers from other counties who are competing with you for the Evolution Holy Spring may not be as good as you. President Feng is quite confident, mainly because Shiryu is indeed outstanding. Shiryu, I'm not nervous. They are the ones who should be nervous. Chairman Feng, female secretary? Wow, that's quite inflated. Before noon that day, Shiryu and President Feng arrived in the southern part of Bingyuan City. As an urban area, it is much better developed than the suburbs of Pingxing. Coincidentally, the school that Shiryu attended and the place where he did his internship were in this district and county. This was not the first time that Shiryu came to the Beast Tamer Association in South City. It was still as grand and magnificent as before. In the huge building complex, President Feng and Shiryu seemed to have arrived not too early. After all, Pingxing district was quite far away. So before they arrived, the presidents of the associations of the other 8 districts and counties, as well as representatives from their respective districts and counties, had already arrived here. It can be said that this place is currently home to many Icefield bosses and new elites. But Shiryu suddenly remembered. 11 seemed to like fighting elite troops. Chapter 66, Combat Units. After Shiryu and his friends arrived at their destination, the Nanqing District Association naturally gave them a warm welcome. The president of the South City District Association, a short, round-faced, middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion, came over with a smile. Old Feng, you are finally here. After saying that, he looked at Shiryu who was standing next to President Feng and said, this must be the genius from Pingxing District who conquered the Four-Pass ruins. He is indeed a handsome man. Haha, his name is Shiryu. President Feng smiled. Of course. However, the president of the South City District Association can laugh now, but he hopes that the other party will cry later. Although on the surface this time, everyone is dividing the Holy Spring resources together. But in essence, it is also a relic race in secret. Other districts and counties did not think that Pingxing District could successfully explore the ruins independently, so they decided to open the Holy Spring. During this competition for the order to enter the Holy Spring, it is estimated that each president also wants to see whose newcomer is the strongest. In a sense, this ranking represents the progress of each district and county in conquering the ruins. At this time, President Feng naturally hopes that Shiryu can perform better. He didn't want the ruins of Pingxing District to be taken away by other districts and counties. Hello, President Sunday. At the same time, Shiryu also greeted. If nothing else, it's just that President Sun has a good vision and can see that he is a talented person. Okay, let's go to the hall. There is a welcoming banquet prepared there. Let's eat and rest well before discussing the matter of the Holy Spring, President Sun said with a smile. In the banquet hall, the presidents of several other associations and representatives of new members were also present. When the presidents of several other associations saw President Feng arriving, they immediately greeted him warmly, Old Feng. The other trainee beastmasters under the age of 20 who were present did not pay attention to President Feng, an official from a remote countryside, but instead focused their attention on the handsome Shiryu. The representative of Pingxing District is said to have cracked 4/6 of the Pingxing ruins. He seems to be a very good combat unit. We can test what level we will be at when we enter the ruins. Although it was not said out loud, every newcomer, even the presidents of other associations, viewed Shiryu this way. As a lucky guy from Pingxing, Shiryu was the first to come into contact with the ruins and achieved good results, but he did not completely conquer the ruins. Isn't this a perfect template for a combat unit? At this moment, if the new representatives from the other 8 districts and counties were to say who they most wanted to fight against, it would definitely be Shiryu. I always feel that their gazes are somewhat unfriendly. Shiryu was also observing the others, 8 boys and girls around 20 years old, 6 boys and 2 girls. It looks like they are all pretty strong. They should all be stronger than Chen Gong, right? I hope my strength can please him a little. This way, his hard work will not be in vain. Shiryu, let me introduce you. Next, President Feng began to introduce other presidents to Shiryu. At the same time, the president of each association also introduced their own new members. However, this kind of basic introduction is basically just the name, and everyone cannot get any valuable information from each other. So soon, everyone's attention was focused on eating at the buffet. I don't know if other people were hungry, but Shiryu was hungry after sitting on the bus for a long distance and not eating much in the morning. Therefore, everyone started to eat soon. Shiryu discovered that Dongwang people also have a Chinese characteristic, which is that they are not quiet during meals and like to discuss this and that. The new representatives from the 9 districts and counties are fine, because there are too many big guys and they all seem shy, low-key, and silent. However, the presidents of the 9 associations began to discuss passionately the order of entering the Holy Spring while eating. To be fair, how about letting the 9 of them take turns fighting each other, and then deciding the order of entering the Holy Spring based on the points? Our South City Association provides recovery items and healing pets to ensure that they are in peak condition in every battle. President Sun of the South City Association suggested. Isn't this too slow? A skinny association president shook his head and said, 9 people will take turns fighting. How long will the battle last? You can tell at first glance that this person is a typical impatient person. However, his words were agreed upon by others. Although, several association presidents also want to know the strength of their new representatives. However, they are all Master Beast masters, and they don't really have a strong desire to watch the matches between newcomers. They focus more on results than process. As long as there is a result, the process is not important. How about this? A ring match format. Whoever wants to enter first will defend the ring. Those who are not convinced can challenge the challenge. It can ensure that everyone has a chance and reduce unnecessary battles. The lean president suggested that the meaning was very clear. Whoever was confident in his own strength should go to defend the ring. After showing his strength in 1 or 2 battles, some self-aware people should be able to tell the difference. At that time, instead of engaging in meaningless and time-wasting battles, it is better to give up attacking the ring directly, so that many battles can be avoided at once. After saying that, he glanced at the representative of his own association, a short-haired young man wearing a white combat uniform, who was obviously very confident in the strength of his new representative. This is fine. The suggestion of the lean president was immediately supported by other presidents. The ring match is good. Then, who will defend the ring first? President Sun asked. After he finished speaking, the newcomers were still very shy. After all, even if you were confident in your own abilities, the pressure of being the first to stand up and defend the title is a bit too great. Let me do it. Just when everyone was still undecided, at the table, Shiryu finished a piece of steak and silently put down his chopsticks. I'll be the first to defend the ring. Shiryu looked up and said. His initiative instantly attracted everyone's attention. Well, this boy is quite fierce. President Feng was stunned for a moment, then he quickly smiled and expressed his support. The other association presidents and newcomer representatives were also stunned, and then thought to themselves. This combat unit is really understandable. No matter who defends the ring first at this time, it will be better if Shiryu, the only combat unit that has entered the ruins, defends the ring. With Shiryu as a reference, everyone will know their approximate level of exploring the ruins. Well, that's quite courageous. The presidents of the associations praised Shiryu one after another, and then taught their genius. You should learn from this. Of course, these are just polite remarks. Everyone is looking forward to the battle in the afternoon. Time flies by fast. After a while, everyone finished their meal. All the presidents were busy people, so naturally they all hoped to see results as soon as possible. So everyone just took a short rest after dinner and decided to start the competition. In the South City Beastmaster Association complex, in an arena the size of a gymnasium. Everyone who had rested came here in the afternoon, and there was actually a stone arena here. In addition to the 2 opponents, others can watch the game from the higher spectator stands. Let's get started right away. Competition without a referee. With 9 Master Beast Masters here, it doesn't matter whether there is a referee or not. The battle process will definitely be under control. The main purpose of the referee is not only to judge the outcome, but also to ensure the safety of both parties. After all, pet beasts are difficult to control in combat, so injuries are inevitable, and even the Beast Master may be injured. A good referee will be able to eliminate all unstable factors. The tall and handsome young man was the first to step onto the stage as the defender. Although there were not many spectators, they were all heavyweights. The top Beast Masters in Bingyuan City were all seated here. Shiryu felt okay, and the pressure was not too great. In Lu Qingyi's words, when he explores the Ice Dragon ruins in the future, he can just ask these 9 people to be his bodyguards. Shiryu, the most powerful trainee Beastmaster in Pingqing. The 3rd level of the ruins is a level 10 ice armor giant of a low-level leader race. The 4th level of the ruins is a group of 50 ice beasts. He must be very strong to have made it through the 4th level. The newcomers present still knew some news about Shiryu. After all, the strategy information of the ruins was synchronized throughout the city. However, they didn't know much about how Shiryu became stronger. Therefore, although everyone regards Shiryu as a combat unit, they also feel a certain amount of pressure. If they can't defeat this combat unit, doesn't that mean they have no hope of even passing the 4th level of the ruins? Not to mention the 5th and 6th levels. So no matter what, everyone's current thought is to defeat Shiryu and prove their strength. Then, he was baptized in the holy spring, conquered the ruins, and soared into the sky. Who will be the first to challenge the challenge? The presidents looked at the new representatives next to them. There is actually a disadvantage to fighting in advance, which is that once the pet's race, moveset, and fighting style are known, it is easy for the opponent to formulate tactics in advance, and you will suffer losses in subsequent battles. Let me do it. The young man in white combat uniform next to the skinny president who first proposed the boxing match said. Then let's go first, Bai Qi, just perform normally. The thin president looked at him with a smile. Yes. The young man named Bai Qi nodded. You guys come. You guys come. The other association presidents didn't care. After all, it was a competition and it didn't matter who came first. After saying that, they looked at Bai Qi. Everyone was not too unfamiliar with Bai Qi. He comes from Baiyuan district in the urban area of Bingyuan City. His father is a master beastmaster and can be said to be a second-generation beastmaster. From the fact that the daughter of master-level beastmaster Lin Hongyan was able to pass the professional assessment at the age of 18 with just a medium-sized iron-eating beast, we can see how powerful these second-generation beastmasters are. In short, the children of a master beastmaster will definitely enjoy better training from their elders than Qin Gong's nephew, whose blood is thicker than water. Next, the young man in white combat uniform slowly walked down the stage and came to the opposite side of Shiryu. At this moment, the 16 audience members present, whether they were big shots or newcomers, all focused their attention on these two people. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 67, King's Aura. South City District Association, Arena. On the stage, Shiryu and Bai Qi stood on both sides. After they nodded slightly, Shiryu spoke first. Let's send out the pets together. Okay. Bai Qi responded. Next second. As the field fluctuated, two huge transparent arrays appeared in front of them. Chew. In the summoning array, as two voices were heard, their respective pets appeared directly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On Bai Qi's side, a nearly 2-meter-tall eagle-like pet flew out, with strong muscles, beautiful golden-brown feathers, and sharp eyes. Chew. After appearing, it roared towards the sky, with whirlwinds lingering around it. The sound was extremely domineering, like the overlord of the sky. Name Sky Sweeping Wings. Attribute, Wind. Racial level, Advanced Extraordinary. Racial skills, Wind Wings, Tearing Claws, Supervision, Windblade. This is a very majestic aerial combat pet and a top-grade pet among the extraordinary races. However, opposite to the Skyswept Wings, 11 who appeared on the stage fell into deep thought. This guy, isn't he the bird that delivered the express to Shiryu? To be precise, it is the same species as that bird. My opponent this time is this? Can I lose to a courier? No. 11 had a fierce and cute look in his eyes. Also, because he had never fought with a flying pet before, he subconsciously hummed to express his excitement. It's the sky-snatching wings and the iron-eating beast. At this point, as both pets appeared, everyone started to comment. Naturally, everyone attached great importance to this level 10 sky-swiping wing, which seemed to be excellent in all aspects. At the awakening stage, pets that can fly flexibly have a great advantage. After all, most pets have no experience in air combat. So the moment they saw the sky-sweeping wings, the remaining trainee beastmasters felt that Bai Qi was very difficult to deal with. The sky-sweeping wings race is good, with a rich set of moves. As the newcomer representative of the Baiyuan District Association and the descendant of a master-level beastmaster, Bai Qi's pet skill proficiency must be high. Strong enemy. In comparison, Shiryu's sighed. Everyone was stunned at first, and then filled with infinite astonishment. Although I know that Shiryu's pet is an iron-eating beast, but... Everyone looked at the little fat boy about 1 meter tall standing on the field and fell into deep thought. Why doesn't this iron-eating beast look like it has a high growth level? The increase in growth level will also drive the development of pets, so age can be deceptive, but development status will never deceive people. This little iron-eating beast, which is just over 1 meter tall, definitely has a low growth level. What's going on? Several association presidents subconsciously looked at President Feng. How did Shiryu pass the 4 levels of the ruins relying on this little iron-eating beast? You must be kidding. Look, just look quietly. President Feng was silent. At the same time, the inner activities are rich. Sky-grabbing wings. I don't know if Shiryu can handle a flying pet. Judging from his vision, this sky-sweeping wing must be more difficult to deal with than Chang Gong's explosive flame beast. After all, Shiryu's iron-eating beast had no long-range skills at all, and was at a natural disadvantage when facing flying pet beasts. At the same time, on the field, Bai Qi was also stunned when he looked at 11. "What level is your iron beast awakening?" he asked. "Level 7. Shiryu said. Everyone was silent. Bai Qi's mouth twitched, and he said, "Then how did you pass the 4 levels of the ruins? Didn't they say there were ferocious beasts leading the race and small-scale beast tides?" 11's appearance made everyone doubt the authenticity of the difficulty of the ruins. There was nothing they could do about it because 11's appearance was too deceptive. "Yeah," Shiryu smiled slightly. "Then how many levels do you think my sky-sweeping wings can pass?" After arriving on the ring, Bai Qi talked a lot more. "Maybe he will kneel at the 4th level," Shiryu analyzed seriously. After he finished his analysis, Bai Qi laughed, meaning that the sky-swallowing wings would definitely not be able to defeat your iron-eating beast. Then he wanted to see what kind of trick Shiryu, a 7th-level awakened iron-eating beast, could cultivate. Even with additional moves, even if the racial skills have reached the mastery level, it is certainly not easy to resist the sky-sweeping wings. "Let's get started. Accept the rule." Bai Qi's expression became serious, and at the same time, green waves spread above the wings of the sky-sweeping wings in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind around the sky-sweeping wings grew even stronger. And at this moment, what the sky-sweeping wings showed was also worthy of praise. Cyan Energy Coat, Mastery Level Wind Wings. This sky-sweeping wing has a racial skill that has reached the mastery level. The presidents of the associations present all saw the skills of sky-swept wings. This time, the strength and quality displayed by sky-sweeping wings made some new representatives even more worried. Wind Wings is a speed-increasing skill. Mastery-level Wind Wings means that the speed of these wings will be terrifying. It's not just the terrifying speed, it also has supervision that can quickly lock onto the target at high speeds, 2 powerful attack skills, and the ability to fly. Damn, how can we fight it? It feels like that little iron-eating beast is totally unbeatable. Even the Master Beast Masters could not figure out how the small iron beast could fight against the enemy. Even President Feng, who knew some of Shiryu's background, had a slightly stiff expression. Can Shiryu's iron-eating beast handle it? That should be okay, right? Chew. With the wings of the flying birds in the sky chirping again, it launched an attack. He did not use wind blades because it would conflict with the wind wings. Instead, he used tearing claws that could tear even steel. Sky-swept wings intends to demonstrate its speed advantage. The speed of the wind wings and the sharpness of the giant claws. The two coordinated together become the simplest and most basic combination skill. However, it is very practical. Master Bai's son is not bad. Everyone looked at the giant bird that was rushing towards the iron beast below like a ray of light, and thought to themselves, can it withstand the test by hardening? There is no way to avoid it. It can't possibly catch it. On the field, Bai Qi's eyes flickered and were filled with determination. However, the next second, he felt something was wrong. It seemed as if my whole body was shaking. Including the sky-sweeping wings that was flying towards 11, the hunting action couldn't help but pause. It was as if he felt the aura of a top predator from the small iron beast below. What happened? At this moment, no one realized the seriousness of the matter. But everything changed when Xiaoshi Tai's Ho, who was not favored by the whole audience, raised his head slightly and looked at his opponent. Boom. It was as if an invisible wave emanated from the little iron-eating beast. As it looked towards its opponent, the air around 11 began to vibrate with a buzzing sound, and the almost materialized deterrent waves formed a transparent tide around it. This scene suddenly made everyone look shocked. The next moment, a terrifying deterrent wave spread out directly, sweeping across the arena like a storm. Buzz. The wing that swept through the sky seemed to have touched the most forbidden area, yet it also seemed as if it had not touched anything. But at this moment, its eyes turned pale, and its whole body became weak and powerless, as if it had suffered a severe blow, and it fell directly from the sky. Bang! The sky-sweeping wings fell heavily to the ground, and Bai Qi's expression gradually exploded. Because he didn't want to actually fight 8 people, Shiryu came up and used his ultimate skill directly. I'm done for. You can do whatever you want. At the same time, all the Master Beast Tamers who were watching the battle stood up at the same time, and spoke with increasingly shocked expressions. The aura of a king, proficient in intimidation. How is it possible? Chapter 68, Psychic. Is this a deterrent? A deterrent that only king-level creatures can possess? The eyes of many association presidents were filled with shock. Although they had already made a judgment, they were still in turmoil in their hearts. Everyone opened their mouths wide as they watched sky-sweeping wings lose its combat capability in an instant. This is impossible. This is unreasonable. This is unscientific. The presidents denied it 3 times in their hearts. As Master Beast Masters, they naturally knew what this meant. Although it is said that pets that have reached the king level can definitely awaken deterrence, in a sense, this is a skill that is common in the master field. But the problem is that this iron-eating beast has only awakened to the 7th level. If 11 was a cub of the king race, they would have accepted it. But the key point was that the racial level of the iron-eating beast was only middle-level extraordinary. The deterrence skill was awakened on such an iron-eating beast, and their eyes almost popped out. And this is not an ordinary deterrent at all. Entry-level deterrence, even skilled-level deterrence, cannot have such expressiveness. The deterrence is materialized, with indiscriminate impacts on a large scale. In the field of beastmasters, it is called the aura of the king. Even king-level creatures need certain qualifications to master advanced deterrence capabilities. However, this ability now appeared in an apprentice beastmaster. The other association presidents all looked at President Fong, who had a confused and shocked expression on his face. President Fong, if I say that I just found out about this, would you believe me? The crowd obviously didn't believe it. Then he looked at the little iron beast with an incredible look again. With this qualification, he will surely become a king. This. On the other side, all the trainees opened their mouths in amazement when they saw sky-sweeping wings being killed in an instant. The battle situation turned so suddenly that they were unable to understand what had happened. Why can a pet in the awakening stage awaken the deterrence skill? They all roared in their hearts. Even if they have good talents and can awaken the deterrence in advance, they should wait until they reach the commander level. Awakening level, is that reasonable? However, the person who was most surprised and unexpected at this moment was Bai Qi, the beast master of the sky-swept wings. He was completely stunned, and lost the ability to think. Huh? Lost? It wasn't even started and it was killed in seconds? Bai Qi couldn't understand. I made a wrong judgment. With the mastery level wind wing, maybe I can pass the 4th level. Sure, you said silently. This sentence completely broke down Bai Qi's psychological defenses, and he almost lost consciousness. Monster. The trainee beastmaster in front of me and the innocent-looking iron-eating beast are definitely monsters. Next, Bai Qi didn't know how he returned to the audience seats in a daze. At this moment, as sure you easily won the first victory and completed the defense of the title, everyone fell silent. Why? Why can an ordinary pet of an apprentice beastmaster in the awakening period awaken the deterrence skill and improve the deterrence skill to the mastery level? It is totally incomprehensible. What is even more incomprehensible is that with such deterrence skills, how can one not pass the 5 levels of the ruins? How difficult is this relic? Many new trainees began to hesitate and retreat. They thought they couldn't kill the sky-sweeping wing instantly, so sure you seem to have no solution at this moment. Is anyone going to continue the challenge? On the ring, after Shiryu threw a small fruit that restored 11's physical strength, he looked at the other 7 beastmasters and spoke in an especially harsh voice. The 7 people subconsciously clenched their fists. Human language? How can we fight this? How can we fight this? Such a powerful-looking sky-sweeping wing was killed instantly, and most people lost confidence in defeating Shiryu. The presidents of the associations also had complicated expressions when they looked at the newcomers' seats where no one was talking. They also didn't think that anyone could defeat such an iron-eating beast. With the mastery-level deterrence, I'm afraid it can even defeat extraordinary-level creatures. Let me try. However, there are still warriors. At this time, a quiet girl with short hair stood up. She took a deep breath, her eyes flickering. As she stood up, everyone around her looked at her. Jingyin. In the audience, President's son of Nanjing District looked at the girl, who was a member of their association. Su Jingyin, psychic, please give me more advice. After appearing on the stage, the quiet girl with short hair introduced herself. She is also from the city and is from a psychic family. Psychic. Psychics are a branch of beast tamers, and they call themselves beast tamers and basically all the pets in their contracts are undead. After saying that, the girl began to summon her pet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under a gust of oppressive cold wind, a giant black spirit cat with red eyes walked out of the summoning array. Name Nethercat. Attributes, necromancer, spiritual. Racial level, advanced extraordinary. Racial skills, soul-destroying claw, illusion, hidden spirit. At this moment, as the Nethercat appeared, the presidents of the associations were slightly startled. It turned out to be a rare dual-element undead pet. The rarity of this pet is even higher than that of the sky-sweeping wings. As expected, none of the new representatives from the 4 major urban areas are easy to deal with. The presidents of the suburban areas thought to themselves. As for resources for geniuses, they are much worse. Because the pet is a spiritual type, do you think it can withstand the intimidation? Can you handle it? Everyone speculated. At the same time on the ring. Hello. Shiryu responded softly to the girl in the black dress in front of him. The girl is quite cute, but she still needs to be beaten. At this time, with the appearance of the psychic Su Jingyin, everyone's evaluation suddenly reversed. I was just curious whether Shiryu's little iron beast could withstand the opponent's attack. Now, it becomes a question of whether the opponent can withstand the threat of the small iron beast. After all, that intimidation was too abnormal. The deterrent skill mainly attacks the spiritual level. If it is a pet that specializes in spiritual skills, perhaps there is hope that it can withstand it. Phantom, hidden spirit, illusion. As soon as the battle began, Su Jingyin concentrated her whole body and gave orders to her pet. The next moment, the giant black civet cat turned transparent and disappeared from the field. Hidden spirit, a low-level skill of the necromancy system. It eliminates one's own aura and enters a hidden state. Illusion, a high-level mental skill that can create illusions that interfere with perception. The former is a basic skill for undead pets, while the latter is a very difficult illusion skill. After the nether cat entered the hidden spirit state, it used illusion to help itself hide and interfere with Eleven's vision. Its existence became unpredictable. Is your fighting style to use the soul-destroying claws to cast a curse by being in stealth mode? The Beastmasters gradually determined Su Jingyin's fighting style. Soul-destroying claw is also a necromancy skill. It is the ability to attack the soul and can impose a curse on the enemy hit. When in the cursed state, as time passes, the curse will erode the opponent's state until it is on the verge of death. But the nether cat may not be able to get close to the opponent. Many masters looked at each other intently. If the iron-eating beast used its intimidation again, even if the nether cat could withstand it, its hidden state would definitely be flawed. In the final analysis, this might be a battle to test the spiritual realms of both sides. Having said that, many masters have made the most correct judgment. However, things did not develop as they expected. On the field, 11 did not use the intimidation again, but found it very interesting. In addition to the first time it had fought a flying pet, this was also the first time it had fought a dead pet. I must try out the new effects after upgrading my skills. Intermediate skill, mastery level supervision on. Hardened, Thunder Palm. In order to test the effect of 11's mastery level supervision, Shiryu gave a direct order. Buzz. The next second, not only did everything on the ring seem to slow down in 11's eyes, but it also seemed to see a vague outline slowly approaching it. It's the nether cat. The mastery level supervision that can see through illusions can directly crack the hidden spirit and illusion magic. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Without anyone knowing what was going on, 11's palms first turned into metal with a humming sound, and then a blue-white, high-intensity, violent electric current spread out. It was as if a lightning armor was condensed on the right fist. The lightning was so powerful that it lit up the entire arena. The bursting electric current made 11's body surrounded by lightning. Mastery level Thunder Palm. At least it must be hardened to the mastery level, otherwise it cannot form a combination skill. This is the unique skill of Zhushi martial arts school. How can this iron-eating beast at this level master it? At this moment, the presidents were shocked again, but soon they were relieved. Never mind. After all, even deterrence is. With the previous deterrence as a foundation, this time the hardened Thunder Palm combination skill is barely within everyone's acceptance range. Except a ghost. Still unscientific. But it's not a deterrent. It's a combination of skills from the Takeshi martial arts school. What do they want to do? As Xiaoshi Taizhou showed a new trump card, the mentality of the group of newcomers was a little broken. Su Jingyin herself was also shocked by the dual system mastery level combination skills, but she still held on to hope. However, the very next moment, with an operation that no one could understand, 11 swung his arm and shook it to the right. A moment. Bang! A figure emerged. Under everyone's astonished gaze, a giant civet cat as big as a tiger or leopard appeared in midair, leaping into the air and waving its sharp claws. Because 11 was slow to use deterrence, Su Jingyin and the others chose to launch a quick attack. However, this scene directly told everyone that every move of the nether cat in its hidden state was always under the control of Shiryu and the iron-eating beast. 11 did not move, but just waved his arm, and the armor-like Thunder Palm directly hit the nether cat in midair. Meow! The nether cat cried out in pain. Its spirit body sank directly, and it was instantly wrapped in lightning. It exploded in the air with a bang. After the roar of lightning, it fell down and smoke rose. At this moment, the expression of the girl in the black dress, Su Jingyin, changed drastically. It was as if my heart was being squeezed, and I looked at the scene in front of me in some confusion. You lose. Why? Su Jingyin looked at the iron-eating beast and the nether cat in disbelief. Why does the iron-eating beast know the location of the nether cat? How is this possible? How could it be so easy? There's no point in hiding, Shiryu said calmly. 11 glanced at the nether cat. It was so weak. The new race of opponents is so boring. Su Jingyin almost felt dizzy. I shouldn't have come up to challenge. A breath of anger was trapped in her chest. Even if Shiryu had killed her instantly through intimidation, she would not be so depressed. At this moment, not to mention her, a new apprentice, who did not understand, because the supervision did not have any special effect, even this group of master-level beastmasters were a little confused at this moment. President Sun was dumbfounded. He never expected this to be the outcome. At the same time, he immediately looked at President Feng, and the other presidents also looked at President Feng in unison. Tell me, what's going on? No matter how you look at it, it looks like the perspective is turned on. At the moment, President Feng was also silent. The mastery-level Thunder Palm and that terrifying combat awareness, how could it be even more outrageous than when he fought with Chang Gong? Or did Shiryu let Chang Gong win on purpose because Chang Gong was too weak and not worth dealing with all his strength? As expected, Chang Gong is too bad. After all, that terrifying deterrence was simply outrageous. It was not revealed at all at that time. Where on earth did this old thief Lin Hongyan find Shiryu? If I say that this iron-eating beast only has outstanding combat awareness, would you believe it? As for the fact that Blind Bear has supervision, no one thinks about that. After he finished speaking, the other guild leaders cursed in their hearts. Damn, a level 7 iron-eating beast's combat awareness can be so terrifying that it can kill a double-hidden undead with one punch? Get lost, are you kidding me? However, they trembled again when they thought that this little iron-eating beast had the qualifications of a king. Chapter 69, Super-Level Skills. Following the victims by Qi and Su Jingyin, the remaining 6 new representatives were extremely silent. Anyone who is not a fool can see the value of Shiryu, an apprentice beastmaster who has conquered 4 levels of ruins. The remaining new representatives at the scene had no confidence that they could defeat Shiryu. Shiryu did the right thing by showing his full strength directly. No, Shiryu and Qi have not yet shown their full strength. To be precise, they acted like they could kill their opponents instantly, which was the right thing to do. This made the other new representatives hesitate and they dared not to challenge. Because I feel like I'd lose if I went. Young people generally care more about their reputation and would rather pretend not to challenge and pretend that there is no winner than to go up and get beaten. The clown turned out to be me. This combat unit is so perverted. Is it really good to be killed in seconds? Whoever wants to go can go. They are not masochists. Hey, is there no one here? Before Shiryu could speak, President Feng suddenly said among the presidents. Among the newcomers in our Icefield city, is there no one who has contracted a pet beast to lead a race? Is there no pet that has broken through to the extraordinary level in the first level beast control space? Proud.jpg. Generally speaking, unless an apprentice beastmaster has special talents or special methods, his first pet will basically be of an extraordinary species. The nutrients needed for the growth of the race's pets are too much for an apprentice beastmaster to bear. Similarly, if the beastmaster's beast taming space is still at level 1, when the pet's growth level reaches level 10, the space will suppress the pet's growth, and it will be difficult for the pet to break through to the extraordinary level. This is because the nutrients that extraordinary pets need for growth are simply not something that a first-level beast taming space can bear. No matter what, if a beastmaster wants to have a powerful pet, he still has to work hard to improve his beast control level. However, there are exceptions to everything. There are always some special geniuses. Currently, President Feng is asking about this special case. At the same time, his heart was filled with joy. Damn, this Shiryu is much more awesome than he thought. If he were not one of the 2 special beastmasters mentioned above, there would probably be no apprentice beastmaster who could fight better than Shiryu. Old Feng gradually became the leader. No. Many association presidents looked at President Feng with unfriendly eyes, as if he had succeeded in his villainy and wanted to beat him up. This batch of apprentice beastmasters are the best this year. How could there be better? Damn it, where on earth did this old thief Feng find this new monster? The guild leaders looked at Shiryu and the little iron-eating beast and felt that even the disciples trained by those legendary beastmasters were no better than Shiryu during their apprenticeship stage. A level 7 iron-eating beast that has mastered the mastery level of deterrence is fucking outrageous. Aha. President Feng laughed again. What does it mean to pick it up for free? He didn't do anything, but Pingqing produced a genius like Shiryu, who can be said to be the strongest newcomer in Bingyuan City. It was a huge bargain for him. But soon President Feng felt nervous, realizing that the small Pingqing would definitely not be able to keep Shiryu. We have to invest more while Shiryu hasn't grown up yet. President Feng made a secret decision. At the same time, Shiryu noticed that no one came down to challenge him and realized that his work was done. As for 11, he is still at a loss on the field. Eh? No more opponents? It's obvious that it hasn't even used half of its strength. That's enough. Shiryu said silently. If it was before adding points, this group of opponents might be a little difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, after adding points, 11's goal is to go for 1 vs 100. This group of peers immediately seemed inferior. The highest level of the ring match is not for one person to kill all the opponents. Instead, use the least number of games to make your opponent afraid to go on stage. Does this count as a successful defense? Sure, you asked the presidents. At this moment, except for Lao Feng, the other presidents felt more and more uncomfortable the more they thought about it. The original decision to open the Holy Spring was to train apprentice beastmasters in each district and county in advance, so that they could kill their way through the ruins in a month. Why now it seems that it has become a dowry to Pingqing district? What's going on with Shiryu? The guild leaders are really afraid that Shiryu will clear the ruins within a month after bathing in the Holy Spring. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. My lungs are about to explode and my heart is bleeding. They looked at the newcomers of their association with disappointment. However, they knew in their hearts that there was nothing they could do. Even if they forced the other party to attack, they probably would not be their match. Of course it succeeded, said President Feng. After saying that, he looked at the other presidents. Then you guys continue playing. I'll take Shiryu over first. President Feng laughed and had no intention of watching the entire game. After confirming that their beastmaster is the strongest, this is enough. After a while, Shiryu was really pulled out by President Feng. Shiryu didn't expect President Feng to be so impatient. What was going on? That little girl's illusion skills are quite good, and he hasn't asked for her cell phone number yet. There are other genius pets, they must be rare as well. At least let him finish watching the fight. Shiryu felt like he had lost 100 million skills. Lao Feng, this matter is not over yet. You have to let me take a look at your pet when we get back. The sooner you use the Holy Spring, the sooner you can go back and digest the results. I'll leave the decryption of the ruins to you. By the way, the method you mentioned to crack the 5th level is mastery level deterrence? President Feng asked, suddenly thinking of something. Shiryu's bland reply made President Feng very upset. I say, do you know what mastery level deterrence means? What's wrong with you? A little iron-eating beast. Even old man Lin Hongyan can't do this. Shiryu, who exactly are you? President Feng stopped and couldn't help asking. Shiryu is definitely not as simple as he seems. Shiryu walked to the side and said, he's just a beast master who likes archaeology out of interest. The location of the Holy Spring of Evolution is very special. It is located in a forest. After spending some time, President Feng brought Shiryu to this special protected area. Surprisingly, there was not a single beast tamer guarding the Holy Spring of Evolution, the holy breeding ground in Bingyuan City. There was not even a single living creature nearby, which made Shiryu quite confused as he walked along. But soon, his doubts were dispelled. After arriving at the outskirts of the forest, President Feng started talking directly to the ancient tree in front of him. Gushu, according to the previous agreement, this is the first beastmaster to use the Holy Spring this time. As President Feng finished speaking, a pair of green eyes opened in the center of the tree closest to Shiryu and the others. Shiryu, this is the guardian of the Holy Spring of Evolution, the king of the ancient tree of life. He was the pet of an old senior who passed away in our Icefield City, and he is also one of the current guardians of Icefield City. A king-level life. Shiryu's heart skipped a beat. No wonder there was no need for a beastmaster to protect it. Swish, 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 swish. Before Shiryu could react, a branch appeared in the forest and extended from a distance to in front of Shiryu. Shiryu, let the ancient tree of life lead you there. Be sure to hold onto the branches, otherwise you will get lost. Good. Shiryu subconsciously grabbed the branch. At this moment, Shiryu was stunned. Because the skill atlas reacted. After judging the information, Shiryu trembled. Confirmed. Skill, plant control. Skill level, super. Introduction, wood-related skill, possessing absolute control over natural plants. You can manipulate plants, control plant growth, and improve plant quality. You are the king of plants. Status, no teaching object. Chapter 70, Evolution of the Iron-Eating Beast. Shiryu's heart was pounding as he followed the tree branch. Look, what this is. Super-level skills. Shiryu felt that the biggest gain from this trip here might not be the evolution Holy Spring, but the control of this plant. This ancient tree king of life actually used his super-level skills to lead the way. It was so adorable. Shiryu briefly studied the skill effects and exclaimed that they were powerful. Needless to say, plant manipulation can be evolved into many low-level and mid-level wood-related skills. What's really amazing is the ability behind it. The ability to control plant growth and improve plant quality. The former is easy to say. For example, if a sapling has just been planted, after using this ability, the sapling may immediately grow into a towering tree. Of course, this sapling can also refer to spiritual plants, which is an ability possessed by many gardener-type plant pets. However, those low-level and mid-level skills with the same effect are definitely not as good as super-level skills. The most powerful thing is actually the ability to improve the quality of plants. Perhaps, this ability can upgrade ordinary plants into spiritual plants. Combined with the ability to control plant growth, it's simply awesome. And if we think about it in a more exaggerated way and regard plant life as plants as well, can this ability also help plant-like pets develop their potential? In short, this super-level skill, plant manipulation, looks like a powerful skill of the grass system. Shiryu feels that he is really lucky. But here comes the question. Can 11 and the green cottonworm be compatible with such a skill? It seems quite difficult. Do you want to cultivate the green cottonworms towards the direction of plants? Or should we wait until the third one comes and contract a plant-type pet? Also, high-level skills require a week of weakness, and this super-level skill. Shiryu fell into deep thought, and when he thought of the weak period, he felt as if a cold water was poured on his face. It's too early to get excited. I feel like this super-level skill may never be used. Boom, boom, boom. 11th type of crying. We have arrived. Shiryu was distracted and was dragged away by the branches. When he was studying plant control, suddenly, a light female voice came into his mind. Shiryu was slightly surprised, then nodded. Thanks, Dada. It turns out that this ancient tree king of life is an older sister. After being reminded, Shiryu gradually came back to his senses. At this time, he had indeed arrived at a spring. Before my eyes, clear spring water is gushing out among the rocks, exuding a rich breath of life. This spring is very small, and if your pet is too big, it may not be able to enter it completely. 11. With the pleasant sound of flowing spring water, Shiryu took a deep breath of fresh air and called 11. The next second, 11, with a fresh look on his face, walked out of the summoning array. 11. After coming out, 11 looked at the spring water excitedly and could already smell its delicious taste. It was so greedy that its saliva was flowing. This is the holy spring of evolution. 11. Go in, but don't drink it. The holy spring of evolution can only be absorbed by the body through soaking. Don't drink it. After soaking for a while, your physical condition will improve. Remember not to drink it. Remind important things 3 times. Because President Feng told Shiryu the key point, the evolution holy spring can only be absorbed by soaking, and drinking it will harm the body. Although he didn't know the principle and felt it was unscientific, in this fantasy world, Shiryu had no choice but to believe it. He could also ask 11 to try drinking it. 11. After hearing that he couldn't drink, 11 Baofeng cried. Isn't this making things difficult for the children? Improve your physical fitness. However, while crying, 11 suddenly realized the misunderstanding. It pointed at itself hesitantly. Then he pointed at Shiryu. What I mean is, you can go to the bar instead. 11. Are you sure the effect of my brew is better than yours? Maybe if it soaks once every 11 times, it can use a few more skills. But if Shiryu soaks in it for a while, I'm afraid he can teach dozens more skills. 11 simply calculated this math problem and easily got the optimal solution. Shiryu is more suitable than himself to soak in this holy spring of evolution. Shiryu was speechless. If humans could bathe in this holy spring of evolution, I would also like to bathe in it. It will kill people. At this time, the king of the ancient tree of life spoke again and gave a reminder. Thanks. Look, not only President Feng said so, but the king of the ancient tree of life also said so. Shiryu doesn't want to die young. This is obviously not something prepared for human beast masters. Anyway, just go quickly and stop talking nonsense. Shiryu wanted to kick 11 in front of him and kick it into the spring. Ouch. Since the beast master said so, 11 could only soak himself with regret. It would be great if I could soak in a beast tamer. After Shiryu's physique improved, he no longer needed to rest every day. Thump. As he was thinking, 11 leaped directly into the spring. The fleeting pearl flowers rose up. At the same time, 11 stared and bubbled from the spring water while holding his breath. Danger, danger. He almost drank it accidentally because of the jumping training method. He was too skilled at jumping and he couldn't control his strength. Concentrate on absorption. Shiryu reminded again. In the spring water, Shashir Tai's Ho 11 immediately nodded and closed his eyes. The water of the evolution spring is not cold at all, but warm instead. I don't know how efficient 11 is in absorbing. By the spring, Shiryu was thinking. President Feng said that the efficiency of pets absorbing evolutionary spring water varies depending on their race, talent, and potential. Some pets can gain huge benefits, but for others, it may only be a negligible improvement. As Shiryu was thinking, 11 suddenly felt his body getting hotter and hotter in the spring water. The body involuntarily used the hardening skill. However, the scorching temperature did not make 11 uncomfortable. It just takes it into uncharted territory. Bang, bang, bang. 11 didn't know what this feeling was. It was as if the spring water could awaken something in its body. Bang, bang, bang. What's wrong? As Eleven's Beastmaster, sure you could more or less feel that Eleven's condition was very strange at this moment. Should we say that the blood is boiling, or that the DNA is moving? Don't worry, Dada. It is looking for ancient bloodline. The kingly way of the ancient tree of life. Ancient bloodline? Sure you was stunned. What does that mean? He didn't understand, but quickly closed his eyes. Try to deeply perceive its state through your spiritual and mental connection with 11. Next second. Sure you also seemed to be in another world and saw an iron-eating beast. This iron-eating beast looks like 11, but also not like him. This is a giant iron-eating beast wearing bronze armor. This iron-eating beast is very strange. It seems that on top of its hardened body, it has an extra layer of armor. However, its other appearance is not much different from that of the giant panda. It feels like the panda relies on superb level of hardening to make a suit of battle clothes. Ancient bloodline, the lost evolutionary form. The king of the ancient tree of life murmured. This iron-eating beast has terrifying potential and talent. He actually found traces of his ancient evolution directly from the faint blood. Why does this thing look so similar to the fan art of Chiyu's iron-eating beast mount that I saw before? At this moment, Shiryu, whose brain was in a trance, was suddenly stunned. Chapter 71. Myth. Is this the evolved form of the iron-eating beast? In just a moment of trance, Shiryu came out of that state. However, for a moment, that form still left a deep impression on Shiryu. The Holy Spring is also known as the Holy Spring of Evolution. There is a very small chance that it will improve the evolutionary qualifications of your pet while stimulating its potential. Shiryu didn't have much hope at first. After all, he had never heard of any evolved form of the iron-eating beast. But what 11 is going through now doesn't seem simple. If that form is the evolved form of the Iron Beast, it does seem to be more suitable for combat than the current Iron Beast. Its size far exceeds that of an ordinary iron-eating beast, and its metal armor makes it look like it was born for combat, no, for war. Unlike the current iron-eating beasts, although they can fight, it is obvious that being cute is more suitable for them. The instant image he just saw actually reminded Shiryu of a story that was popular on Earth. Legend has it that in ancient times, Emperor Huangdi fought against Chiyu, and all the gods and Buddhas appeared in the sky, and many birds and beasts were used as war pets. Among them, there was a war pet called the iron-eating beast. Its fur was a mixture of black and white, its armor was as black as lacquer, it ate iron and drank water, its feces could be used as weapons, and it was as sharp as steel, with unparalleled combat power. The demon god Chiyu raised too. One was well-trained and strong. Chiyu trained it as his mount and equipped it with various weapons and armor. However, because the iron-eating beast was so cute, Chiyu treated the other iron-eating beast as his own pet. Later, in the decisive battle with the Yellow Emperor, Chiyu acted too hastily and rode away the iron-eating beast that he treated as a pet. In the end, Chiyu was directly tricked by this panda. In the decisive battle with Huangdi, because his mount was not strong enough, he was killed by Yinglong, who was invited by Huangdi for help. Of course, this little mythological story is a joke no matter how you look at it. However, even if it is a joke, it can be seen that the status of the iron-eating beast seems to be very special. The truth of history is impossible to verify. If the iron-eating beast is really the mount of the demon god and lord of war Chiyu, then it is definitely not as simple as it seems. After all, although Chiyu lost, who was his opponent? Yinglong, the dragon god of creation in ancient mythology, the true dragon and ancestor dragon in mythology, and one of the 4 great dragons. When Huangdi and Chiyu fought, Yinglong killed Chiyu and Quafu in the South Pole to help Huangdi fight for the throne. He helped Dayu control floods by drawing a river on the ground with his tail, opened up Longmen, and captured Waziki. He is considered the unparalleled god of war with the best military achievements in mythology. Even if the iron-eating beast is not a match, to be able to participate in this kind of battle, the weakest must be a mythical creature, right? I'm just imagining things again. Shiryu quickly stopped his fantasy. This is a time travel, and they are now 2 different worlds, so don't make random assumptions. Even if the iron-eating beast has an evolved form, the racial level will definitely not be too wide. The commander level and the king level are probably the best, and becoming a myth is just wishful thinking. But think about it from another angle. Since there are such bizarre things as time travel, then perhaps the various historical myths on Earth are not that simple? Shiryu fell into deep thought. At this moment, with a crash, the small iron-eating beast in the Holy Spring of Evolution was picked up by a branch and thrown to the ground. It's over, Dada. The sound of the ancient tree of life reached the ears of Shiryu and the iron-eating beast. Shiryu came back to his senses and looked at the wet 11. What, it's over? But it hasn't evolved yet. Ancient tree of life? The evolution spring is not enough to make it evolve, it only activates its weak ancient bloodline. The true path of evolution is for you to explore on your own. The grandmother of the ancient tree of life stretched out her branches again, wanting to take Shiryu and the iron-eating beast away from here. Ah. Shiryu looked at 11. At this moment, 11 didn't think about evolving or not, but subconsciously clenched his fists. It really feels like a complete transformation. This feeling of abundant physical strength makes it feel that there is nothing wrong with doubling its training volume? Sure you knew that after his physical strength increased, what 11 was thinking about was definitely not that he could fight longer, but that he could train longer. Okay, let's leave now. Sure, you took 11 back into the beast taming space, then grabbed the branch again and chose to leave the forest. It seems that I am missing Peaches. The evolution fountain was not enough for 11 to evolve, but it seemed that he still took advantage of this opportunity to get some good news. That is, there is indeed a possibility for the iron-eating beast to evolve, but the method is unknown. The scope of the unknown is very wide, and who knows whether we can find it in our lifetime. It's good not to evolve. Sure, you thought silently as he walked, although the evolved form looked more powerful and majestic. How could it be used as a pillow or a bed because it was so hard? Therefore, it is not a big problem if he does not evolve. Anyway, he has the skill illustrations, and if he is lucky, he will learn some mythical abilities in the future. Even if he still maintains this form, who dares to underestimate the iron-eating beast? But it would be nice if I could maintain the giant panda form normally and transform during battle. I am so greedy.jpg. After a moment, sure, you returned to the entrance in a daze. This forest was like a big maze. If it weren't for the branches leading the way, he might not have been able to find his way out by himself. How about it? What's the catch? After Shiryu came out, President Feng, who was still waiting outside, immediately asked. Shiryu's iron-eating beast is not simple at first glance, and the harvest will definitely be great. Lao Feng firmly believes it. My physique has been successfully strengthened, and my physical strength has also increased a lot, probably doubled. Shiryu judged. Really? This number obviously surprised President Feng. Well, the most important thing is that its evolutionary qualifications seem to have been improved. The iron-eating beast may still have the possibility of evolution. Shiryu said. This sentence obviously surprised President Feng even more. That's terrible. In this regard, you may want to consult Lin Hongyan and his daughter. This father and daughter have been studying the evolution of the iron-eating beast for many years. You may be able to share some information. Well, you don't need me to remind you. After all, you are in Jusher Martial Arts School. President Feng laughed. From this perspective, the harvest was very good. Thank you, King of the Ancient Tree of Life. President Feng said to a pile of ordinary-looking trees. Because this entire forest is actually the incarnation of the Ancient Tree King of Life, or in other words, the plants it controls. No one knows where its body is. Thank you for your super-level skills. Sure, you also thank the King of the Ancient Tree of Life. He will definitely live up to this super-level skill and will develop it to the highest level. However, that was a long time ago. Sure, you didn't want to send himself away and have the whole village come to eat just because he taught a super-level skill. Where are we going next? Is the battle over there over? Do you want to go and take a look? Sure, you was still obsessed with the little girl's illusion technique. President Feng, what's so interesting about the apprentice-level competition? Your journey is in the professional examination hall. But before that, how about we hurry back to Pingqing and try the ruins again? Chapter 72, New Home. In the end, sure, you followed President Feng back to Pingqing. Just go back to Pingqing, since I've already copied it to a super-level skill. There will be plenty of opportunities to copy skills below the super level when needed in the future, so there is no need to rush. Moreover, he can't add points to his existing skills anymore, so there is no need to rush to add new skills unless they are extremely rare. After all, he only has one skill slot left. If he learns a high-level skill, but encounters an even more powerful skill before he can add new pages, he will have nowhere to cry. We still have more than 20 days to explore Pingqing. Are you sure you can pass the 5th level now? That evening, sure, you almost arrived in Pingqing. After President Feng saw Shiryu off the car, he also got off and asked. I'm pretty confident about the 5th level, but I don't know what the 6th level will be like. Don't worry. Take it one step at a time. President Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled. So when do you plan to explore the ruins again? His idea was as soon as possible. Even if I can't pass the 6th level, it would be good to know the information about the next level in advance. At that time, all the Beast Masters in Pingqing will help Shiryu to find a solution. Anyway, it would be best to crack the ruins within the Pingqing exploration period, and then let those people in other districts and counties who are eyeing the ruins go to waste. It was definitely a bit late today, so he asked Shiryu what he was thinking next. Give me a little more time. The specific time is not yet certain, but it shouldn't take more than half a month. Shiryu still planned to do it in one step, such as strengthening absolute sleep and multiplication to the mastery level, or further improving the growth level of 11. 11's current growth level is 7, which is still a little low. During this period of time, Shiryu has been focusing on strengthening powerful skills other than its race, while ignoring its racial skills. If you want to quickly improve the growth level of your pet, it is most direct to add points to its racial skills. This skill is born from their blood and is awakened naturally. After it is upgraded, it is easiest to drive their own growth. Now, with 4 ethereal stones, he no longer has to worry about 11's growth level increasing too fast and him not being able to keep up with its growth progress. So next, it seems that we can start to focus again on the low-level racial skill 11. Okay, as I said before, if you need anything, just come to me. President Feng nodded, and then suddenly thought of something. By the way, is it inconvenient to train your pet in your yard? There are 2 vacant training villas in Pingqing district. I'll take you there tomorrow and give you one. Old Feng winked. The Pingqing Association treats you well. Shiryu was stunned for a moment and said he understood. You are too polite, President. It doesn't matter if it's a villa or not. As long as it can help train the pets so that we can conquer the ruins as soon as possible and contribute to Pingqing, then I will respectfully obey your order. Shiryu Tsai refused to admit that he was the kind of person who got bored easily, but this old house was indeed a bit old. This yard could barely handle the initial panda cubs, but now it could not withstand the high-intensity training of the Panda King. Training Villa. As the name suggests, it is a villa with a training ground. Even in a small place like Pingqing district, it would cost tens of millions to buy such a villa. So, today is your last day living here? After Shiryu entered the yard, this time he did not hear the green cottonworm's welcome cry. He knew without thinking that the green cottonworm had fallen asleep. In the birdcage, the green cottonworm was lying on a bed of dragon beard grass, soundly sleeping, and looked particularly comfortable. But he can only rest easy for the near future. Once he has found the time to study the evolutionary direction of the green cottonworm, it won't be able to slack off like this after it evolves. Everything is aligned with 11. This is the benchmark. Forget it today. I won't teach you advanced skills. I'll just teach you hardening and then go to sleep. After Shiryu made the decision, he summoned 11 out of the beast taming space. Ouch. After 11 came out, he and Shiryu stared at each other. Shiryu was slightly startled. Skill, plant control. Status, unable to teach. He looked at the green worm again. Status, unable to teach. Still can't teach. Can't they both fit together? Shiryu actually feels that the teaching fit of the skill atlas is quite broad. Among the 8 skills he had previously collected, namely, deterrence, silk thread, supervision, high-speed healing, absolute sleep, hardening, thunder palm, and multiplication, only the silk thread could not be learned by the iron-eating beast 11. According to the illustration, the only skill that the green cottonworm cannot learn is thunder palm. Everything else still fits. This is the first time that 2 pets cannot learn the same skill. Shiryu guessed that there were 3 possible reasons. First, they are simply not compatible and cannot be taught. They cannot be the kings of plants. Second, they are not strong enough to learn super-level skills. Third, the illustrated guide is afraid of dying. But no matter which one it is certain that it cannot be taught at present. Forget it. Shiryu shook his head. Anyway, he had no plan to teach him super-level skills at the moment. It would be safer to wait until he reached the master level. With his professional level physique, Shiryu felt that he might not be able to hold on. But it seems that if we want to control this plant and make use of it, there are only 2 ways. Either train the green cottonworm towards the wood element, or try to contract a 3rd pet into a plant element. Shiryu thought about it and decided to choose the 3rd pet. After all, as a completely metamorphosed pet with the highest evolutionary potential, the blue worm has too many routes to choose from. Especially when he has mastered the skill atlas and can upgrade the silkworm to the maximum level, the potential of the green cottonworm is no less than those of the king race cubs. If you give up rare attributes such as time, space, and dragon just for a super level with skill, it would be a huge loss. On the contrary, as for the 3rd pet, it seems that the beautiful Lu Qingyi is still missing a pet of a higher species. At that time, just pick a suitable high-quality plant seedling and it will be done. Everything is moving in the right direction. Oh. 11 looked at Shiryu who was standing there and then laughed. His body shuddered and he quickly turned around to continue his training. It has never felt so energetic as it does today. Night. Sleepless night. However, Shiryu's voice was heard at this time. Take a day off tonight, let me get a good night's sleep, and we'll move to a bigger house tomorrow so you can continue training. The next day, Shiryu moved into the training villa that President Feng mentioned. In addition to a residence here, in front is a huge courtyard garden with a pond and spiritual plants that purify the environment, and behind the residence is an independent huge training ground. In addition, unlike Shiryu's hometown, the houses here are all made of high-grade soundproofing materials, so Shiryu doesn't have to worry about the training being too noisy and causing him to have a bad rest. The environment is pretty good. After President Feng took Shiryu for a tour, he said with a smile. Generally speaking, only master-level beast masters who live in Pingqing district are eligible to be allocated such a villa. Shiryu was the first trainee to be assigned to such a villa. However, Shiryu has the qualifications. Not to mention that as long as he doesn't die young, it is almost 100 certain that he will become a master beast master in the future. Furthermore, the value that the ruins that Shiryu is currently conquering may bring to Pingqing district in the future is totally incomparable to a villa. Very good. Shiryu couldn't help but say, and 11 who was following him couldn't help but nodded. Yay. The training ground is bigger. However, it would be better if the spiritual plants in the yard could be replaced with bamboo. Not only 11, a green moth also popped its head out of Shiryu's backpack and looked around at the new environment. It had originally hidden in the remote Shiryu's home in order to stay away from competition and escape its natural enemies. It had even become accustomed to the persimmon tree in Shiryu's home. Suddenly, it came to such a beautiful place, and it was a little uncomfortable. There is still a lot of vacant space in the yard. You can plant your favorite spiritual plants when you have time. As Shiryu walked, he used his telepathy to respond to 11 and the green Meon worm. After walking around twice, Shiryu was completely familiar with the environment here. Seeing that Shiryu was very satisfied, President Feng smiled and said, "As long as you are satisfied, I won't bother you anymore. From now on, the ownership of this villa will be yours." "Thank you, President Feng." After moving into the new home, Shiryu felt good. He felt that his liver strength was slowly recovering. In such a beautiful environment, it was very pleasant to have some exercise. President Feng did have other things to do, so after helping Shiryu get in, he left quickly. Soon, only Shiryu, Shi, and Qingmian Chong were left in the huge villa. Once the people left, the big house immediately became empty. "I look so lonely." Alas, a big house is also annoying. Shiryu pretended. "Don't say anything more. I'm going to work hard today to celebrate the move." It always takes some time to adapt to a new home. Shiryu adapted very well because the environment here is very suitable for resting and recuperating. After a week, his body seemed to have completely merged with this place. 11 and the blue cotton worm also adapted well. After all, the essence of most life forms, besides being a tape repeater and really good, also includes getting tired of the old and liking the new. During the adaptation process, the properties of 11 and the green cotton worm also underwent subtle changes. Name: Iron-Eating Beast. Growth level: Awakening level 8. Skills: Hardening Mastery +9, Thunder Palm Mastery, High-Speed Healing Mastery, Supervision Mastery, Deterrence Mastery, Absolute Sleep Mastery, Multiplication Mastery. Name: Green Worm. Growth level: Awakening level 9. Skilled Silk Mastery +10. Chapter 73, the first perfect level. Shiryu was tired, not only because of the week-long overtime, but also because there is no end in sight to the skill proficiency. With this skill proficiency, you will get started after 1 time, become proficient after 2 times, and become master after 4 times. It has been more than 10 times, so why is it still not perfect? Shiryu suspected that the skill encyclopedia was messing with his mentality. Using mathematical thinking, I have no idea what the illustration is thinking. Otherwise, logically speaking, Mastery +4 should be perfect, as they are different powers of 2. It seems that achieving perfect proficiency is not as easy as I thought. After Shiryu thought about it carefully, he accepted it. After all, from entry to mastery, as long as the pet is trained hard, it is possible to achieve the achievement regardless of the qualifications. As for reaching perfect proficiency, it is a realm that some pets, even those with a beastmaster, may never reach in their entire lives. It's not a dimension anymore. Try again. With the mentality of giving it a try, Shiryu tapped the silk of the green cotton worm twice more. Then, surprises often come too suddenly. Grumble. In Shiryu's hand, the green cotton worm first went through a growth and transformation in a daze, and then the cry came into Shiryu's ears. It was normal for the blue cotton worm to grow fast as an insect-type pet. After being taught silkworm silk twice, it awakened to level 10. Shiryu was not surprised at all. However, apart from this, the message that Chong Chong conveyed to Shiryu was not simple. What? The silk has finally undergone another qualitative change. Shiryu's hands shook and he almost threw Chong Chong out. After Silkworm, Mastery +12, I finally reached Silkworm, Perfection. Chi Chi. The green cotton worm nodded with bright eyes, then jumped down from Shiryu's palm. Then it looked at a large decorative stone in the yard. Whoosh. The silkworm spits out of its mouth is not just 1 strand, but more than a dozen strands entangled together, so it is very thick, about the size of a thick straw. Next, white silk and rays shot towards the stone like a gun. With a click, a crack appeared on this ordinary stone. Shiryu was about to say that's it. It was not as powerful as the entry-level hardening, but when he thought it was just a worm, he couldn't help but said with relief, "Well done. Today, the silk has finally reached perfection, and the insects are one step closer to evolution. Name greenworm. Growth level, awakening level 10. Racial skills, silk, perfect. This should be the current property of the green cottonworm. Chi chirp. At this moment, receiving Shiryu's praise, the green cottonworm also chirped happily. At this time, Shiryu finally realized that something was wrong. He looked at the green cottonworm and took a long time to react before he realized that he seemed to be able to communicate with it relatively normally. At the beginning, the green cottonworm only had instincts, and Shiryu had no way to communicate with it. Later, after Shiryu raised it for a while and its growth level was raised, the two could communicate in a simple way through telepathy. However, the communication at that time was limited to some common commands, and the IQ of the green cottonworms at that time was probably similar to that of pet cats and dogs, or even slightly lower. But now, with the green cottonworm reaching the 10th level of awakening and the silk reaching the perfect level, Shiryu can almost clearly feel its emotions. Also, when it communicated with Shiryu, it began to act like a child who could think independently. Maybe it's still not as smart as mammals like the iron-eating beast, but Shiryu is still happy to have come this far. Those level 10 green worms in the breeding base are not that smart. It seems that this is the result of the perfect level racial skills. So, based on the proficiency level, it takes another 12 teachings. If you start from scratch, that means a total of 16 teachings to reach the perfect level. Shiryu looked towards the direction of the backyard training ground. In other words, if 11's hardening skill is taught 3 more times, it can also reach the perfect level, right? Maybe just 2 times will do. After all, 11 has been training very hard and will definitely increase his proficiency. But after thinking about it, Shiryu judged that it would still take 3 times. After all, perfect level proficiency requires many years of hard training. Although 11 has worked very hard, he has only been training for a month. Compared to the huge experience bar of perfect level skills, it's hard training, rather than increasing proficiency, is more like perfectly transforming the points added by Shiryu into one's own things, rather than relying entirely on external forces. I was tired of staying at home and was planning to challenge the ruins again tomorrow. Now it seems that I should wait until the hardening reaches the perfect level before going. Shiryu considered it and made a decision. Then he looked at the little bug on the ground. He teased the little bug with a curious look on his face. In the past, the blue bug could not understand the meaning of most of his words. But could it understand now? Come here, bugs. Shiryu called out to Chong Chong, and Chong Chong immediately crawled over. There are a number of chickens and rabbits in a cage. They all have one head. The chicken has 2 legs, and the rabbit has 4 legs. Counting from the top, there are 35 heads, and counting from the bottom, there are 94 legs. How many chickens and rabbits are there in the cage? Greenworm. The green cottonworm looked at Shiryu with a bewildered expression. Forget it, I don't know how to do this 11 either. It's a bit difficult for you. Okay, next question. Which do you like to eat? Dragon beard grass, bamboo leaves, persimmon leaves, or Chinese cabbage leaves? Grumble. It's not confusing to ask this question to the green cottonworm. It means, I like them all. If you have to choose one, choose the one that gives more. Generally, give more, and ask for dragon beard grass. Shiryu nodded and said, okay, this IQ is acceptable for now, and he will become a great man if he is trained in the future. Next question, who is nicer to you, me or 11? The greenworm fell into deep thought. It recalled that the iron-eating beast disturbed its sleep every day and dragged it to train together, which was too tiring. In comparison, Shiryu not only built a house for himself, but also prepared food for himself every day. The difference is obvious. Grumble. Hello. The green cotton worm confirmed. This child is teachable. One last question. Why do you like sleeping so much? Shiryu was actually quite confused. He had done some in-depth research on the blue cottonworm. After all, he had been dealing with it almost every day during the 3 months he was a trainee breeder. Normal green cottonworms are not so sleepy. Sleep? The green caterpillar crawled in a circle on the spot, as if thinking about how to explain it. But there is no need for it to explain it too clearly, because Shiryu has telepathy, so Shiryu can roughly infer it. Because I can enter another world. I don't have to worry about food. I don't have to worry about avoiding natural enemies. I can be free, in any way I like, in any place. After repeating it, Shiryu was stunned and asked, do you mean dreaming? It must be a dream. Shiryu was wondering why this insect was so sleepy. It turned out that it didn't like to sleep, but liked to daydream. But can insect pets like green cottonworms also dream? Shiryu knew that some animals could dream in his previous life, but most animals could not dream. In this world, all living things have evolved to this level, so it doesn't seem strange that a worm can dream. Shiryu stretched out his hand, and the green moth slowly crawled up. Should I give you a name? Forget it. I'm bad at naming. Just keep calling her Chong Chong. The fact that Shiryu let Shi use the name Shi directly shows how bad he is at naming. When naming the green cotton worm, he was afraid that he would come up with weird names like Shir Air, Xiao Qing, or Xiao Lu. Chong Chong is pretty good, with a lot of reduplicated words, so cute. Chi, the green cotton worm, was speechless. Forget it, these are not the most important things. Now that the green cotton worms can communicate normally, Shiryu suddenly feels relieved, because he no longer has to worry about the evolutionary path of the green cotton worms by himself. Right now, it has reached the 10th level of awakening. The next stage of its skills will be to reach the pinnacle of perfection. Before its short lifespan ends, it must quickly break out of its cocoon and evolve. While ensuring sufficient potential, he decided to give the green cotton worm some autonomy in choosing and let it eliminate some options for itself. The green cotton worm has the final say on which category it wants to evolve into, and then it will figure out a way to evolve it, so it won't be like a headless fly wanting everything. Shiryu took out his cell phone, then put the green cotton worm on his shoulder, and opened a page while looking at its confused expression. I'll start by introducing you to the various attributes. Fill in your first, second, and third choices, and we'll see what happens in the end. Chapter 74. Chong Chong filling in the application form. After buying the phone, Shiryu has been playing with it by himself and has never shared this magical device with his pet. This is the first time. Chong Chong was quite surprised to see the mobile phone and stared at the glowing screen intently. Let me introduce you to. Next, Shiryu introduced the characteristics of each attribute to the green cotton worm according to the attribute encyclopedia. First, the 5 elements. Since the introduction was too long, Shiryu introduced Chong Chong as simply as possible. For example, the gold element represents metal, the wood element represents plants, the water element represents liquids, the fire element represents flames, and the earth element represents land. Shiryu felt like he was talking nonsense. However, even if you talk about profound things, Chong Chong can't understand them at all. For example, how can you explain that the earth element can control gravity? How can you explain this to Qing Mian Chong? In short, it is very difficult, just like a parent explaining homework to his child. In addition to the basic 5 elements, there are also attributes such as insects, dragons, poison, ice, wind, light, darkness, thunder, undead, spirit, and machinery. In addition to the super rare attributes like time and space, there are actually some other niche attributes, but because there are too few representative pets, ordinary beastmasters cannot access them at all. Among these attributes, the most interesting ones are actually insects, dragons, and machines. Because bugs and dragons can actually be counted as animal pets, they generally have other attributes as well. However, because these 2 types of pets are too special, they are separated out by the beastmasters. As for the reason, insects are the most numerous species of pets in nature. The dragon is the strongest representative of creatures in nature. As for machinery, it generally refers to artificial mechanical life, which is an attribute divided to commemorate technology. Shiryu explained the characteristics of each attribute to Chong Chong one by one, and also thoughtfully found pictures for it to understand, so Chong Chong accepted it very quickly. Grumble, grumble. The green cotton worm chattered and discussed with Shiryu. In the end, it took them about 2 hours to discuss and come up with a result. After discussing the results, Shiryu was able to accept it. Fortunately, the green worm did not choose attributes such as machinery and undead. Because even for the green cotton worm, it is difficult to evolve towards these 2 attributes. Mechanical transformation, suicide to become a spirit. The green cotton worm's thought process for selecting attributes is somewhat different from Shiryu's. It has its eyes on the space department. Because the space system can master the ability of instant teleportation, it can be used to escape, so there is no need to worry about being preyed upon by birds. In this regard, Shiryu could only say that it was too small and the pattern was narrow. This is not used to avoid birds, but to help him, the Beastmaster, escape danger. Then, the green cotton worm also took a fancy to the spiritual system, because 11 had mastered a spiritual skill called absolute sleep, and it was very greedy for this skill. The pattern is smaller again. The key point is that even now, it can learn absolute sleep without evolving at all. Shiryu realized that it just liked to dream, but the mental system was also in line with it. After all, it had many mental skills related to dreams. Shiryu gave it 3 chances to choose. For the last choice, Chong Chong was struggling between wood and dragon for a long time. Because controlling plants is related to eating, and as for dragons. The reason surprised Shiryu, because he said that he had dreamed of himself turning into this kind of creature, very powerful, tall, and strong. In the end, considering the food that you had prepared, it chose the dragon. Although Shiryu didn't know why a bug would dream of turning into a dragon, he still silently took this attribute into account. In this regard, Shiryu selected 3 attributes: space, dragon, spirit. It's actually pretty much the same as what I determined at the beginning, but there are some differences. Shiryu made up his mind. Next, he would work hard to find materials for the skills and attributes in these 3 aspects. Once he found 2, he could try to evolve them. After all, pets usually only have 2 attributes they are good at. If they have more, they will become less skilled. As for what he finds and what it evolves into, he can only leave it to fate. Absolute sleep in the mental system seems to be ready-made? But this skill doesn't seem to be helpful for breaking out of the cocoon, right? Moreover, there is a possibility that the green cotton worm will sleep and die in the cocoon. However, it is also possible that this skill can allow the green cotton worm to better absorb the nourishing power of the cocoon during the evolution process. There also seems to be a ready-made void stone. Let's see if there are more in the ruins. Grumble, grumble. At this point, after filling out the application form, King Yanchong became much more active and even wanted to read more information and select it carefully. Bang! However, Shiryu mercilessly put away his phone and pushed the green worm away. Children, don't be addicted to your phone. You've been addicted for 2 hours. Go play in the tree by yourself. I should go add some time for 11. Grumble. 1, 2, 4, 16. How many times will it take to reach the pinnacle of perfection? After leaving Chongchong, Shiryu prepared to go to the backyard to find 11. He planned to harden 11 to the perfect level first, and then go fight the ruins again. There is no rush for the bug problem. After all, the silk has just been perfected and is far from the evolutionary standard. Green cottonworms can freely control the time of cocooning. Generally speaking, most wild green cottonworms will fight for a chance to evolve before the end of their lifespan. The green wool worms cultivated by the Beastmaster are more controllable. After all, the green wool worms cultivated by the Beastmaster grow very fast. The green cottonworm has a lifespan of about 1 year, and if it is well bred, it may live up to 2 years. Before the end of life, it is actually a time of preparation. It is not too late to let the green cottonworm emerge from its cocoon until the Beastmaster is fully prepared. At present, Shiryu is only about 2 months old, so it's still too early. Therefore, Chongchong still has at least 1 year to prepare, and there is plenty of time for Shiryu to find evolution materials. Shiryu stopped thinking about these trivial things and quickly found 11, who looked confused and started teaching him how to be willful when you have supplements. A day later, a completely new roller was born. Name Iron-Eating Beast. Growth level, Awakening level 9. Skills, Hardening, Perfect, Thunder Palm, Mastery, High-Speed Healing, Mastery, Supervision, Mastery, Deterrence, Mastery, Absolute Sleep, Mastery, Multiplication, Mastery. There is nothing much to say about the mastery level of Absolute Sleep. The sign of progressing from entry level to mastery of this skill is to restore physical energy through sleep. It is just a matter of efficiency. Qualitative change will not occur until it reaches the perfect level. There is nothing much to say about the multiplication skill. Previously, the proficient level multiplication could allow 11 to reach a maximum height of more than 4 meters, and now, it is more than 8 meters tall. The same applies to the reduction in size. The 11, which is a dozen centimeters in size, can be directly held in Shiryu's hand and put in his pocket. This state is quite compatible with the green cotton worm. Both are weaklings. These are not the most important things. The most important thing is the hardening of racial skills. The hallmarks of perfect hardening are flow, superposition, and concentration, which can bring out the ultimate effect of hardening skills. The power of 11's combination skills can directly break through the sky. Combined with the group attack skill and proficiency in deterrence, which is what the Master Beastmaster calls the aura of a king, this time, Shiryu doesn't believe that 11 has any rivals in the awakening period. Unless the opponent is the cub of a mythical creature. At the same time, because of the improvement of racial skills this time, 11's growth level has also reached level 9, plus the baptism of the evolution Holy Spring. With this panel, I should be able to kill my way through the ruins, right? You can get a panda pendant for your first order. Remember to get it. There are activities, and you can enter from the activity center. Chapter 75, Fighting the Ruins Again. August 26th. After adjusting his condition, Shiryu finally decided to fight in the ruins again that day. Their goal is to break through the 5th and 6th levels in a row. After informing President Feng, Shiryu came to the outskirts of the valley by himself. Please show me your ID name. After Shiryu arrived, the soldiers at the outermost blockade line raised their eyebrows. Good job. He was the monster rookie who cleared 4 levels in a row, mastered a combination of skills during the apprenticeship stage, and caused their training volume to double. After being missing for half a month, preparing for half a month, has he finally come to challenge the ruins again? However, although the soldier knew Shiryu, he still had to follow the necessary procedures. After passing through numerous security checks, Shiryu entered the valley. The environment here still feels the same as last time, but there are a lot more campsites. Obviously, the group of Beastmasters who arrived with Shiryu chose to stay here and prepare for war. Although this way you have less freedom and need to undergo military-style training, at least you will have food and accommodation, guidance from professional Beastmaster sergeants, and many peers to communicate with, so it is still very cost-effective. When Shiryu came here, he discovered a strange phenomenon. There was a young man with a pale face and a few freckles, who was using his wind-enhanced talent to train his wind crystal butterfly's wind blade skills on the side of the road. He is not yet at the professional level, and this enhanced talent is difficult to use in combat due to the limited physical strength of a Beastmaster. It can only be used in daily life to assist pets in training wind skills. But even so, this consumption will still consume the Beastmaster's physical energy, and a lot of it. It is understandable that he trained so hard in order to conquer the ruins. After all, Shiryu himself worked very hard and used the skill illustrations a lot to help his pet beast gain points. However, what Shiryu found most difficult to understand was that at this moment, the Beastmaster who was training here, after training for a while, actually took out a medicine he was very familiar with, the Mingxian capsule, stuffed one directly into his mouth, and then continued training. Shiryu, is that how you work so hard? All medicines are poisonous. Moderation. Isn't it good to have a normal rest? After having money, Shiryu no longer took those crappy things like Mingxian capsules, but instead took those pure natural supplements. Who started this unhealthy trend? It's Shiryu. Shiryu is here. Although Shiryu came here in a low-key manner, he is now also a celebrity in the ruins. After all, apart from him, there is currently no Beastmaster who can conquer the 4th level. As for the 3rd level, 2 more people completed the strategy in the past half-month. Shiryu, he's finally here again. Somewhere in the camp, Chen Gong and the Moonflame Beast beside him walked out. In addition, Chen Kai, one of the culprits who caused the tonic trend, Dr. Chao Liang and others were also shocked and came out to see Shiryu. Shiryu had been missing for half a month, and they thought that Shiryu had given up on conquering the ruins. Don't make any noise. Don't make any noise. When a group of people were about to surround Shiryu, the boss here arrived. Hilaku shocked everyone and was the first one to come to Shiryu with a laugh. Are you here? Old Feng told me. Do we need to prepare more? It may take him a while to get here. Let me go in first. Shiryu said to Captain He. He was not a person who liked to wait. He had been preparing for so long, and he couldn't wait to see the 6th level of the ruins. Of course, what I want to see is not what kind of boss is in the 6th level, but what the reward is for the 6th level. Okay, let's go. Laui said, come on, we must pass the 5th level this time. When the time comes, I'll have the entire group sing folk songs to celebrate for you. Beast Tamer Soldier, is it appropriate? Shiryu also fell silent. That's not necessary. What's good about a bunch of grown men singing at the top of their lungs? You don't have any artistic female soldiers in your beast taming corps, so stop making a fool of yourself. Well, I'll go over first. Shiryu looked in the direction of the stone statues in the ruins. There were still the familiar 6 stone statues, 4 of which were slightly bright and 2 were dim. He did not hesitate any longer and walked decisively towards the direction of the teleportation array. The soldier in charge of the blockade did not ask Shiryu to register this time and let him pass directly. At this moment, everyone present focused their attention on Shiryu. They were curious whether Shiryu could pass the 5th level of the ruins after half a month. 1 vs 100, that's. Next, under the gaze of everyone, Shiryu quickly disappeared into the outside world. Inside the ruins, level 5. This relic was saved. Shiryu stood on the familiar snow-capped mountain peak, quietly watching the blizzard blowing below and the ferocious beasts gathering. Snow Wolf, Ice Fang Pig, Ice Armor Beast, Ice Scale Snake, Snow Ape, Frost Stone Giant, Ice Jade Scorpion, Ice Crystal Butterfly, Ice Elemental Elf, Ice Ridge Rock. There are a total of 10 kinds of ice-type beasts of various extraordinary races, with growth levels ranging from 8 to 10, and their total number is 100. Normally, this wouldn't be playable. If an apprentice beastmaster can fight 1 vs 100 against such a beast tide, can he still be called an apprentice beastmaster? Before, Shiryu and Shii were discouraged by the scene in front of them, but that was in the past. Although Shiryu didn't know how the dog planner of this relic expected players to conquer this relic, the dog planner certainly didn't expect that there would be a pet that could master the deterrence skill during the awakening period. And it was a mastery-level deterrence. 11. Shiryu gave an order and 11 walked out of the beast-taming space. It stood on the snow-capped mountain, and together with Shiryu, it looked down at the ferocious beasts below that had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. 11. Ouch. The time for revenge has come. The level that made it surrender without a fight last time is about to become a stepping stone for it to enter the 6th level. Boom. Ah. As 11 let out another roar, the air around it shook violently. Under its feet, the wind and snow blew, as if an invisible wave of deterrence spread out from its body, starting from the snow-capped mountain peak and sweeping towards the surroundings. Ouch. 11's roar almost instantly attracted the attention of all the ferocious beasts. However, before they could react, a transparent wave swept across like a storm and hit every ferocious beast. Buzz. After a roar in the ears of all the ferocious beasts, it seemed as if the world was quiet. What followed was an extremely shocking scene. Bang. Following the sound of the first fall, the sound was followed by another one, which could not be covered by the wind and snow. Bang, 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 bang. After a total of 100 sounds, 100 ferocious beasts in the snowy mountain environment all fell to the ground and turned into ice elements and disappeared. Shiryu looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart was filled with a surge of pride and a sense of dominance that no one else could match him. That's it. However, before Shiryu could get excited for too long, 11's weak voice was heard beside him. Bang. 11 also sat down on the ground, rubbing his head and feeling tired. It couldn't help but knock its head. It hurt. Oh, the consumption is a bit high. I feel like this group of guys is much harder to kill than that sky-sweeping wing. The number is indeed large, actually better than I expected. Shiryu said. Originally, he thought that if he couldn't kill them in seconds in the first round, he would take a break and then solve them one by one. But now it seems that after the growth level has been raised twice and after being baptized by the holy spring of evolution, 11's condition is better than expected. 1 vs 100, instantly defeated. This wave is invincible. You take a rest first. I'll go downstairs to see if there are any equipment dropped. Shiryu's was just like going to a dungeon. At Shiryu's suggestion, 11 immediately nodded, and then began to shrink on the spot. It got smaller and smaller and smaller. In the next second, it shrank to a dozen centimeters. Shiryu bent down, picked up the furry 11, and put it into his deep pocket, leaving only the upper body and head of 11 exposed. You can sleep for a while. I think you have passed this level. There is no danger anymore. Shiryu said as he looked at the teleportation array that lit up in the distance. Bing. 11 shook his head and refused to sleep. Don't even think about going to the lottery without telling it. It also wants to see what treasures are dropped in this level. It's not too late to take a rest after you finish watching. Okay. Shiryu had no choice but to take 11 with him to look downstairs. After a moment, Shiryu, standing next to the teleportation array, fell into deep thought as he looked at the 5 ethereal stones he had picked up after running around the map. This. Should he be happy or sad? There are no new treasures, and the common space resource, the ethereal stone, is still used. The 3rd level is 1 piece, the 4th level is 3 pieces, the 5th level is 5 pieces. Now, he had a total of 9 ethereal stones, and he felt that there would be no problem in giving some to Chong Chong. Of course, how the green cotton worm digests the stone seems to be a problem. This thing may not be suitable for the green cotton worm. Does it have to be ground into powder and soaked in water to drink? Oh. At this time, seeing that there were only empty spirit stones, 11 no longer had any interest and closed his eyes and fell asleep. With the mastery level of absolute sleep combined with the energy crystals and recovery fruits in Shiryu's backpack, its physical energy recovery speed is still very fast. It is estimated that it will be fully recovered in a short while. After all, the physical energy limit of the awakening pet is there, and there is not much at all. By then, it will be time for them to enter the 6th level. At the same time, outside world. Less than a few minutes after Shiryu entered the ruins, the stone statue on the 5th level lit up, and everyone was stunned. Grass. Didn't they say there were 100 ferocious beasts in the 5th level? What's going on? What happened? Countless people stared with their eyes wide open, confused. President Feng arrived late. He listened to everyone's discussion in silence and looked in the direction of the stone statue with mixed feelings. You know nothing, that is a mastery level of deterrence. Under the aura of a king, weaker opponents of the same level are nothing but chickens and dogs. At the moment, I don't know whether Shiryu and his team have entered the 6th level. What will this final level be? In fact, many people have made speculations about the 6th level. Some people speculated that it was a more powerful creature of the ruling race, such as a level 10 high-level creature of the ruling race. Some people speculate that it is a creature leading a race with a group of beasts, which is equivalent to the 3rd and 5th levels combined. Some people also speculated that it was a creature with a growth level of extraordinary level. Some even more outrageous people said that the final level was guarded by young king race creatures. No matter which one it is very difficult for apprentice beast masters. As for this, Shiryu, who has entered the 6th level, can only say that it is too small and your vision is too small. He and 11 silently looked at the frost dragon formed by countless ice and snow in front of them, and fell into deep thought about life. This was too exciting. Nima, it's an ice dragon. Chapter 76, The Strongest Creature. Shiryu looked at the creature in front of him with a subtle mood. The creature in front of him had a strong body that seemed to be made of ice and stone, with colors of ice blue and dark purple intertwined, as if representing extreme cold. Not only the body, but also its neck, head, long tail, sharp claws, fangs, four powerful legs, and a pair of wings are all made of ice and stone. The scales reveal the coldness, and there is wind and snow lingering around it, making it worthy of the name of Ice Dragon. Roar. In the distance, the newly formed Ice Dragon roared and flapped its wings. While roaring, the Ice Dragon glanced over with its deep eyes, and its few ice-blue beards fluttered in the wind, looking majestic. But here's the thing. So special and small. Shiryu looked at this giant dragon that was over 2 meters long and felt like he had mistakenly entered the Pokemon set next door. You say you are a dragon. No matter how impressive your title is or how domineering your appearance is, if your body size doesn't keep up, you'll seem a little lacking. The tiger is the king of beasts, isn't it? But what's the difference between a little axe and a cat? After careful observation, Shiryu judged from its size that it was obviously a shrunken version of an ice dragon. Because there are almost no orthodox dragons that are less than 10 meters in height, and their bodies are quite spectacular. They can kill many creatures with physical strength alone without any skills. There is a reason why they are known as the strongest race. This guy is still a phantom. In just a moment, Shiryu concluded that this ice dragon was not a real life because his telepathy was useless. Like the creatures in the previous 5 levels, they are all phantoms formed by the energy of ice elements. No. It's still a little different. Although this ice dragon is not a living being, it feels very real to Shiryu. There is a strange feeling that is hard to describe. No matter what it was, Shiryu no longer had time to judge, because the guardian of the 6th level seemed to be this guy. At this moment, the ice dragon has already released its powerful dragon might towards 11. The dragon's might, like the cold wind, is no weaker than the deterrent skill. It is a deterrent ability that belongs exclusively to the dragon race. Roar. With the dragon's roar, the ice dragon emitted an astonishing momentum fluctuation, and the materialized momentum seemed to turn into ice and snow, freezing the air. Shiryu's heart was pounding. He felt dangerous, but at the same time, he couldn't bear to take his eyes off this beautiful creature. Ouch. At this moment, facing this terrifying dragon might, 11 stood in front of Shiryu and burst out with all his strength, using his proficient deterrence to deal with the ice dragon's might head-on. With a boom, the two auras seemed to cause the space to collide with each other, wrapping the entire ice field in the impact of this aura. Click, click, click. When the two forces collided, it was quite surprising that the variant ability of the deterrence skill, Long Way, was actually inferior to the deterrence of the Panda King, and was almost suppressed. Can fight. At this time, Shiryu shouted. Although it is a dragon, like the previous ones, the strength of this phantom ice dragon is limited to a certain extent. Facing 11, whose skill attributes are outrageous, there may not be much advantage. Name Ice Dragon Phantom. Attributes Dragon, Ice. Racial level? Growth level, Awakening level 10. Skill? So, this relic is using the Phantom of the Ice Dragon on the snowy mountain to test the tribe members? Know how to play. Shiryu's eyes became excited. Sensing Shiryu's inner thoughts, Xiaoshitai's Ho 11 also looked at his opponent excitedly and fiercely. Ouch. This is a dragon. It is known as the strongest creature in nature. Any dragon that is slightly orthodox has a racial level no lower than the king level. It is basically a dominant race. Among mythological creatures, dragons also have the most legends. Even among the sub-dragon species, it is not uncommon to see those with racial levels above king. You can imagine how superior this race is. At this moment, 11's blood boiled and he had the idea of tearing the dragon apart with his bare hands. If I can't bully the real dragon, can I bully the phantom to satisfy my own desire? At that moment, 11's momentum completely overwhelmed the ice dragon. His momentum was suppressed, causing the ice dragon to roar and flap its wings to fly over. Roar. As the ice dragon flew over, it raised its claws, which were surrounded by frost and cold air. It used the most basic ice skill, the ice claws. 11 also rushed over at this time, with his arms bent backwards. First, metallic substance spread over his palms, and then thunderous blue-white lightning wrapped around them, forming the sharpest lightning spear. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A combination of perfect level hardening and mastery level thunder palm. The ice dragon only used a single intermediate skill, Ice Claw. Because of his super dynamic vision, 11 clearly saw the enemy's movements. At the moment when the two were about to collide on the ice field, 11 dodged the ice claws at the critical moment, letting the ice dragon tear into nothingness, while his hardened thunder palm pierced through the ice dragon's body. Roar. Shiryu and Shi were both waiting for the ice dragon to roar in pain, but what happened next stunned them. Shiryu and his team spent half a month's hard work to complete the super powerful combination of perfect level hardening and mastery level thunder palm. This combination skill was only one stage away from the ultimate realm. When it pierced through the ice dragon's scales, only tiny thread traces appeared. The ice dragon acted as if nothing had happened and just relied on its body to resist. At this moment, 11 himself also felt that his perfect level hardening was collapsing, as if his perfect level hardening skill was not as strong as the pure physical strength of this ice dragon. In addition, the lightning that should have spread across the ice dragon's entire body was instantly frozen by the cold air flowing through the cracked dragon scales the moment it hit the ice dragon. The cold air spread and even began to erode 11's arms. 11. W. 11, who had always fought smoothly, had never seen such a situation before and was frightened instantly. WD and MD. Shiryu, a beast master, was also dumbfounded at this time. He had never expected this situation. This is not scientific. In the past, other people always attributed these comments to Shiryu and Shuri, but this time, Shiryu wanted to say it out loud himself. Is this the 10th level of awakening? Boom. The confrontation just now, as well as the psychological activities of 11 and Shiryu, happened completely in an instant. Although 11 relied on his supervision to avoid an ice claw of the ice dragon phantom, 11's arm was frozen at this time, and his body was surrounded by cold air, which slowed his reaction speed. He could not avoid the second attack at all. However, although it failed to dodge the attack, in an extremely dangerous situation, it still successfully relied on the high-speed flow of hardened blood to quickly cover its entire body with the hardened blood to prepare for the next attack from the ice dragon. The ice dragon swept its tail along with the momentum. It was not a skill, but a sweep with its physical strength alone, and directly knocked 11, whose whole body was hardened, away more than 10 meters. During the backward flight, due to the huge impact force, 11 was forced to exit the hardened state and was directly knocked back to normal. He was knocked to the ground and rolled for a long time before stopping. At this moment, although he still didn't know the specific racial level of the ice dragon, Shiryu finally understood why dragons were called the strongest creatures. When they were almost at the same level, this ice dragon seemed to be able to suppress 11 with its terrifying physical fitness without using any skills. Boo, boo, boo. At this time, although 11 was severely suppressed, he was not that weak. The hardening successfully helped it to dissolve the attack, but unfortunately there was not enough time for 11 to concentrate all the hardening substances on the hit part, otherwise it might not have been injured by the attack. At this moment, 11 quickly got up, and the minor injuries recovered instantly under the high-speed healing state. It looked at the ice dragon fiercely again. Not convinced. 11 was extremely dissatisfied. Not to mention it, Shiryu was also very unhappy now. The Panda King that I had worked so hard to cultivate over time was actually destroyed by an ice dragon. Oh no, the ice dragon phantom didn't use any skills? Clearly, the deterrent against Long Wei had a slight advantage just now. Even a level 10 overlord creature cub wouldn't be this powerful. As for whether the ice dragon is a mythical creature, there is no need to even think about it. It is impossible. During that period of history, the mythical creatures had already disappeared. 11. Under normal circumstances, it seems that we can't defeat it. You can only go all out and give it a try. If you still can't win, you'll have to run away. We'll add another month and come back. Faced with this situation, Shiryu immediately decided that he could no longer use normal fighting methods. 11 seemed to understand what the Beast Master meant and nodded heavily. Roar. The next second, the ice dragon turned its head, locked its eyes on 11, and a terrifying cold breath condensed in its mouth. Another basic ice skill. As the strongest creature of the Dragon Clan, it is impossible for the ice dragon not to master high-level and super-level skills. However, it has only used low-level and mid-level skills so far, and it has given Shiryu and the others a huge sense of oppression, causing them a lot of headaches. I'm sorry, Ice Dragon Father. I shouldn't have laughed at your small size just now. This is all concentrated essence. But, swish. The cold breath condensed like icy light penetrated towards 11, freezing everything in its passing place. 11 quickly rolled and ran to avoid it, aiming to get closer to the ice dragon. With the help of supervision, it was easy for it to dodge the skills and soon came near the ice dragon. At this time, the ice dragon also stopped its cold breath, flapped its wings, and waved its ice-cracked claws towards 11 again. Ouch. On the ground, 11 looked at the ice dragon with fierceness. With a buzz sound, its body quickly expanded to 8 or 9 meters high. At the same time, an even more shocking deterrence was heard. This change directly frightened the ice dragon, making its movement slow down for a moment. This hesitation is the key to determining victory or defeat. The giant iron-eating beast raised its 11th eye with full concentration, forming a combination of hardening and the thunder palm with the greatest power, and directly brought down the blow that consumed all its physical energy. Mastery level deterrence control plus mastery level multiplication amplification output plus perfect level hardening amplification output plus mastery level thunder palm output. This attack is 11's current limit. All the strength is gathered in its palm, and this blow instantly becomes a super killing blow that penetrates everything. Boom. With Shiryu and Shi trying their best, nothing unexpected happened this time. The ice dragon was finally completely broken by Shi's attack, and its entire body was directly pierced through and cut into two halves by this huge hardened thunder palm combination, really tearing the dragon apart with bare hands. Plop. After completing this attack, in an instant, 11 seemed to have a leak, and quickly shrank from a giant state to a pendant state of more than 10 centimeters. The pocket-sized 11 sat down on the frozen ground, gasping for breath as he watched the phantom of the ice dragon disappear before his eyes. He simply felt it was outrageous. So strong. Dragons are really strong. 11 couldn't help but clench his hands. His efforts were not enough. From now on, he would take the dragon as a reference. When your body is trained to be as powerful as a dragon without any skills, you will be considered qualified. 11 hadn't finished swearing when suddenly it discovered that something seemed to have appeared below where the ice dragon's phantom had dissipated. Are you okay, 11? At this time, Shiryu also ran over quickly. He was also panting. His body was still weak. His psychological quality as a beast master was not good enough. The battle just now had completely frightened him. He was afraid that 11 would lose. Do they really want people to be able to pass the 6th level of the ruins by putting this thing there? If it weren't for the 11 rich skills, if one was missing, I would probably be slaughtered. 11 shook his head to indicate that it was fine. He pointed weakly to the front and asked Shiryu to go and see what that was. I almost forgot. Shiryu then remembered that there seemed to be rewards for passing a level. After throwing some recovery food to 11, he immediately walked forward, looked below the dissipating ice dragon phantom, and then fell silent. On the broken ice field, a slender ice blue hair similar to an ice dragon's whisker lay quietly. Is this the hair of an ice dragon? Shiryu was stunned. He took out gloves and some necessary tools for going out on an adventure from his backpack, gently picked up the hair, and nothing unusual happened. After observing it for a while, he quietly put away this top-quality material. In addition, there is a shell. Inside the shell, a gray stone bead was placed. Shiryu hesitated for a moment, then reached out to the shell desperately. However, the shell seemed like an illusion, directly penetrating the gloves and even Shiryu's hand. The next second, the shell phantom gradually dissipated and the stone bead fell to the ground. Damn, what's going on? Immediately afterwards, Shiryu did not pick up the stone beads, but stood there in a daze. Because, at the moment when his body didn't know whether it touched the shell phantom or not, his skill atlas talent gave him a prompt. After a long time, Shiryu confirmed the inclusion. The 5 new pages added after Contract 11 of the skill guide are now completely full. On the 10th page of the illustration book, the image of a shellfish creature, Overlord level, Dream Shell, appears. Below is a bunch of text. Skill Phantom. Skill level, Advanced. Introduction, a dual attributability of the spiritual and spatial systems. It can materialize the phantoms constructed in dreams and illusions, and summon or transform them. The quality of the phantoms depends on the authenticity of the constructed phantoms, the sacrificial materials, the prerequisite skills, and the user's compatibility. Chapter 77, Lord of the Ruins. Shiryu was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He said that there must be a mastermind behind this relic who is controlling everything. Otherwise, how could different environments, different levels, and various monster phantoms appear so neatly? Although Shiryu didn't know what kind of creature the shell in the illustration was, he thought it should be quite strong. After all, the owner of this beast taming space is at least a legendary beast tamer. A legendary beast master is someone who is qualified to control overlord-level creatures. I just don't know if the shell itself is also an illusion, or it still exists somewhere in the ruins. If it is still alive, that would be amazing. Its lifespan is at least several thousand years. And if the shell is just an illusion, a thought entity that is guarded in the ruins by the beast master's last wish and has the same program, then it is also very powerful. It was judged as life by the illustration, and it only dissipated when I broke through the ruins just now. This means that the shell has at least trained the skill just now to a superb level, right? Shiryu turned his attention back to illusion of reality and virtuality. It was the first time he had seen a dual attributability. After seeing the skill introduction, Shiryu felt that the high-level level was not worthy of this skill when he understood the first half of the sentence. It can materialize the phantoms constructed in dreams and illusions, and summon or transform them. Such a powerful ability is considered high-level? The materialized beasts and even the ice dragon made Shiryu completely overwhelmed. According to him, they were at least super level or even god level. After all, materializing a few mythical beasts does not make you invincible directly. It was not until he understood the second half that Shiryu realized why this skill was advanced. This skill requires too many prerequisites, and it is not possible to materialize anything you want. It's not creating things out of thin air. Equivalent exchange is the basic principle of this skill. Users can imagine boldly, but if they want to realize their fantasies almost perfectly, they will have to pay an equal or even higher price. For example, even with that shell, it cannot directly transform into an ice dragon, but must use a real ice dragon whisker as a medium. Moreover, even so, it has not materialized the complete form of the ice dragon. At least it is an ice dragon that only has ice crack claws and cold breath, which is too lame. Although, 11 still almost didn't win. In short, compared with skills of the same level, the threshold for using the skill is many times higher, and it is also difficult to practice, but its advantage lies in its flexible and changeable capabilities. This skill seems to be very suitable for the green cotton worm. Shiryu chose to copy it for this reason. When filling out the application form, King Mianchong selected 3 choices in total: Spirit, Space, and Dragon. Originally, Shiryu planned to just find 1 or 2 to be accepted. However, this skill seems to perfectly match all of the green worm's wishes and personality. Doesn't it love to dream and appear in various postures and dreams? After learning the art of illusion, you can even make your dreams come true. Fantasy becomes reality, which is precisely the power of spatial attributes. And the dragon, the shell just now perfectly demonstrated how a shell can disguise itself as a dragon. Although he has not become a real dragon and cannot even simulate the super-level skills of the dragon race, through this skill and some special materials, he may be able to temporarily borrow a dragon vest to wear. All 3 wishes were met at once. Spirit and space are the foundation, and dragons are imagined with this skill. Perfect, just like it was tailor-made. This is a skill with great growth potential. Shiryu feels that if he can master it to the ultimate level, it will definitely give him a surprise. After all, no matter what, it has half-spatial attributes. If we take this skill as the core and evolve in the direction of spirit and space attributes, what will the green cotton worm evolve into? A branch of dream butterfly with materialization abilities? For a moment, Shiryu couldn't think of whether there were similar pets in nature. Ouch! Ouch! Maybe it was because Shiryu was distracted for too long. The iron-eating beast next to him couldn't wait any longer. Why are you staring at the disappearing phantom? There is still a stone bead there. Yes, stone beads. Shiryu came back to his senses and looked at the stone beads in the shell. Could this be the pearl from the shell, or something? Maybe I can grind it up and feed it? He picked up the stone bead, and then something unexpected happened. The moment he picked up the stone bead, Shiryu's brain buzzed, and his perspective seemed to be overlooking the entire ruined space. Relics, other spaces. A soldier beastmaster in camouflage uniform looked blankly at the ice-armored giant disappearing before his eyes, and was very puzzled. He and his pet looked at each other in confusion. Where was the monster? They were clearly fighting the ice-armored giant just now, but suddenly the monster disappeared from their sight. It was as if they had defeated the monster, but the reality was that the teleportation array for the next level did not appear. This situation also occurred to other beastmasters who were trying to pass the level. The monster phantom in front of them suddenly disappeared, and they had no idea what was happening. At this moment, Shiryu seemed to be standing from a god's perspective, seeing everything inside the ruins. This change shocked Shiryu deeply. It was as if, with the stone bead in his hand, he could control the changes within the ruins. At this moment, he seemed to know everything in the ruins. For example, apart from these apprentice beastmasters, there were no other living creatures in the ruins. There was no trace of the shell at all, as if it had just completely turned into a phantom and disappeared. In addition, Shiryu also found a large number of ice energy crystals and ethereal stones in some locations, so many that he was stunned. What's going on? After clearing all the levels, will I become the master of the ruins and gain control over the ruins? At this time, it is not only inside the ruined space. Outside world. As everyone stared in astonishment, the 6th stone statue lit up. It's bright, bright, bright. The 6th stone statue is bright. It must be Shiryu who passed the 6th level. Captain, he shouted outside. It must be him. Next to him, President Phone was confused at first, then instantly filled with ecstasy. Holy shit, I actually cleared the level. Although I don't know what happened inside, the fact is that Shiryu is awesome. At that moment, the stone statue lit up, which was almost equivalent to shouting to everyone outside. Shiryu has killed his way through all 6 levels and cracked the ruins. Depend on. Seeing this scene, The trainee beastmasters from the outside world felt as if countless iron-eating beasts were rolling through their hearts. They were not as ecstatic as President Feng. Instead, they felt endless loss and envy in their hearts. Why not myself? Shiryu was already so powerful, so what benefits did he gain in the 6th level? Thinking of this, everyone felt even more jealous. Just as a group of people outside were eating lemons, the 6 stone statues cracked open one after another, and human figures were teleported out. These were the challengers who entered before Shiryu challenged the 5th level. After Shiryu entered, no one entered again. They were all waiting outside to see Shiryu's performance. At this moment, this group of people and their pets were suddenly teleported out, and they were still a little confused. What happened? Why was I suddenly teleported out? Where are the giants? Such huge, ice-armored giants. Why can't you take back your pet and let it come out? These people looked at each other, and then they found a group of people gathered outside, as well as 6 stone statues that were lit but cracked, and their eyes widened. You come down first. Laoyi called out to them. Tell me what's going on. Why did you come out together? I was fighting the beast, and then it suddenly disappeared, and then I seemed to be expelled from it. Me too. That's the same thing with me. Everyone who was teleported out spoke up one after another. Captain, what's going on? One of them asked Captain Xiang He about the situation in front of him. Why are the stone statues all lit up and broken? Captain He was silent for a moment, then said, Sure, you entered the ruins after you and passed the 5th level. Now he may have passed the 6th level. Anyway, let's wait and see the situation and see when he will come out. After he finished speaking, the soldiers opened their mouths wide. The entire outside world was silent, and everyone looked towards the teleportation array. Inside the ruins. After discovering that he could really force others to be teleported out, Shiryu, who was holding the stone bead, was stunned. This thing is indeed the controller of this relic space. It was in the hands of that shell phantom before, but now, as I cleared the level, the shell phantom disappeared, and the stone bead became mine? So, what does this have to do with the historical truth of Icefield City? What do those traces of history want me to know through these relics? Or in other words, is there any connection between this stone bead and the ice dragon ruins on the snow mountain? Shiryu fell into deep thought for a moment, but soon shook his head and said, Forget it. I'll go out and have a rest before thinking about it. 11, come to my pocket. Shiryu called out to 11, who looked confused, and 11 immediately crawled into Shiryu's pocket. Alas, I'm too lazy to take 11 back. From now on, it'll just stay outside as a pendant. It's pretty cute. He is not afraid of others asking why your iron-eating beast can multiply. Don't ask. The answer is that the ancient bloodline was activated at the holy spring of evolution and new racial skills were awakened. If you want to cultivate the same, go to the holy spring and try it yourself. Chapter 78. Farming is a good method. In the valley, outside the ruins. Everyone was waiting for Shiryu to appear. I don't know how long it took, but a figure finally appeared. As the familiar figure appeared, many people held their breath. There are so many people. The newly appeared figure spoke first, and this person was undoubtedly Shiryu. He came out after studying the stone bead that could control the ruins. He figured out that this stone bead was actually the real body of the ruins. It is like a space equipment, with a huge relic space inside. This relic is quite special. There were clearly a lot of ice fields and snow-capped mountains before, but the actual situation inside is actually empty and desolate. In essence, it is not an ice space, but an ordinary space with extremely high plasticity. Everything they saw when they entered should have been materialized by the phantom of the spirit shell. However, that pile of ice energy crystals and ethereal stones were real. After all, without them, that spirit artifact shell probably wouldn't be able to support hundreds of people in conquering the ruins so easily. Shiryu, have you passed the 6th level? After Shiryu came out, Lao Feng looked at the summoning array disappearing under his feet and asked nervously. I lived up to everyone's expectations. Shiryu nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Captain, he shouted, We have them all. Go do what you need to do. Stop standing around here. Go back to your camp. His shout scared the trainee beastmasters around him. Obviously, it would not be appropriate to have too many outsiders waiting next. A moment later, Shiryu was warmly invited to the combat center by President Feng and Captain He, and there were only 3 of them left there. President Feng looked at Shiryu with a smile on his face. He never expected that Shiryu would be so supportive. This time, the beast tamer associations in other districts and counties must be dumbfounded. What do you think? I won't give you any chance to challenge me. I will just crack the ruins directly. Shiryu, after you pass the 6th level, did you obtain something like the ruins core that can control the entire ruins? Based on what just happened, the two came to this conclusion, and President Feng asked expectantly. All other resources in the ruins are yours, but the ruins themselves may not be yours. The most valuable thing in the ruins is the ruins themselves. After all, its predecessor was a legendary beast-taming space. After development, it becomes top-level equipment whether for cultivating pets or spiritual plants. The value of a relic is no less than that of the holy spring of evolution, or even higher. I know that. Sure, you nodded. This was also what was agreed upon in the contract signed by everyone before entering the ruins. After cracking the ruins, everything found in the ruins will belong to the explorer, but the ruins themselves do not belong to them. Even the ownership of this relic does not belong to the Pingqing Beastmaster Association. The relevant laws of this country are actually similar to those of the country where Shiryu was previously located. The ownership of the relics unearthed within the country belongs to the state. Only things passed down from ancestors can belong to an individual. However, although it belongs to the state, as a relic unearthed in Pingqing and cracked by Pingqing Beast Tamer, Pingqing still has the priority right to use and develop it. After the country sends special personnel to investigate the ruins and confirm the historical information represented by the ruins, if the ruins have no other value, they do not need to be handed over. In fact, they are no different from the Guiping City Association. This is also the reason why President Feng hopes that someone in Pingqiang can crack the ruins. After obtaining the right to develop the ruins space, if they use it to farm, Pingqiang will probably be able to harvest a large number of high-level resources. It can be used to train new people and pet animals, and the effect is definitely first class. Pingqiang is about to enter a stage of rapid development. Are you referring to this? Sure, you took out the stone bead. At this moment, seeing this stone bead, President Feng and Captain He's eyes lit up. That's it. Next, we may need to hand it over to the Archaeological Association for research, said Lao He. Old Feng, are you here to inform the higher-ups? Maybe these guys can really find out something. It would be great if they can find out the truth about the beast tide. Captain He looked at President Feng and said, let the group of archaeologists finish their research as soon as possible. The sooner they can finish it, the easier it will be. It is a good thing to come up with something from research, and it is also a good thing if nothing comes up from research. Okay, I'll notify the higher-ups to send someone to investigate. President Feng nodded. Actually, there's no need to notify. Sure, you said with a smile, as he put away the stone beads. Leave this in my hands for now. I'll give it to Pingqiang after I've finished studying it, and it won't be of any use to me. Both of them. After Shiryu finished speaking, President Feng and Captain He looked at Shiryu. Huh, is Shiryu crazy? Even the Pingqing Association dare not embezzle such relics. They have to wait for the country to distribute them. Does Shiryu think that he can obtain ownership of the ruins just because he has cracked them? Just as President Feng was about to explain the seriousness of the matter, Shiryu took out his ID. Alas, this crappy certificate may only be useful at this moment. The first page of the ID card showed Shiryu's handsome headshot and his ID. National Land Relics Strategic Survey and Support Bureau, Reserve Member, Shiryu. At the bottom of the certificate, there is a seal from the highest person in charge of the Dongwang Ancient Kingdom Beastmaster Association headquarters, which no one can forge. According to the regulations, I have a higher right to investigate the unearthed relics than the Archaeological Association. I have other tasks right now that might require this relic bead, so I'll just keep it here for now. This thing will be needed in the next exploration of the Ice Dragon ruins, so Shiryu plans to keep it in his hands and study it for a while. He had consulted Lu Qingyi before attacking the ruins. The power of Bureau 11 was greater than Shiryu had imagined. Lu Qingyi said that if Shiryu could conquer the ruins, he could just show the 11th Bureau certificate to President Feng. Chairman Feng rose to prominence during the Beast Tide 10 years ago and saved countless lives. He has been fighting on the front line of the Beast Tide with Captain He and others to cover the retreat of the people. Although he is not very strong, his character is impeccable. When Shiryu wants to investigate the Ice Dragon ruins in the future, he can also ask President Feng and Captain He to be his bodyguards. Both of them have clean identities. Over the years, they have been trying to solve the Beast Tide from the root and restore the historical truth of Icefield City. In short, when the time comes, after showing the certificate from the 11th Bureau, this relic will belong to Shiryu. He can use it whenever he wants, and when he doesn't need it anymore, Shiryu can deal with it at his will. After asking about this news, Shiryu secretly sighed that it was not in vain that he joined this 11th Bureau. It was great to have an official and legal identity. If he could have such a relic space during the apprenticeship stage, the benefits can be imagined. It can help him grow quickly. This is also what Lu Qingyi meant. Let Shiryu make reasonable use of this relic first. Grass, a type of plant. At this time, President Feng and Captain He were still a little dazed. They looked at the documents that Shiryu placed on the table and felt dizzy. Although they didn't know much about the National Land Relic Strategic Survey and Support Guarantee Bureau, they were stunned when they saw the big stamp and the code name of Bureau 11 below. In the ancient country of Dongwang, there are 13 special organizations representing various fields. They bring together the most elite people in this field and are called the 1st Bureau to the 13th Bureau respectively. They are directly responsible to the highest person in charge of the Beastmaster Association headquarters and have enormous power. Although they didn't recognize that long and ugly name, when they saw the logo of the 11th Bureau and the stamp, President Feng and Captain, he opened their mouths slightly. Chairman Feng, in particular, looked at Shiryu in disbelief. This guy Shiryu turns out to be from the 11th Bureau? He recalled Shiryu's previous evaluation of him. Just a beastmaster who likes archaeology out of interest. Shit. So liking archaeology means that you are an archaeologist? At this moment, President Feng finally understood why Shiryu cracked the relic so quickly. I finally understood why Shiryu, who was previously unknown, suddenly rose so quickly. If Shiryu was absorbed into such an organization, his starting point would definitely be incomparable to that of the beastmasters of the same period in Pingcheng or even Bingyuan City. I knew that your background was not simple, President Feng said blankly while looking at the certificate. This relic may be related to the Ice Dragon relic on the Snow Mountain. It is the key factor in resolving the beast tide, so I want to study it for a while. Of course, no problem. President Feng nodded heavily. After being shocked, Captain, he also said, it would be a good thing if we can fundamentally solve the beast tide. Have you found out anything yet? President Feng asked when he saw that Shiryu was sure that this relic must be related to the beast tide or even the Ice Dragon ruins. Shiryu took back the certificate, nodded and said, the 6th level of the ruins is an Ice Dragon. What? After Shiryu finished speaking, the two of them widened their eyes and looked at him in disbelief, wondering if they had heard it correctly. It's just an awakened level 10 Ice Dragon Phantom. It's not that scary. The two of them opened their mouths slightly and said, I don't believe you. If it is an Ice Dragon, the lowest racial level is at the King level, or even the Overlord. With such racial values, even if the growth level is relatively low, only level 10, it should not be difficult to slaughter extraordinary creatures. Can Shiryu's iron-eating beast defeat a dragon of the same level? Doesn't this mean that Shiryu's iron-eating beast has already qualified to compete for the title of the strongest creature? Although the two knew Shiryu's previous record in the competition for the Holy Spring of Evolution, at this moment, they still looked at Shiryu as if he were a monster. Defeating a dragon of the same level, this is something that most beastmasters wouldn't even dare to think about. The dragon tamers, who are known as the strongest branch of beastmasters, mostly train subdragon species. The image of the dragon is still invincible. However, when they thought of Shiryu's identity as a member of the 11th Bureau, they could only accept the outrageous level of Shiryu's strength. After all, they had no idea how this organization had trained Shiryu. In that case, the relic bead will remain with you. However, the news to the outside world may need to be adjusted. President Feng said after a moment of silence. Although Shiryu has a powerful status, his strength is too weak. If such a treasure is in Shiryu's hands, it would be bad if it attracts covetousness. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to tell outsiders that the relic bead is in Shiryu's hands. I'll leave this to President Feng. Okay. President Feng smiled bitterly. Shiryu really gave him a big problem. But it seems that Shiryu may have more potential than he imagined. The previous investment was a good one, and I really have a good eye for talent.jpg. With Shiryu in charge of Pingcheng, this relic might just be the beginning. The Ice Dragon relics that have not been cracked in the entire Icefield City for thousands of years might also be cracked by Shiryu in the future. The truth hidden in that relic is the most crucial to Icefield City. Next, Shiryu was escorted back to his residence by President Feng. During this process, Shiryu also informed Lu Qingyi of the progress of his mission, wondering if there would be any extra rewards. Afterwards, he began to take the relic beads and summarize his gains this time. Currently, there are more than 1,000 first-level ice energy crystals and more than 300 second-level ice energy crystals in the relic bead. In addition, there are 45 pieces of ethereal stones. If these resources were converted into money, the energy crystals would be okay, but if the ethereal stones were included, the amount would probably be more than hundreds of millions. Getting rich overnight, that's what it means. However, the greatest gain may be the phantom skills, the ice dragon whiskers, and the ruins themselves. The illusion of reality and illusion determines the cultivation route of the green cotton worm. Ice dragon whiskers may be used to strengthen the silk of the green wool worm to increase the potential of the next green wool worm. Dragon's whiskers are the strongest and sharpest threads in the world and are completely different from insect silk threads. Shiryu was wondering if there was any way to extract the essential power from the dragon's whiskers. And then there are the final relics themselves. In addition to being the key to cracking the ice dragon ruins, it is actually equivalent to a space equipment and a space equipment that can hold living things. Furthermore, although the growth environment inside has greatly declined due to the erosion of time, it is still a holy place for the vast majority of low-level pets and spiritual plants. The Pingqing Beastmaster Association should be planning to use the ruins for farming. With the help of the ruins environment, they can quickly cultivate many high-quality spiritual plants. With enough resources, we can develop the city's economy and the beast taming field. This is actually a good idea. Maybe I can just use this relic to plant some crops. When the time comes, I can carry a farming space with me and let a plant pet act as a gardener to take care of the spiritual plants. Then, I can easily get the cultivation resources, food, and supplements in the future. It seems that I still need to contract a plant-type pet to teach me how to control plants. Farming is a good method. What's more, there is ready-made land now. If he had the Void Spirit Stone, his beast taming space should be able to reach level 2 or even level 3 very quickly. Contracting a second or third pet might not be too far away for me, and I might be able to meet the standards within a year. Or perhaps, we can repeat the current breeding model for green cottonworms. Don't contract a new pet yet. Just take care of it outside and communicate with it telepathically. When it reaches a certain level and both sides have developed feelings for each other, it won't be too late to contract it then. This also gives myself and my new pet a period of adjustment. Shiryu quickly sent another message to Miss Liu. Remember the pet cub I mentioned last time? Is there any plant-type pet cub that has a high racial level, a low growth level, a gentle and obedient personality, can farm, and is a professional gardener? Chapter 79. It's time to cultivate the bugs. Dongwang is an ancient country with thousands of years of history, and its civilization was formed much earlier than other countries. In ancient times, Dongwang had several dynasties, but they all perished for different reasons. These dynasties had one common characteristic, which was that they liked to establish their capitals in the same place. It was not until the modern era that the Beastmaster Association finally moved its capital, and the political centers of successive dynasties are now called ancient capitals. The ancient capital has always been a battleground for military strategists. Countless wars have taken place here over the past 1,000 years. As a result, this place has some of the heaviest Yin energy in Dongwang, and is home to a large number of undead creatures. A first-level city, outside the ancient capital, in an ancient battlefield plain. The sky was filled with dark clouds, the earth was gloomy and dim, there were countless bones on the ground, and a large number of skeleton soldiers were wandering around. In addition, countless undead spirits are interspersed among them, between reality and illusion. The desolate land is lifeless and is a paradise for the dead. However, in such a place, there are people flying through the sky without a care in the world. Chew. This is a giant bird with a sky blue body, beautiful blue feathers, bright colors, and a light body. Its wings were as green as the morning sky, and the soft light it emitted dispelled all the evil spirits wherever it passed, causing the undead below to stop involuntarily, not daring to move. If there is a beastmaster with a good knowledge base, he will definitely be able to recognize that this is a Qingling wind bird with the blood of the phoenix. Moreover, it is at least a green spirit wind bird that has reached the king level of growth. On top of the giant blue bird, a woman with short brown hair and casually wearing a white research coat stood on it, silently reading the messages on her mobile phone. Plants, gardener. It seems that the ruins have been successfully cracked, much faster than I thought. But unfortunately, when she looked around, she found no plant-based pets that could grow crops, but there were a lot of skeleton soldiers. Faced with Shiryu, who didn't treat her as an outsider at all, she really wanted to send a skeleton soldier over to help Shiryu farm. At this moment, she rubbed her temples with her slender fingers. This trip to the ruins was more exhausting than she had imagined. She would talk about Shiryu's matter later. Wait until you pass the professional assessment. She replied. There was no place to catch plant pets in this place. You have to wait. In the training villa in Pingqing district of Bingyuan City, Shiryu was looking at the message on his mobile phone and stretched out of boredom. He asked Lu Qingyi about plant pets, and thought that she would just throw out a few options for him to choose from. But the professional assessment is coming soon. There should be another 4 months. By that time, his beast taming space should be at level 2. At the same time, 11 will probably be able to reach the extraordinary level as well. At this time, after returning home, 11 immediately ran to training happily. This battle with the ice dragon caused it great frustration. At that time, If it was a real ice dragon cub instead of an illusion, 11 felt like he would kneel down. We have to work harder. Grumble. The green cotton worms surrounded Shiryu, wanting to continue filling out several applications, and they became addicted to it. No, for things like this, you have to rely on your first impression. You can't just change it whenever you want. Shiryu put away his phone, shooed King Mianchong away, and told King Mianchong about his experience in answering multiple choice questions in exams. This kind of thing, the more you change it, the worse it gets. Moreover, my goodness, the skills and materials are almost ready. If the green moth suddenly says it wants to evolve into something else, wouldn't that be very troublesome? Shiryu felt that it was very good to take the route of dream butterfly, where dreams are materialized. Chi. King Mianchong had a look of regret on his face. Then he was silent for a moment and looked at 11's leaving back. After a moment, it also crawled over, wanting to train with 11. Shiryu explained to it clearly that all the applications were for the purpose of evolution, to evolve into a stronger race. If it were before, the green cotton worm might not understand what it meant, but now that its intelligence has been slightly opened, it understands what it means. Evolution means the opportunity to change your destiny. As a small insect that can be seen everywhere, it is at the bottom of the food chain. The fact that it fled to Shiryu's house to avoid its natural enemies shows how humble it is. However, the fact that the green cotton worm likes to dream and dreams of itself flying in the sky in different postures also shows that it is not satisfied with the status quo. It wanted to change its destiny, but because it had no wisdom and only instinct, it didn't know what to do. In other words, even if you know, you may not be able to do anything and change anything. Although the conditions for the evolution of green wool worms are very simple, that is only for the green wool worms that have been contracted by the Beastmaster. The probability of evolution of wild green wool worms may be less than 1 in 10,000. Chi. But that was in the past. Now the little green caterpillar has a little wisdom and knows what he should do to change his fate. Train hard and change your destiny. To be honest, this was not the idea that Shiryu conveyed to the newly awakened green cotton worm. The first person to convey this idea was 11. This training fanatic and self-disciplined bear has been telling the cotton worm the benefits of training since it was very weak. This was the only way to change their fate, but King Mianchong didn't understand it all at the time and was forced to be trained. But now, the blue worm finally understood what becoming stronger meant, and under the influence of 11 and the temptation of evolution mentioned by Shiryu, it actually decided to take the initiative to follow 11 in training. This was something that the cotton worm, which only wanted to eat and sleep before, could never do. Chiji. In the blink of an eye, the green cotton worm disappeared. Shiryu looked at it and fell into deep thought. Chongchong has grown up and become sensible. But I seem to have forgotten to tell Chongzi that the evolution route I prepared for you is similar to that of a dream butterfly. You can become stronger just by dreaming and sleeping. Why did you go and suffer that with 11? If you have that much time, you might as well sleep more. Learn how to control dreams and have lucid dreams. Lucid dreaming is not a skill, but a physiological phenomenon of staying lucid while dreaming. In this state, the dreamer can remain conscious during sleep and even change his dreams. Even an ordinary person has the possibility of learning it as long as he receives training. Before Shiryu traveled through time, he had tried to do something similar, but he didn't seem to have the talent for it, and it took him a long time to succeed only once or twice. That was on Earth where there were no supernatural powers. But in this world, lucid dreams were very common. After all, there were such things as dream beasts. Generally speaking, dream beasts can easily control dreams, control their own dreams, and control the dreams of other creatures. They are natural lucid dreamers, and Shiryu hopes that the green cotton worms can do similar things, which will be important for constructing dream illusions in the future. Forget it. Let's let it train with 11 for a while. It's not bad to use 11 as a role model. When I'm tired from training, I sleep better. Today is a day worth celebrating. Shiryu plans to give himself a day off and not work overtime. It is important to combine work and rest occasionally. To be precise, he planned to study this relic bead and how to turn the ethereal stone into evolutionary material. As for the dragon whiskers, Shiryu thought about it and decided to forget about it and keep them for the time being. What if this is an important prop to activate the ice dragon ruins? It would be bad if I lost it. Moreover, the current green cottonworms cannot use this material to strengthen their silk. After all, its silk has not yet reached the pinnacle level. This is Shiryu's next goal. In the next period of time, Shiryu plans to focus on cultivating the blue worm and can put 11's point aside for the time being, intending to let it hone its combination skills on its own. For things like combo skills, even if you have a guaranteed level of skill proficiency, you still need to practice coordination on your own, and you can't rely entirely on illustrations for this. It is said that professional level combat is all about combo skills. In a master level battle, the strength of the pet's ultimate ability is tested. The creation of combination skills and secrets tests the imagination and wisdom of the beastmaster. This kind of thing is more difficult to train than a single skill. Pets often need more effort than training a single skill. It is a coordination and sublimation of basic skills. All Shiryu could do was to help Shi lay a solid foundation, and then they would slowly study all kinds of strange combination skills and secrets together. It's time to focus on the bugs. Shiryu was also very curious about how many times he had to add points to the perfect level skills to reach the superb level. The silkworm's current weakness period is less than 8 hours, which is nothing to Shiryu and is perfect for experiments. When the silk reaches a high level, it will undergo a qualitative change. That is the attribute change. Depending on the food they eat over a period of time, the green cottonworm can use superb silk with different attribute effects. If you consume lightning resources for a period of time, the silk will be upgraded to silk with electric current, which has a slight paralyzing effect. If the insect silk consumes ice resources for a period of time, it will change into insect silk with frost properties, which can freeze the enemy after wrapping around it. It looks very powerful, but it is actually just fancy stuff. After all, the silk at this time is at most comparable to a low-level skill at the mastery level. In short, it is precisely because of this property that Shiryu wondered what the dragon's beard could do to strengthen its silk. Or in other words, what kind of state can the ethereal stone strengthen the insect silk into? The boundary line that cuts through space? Shiryu felt like he was thinking about eating peaches. Bad. Oh bead, can you hear me? Shiryu finally looked at the relic bead in his hand and activated his telepathic talent, hoping to hear traces of history. Chapter 80, Superb Silk. Zhuzi, can you hear me? Shiryu looked at the relic bead in his hand and activated his telepathic talent, hoping to hear the voice of history. However, it was of no use at all. The relic pearl didn't want to pay attention to him. Shiryu. Luchinyi was right. This talent for listening to the voice of history really depends on luck. After studying the relic beads for about an hour and finding nothing, Shiryu felt it was boring. He shook his head, patted his butt, and went to the backyard. Let's go and take a look at the training situation of 11 and Green Mienshou. Inside the training ground, 11 is currently training on a combination of Thunder Palm and Hardening. That's not a problem. The problem is, didn't the blue worm come over to train with us just now? Where are the bugs? Shiryu looked at the green cotton worm that was lying in the corner of the training ground, suspected to be dead, and fell into deep thought. Bing! 11 saw Shiryu coming and immediately explained. This guy imitated the intensity of its training and was so tired that he fell asleep. Willpower still isn't enough. In short, it is recommended to teach it an absolute sleep skill to help it recover its physical strength. In this way, although there is no guarantee that it can complete the training, at least it will not waste too much time sleeping. Good guy, you are more cruel than me. Shiryu looked at 11. Grumble. Perhaps it was because the conversation just now woke up the green cottonworm, and the green cottonworm on the ground staggered to its feet. Grumble. It looked at Shiryu dizzily and wanted to cry. The training is too hard, too hard. As he spoke, he felt very aggrieved. To be honest, it was able to train itself to the point of passing out. I guess that compared to the green cottonworm race, the intensity of its training just now was not necessarily less than 11's. Well, it's just that the green cottonworm's physique is too weak and not suitable for normal training. Shiryu covered his head helplessly. With the physical constitution of the green cottonworm, it was actually suitable to grow by eating, rather than fighting or training. Only after their life level has evolved will they be able to easily accept high-intensity training and combat. Forget it, stop training for now. Shiryu originally wanted to take a day off, but now it seems a bit despicable for him to be the only one resting. Since there are supplements, you might as well continue to add some. Shiryu looked at the green cottonworm. In fact, he now really wants to let the green cottonworms learn and train useful skills directly. For example, illusions of reality. But unfortunately, reality does not allow him to do so. Skill, Phantom. Skill level, Advanced. Status, Unable to teach. Not only the green cottonworm, but even 11th side, the virtual and real illusions showed an unteachable state. If he could teach, perhaps when he came back, Shiryu would immediately teach this skill to King Mienshou. However, Shiryu was not panicked. Skills cannot be taught, mostly because of compatibility issues. After all, it's just a high-level skill. It can't be that he's not physically fit enough to teach it. If it is a problem of fit, it is actually very easy to solve. This illusion of reality and virtuality is divided into two processes, spiritual and spatial. Whether the user constructs an illusion in a dream or directly constructs an illusion, he has to use mental power. Therefore, in this process, the power of the spiritual system determines everything. Later, when it comes to materialization, the power of space will be needed. As for spiritual talents, green cottonworm and 11 must have some. Which creature doesn't have some spiritual power? If not, they would not be able to show that absolute sleep and deterrence can be learned. The problem may lie in the spatial talent. Shiryu also has a solution for this. Shiryu prepared the skill of virtual and real illusion for the green cottonworm, so he would ignore 11 for now. So it seems that if you want the green cottonworm to learn this skill, it needs to have a certain degree of compatibility with the space system. In fact, it can be cultivated from two directions. 1. After it evolves into a space-type butterfly, teach it this phantom skill. 2. Utilize the properties of the superb silk and feed it with space-related food to give its silk the power of space attributes in advance. In this way, maybe we can match the real and virtual illusions in advance. Shiryu chose the latter because it was closer to him. Isn't it just the superb level of insect silk? Without bragging, Shiryu felt that if he wanted to, he could finish it in one day. Come here, bugs. Because he didn't do anything, so Shiryu was in good condition at this time. He wanted to rest, just to be lazy. Next, the green cottonworm crawled over in a daze. Wait for me. Shiryu obediently asked it to wait, then turned and entered the villa and began to take out his 3-piece set of supplements. Magic beans. Happy water. Ginseng baby's beard. After using supplements for so long, Shiryu has also figured out how to use them most cost-effectively. For example, one magic bean can reduce the weakness period by 120 hours. If you don't eat it when you are extremely weak, you will over-replenish yourself. This is obviously not suitable for teaching silk making, as it will actually be more harmful to your body. However, if you grind it into powder and then eat it, it will be completely fine. He has asked the customer service. Although the nutrients in the magic beans will slowly be lost after they are destroyed because the structure of the magic beans is destroyed, this loss will take a certain amount of time. In other words, as long as Shiryu learns the skills fast enough and eats the powder fast enough, even if some nutrients are wasted, it will not be much and is completely within an acceptable range. The same applies to the ginseng baby's whiskers. As for happy water, it is easy to control the amount. In theory, if Shiryu doesn't want to waste it, he can just drink it. But the problem is that it takes up quite a lot of space. And the taste is also quite stimulating. If he drinks too much at once, Shiryu will not only have to go to the toilet several times a day, but he will also feel nauseous. I'm not poor anymore, so maybe I should consider trying some new types of supplements. Shiryu fell into deep thought. Then he quickly shook his head. Expensive supplements will only work better and are not suitable for me right now. Although cheaper ones may be more suitable for low-level skills, they will have some impact on the body. In fact, the most natural and harmless thing to the body is this magic bean. So Shiryu would rather spend more money and take supplements that are harmless to his body. Grumble. The green cotton worm let out a cry, and at this moment, Shiryu had already placed his big hand, which was full of light, on the green cotton worm. Name green worm. Growth level, awakening level 10. Racial skills, silk, perfect +1. After completing a point addition, Shiryu looked at the illustration. Cooling time, 8 hours. Next, Shiryu seemed to have not noticed the past 8 hours at all. He immediately crushed the magic beans and fed them into his mouth with a super small spoon. Custom spoon, 8 hours, just right. He has customized spoons for various quantities, and he knows everything about taking supplements in various ways. Racial skills, silk, perfect +2. Silk, perfect +3. Silk, perfect +4. The green cottonworm's body kept glowing, and it was stunned. This was the first time it was taught a skill after it had gained some intelligence. At this moment, feeling its body getting stronger, the green cottonworm was at a loss. Grumble. What is going on? Bing. 11, who was training nearby, was also frightened by the scene. Ing. G. Ing. G. The two pets kept exclaiming, and 11 was exclaiming, how dare Shiryu do that? With this teaching frequency, aren't you afraid of sudden death? The green cottonworm was exclaiming in amazement at the speed at which its body became stronger. After all, every improvement in racial skills would drive the growth of the pet itself. Don't talk nonsense. In order not to waste the effect of the magic bean powder, Shiryu dared not stop. After eating all the powder of a magic bean in one breath, the grand series of teaching finally stopped. Name greenworm. Growth level, awakening level 10. Racial skills, silk, perfect +12. After a few minutes, Shiryu let out a long sigh. However, looking at the appearance of the green wool worm, it seemed that the silk thread had not undergone any qualitative change. Isn't 12 times enough? then continue teaching. Anyway, 12 times of silk, added together, would only result in a week period of less than 96 hours. Shiryu has taught the high-level skills during the 168-hour week period so many times. Why do you still care about this? To be precise, Shiryu is drunk at the moment. Because the teaching of Silkworm Silk was really not stressful, after clicking it once, he had an urge to max it out directly. It's like the player who can't draw any cards in the game and just randomly clicks on the limit. He continued teaching. At this time, 11 stopped training and started another round of Yingji Changkong with Kingmianchong. Bing. Grumble. At this time, with repeated silk teaching, the green cotton worm seemed to be getting smarter and smarter. It gradually understood what was going on. As a beastmaster, Shiryu is using his abilities to help himself become stronger. Green worm //a //. The green cotton worm suddenly became excited and directly learned a sentence that 11 took a long time to understand. Beastmaster, let me see your limits. This time, Shiryu consumed a total of 4 magic beans. Name green worm. Growth level, awakening level 10. Racial skills, silk, perfect plus 47. Shiryu, I'm so mad. At this time, although Shiryu was teaching the green cotton worm silk skills, he could still bear it and felt quite relaxed. But in his heart, he was extremely pessimistic. From the perfect level to the superb level, it took Tamer out more than 40 teachings. He can squander the non-level skills like this without any problem, but if he uses high-level skills, it will be the end of him. 11 was shocked, as if he saw Shiryu's limits for the first time. The green cotton worm was also shocked. It felt that it was becoming stronger and stronger, as if it had been reborn. Next, Shiryu conducted the 48th teaching session and at the same time, solved the last bit of the magic bean powder. At this moment, the green cotton worm that was holding Shiryu's hand suddenly made a chi sound and its body shuddered. Name green worm. Growth level, awakening level 10. Racial skills, silk, superb. As Shiryu taught the green cotton worm silk 48 times on the basis of the perfect level, its silk skills finally reached the superb level. 1, 2, 4, 16, 64. Chi. The green cotton worm made a sound to remind. At this point, although Shiryu felt fine, he sat down on the ground, feeling relieved. 48 times. That's outrageous. But it doesn't seem unacceptable. Even if it is a high-level skill, as long as I can endure it, with my current physical condition, it seems that I can reach the superb level in 2 months. Compared to other pets that would hardly reach perfection even after a lifetime of hard training, this speed could be called amazing. Shiryu looked at the green cotton worm again. At this moment, what Shiryu didn't expect the most was that the silk of the green cotton worm had reached the superb level, but its growth level had not reached the extraordinary level. This is normal. Although the green wool worm race is classified as a low-level extraordinary species, there seems to be no precedent for a green wool worm to reach the extraordinary level without evolving. That gap is difficult for other pets to cross, let alone the green cotton worm. But Shiryu is also very curious. What would it be like if the green cotton worms were cultivated to the extraordinary level and then evolved? Chong Chong, show me the power of the superb insect silk. Shiryu pointed to an ordinary rock in the training ground and spoke. Green cotton worm, Sigma Mega, Sigma G. The green cotton worm nodded very confidently. All of a sudden, Shiryu and Shi focused their attention on it. The next second, the green cotton worm spit out a strand of silk. Only one strand, very thin, just like the thread used to sew clothes. However, although this insect silk is small, its flight and launch process is very straight. It looks very powerful, and its texture is very tough. Swish. When the silk thread approached the rock, the green cotton worm swung its body, and the silk thread passed through the rock with great force. The next second, the entire rock was neatly cut in half. The superb grade silk can change its properties according to the food that the green cotton worm has eaten recently. The most eaten food by the green cotton worm recently is the dragon beard grass, which can enhance the strength and sharpness of the silk. At this moment, 11 was obviously stunned when he saw the performance of the green cotton worm. Is this still a bug? With this kind of power, even entry-level hardening may not be able to withstand it. After training Chong Chong for so long, 11 was extremely relieved that Chong Chong finally stood up. However, it seemed that it was the credit of the Beastmaster's addition of points, and had nothing to do with it. It is indeed good. Shiryu also nodded heavily. No matter what, this insect silk at least showed its power. In a place like Tianmong Mountain, dealing with a wild boar should be no problem. In the case of a sneak attack, even an ordinary iron-eating beast without hardening would be severely injured by the green cotton worm. At this moment, the green cotton worm saw its masterpiece and jumped for joy. But sure you knew, this was just the beginning. Next, feed the green cotton worm food with spatial attributes to help it temporarily change its silk into spatial ones, and then teach it how to create illusions of reality and illusions. This is the most important thing. Chapter 81. Thought Leaders 11. Space Resources. But the problem arises again. Can green moths eat Kongling stone? The answer is obvious. It definitely cannot be eaten directly. Even with 11's teeth, he probably wouldn't be able to chew it happily. Do I need to soak the ethereal stone in water? Or grind the ethereal stone into powder? Sure, you fell into deep thought for a long time and felt that it was unreliable. Next to them, the green cotton worm had already gone with 11 to experiment with the magical uses of the superb insect silk. Single wire cutting. The silk is strong and sharp. Although it has not reached the extraordinary level yet, after adding dozens of points, the strength of the green cotton worm is not small. Using a strand of silk, you can easily cut through ordinary rocks and trees. With multiple strands entangled, the power of the silk and rays exceeds that of arrows and can easily penetrate and break a large rock. In terms of cutting power, the attack coverage area will become larger after multiple entanglements, but it will also consume more physical energy. In fact, with the green moth's proficiency in silk, it can even weave a huge and complex web to trap the enemy in an instant, becoming more flexible than human hands and feet. But unfortunately, judging from its current attributes, it is just strong and sharp, nothing extraordinary, and is still within the range of the insect system. If you want to increase the power further, you have to use the properties of the superb silk to absorb the attribute energy in the food. Sure, you had no idea whether the Kongling stone was edible. Just when he wanted to ask Lu Qingyi, President Feng and others if there was any solution, he suddenly slapped his head. Sure you are really poor and confused. Why don't you just buy space plants as food instead of thinking about stones? Sure Yu's mindset didn't change at all. He didn't realize that he had become a rich man just because he had obtained a relic. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with selling a piece of ethereal stone for money and then buying a suitable space plant. Even if a middleman makes a profit from the price difference, he will suffer a small loss, but it won't be much, and it is better than letting the bug eat stones. If you eat a worm stone and form a golden elixir in your body, the green cotton worm can directly ascend to heaven, and you will die. After figuring it out, sure you opened the Universal Shopping website and looked for the space resource interface that he had just glanced at and closed before. Ethereal stone can assist the Beast Master in strengthening the beast control space level. Missing. Wow, not only is it out of stock, but there is no price tag on it either. It looks like a rare item. But that's normal. This thing, like energy crystals, is a universal resource. Energy crystals can be used for any pet with corresponding attributes. Although the conditions for the birth of energy crystals of common attributes are quite harsh, they are not extremely difficult. But the ethereal stone is different. It can only be born in special places such as secret ruins. Moreover, the demand for void stone is much greater than that of ordinary attribute materials. Just because it is a resource for improving the level of the beast taming space, it means that any beast tamer needs it. Moreover, no matter how much you have, there is no such thing as too much. After all, no matter how powerful a pet is, it is not as powerful as yourself. Once the level of the beast taming space is upgraded, the beast tamer can suppress powerful supernatural creatures by himself even if he does not tame his pet. First of all, with each level increase in the beast master's level, his physical fitness will undergo a qualitative change. This qualitative change is more terrifying than the pet's feedback and Shiryu's added points improvement effect. The improvement of the former is still within the normal range, and the gap is at most the gap between ordinary people and national athletes. But the latter will become the gap between ordinary people and extraordinary people. Shiryu estimated that only then would he dare to choose super-level skills. At the same time, the weakness time of teaching low-level to high-level skills would be significantly reduced. Unlike now, when the condition is very good, it is only less than 10 minutes, and it is still the same time when rounded off. But this is not the most important thing. After all, even if the body is strong, no beast master would be stupid enough to fight against the pet's physical body. The most this can do is to ensure the beast master's resistance in extreme environments. No matter how strong the human body is, it is difficult to compare with pets. The most significant and critical aspect of improving a beast tamer's level is actually the strength of the beast taming space. A high-level beast taming space is just like the magic weapons for locking monsters in fairy tales, the Master Ball in Pokemon, and the sealing technique used to seal the tailed beast in Naruto. It can directly suppress extraordinary creatures. A powerful beast tamer can control a powerful pet with the beast taming space alone. Of course, this is not the main means of killing, it can only play an auxiliary role. But even so, it can be seen that the most important foundation for a beast master is not the pet, but the beast taming space. For some beastmasters who pursue the strength of the beast taming space, bonds and training are not important at all. As long as the level of the beast taming space is raised to a high enough level, you can directly control the powerful supernatural creatures in the wild to fight for you. Sky Crystal Fruit, a first-level space resource, a fruit containing weak space power, produced in the secret space. Price, 500,000/piece. Cough, 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 cough. Sure, you was choked. This price is more than 100 times that of other resources of the same level. Moreover, one fruit may not be enough for a green moth to eat. But maybe one meal could last for several days? That's still very expensive. After all, it only cost you 400,000 to make the silk thread of the green cotton worm reach a superb level. I bought it. Yusin made up his mind. Space resources were a bit more expensive, but the effect they brought after being cultivated was also more powerful than other attributes. Today's consumption is all about investment. Moreover, one void spirit stone could be exchanged for many void crystal fruits. He was currently worth dozens of void spirit stones, so there was no need for him to care about this little bit of money. Shiryu directly bought 2 first. After the order was placed, Shiryu even felt that he could fight again. He looked at the green worm again. At this time, the green cotton worm was trying hard to use its superb silk to penetrate Eleven's hardened body. However, it discovered in despair that even though it had become so much stronger, it still could not beat 11. Ouch. 11 looked down at the green cotton worm, indicating that its efforts were not enough. It's far from enough. It's still a long way off. You can't just rely on the points added by the Beastmaster. You also have to learn to work hard on your own. Only in this way can you gain the same strength as it. Grumble. The green cotton worm looked at 11 with admiration, its eyes full of stars. Suddenly, I feel that 11's image is so tall. Of course, due to the language barrier, they were both just gesticulating randomly. It is difficult for them to communicate smoothly. I don't even need to do any ideological work for the new pet. Shiryu looked at the 2 beasts communicating and thought that 11 was a good leader. From now on, it will be the ideological committee member of the team. The core idea it wants to convey is that you cannot rely on the points added by the Beastmaster. You have to work hard yourself as well. However, Shiryu always felt that just saying this would not be enough to deepen the impression of the pets. We still need some incentive policies. Otherwise, when we have more contracted pets in the future, we can create a ranking of efforts. Whoever has the most training will be given more points that day. Then we'll have an internal team meeting, let a bunch of pets fight, and then reward points based on their strength rankings. Isn't this rolled up? After becoming a Master Beastmaster, if you contract a new pet at each level, you will have at least 5 or 6 pets by then. It's okay now, but in the future, with so many pets, I won't be able to add enough points by myself, so an active competition rule within the team is still necessary. Shiryu felt that he was a genius. Come here, Chong. I will teach you the absolute sleeping skill. After learning this skill, your mental strength should be improved. Then you can try to control dreams. Afterwards, Shiryu called over King Mianchong, who was listening to 11's instruction. The green cotton worm crawled over silently, and faced with Shiryu's temptation, it shook its head, indicating that there was no need to add any more. It would rely on its own efforts. It's not a big problem. The relationship between extra points and hard work means you can get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. If you don't believe me, ask 11. After Shiryu finished speaking, King Mianchong looked at 11 blankly. The little food beast just nodded shyly. There was nothing he could do about it. Beasts in the world have no choice. Green Worm. Chapter 82. The Dreaming Bug. Thanks to the silver leader of the big boss, it's okay to read a book when you have nothing to do. After improving the silk of the green cotton worm to perfection, Shiryu then taught it absolute sleep. Name Green Worm. Growth level, awakening level 10. Skills, silk, superb, absolute sleep, beginner. The property panel of the green cotton worm may suddenly become like this. At this time, although the green cotton worm is still very weak, its potential has reached a very high level. Even for those evolution researchers, even 11, who has mastered a bunch of exaggerated skills, is not as valuable as the current green cotton worm. After all, the superb level of silk has such strong plasticity that it represents infinite possibilities. In fact, Shiryu wanted to add a little more and try whether the superb level silk could be further improved. But he really doesn't have the energy for it right now. Mainly because he doesn't want to face the fact that there may be higher levels of skill proficiency. Grumble. After learning absolute sleep, the green cotton worm was slightly surprised. How could there be such a convenient skill? Absolute sleep can help pets fall asleep instantly, and it is also a super deep sleep that can restore physical energy very quickly, which is exactly what it likes. Finally, I can stop suffering from insomnia. Don't think about whether you can't sleep or not for now. Do you feel better mentally and spiritually? Absolute sleep is a spiritual skill. Completing the teaching will enhance the spiritual power of the green cotton worm. After Shiryu finished speaking, the green cotton worm raised its head in confusion, looked at Shiryu, and then nodded. Big, probably. Why did Shiryu have the illusion that he was a teacher, asking students questions, and the students were vague and unable to answer? Then your next training task will be to practice lucid dreaming. Have you ever had the experience of having the same dream several times and then realizing that you were dreaming in the dream? Shiryu asked. The green cotton worm nodded and said, yes, yes, yes. It had dreamed of being eaten by birds more than once. Damn it, it will remember this crutch. After you realized it, did you struggle violently to wake yourself up? Shiryu asked again. The green cotton worm found it amazing. How could Shiryu know everything? Shiryu chuckled. Everyone who has a recurring nightmare will have the same experience. Before going to bed, concentrate on your imagination and hypnotize yourself to review the dreams you often have. This is the beginning of lucid dreaming. If you encounter a similar dream again and realize that you are dreaming, you have already succeeded halfway. At this time, you must stay calm and concentrate. Don't think about breaking free, but start to imagine. This is your own dream. If there is no external interference, everything in it is actually controlled by you. As long as your subconscious mind is strong enough, the nightmare scene may disappear from your eyes at any time. You can easily achieve whatever you want to see and become in your dream. When teaching skills, you may have to rely on the skill illustrations, but when it comes to teaching this, he understands it. Once when he was troubled by a nightmare, Shiryu successfully killed the female ghost with this trick, but unfortunately it only happened that time. At this time, King Mianchong understood vaguely, and 11 was eavesdropping while training next to him. Oh, isn't it just daydreaming? It's too virtual, not suitable for it, and boring. At the same time, it also thinks that since it can't control the insects, it might as well sweat. 11 chose to continue training hard. Currently, Shiryu's skill encyclopedia is full again. He can only increase the number of pages by contracting a pet beast, so there is no way to copy any dream-controlling skills. He can only let King Mianchong practice lucid dreaming on his own. He also wanted to contract the green cotton worm immediately, but the level of his beast-taming space was not high enough. However, Shiryu must complete the contract before the green cotton worm emerges from its cocoon. This has two advantages. First, if the green cotton worm becomes his pet first and fails to transform into a cocoon, Shiryu can use the beast controlling space to keep it from dying. The pet contract is a mysterious power. Unless it is absolutely annihilated, even if one of the beast master and the pet is in a critical condition, as long as one of them is in good condition, the critical party will not die directly. It is equivalent to locking the blood through the contract with the other party. Secondly, if the green cotton worm completes its evolution under the contract, Shiryu as a beast master may also gain some benefits in the process of its racial evolution. Just like the improvement of the growth level of a pet can bring some benefits to the beast master. Grumble. Afterwards, Shiryu explained to King Mianchong some key points of dream control, not only what he understood, but also related information he found on the internet in this world. This dream control culture in the otherworldly world seems to be much more popular than that on Earth. Grumble. After a while, the blue worm completely memorized the knowledge and immediately planned to start training. Hey, wait a minute. Shiryu yawned first, then called out to King Mianchong. I haven't finished yet. Don't dream randomly. Make a plan. He took out his cell phone, clicked on a picture, and showed it to King Mianchong. Picture. Name Frost Dragon. Racial level, medium overlord. Didn't you dream about turning into a dragon before? Take a look. Is this the kind of creature? Shiryu searched for a picture of an ice dragon on the internet. To be honest, the one they encountered in the ruins was somewhat different from this one. The scales of the dragon they encountered had a stronger texture, and only the dragon's whiskers were covered with hair. The ice dragon in the picture had ice blue hair all over its body, half and half covered with scales. But the temperament is the same, very majestic and domineering. Grumble. Seeing Shiryu take out his cell phone, King Mianchong took a curious look at the picture and then shook his head. It dreamed that it turned into a green, wingless dragon that was similar in size to itself, rather than this one with wings. Green dragon? No wonder. Shiryu almost knew why the green cotton worm dreamed of turning into a dragon. Most likely I have seen a picture of Qi Long somewhere, and then I had an impression of it. The azure dragon is a fictional creature in ancient mythology. Many places outside like to use its statues and portraits to ward off evil spirits. This is probably how the azure dragon saw it. Don't think about it. Look at this first. Shiryu pointed to the frost dragon in the picture. It's this guy. Maybe he's from the same tribe as him. He beat 11 up in the ruins last time. Read it carefully several times and try to dream it out. Then, I will teach you the skill of materializing dreams, and you will have a chance to defeat 11. Grumble. Really? Green worm, Omega. It looked at 11 who was in training. 11 was its spiritual and ideological leader. Defeating 11 sounded so fulfilling. While in training, 11 felt that someone was secretly attacking him. It turned its head and saw Shiryu and Qingmian looking at it with ill intentions. 11? What's wrong with it? Is it a crime to train hard? Shiryu put his phone on the ground with a smile, letting Qingmian observe the ice drag into his heart's content. Well, I'll print out a photo when I have time, otherwise it will be too troublesome. That's right, Shiryu planned to let the green cotton worm play big from the beginning. Directly use the frost dragon as the object of dream materialization. Of course, the effect will definitely be very poor at the beginning. Perhaps the combat power of the materialized thing is not even as good as that of the first-level awakened ice lizard, but the skill of virtual and real illusions must be cultivated slowly. I can't bear it anymore. At the same time, Shiryu's eyelids became heavier. After adding silkworms 48 times in a row, plus 1 absolute sleep, and eating 5 magic beans and some other supplements, Shiryu just felt very sleepy. Even with the supplements, his condition had reached the limit. The next day, Shiryu was not woken up by Qingmian or Shi, but by a phone call. Hello, your express delivery has arrived. Hold on. After hearing the sound, Shiryu got up in a daze, put on his cat slippers, and walked out of the training villa. Originally, Shiryu was still quite fuzzy when he just woke up, but after seeing the familiar courier in front of him, Shiryu suddenly became sober. This. The Skywing courier looked at Shiryu, then at the big villa behind, and suddenly realized something, revealing an envious expression. After a while, Shiryu put away the 2 empty crystal fruits and walked into the villa. A night passed, Shiryu looked out the window and saw that 11 seemed to be still training. Its training method is very simple. The 4 skills of multiplication, thunder palm, hardening, and supervision are activated at the same time to exercise coordination ability. This is what Shiryu taught him. After all, practicing a single skill is really meaningless. It is better to go straight for combination skills. This method can train 4 skills at the same time, and can also train the most important coordination ability for developing combination skills in the future, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Once I'm done with the evolution of Chong, I'll help 11 perfect the secret of the thunder armor. I just don't know how long we have to wait for the electromagnetic cannonball. The former is a combination of perfect level hardening and thunder palm, and the latter Shiryu estimated that it must be at least a combination of superb level hardening and thunder palm. After going downstairs and saying hello to 11, Shiryu quickly found the green cotton worm. At this time, the green cotton worm was sleeping in a potted plant in the training ground. Wake up. Shiryu called it using telepathy. Entry-level absolute sleep. You cannot perceive the dynamics of the outside world well when falling asleep. However, Shiryu has telepathy, so he will definitely wake everyone up when he calls them. This is better than any alarm clock. Chi. The green cotton worm opened its eyes in a daze, and then saw Shiryu. The next second, it started to chirp to seek credit. The green caterpillar, is a genius. You said you were pretty good at controlling dreams? You can already sketch out the image of an ice dragon? Hearing Qingmian say this, Shiryu was obviously stunned. This talent is quite good. Even ordinary people can develop this ability through practice. The green moth is still a bug after all. To be able to approach the state of lucid dreaming overnight, it must have the corresponding talent. But this is just the beginning, because in this kind of dream, the image of the ice dragon that the green cotton worm dreams of must be very vague. The quality of the materialized phantom is also related to the reality of the phantom. If the green cotton worm wants to perfectly materialize the ice dragon, it must at least dream clearly about every hair of the ice dragon. It is equivalent to requiring you to dream about a cat and being able to clearly count how many hairs the cat has in the dream. This is considered a success. This is undoubtedly very demanding, especially for pets that do not have the talent for dreams, but in order to complete the illusion of reality, this step must be practiced. I'll see if I can copy it to related skills later. Eat something first. Shiryu took out a transparent crystal fruit that looked like a glass product and handed it to the green cotton worm. Grumble. Although Qingmian didn't know what this was and didn't smell any fragrance, since it was given by Shiryu, it must be a good thing. Grumble. The green cotton worm cried out, crawled to the side, stuck its head out and took a small bite. Gurgle. After swallowing the fruit pulp, the worms did not taste anything and did not feel anything physically. Let's finish eating first, Shiryu said. Just like that, the green cotton worm began to work hard to eat the empty crystal fruit in front of it. The academic giant who researched the ice phoenix moth and bred the green cotton worm with superb skills published a public paper on insect silk. Although the superb silk of the green cotton worm can change its properties through food, the change in properties does not last long. If you want to maintain a certain quality, you must eat the same food every day. If the food is changed one day, the old properties of the silk may be overwritten by the new properties. From this we can see that the superb silk of the green wool worm has perfectly inherited the characteristics of the green wool worm itself, which can also evolve in different directions with different evolutionary materials. It's a pity that this big guy did not disclose the specific properties of the full attribute materials, but only gave 2 examples. Before, the green cottonworms ate the first-level resource dragon beard grass, which is a resource used to enhance the sharpness and toughness of silk thread skills. And now, as it finished eating a space crystal fruit, although the green cottonworm had not yet felt any changes in the silk, the skill illustration in front of Shiryu soon changed. Skill, Phantom. Skill level, Advanced. Status, available for teaching. Shiryu. It really works. The compatibility standard of the skill atlas can be changed later. Chi. At this moment, looking at Shiryu who suddenly showed a surprised expression, the green cottonworm didn't even know what was going on. Forget it. First, you should experiment to see what the properties of the current insect silk are. Chi. The green cottonworm nodded immediately, then condensed the silk into white arrows and shot them towards the ground in the distance. Whoosh. To the green cottonworm, there is no difference from before. Finally, with a bang, the silk arrow penetrated into the ground and cracks appeared on the ground, but the process was still uneventful. That's not quite accurate. The sharpness of the silk seems to have increased. After all, the venue here was specially designed for training, and the previous insect silk could not reach such power. Chi. The green cottonworm was at a loss. It seemed to be a little stronger, but it also didn't feel particularly strong. It looked at Shiryu, and at this time Shiryu was looking at the cracks on the training ground, silent. You just condensed the silk into arrows and fired them? The green cottonworm nodded and said, Yes. Shiryu. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was blind. Again. A moment later, another crack appeared on the training ground. 1. Just put it on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Shiryu let the green cottonworm spit out a strand of silk on the ground. Shiryu squatted down, touched it gently with his hand, and finally confirmed it. The properties of space-type filaments, in addition to being sharper, may also have the core property of being invisible. In fact, this kind of thing can be done by the necromancy, spirituality, and light systems, and they can all deceive people's spatial perception in different ways. As for this ability, Shiryu was silent for a moment. He just didn't know whether the space-based method of deceiving spatial perception was easier to crack than the deception methods of other attributes. If it is not easy to be cracked, it is not bad. If it is easy to be cracked, it is too bad. After all, if he wants to keep this kind of insect silk, he can't stop spending 500,000 empty crystal fruits. Sure enough, it is far from the broken line that can cut through space in his mind. Alas, after all, it was just a level 10 green cottonworm and a void crystal fruit containing a weak spatial force. He shouldn't have had too high expectations. The key point is not the silk, but this. Shiryu stretched out his hand, ready to teach the green cottonworm the skill of virtual and real illusions. Allowing the silk to temporarily possess spatial properties is not to strengthen the silk, but to enhance the compatibility between the green cottonworm and the spatial system. Picture book, teaching. Before the green cottonworm could react, Shiryu pressed his finger on its head. The green cottonworm lowered its head slightly. At the same time, a large amount of white light gathered into its body, changing its physique. In just a short moment, countless experiences and knowledge about real and unreal illusions emerged in the green cottonworm's mind, giving it a splitting headache. Grumble. After a moment, the green cottonworm accepted and comprehended this super complex skill with a look of amazement. It looked at Shiryu, who was stuffing magic beans with one hand and drinking an unknown liquid with the other. When it was still a little at a loss, Shiryu's voice entered its mind. Absolute sleep, dream quickly, materialize the ice dragon for me. From today on, you are no longer a green worm, but a worm of fantasy. By daydreaming, you can summon a fantasy bug that can fight a dragon. Chi, the beast master, gave the order, and the blue worm's blood boiled, and it fell asleep with full confidence. After all, it had practiced all night yesterday. It has great confidence in success. Then, Shiryu stood there and waited for about 5 minutes. Nothing happened and the green cottonworm seemed to be sleeping soundly. Stupid bug, if this were a battle, you would have died 100 times already. Who would give you 5 minutes to chant his skill? Shiryu was speechless, but thinking that it was essentially a green cottonworm rather than a dream beast, and that it had just learned its skills, he waited patiently. Another 5 minutes passed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In front of Shiryu, the space around the body of the green cottonworm seemed to be distorted. The image of the sleeping green cottonworm gradually disappeared. Instead, a creature that looked like a frost dragon, but it didn't look like one at all. In fact, it was only about 2 meters in size and looked like a blue lizard. It appeared in front of Shiryu. It exhaled cold air, flapped its wings, and its eyes revealed an extremely domineering look. This is not a traditional phantom, but a phantom with substance. It is a creature in the dream of the green cottonworm. It projects itself onto itself with the help of the power of space and successfully materializes. Frost Monitor, come on. Shiryu was speechless. It seems that I still need to practice. Otherwise, let alone the strength, even its appearance cannot be replicated 100, and the insect fake dragon's might cannot scare people. Grumble. The frost dragon roared. At this moment, it felt that it was invincible. Its strength was indeed much stronger than when it was a green cotton worm. Well, you are invincible. Go ahead. 11 is over there. Go challenge it. After Shiryu finished speaking, the frost lizard suddenly looked at the Panda King 11 in training and rushed over. Grumble. Chapter 83. Goody University. In the training ground, 11 was training well, but suddenly he felt a cold hostility around him. 11. Without even turning its head, it uses its supervision to see what's happening in the distance. The sleeping green moth inexplicably turned into an ice lizard, and then inexplicably rushed towards it. Because it is a materialized phantom, it is no different from a real entity, so even master-level supervision cannot see anything. Grumble. The ice lizard roared, let's fight it out. Leader. Is this a green worm? 11 is confused. Be gentle. Shiryu said silently. 11 was confused, and then, an ice lizard that was twice as tall and big as 11 rushed over and swept its huge tail towards 11. Although the ice dragon in the 6th level of the ruins can only use intimidation, ice claws, and cold breath, it still has some skills. If the green cotton worm transforms into the pseudo-ice dragon, it will probably only be able to fight in close combat. But even so, it made the green cotton worm swell up. Phantom is a high-level skill after all. Even if it is an entry-level skill, the feeling of using it is completely different from that of Silk. After transforming into an ice dragon phantom, the blue worm felt that its physical strength had indeed increased a lot, which was a feeling it had never had when using insect silk. However, bang. Next, the swollen green cotton worm only felt its giant tail sweeping across a huge iron lump. Immediately afterwards, its tail was grabbed by someone, and its whole body was swung up and thrown more than 10 meters away, hitting the wall of the training ground. 11 sighed. Green worm. The huge impact force caused the phantom of the green cotton worm to disappear directly, and it was replaced by itself sticking to the wall and then slowly sliding down. Grumble. The Beastmaster is a liar and cannot be defeated. Although 11 didn't know what happened, he still encouraged the green cotton worm. Actually, it's not bad. Not bad. You have become a little stronger. Maybe you can punch the country rat and wreak havoc in the wild boar forest alone. You are no longer that weak bug. It's just an empty shell. Reporting the green cotton bug is just asking for death. Shiryu. In fact, he doesn't have too many requirements for the blue worm at the moment. He doesn't ask for strength. It would be good enough if he could 100 replicate the appearance of the ice dragon. At that time, he will teach the green cotton worm a deterrent skill, the appearance of a giant dragon, the dragon's might. Isn't that it? It can completely get rid of the insect's fake dragon's might. By the way, he can also cause an invincible dragon tamer. ++. The green cotton worm slowly crawled up, feeling a huge blow in its heart. In order to prevent the blue worm from losing confidence, Shiryu also knew how to play. He said, 11, you turn into the smallest form and practice with the blue worm. The smallest form of 11 is only a dozen centimeters, which is not as big as a 20-centimeter green cotton worm. At the same time, its strength will also be greatly reduced. It is really worth exploring what the outcome of the battle will be when facing the green cotton worms that possess superb invisible silk threads. 11 didn't understand the purpose of this order. However, facing the Beastmaster's order, 11 naturally carried it out perfectly. After a moment, it became only a dozen centimeters tall, standing short on the huge training ground. Far away from it, after the green cotton worm regained consciousness, it stared blankly at 11, who was younger than itself, with a huge amount of confusion surrounding its tiny body. Next, the two pets started the second round of battle. It's true, what Shiryu didn't expect was that in this battle, the green cotton worms actually had the upper hand. 11, who possesses mastery-level supervision and can see through illusions, cannot see through the traces of invisible worm silk. Obviously, the space deception effect brought by the superb space-level silk completely suppressed the mastery-level supervision. At the same time, in the shrunken state, most of 11's strength was sealed, and the perfect level hardening was unable to completely defend against the superb level space-type filaments. Although he can defend against most of the power, 11's body will still be scarred if cut, and he needs to cooperate with high-speed healing to barely resist. Grumble. Looking at the miniature leader who was cautiously dodging under his pursuit, the green cotton worm felt that his life had reached its peak. Ouch. At the same time, 11's desire to win was also aroused, and he planned to defeat the bug in front of him in his smallest form. This seems to be effective? Looking at the two equally matched little guys, Shiryu fell into deep thought. Forget it. Never mind. I'm so sleepy. I'll go back to sleep for another nap. Having just taught a trick of illusion, he now wants to take a rest. You guys continue. I'm going to go back to sleep. There is enough food and recovery supplies in the training ground. 11. If the green cotton worm is injured, you can help treat it. Ing. G. After giving the instructions, Shiryu turned around and went back to rest, while Ying Bear and Gigi Chong seemed to have opened the door to a new world. 11, in particular, usually felt invincible and lonely, but now, in his shrunken state, he couldn't even suppress a bug perfectly. This allowed 11 to find a new way to train himself. Fight the enemy with your own strength that is reduced and sealed. Experience the fun of fighting. Put pressure on yourself. Whoever completes it will burst out with all his strength. It hopes that the ice dragon that Chong Chong transforms into can quickly become as strong as the ice dragon in the ruins. That would be interesting. At the same time, Chong Chong's confidence has returned. It plans to defeat the leader bit by bit, starting with the pocket version. Sleep. Shiryu opened the curtains and lay on the bed. From this place, he could directly see the situation in the training ground below through the glass. Seeing that she and Chong Chong were working very hard, he felt that he had done a good job in educating them. Just when Shiryu was about to lie down and take a nap, his cell phone rang again. Call request, Lu Qingyi. Shiryu was slightly startled and chose to answer the call. Then, wait quietly for the other party to speak. I was outside before. Oh. Shiryu felt that communicating with this guy required some reading comprehension. Previously, Shiryu told Lu Qingyi the good news of passing the ruins, and also asked about the plant pets. However, Lu Qingyi just gave a simple and perfunctory reply, and then there was no further news. So what she meant was that because she was outside, it was easier to reply. Shiryu expressed his understanding. After all, in his previous life, when he went to explore the deep mountains and forests, even if there was still a signal, he often delayed replying to other people's messages. First of all, congratulations on cracking that little relic. It's faster than I thought. I heard that the trial ruins are quite difficult. It seems that your talent for listening to the voice of history has helped a lot. Lu Qingyi was pleased that Shiryu was indeed talented. This was a trial-type relic. Even if Shiryu had 10 million starting funds, she didn't think that Shiryu could pass it quickly. After all, the iron-eating beast was still very weak at that time. Therefore, Lu Qingyi judged that Shiryu probably relied on his special talent to find clues and gain control of the ruins. Shiryu felt a little embarrassed. He only observed the first level carefully, and then simply relied on adding points to kill to the end. Well, it's okay, Shiryu said modestly. How was the harvest? Lu Qingyi pointed to the harvest in the ruins. Shiryu said, the pets have grown very fast because of some special resources in the ruins, and now they are very powerful. For example, the Iron Eater is not only about to reach level 10, but has also learned a new rare skill. He directly attributed the reason why 11 and the blue cotton worm were so strong to the ruins. It is reasonable that the pet will get a huge opportunity if the ruins are successfully cracked. Although, some of Chong Chong's resources are indeed due to this relic. Then it seems that your chances of passing this year's professional assessment are higher. The reason I'm looking for you this time is actually for what's to come. I would like to invite you to study at the Archaeology Department of Goody University after your professional assessment. This is also the school I attended before. What do you think? Are you interested? Although Shiryu has the talent to listen to the voice of history, this talent is too random. As a member of the 11th Bureau, Shiryu should have some basic or even advanced archaeological knowledge. This will also be more conducive to Shiryu's investigation of the history of Bingyuan City, and at the same time, it will also be beneficial for Shiryu to become her assistant in the future. Go to school. Shiryu was stunned, then looked confused. Oh my god, another senior is here? You hate school. That's not the case, it's just that I went to college twice, and it feels a bit strange. Although, the universities in this world may be different from those in my previous life. That is a top-notch institution where only professional-level beast tamers and above can pursue further studies, and the college entrance examination is a professional assessment. The enrollment day for Goody University is after the professional assessment, which is still 4 months away. Shiryu asked. Yes, but at present, most of the beast masters in various departments of ordinary colleges and universities have graduated. So next, the entire month of September will be the open days of Ancient Capital University. If you're interested, you can go and have a look in advance and get in touch with the beast masters in big cities. Otherwise, if you don't have any preparation, I'm really worried that you won't be able to pass the professional assessment of Ancient Capital. Go take a look, and then you can decide whether to take the career assessment in a first-level city or stay in Bingyuan City to take the career assessment. After all, the field of beast masters in Pingqing and even Bingyuan City is too backward. Although, with Shiryu's talent, he could directly transfer to university through connections, But Lu Qingyi still hoped that Shiryu's own ability was not too bad. It would be best if he could enter the ancient capital university through normal procedures. That was why she recommended Shiryu to go to a first-tier city for professional assessment. Okay. September, right? I'll go check it out when I have time. So there are still 2 or 3 days left. Well, as for the plant-type pet you mentioned earlier, I'm looking for it. Lu Qingyi had an encyclopedia of pet animals beside her. She searched for it again and again and opened the illustrated book. It's not urgent. Shiryu said, we can talk about it after the career assessment. The biggest and most convenient function of the relic space is the space equipment. With this, Shiryu can carry many things with him. For example, before signing a contract with the green cotton worm, he can put the green cotton worm here. When he goes to the wild and encounters danger, he can also hide in the ruins by himself. If he does not encounter an enemy who is proficient in space, he is invincible. At the same time, living in here is always safer than outside. In addition, you can carry several months' worth of food with you, so you don't have to carry a lot of luggage wherever you go. On the contrary, farming only adds an additional value to the ruins, and it is indeed not a very urgent project. Good. Then I won't bother you for now. Lu Qingyi hung up the phone and completed her notification. At the same time, Shiryu put down the phone and lay on the bed looking at the ceiling. The ancient capital, one of the 9 first-level cities in Dongwang, and the closest first-level city to Bingyuan City. It has legendary beast masters and guardian-level creatures in charge. It is a super metropolis, and there are many ancient ruins. It is an archaeological holy land. Relics? Archaeological sites? Never mind, it would be no big deal to go and take a look in a few days. He has never been out of Icefield City, so he might as well treat it as a trip. Chapter 84. Chong Chong stands up. After hanging up the phone, Shiryu slept until 4:30 in the afternoon. He found that after adding more food and taking more supplements, his daily routine became a little disrupted. Gurgle. As a voice was heard, Shiryu touched his stomach with empty eyes again. I'm so hungry. Up to now, he has still eaten the meal from last night and has not eaten breakfast or lunch today. Boom, boom, boom. Shiryu, who was hungry, knocked on the window and shouted to the 11th and green cottonworm, who were still fighting below, stop. 11 and green cottonworm, who were pecking at each other, raised their heads. Ah, Shiryu finally woke up. We are going on a long trip next month. You too, go to the warehouse and divide up the food you need in advance. It should be at least enough for a week. No, half a month. Ah, grumble. When the 2 pets heard about traveling, they were startled, then nodded quickly. They don't know what traveling is or what moving is, but they know what preparing food means, and that's enough. Shiryu took out the relic bead. He had cleaned it out some time ago and had completed a preliminary study of it. The space inside is huge, but apart from a pile of ethereal stones and a pile of ice energy crystals, it is deserted. Since they are going on a long journey, Shiryu and the others must put their luggage here. In fact, after arriving in the ancient capital, he didn't even need to look for a hotel. He could just find a deserted place and hide in the relic bead. But in this case, a house or something must be built inside, so Shiryu decided to buy a portable house before leaving. Apart from this, other places can be left deserted for now. When the time comes, we won't take 11 back to the beast taming space. We can just let it in the blue cotton worm train in the relic bead. Although it has been semi-abandoned due to the long time, it was once the beast taming space of the legendary beast tamer, and there are many benefits to training pets in it. Go make yourself something to eat first. Shiryu turned over and successfully got out of bed, then went into the kitchen. Soon after, he left the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. After a few seconds of silence, he closed the refrigerator and said to himself, reward yourself by going out for a meal tonight. No, it doesn't matter whether I eat or not. The main thing is to help King Mianchong print out photos of the frost dragon from various angles. It would be better to see if there is any toy store that sells ice dragon models. If he remembered correctly, because of the legend of Icefield City, there were quite a lot of ice dragon figures here. Alas, it's worthy of you, Shiryu. You have to go out so late for your pet. You have worked so hard. Shiryu put on the mask to take credit. After deciding to go out for dinner, Shiryu ran to see the work progress of Shi and the others. They were quite efficient and finished everything quickly. In the villa's fresh-keeping warehouse, 11 packed large bags of bamboo, ironwood, and energy crystals, and King Mianchong also prepared a sack of dragon beard grass for himself. Shiryu was silent. Yes, the 2 pets knew what they were like and had prepared a lot of food for them. Is there anything else I need to bring? Oh. 11 shook his head. Chi. The green cottonworm also shook its head. Then pack this amount when you leave. Well, it saves us from buying food later. Then you guys continue? Shiryu took out the relic bead and said, go and continue fighting here. I'm going out to eat something. 11 and Green Mianchong were bewildered. At this time, Sure you didn't know whether the relic bead in his hand looked like a broken pot held by a traveler or like a pokeball. August 28th, night. Sure you walked out of the huge villa area and took a taxi to the prosperous commercial street. The city's neon lights are bright at night, and countless fireflies are flying in the sky, making the night here beautiful. Name Firefly. Racial level, low level extraordinary. Racial skills, glow. Introduction, an extraordinary creature active at night, who likes to use his abilities to light up other creatures at night. This is a fairly harmless creature with basically no natural enemies. A weak one is really just like a light bulb, and a stronger one, strong light can cause damage. However, luminescence is a level-free skill. Referring to the silk of the green moth, if you want to use it in combat, it should at least be at the perfect level. It is precisely because of their harmlessness that fireflies are free to appear in individual parts of the city. This kind of thing appears in commercial streets, squares, and parks, and is always more attractive than mosquitoes and flying insects. After Sure you lavishly spent 288 yuan on a bowl of ramen made with spiritual plants as raw materials, he began walking on this commercial street, looking for the store he needed. He first found a store that specialized in selling models of extraordinary creatures and spent 1,500 yuan to buy an exquisite scale model of a frost dragon. Afterwards, he was going to find a photo printing shop and print out the pictures he had found. But at this moment, Sure you was attracted by a young man sitting on the street, under the streetlights and countless fireflies. A teenager in school uniform, who looked like a high school student, was sitting on the roadside with a paintbrush in his hand, quietly immersing himself in his own world of painting amid the noisy crowd. On the drawing board in front of him was a scene of swarms of fireflies flying in the sky. Sure you glanced at it as he passed by, and he had to say it was really beautiful. The fireflies in the painting flicker and look lifelike, just like they are alive. Next to the student who was painting, there was a plant pet, the glowing mushroom, with a large colorful mushroom cap. The boy seemed to treat the various colors of its mushroom cap as dyes and would dip his paintbrush in them anytime and anywhere. Name Colorful Mushroom. Racial level, low level extraordinary. Racial skills, glowing, colored spores. Introduction, a plant that can emit many kinds of light. Spores of different colors have different effects. It also contains a magical substance that can be used as a top-level fluorescent dye. When faced with more common supernatural creatures, Sure you doesn't even need to scan them with his phone to know their specific information. Perhaps because Sure you had been standing and observing for too long, the student raised his head and looked at Sure you. Sure you pointed to the painting box next to him, on which were 4 big words written, Paid Painting, Price 101,000 yuan per piece. Can you help me draw some pictures? What do you want to draw? The student asked in a childish voice. For pictures of the frost dragon from different angles. Sure you originally planned to print them directly, but he changed his mind. This student's painting skills are very good, better than those formal painters in the studio. This painting looks like the real thing, or it may be the magic of the colorful mushroom. Anyway, it looks more real than the photo. It would be better to just ask someone to draw a few pictures of ice dragons and give them to King Mianchong for him to appreciate. Pictures already have special effects, so it wouldn't be too much to ask King Mianchong to also have some wind and snow special effects for the ice dragon he embodies. Ice dragon? I can draw it, but it may take some time. How long will it take? 3 days. 3 days will be enough. Okay, do you have a cell phone? Sure you said. The student shook his head. Sure you. As poor as he was before? It seems that Shin Kai and his people are quite rich, otherwise they would not have set off a tonic craze in Pingqing. Then I'll give you the money first, and I'll come here to pick up the painting in 3 days. Sure you said. No, it's okay. I'll paint first. The student said, after the painting is finished, you can decide the price. Let me decide. Sure you smiled. It seemed that the other party was very confident in his painting. The young painter also smiled and nodded. Then, Sure you chatted for a few more sentences and understood the other party's identity. The other party studied a painting-related major and seemed to have good grades. His dream was to become a great painter, so he contracted the colorful mushroom as a pet and planned to use it to assist him in painting. Not every beastmaster contracts a pet for the purpose of fighting. In this world, pets have long been integrated into all walks of life. Sure you decided to place an order, but in the end, since the other party didn't have a mobile phone at all, Sure you could only print out pictures for the other party to view. At the same time, he forced the other party to pay a deposit of 1,000 yuan. It is not easy for a young student to be self-reliant at such a young age. He deserves support. If he had not met the rich Lady Lu, he might be the same as her now. However, the other party made money by selling paintings, while he made money by selling silk. After commissioning 4 ice dragon paintings, Sure you felt sleepy. I'm tired again. I slept all day and did nothing. Why am I tired again? Sure you found it outrageous. Okay, go home and stop wandering around. After Sure you returned home, 11 and the green cotton worm and the relic bead were still in high spirits. Shiryu was envious. With nutritious food and the blessing of the ruined space, they can quickly recover from sleep. Even if they're exhausted, they can quickly regain their energy by taking a nap. It is really enviable. It would be nice if the skill encyclopedia could be used on myself as well. High-speed healing and absolute sleep, these must all be arranged. Shiryu knew that the talent for taming beasts would upgrade as the level of the beast master increased, and even the abilities of certain special talents would undergo a qualitative change. Shiryu was very curious. Besides increasing the number of pages, were there any other possible changes to the skill encyclopedia? Logically speaking, since humans have talents like sharing and fusion, they should still have some unknown potential. However, some people speculate that humans with this strange and special talent may be hybrids of humans and other extraordinary creatures. When I take the professional exam, I should be able to see all kinds of beast taming talents. I wonder if I can meet a girl with beast ears. Shiryu was still thinking about it and was very curious about the unknown. However, the most urgent task is to continue training these two guys, 11 and Green Mianchong. Name Iron-Eating Beast. Growth level, Awakening level 9. Skills, Hardening Perfect, Thunder Palm, Mastery, High-Speed Healing, Mastery, Supervision, Mastery, Deterrence, Mastery, Absolute Sleep, Mastery, Multiplication, Mastery. Name Green Worm. Growth level, Awakening level 10. Skills, Silk, Masterful, Absolute Sleep, Beginner, Illusion Beginner. As for 11, his various skills are sufficient for now, and his proficiency is basically acceptable, so Shiryu plans to leave it alone for the time being, let it adapt on its own, and then use large amounts of food and training to improve its growth level. As for the green cotton worm, considering that it is working very hard now, Shiryu plans to upgrade its absolute sleep to the mastery level first to increase its training efficiency. At the same time, I also upgraded the virtual and real phantom to the mastery level. In this way, the combat effectiveness of the green cotton worm can be achieved. It might be difficult to fight against a level 10 pet of the leader race, but I think it's okay to fight against an opponent of the same level from the extraordinary race. In addition, the foundation for evolution has been laid. At that time, the green cotton worm after emerging from the cocoon is basically in a sleeping state. Other green cotton worms are in ordinary deep sleep at this time, but it is an absolute sleep. It will definitely gain more benefits because it can absorb more nutrients. Then when breaking out of the cocoon, the green cotton worm with virtual and real illusions only needs to project the illusion in the dream onto itself, and it can break the cocoon however it wants. Whether it wants to imagine metamorphosis into a butterfly, a bug leaping into the dragon gate, or a phoenix nirvana, it is up to it. Of course, to be on the safe side, Shiryu would definitely teach it a few more skills before it emerged from its cocoon, such as high-speed healing, deterrence, multiplication, etc. Whether the superb level silk can be upgraded depends on when Shiryu has the energy. If he decided to go to the ancient capital next month, Shiryu would temporarily set a small goal of upgrading absolute sleep and illusion to mastery level for Chong Chong before departure, and he would make other plans later. Chong Chong, this is for you. In the relic space, 11 and the Green Mianchong who were in training suddenly discovered Shiryu coming in. Shiryu was seen walking slowly towards me, holding an ice dragon model in a photo bag. 11 took a closer look and found that it was not a real ice dragon, so he felt bored. As for the green cotton worm, its eyes lit up. Grumble. So cool. It looked at the exquisite ice dragon model and recalled the thing in its dream. After comparing it, it suddenly felt what it had shaped in its dream. Watch carefully and imagine quietly, it will accompany you to sleep tonight. Shiryu laughed. The reason why he let Chong Chong use the ice dragon as the first transformation template was mainly because he had a lot of ice energy crystals and an ice dragon whisker of unknown function. These things could be used as prompts to greatly enhance the quality of the phantom in the future. And this. Shiryu also gave the printed photo to Qingmian Chong. He printed 2 copies, one for the young painter to use as a reference for painting, and one for Chong Chong to look at first. This one was cheap, only a few yuan. And your own. In addition, Shiryu took out another stack of photos. This time, the images in the photos were 11 in training and Qingmian Chong sleeping. Shiryu gave the photos to 11 and Qingmian Chong. Qingmian Chong was okay, as it was just an ordinary surprise, but 11 was stunned when he looked at his own photo. I took the photo secretly when you were training, just as a souvenir. Shiryu chuckled. 11 looked at the photos and was moved by himself, and he also approved of himself. It turns out that it is possible to record the scene of your hard training. It must be treasured.jpg. 11 wanted to store the photos, but unfortunately there were no pockets, so he could only clamp them between his hairy arms and body. At this moment, 11 suddenly looked at Shiryu. Since the scenes of hard training can be recorded. What about the heroic appearance during the battle? Panda 11 stared at Shiryu seriously with eager eyes. Ouch. Can I take a picture of it? It must have been very handsome and cool at that time. Victory moments should be recorded more than training moments. One represents the process, and the other represents the result. 11 thinks this photo is a really good thing. With this record, he feels that the rewards of his efforts have doubled. After every training and battle, 11 always felt that something was missing. Now he finally found it. A recorder. Sure you. Damn, I'm just taking some photos to record my life. You let me take photos when I'm fighting? Other Beastmasters are trying their best to command, and even enhancing their talents. Is it appropriate for me to use my mobile phone to record and take pictures? I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death. Sure you felt that he was going to be in trouble. Influenced by him, this panda seemed to be beginning to have narcissistic tendencies. I don't know. I don't understand. I'm sleeping. Sure you decisively responded perfunctorily and went to sleep, leaving the little panda with a confused look on his face. August 29th. Adhering to the good principle of learning one high-level skill a day to keep healthy, sure you plan to upgrade the 2 high-level skills of the green cotton worm to the mastery level in 6 days. In the remaining time, he also has to take some time to meditate and study. With a large amount of ethereal stones, it should be no problem to upgrade the beast taming space within 4 months. What sure you should be anxious about now is the written test and the professional assessment. The professional assessment is divided into 4 parts: basic test, written test, field survival, and ranking battle. The basic test is to detect whether the level of the beast master has reached the standard and whether the level of the pet has reached the standard. It is detected by machine and is relatively easy, so it is placed first. Next is the written test that all candidates hate. A professional beastmaster is by no means a reckless man who only knows how to fight. It requires very high professional qualities. Not only must he remember the appearance, skills, and races of thousands of common pets, but he must at least match 95 of them to be qualified. In addition, there are some common pet beasts habits, weaknesses assessments, and comprehensive combat questions. Often this level can directly eliminate a lot of people. In order to avoid failing this test, sure you seem to have returned to his high school life. Fortunately, he felt that this thing was much easier to memorize than English words. The most important thing was that he was interested in it. In addition, his mental power and memory were much stronger than in his previous life. In this state, learning efficiency is definitely high, provided that you add less. Otherwise, the learning efficiency will drop quickly. Moderation. While shouting for moderation, sure you adjusted the green cotton worm's absolute sleep to the proficient level. The absolute sleep level has been improved, and the blue cotton worm's mental strength and sleeping state have been improved again. In addition, after staring at the photo and model of the ice dragon for a long time, the ice dragon it materialized looks a little bit more like the ice dragon than yesterday. August 30th. Sure you began to point out the real and unreal illusions. The entry-level virtual reality phantom logo can easily materialize the phantom in your dreams. The skillful level phantom symbol, in addition to improving the quality of the phantom, can now materialize more complex phantoms, such as summoning the phantoms of dozens of creatures, as in the 4th and 5th levels of the ruins. However, this number of manifestations does not mean much to the green cotton worm. After all, sure you intends to let it take the elite route, and the things that are manifested require strength and quality. In terms of the skills of the green cotton worm, they are still developing steadily at present. What really brings about a qualitative change in the green cotton worm is the mastery level virtual and real illusion. Sure you had investigated the skill of illusion and phantom. There were very few creatures that mastered this racial skill, and their origins were all very impressive. The most approachable ones are the nine-tailed dream fox of the king race. Others, like the dream shell and the nightmare lord of the overlord race, are simply inaccessible to ordinary people. Sure you estimated that the shell phantom in the ruins was the dream shell, an extremely rare creature whose total number of recorded appearances in various countries had not even exceeded 10 times. Because there are very few creatures that have mastered this skill, relevant information is difficult to find. Sure you found it in a paid paper, and the subscription fee cost him a lot. Once you have mastered the level of virtual and real illusions and have reached this proficiency, your pet can use external forces, such as props, to improve the quality of the illusion. At that time, if you transform into an ice dragon again, those ice energy crystals may be useful. Even more outrageous, the ice dragon's whisker may also be useful. On this day, the balance of victory between Xiaoyi and Qingmian was completely tilted towards Qingmian. To put it simply, the illusion of reality is the ability to enhance reality through spirit and space. As long as the mental ability and spatial attainments are strong enough, there is hope of rewriting reality. After reaching the proficiency level of absolute sleep and proficiency level of virtual and real illusion, sure you developed a dream mode for the green cotton worm. That is, a combination of absolute sleep and real and virtual illusions. First enter the sleeping state, then dream about yourself, project your own illusion onto yourself, and perform nesting dolls. In this way, the worm is equivalent to wearing a layer of green cotton worm phantom. Due to the influence of spiritual and spatial forces in this dream mode, the power of the green cotton worm's transparent silk and its own physical strength will be greatly enhanced. At the same time, since it has been in an absolute sleep state, its physical recovery speed can be said to be very fast in this state. Inside the relic bead, Chong Chong showed his great power and chased after 11. Grumble. Chong Chong finally stood up, and there was no pressure in suppressing and shrinking 11. 11 was so angry that he didn't understand why he couldn't even beat a bug. Faced with the fantasy worm in the dream mode, Pocket 11 can be said to be miserable and feels under great pressure. Therefore, it could only grow a little bigger and kill the green cotton worm instantly. Green cotton worm, GQAQ? 11. To punish myself, I will double the amount of training today. Chapter 85. Before departure. After spending a few days adding some green cotton worms, Shiryu felt that the results were quite good. Although he might not be able to defeat the moon flame beast that has passed the skill test, and is the pet of the rookie representatives from various districts and counties in Bingyuan City, it should not be difficult to defeat Chen Kai easily. This is already a very good result for the green moth, which is physically weak and can usually only rise after evolution. It was the evening of September 1st. At the same place on the commercial street, Shiryu received the 4 ice dragon paintings he had requested. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, you can modify it. Students are like the humble party bee. As the client, Shiryu looked at the painting. Although he had a few ideas for changes, he thought about it and decided not to do so. He was afraid that he would still not be satisfied and would want to go back to the original version. No, let's just leave it like this. Shiryu looked at the painting carefully. The ice dragon's demeanor, dragon might, and even the supreme ice power that was enough to cause a violent storm were all completely lifelike under the magical power of the colorful mushroom dye, as if the ice dragon had really come alive in the painting. This has already exceeded Shiryu's expectations. In the past life, it would have been a pipe dream to buy these paintings for several thousand yuan, but here, the price is really reasonable, and it is hard to imagine that they were created by a student. Anyway, with such a vivid painting as a reference, and by mastering the absolute sleep and illusion of the green cotton worm, it should be able to materialize an ice dragon very well. Let's work together again if we have a chance in the future. What's your name, Ma? My name is Ma Liang. Next, Shiryu paid the balance and left, already impatient to add some more. Name Greenworm. Skills, Silk, Masterful, Absolute Sleep, Skilled, Illusion, Skilled +1. Today's extra time has not started yet. In order to study and meditate normally during the day, he left the extra time for the evening. Grumble. Inside the relic bead, the green cotton worm that was doubting its life after being beaten by 11 was released by Shiryu. It feels that the leader does not keep his word. We clearly agreed to train our strength in a shrunken state, but why do I accidentally grow bigger and kill it in seconds every time? Could this world be any friendlier? Here, this is for you. After releasing the green worm, Shiryu took out 4 very realistic portraits of ice dragons. The various special effects seemed to be able to release the cold air in the paintings, which immediately attracted the attention of the green worm. Green cotton worm. Chirp. Omega. So handsome. It looked at the portrait carefully, hoping to imprint the image deeply in its mind. Hiki. Shiryu smiled. Nonsense, he spent thousands of dollars to buy this. It's more expensive than that model. Come to think of it, why are there no models with special effects made of special materials? Otherwise, it would be completely feasible to buy one. Next, Shiryu did not delay any further and directly completed today's additional orders for King Mianchang. Skill, Phantom Mastery. After Shiryu completed this operation, the green cotton worm took a long time to absorb and digest before it reacted, and then endless fighting spirit burst out of its eyes. Inside the relic bead, the nth round of the ultimate showdown between the iron-eating beast and the blue-winged worm is about to begin. This time, King Mianchang changed his previous attitude and did not go into battle lightly. With the help of Shiryu, he brought a prop with him. Level 1 Ice Energy Crystal. The green cotton worm was at one side of the field, hugging the cool energy crystal and falling asleep peacefully. Opposite it, 11 had already started warm-up training. He had to do it. The green cotton worm took several minutes to prepare and its transformation was too slow. If it just stared and waited, it would be a waste of time. After an unknown amount of time, the green cotton worm seemed to have completed the construction of the phantom in the dream. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The phantom's light enveloped itself and its ice crystal pillow. Immediately afterwards, a cold wind blew all around, with exceptionally strong power. At this time, Shiryu, who was studying with a textbook in the distance out of boredom, raised his head with a slightly happy expression. Hey, this time it feels good. Roar. In the wind and snow, the roar of a giant dragon was heard. After Shiryu used his mobile phone to continuously play the roar of the evil dragon, the green cotton worm seemed to finally understand that the dragon's cry was not chi-chi-chi, which was a great improvement. Roar. With another roar, Shiryu and Shi saw the full picture of the creature projected by the green cotton worm in the wind and snow. It is about 2 meters tall, with an overall ice blue hue. It looks like a combination of a dinosaur and a strong, bipedal western dragon. Its entire body is covered with blue hair that looks like ice spikes. It is as domineering as the ice dragon that Dream Shell materializes into. And this time, the blue worm did a particularly good job in terms of expression. The bright blue pupils and black scara of the ice dragon were perfectly restored by it. Although there are still some flaws upon closer inspection, the ice dragon this time has begun to take on the appearance of a dragon. Of course, in terms of size, it is definitely still a little small. Apart from that, Shiryu doesn't know what kind of power this ice dragon can exert. Boo-hoo. At this time, seeing that the green cotton worm's first transformation was so successful, 11 was no longer sleepy. He began to get ready for a big battle. 11 rushed forward directly, scaring the ice dragon so much that it turned around and flew away. Green cotton worm, you haven't become small yet. Can't you afford to play? The green worm quickly exited the ice dragon form and refused to fight with 11. 11? The two pets stared at each other in shock. 11 asked you what you were doing. Chi. The green cotton worm indicated that it was willing to fight by shrinking first. Shiryu. Well, neither of the two pets wants to suffer a loss. Don't worry, King Mianchong, you should perfect your skills, and then we can practice against each other again. Shiryu smiled and stood up and said, I'll find you some videos of Ice Crack Claw and Cold Breath. This kind of low and mid-level skill should be very easy to simulate with ice energy crystals as the energy source. Although the proficiency level won't be high, it's enough for initial combat. It is impossible for the materialized phantom to possess highly proficient skills unless the green cotton worm itself has mastered similar skills. For example, if Shiryu taught it deterrence and raised it to a very high level, then the green cotton worm could simulate high-quality dragon power. However, it would be a bit difficult for it to use ice claws and cold breath with high proficiency. Prerequisite skills, this is also one aspect that determines the quality of the illusion. The quality of the illusion is determined by how many skills the pet using the illusion has mastered that are compatible with the transformation and summoning object. This is also the reason why the illusion projected by the green cotton worm can exert considerable combat power. Ouch. 11 barked out of boredom, spoiling the fun. It took so long to warm up. On September 2nd, Shiryu began to book a flight to the ancient capital 2 days later, which was September 4th. By then, there would be just enough time to upgrade the green cotton worm's absolute sleep to the mastery level, which would be considered as achieving his small goal before setting off for the ancient capital. Shiryu didn't know how long this trip would take, but when he was away from home, he didn't plan to add any extra time outside. Instead, he planned to use his free time to meditate and improve the level of his beast-taming space. I have booked a flight for September 4th and should be able to arrive at the ancient capital airport on the same day. Because Lu Qingyi asked Shiryu to let her know when he went to the ancient capital, Shiryu sent her his itinerary after booking the plane ticket. After a while, Lu Qingyi gave Shiryu a mysterious number. 8723738877. When you are planning to visit Kodo University, you can call this number. I have asked someone on campus to show you around. Of course, if you want to wander around on your own, that's fine too. Good. Shiryu saved the phone number and began to look forward to the day after tomorrow. As far as he knew, all the planes in this world were mechanical life forms. They are all driven by their beast masters, or mechanics. It is for this reason that air tickets are very expensive. However, even if air tickets are very expensive, most people have no choice. Apart from this method, there are not many ways for ordinary people to travel from one big city to another. After all, most of the wild areas are still occupied by wild supernatural creatures, and it is impossible to move without the escort of a powerful beast master. In fact, the situation in the country is still relatively good. Even if there are extraordinary creatures in the wild areas between cities, they are all of lower races and not very powerful, and are completely within the control of the country. The wilderness areas between countries are truly dangerous places that are difficult to cross. I'm afraid only legendary beast masters can safely travel from one country to another. Even master beast masters cannot easily cross borders alone. Because of this, there is currently very little communication between the 7 countries of Blue Star. Apart from some important trade activities, such as introducing each other's unique pets or holding some world-class competitions, they basically just go about their own business. 7 countries. As for the other 6 countries, Shiryu only knew that the other countries seemed to be different from Dongwang. They did not have the same mythological system. In ancient times, they each had different mythological creatures as beliefs, And the active and extraordinary creatures were also different. Creatures like slimes and elves were rare in Dongwang. Even dragon species like frost dragons were not local, but migrated from far away. However, like Dongwang, the history of each country had a fault, and the gods were in a state of collective disappearance. There must be a big secret. There was light in Shiryu's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. Hey Shiryu, be honest. You haven't even figured out the history of your own country or your own city, so why are you thinking about other national myths? Shiryu patted his face, trying to return to reality. Chapter 86. Beast Tamers in Big Cities. As for time, its speed depends on fate. Sometimes it feels very fast, sometimes it feels very slow. For example, during the fulfilling point adding process, Shiryu felt that time passed very quickly. After working a little, reading a book and taking a nap, Shiryu felt that he had not done anything yet, and it was September 4th in the blink of an eye. Shiryu got up before dawn that day. After all, he had to catch a morning flight. Pingshu was quite far from Bingyuan City Airport, so he had to sacrifice some sleep time. Inside the villa, Shiryu yawned and began to pack his luggage, his eyes drowsy and sleepy. When he finished packing, the express train he had booked was already waiting for him on the side of the road. After getting on the train, Shiryu closed his eyes again and took a short rest. Handsome guy, we're here. An unknown amount of time had passed. Shiryu had been meditating to counteract his sleepiness, but when he heard the driver calling him, he was no longer sleepy. Seeing the honest face of the driver, he realized that what he said was probably from his heart. We're here. Thank you for your hard work, master. Shiryu paid the fare with a smile, then got out of the car with his luggage and waved goodbye to the driver. It was called luggage, but it was actually just a small backpack, containing some documents that would be used later and a bottle of water. As for other things, they were thrown into the relic bead. Shiryu glanced at the time. It was 8:30 in the morning. Did he feel like he could still eat something? He looked around and found that the airport was already crowded with people. As for the food, Shiryu found that the only convenient ones were egg-filled pancakes, rujiyamo, grilled sausage, and boiled corn. While it was still early, Shiryu bought a cup of soy milk and a meat bun to deal with it simply. You guys should solve it yourself, Shiryu said to the 11th and green cotton worms in the relic bead hanging around his neck. Then he started to rush to the airport. Now, before Shiryu boarded the plane, he had a question. If the plane was a mechanical life, whose responsibility would it be when the passengers wanted to go to the toilet? Even if the interior environment was detachable, any mechanic with a bit of cleanliness obsession might not be able to be a pilot. Half an hour later, Shiryu completed a series of registration procedures and passed the security check smoothly. He was originally worried whether the relic beads might be some contraband, but it seemed that nothing was detected. Per safety rating. What if someone puts a bomb in space equipment and brings it on the plane? It doesn't seem to be that troublesome. After all, Beastmasters are mobile bombs. The flight to the ancient capital airport is about to take off. In the waiting area, Shiryu heard the announcement. He had already taken out his mobile phone and turned on the scan function. Name M50 Thunder. Attribute, mechanical. Racial level, medium commander. Growth level, racial skills. Introduction, artificial mechanical life, used for combat, transportation, and reconnaissance. Looking at the information about the plane, there were too many flaws and Shiryu didn't know how to complain. However, he thought that riding on this kind of plane shouldn't involve any bird strikes or anything like that. Even if it was an extraordinary bird, it would probably be shot down before it even got close to the plane. This illustrated manual doesn't record the detailed technical information of the aircraft. But that's normal. If it records too much detail, what if there is a hijacker? Shiryu imagined that he couldn't get over the plane accident. Well, let's get ready to go. Shiryu got up from his seat, looked out the glass window, touched the relic beads on his neck, took a deep breath and said, Icefield City, Icefield Airport. Soon, this mechanical life plane named M50 Thunder slowly took off. After boarding, Shiryu still didn't find any difference between it and an ordinary plane. Perhaps only after encountering danger can it show its true extraordinary qualities as a mechanical life. Although Shiryu really wanted to personally experience how the mechanic, the captain, and the plane would cope with bad weather and encountering a flying beast, he couldn't curse the plane to have an accident. He was not some elementary school student who was the god of death, and he didn't have the physique to cause accidents wherever he went. A beautiful white plane flew across the blue sky, splitting it in two. Everything remained calm until Shiryu heard a reminder that the flight was about to end. Shiryu came out of meditation and looked out the window. An unfamiliar city came into view, with countless buildings rapidly growing from small to large. Ancient capital airport. After arriving at the destination, Shiryu quickly left the dense crowd. He didn't like crowded environments very much. After leaving quickly, Shiryu took out his mobile phone and started navigating the route to Goody University. The total area of all the campuses and training sites of the ancient capital university is comparable to the size of the entire Pingcheng district. It is very large. To be precise, the areas of the 9 major colleges and universities of Dongwang are also very large. For this reason, the open days of these schools last for about a month. Otherwise, if the days were shorter, those candidates who came from afar might not be able to visit all the schools. Sure, you didn't plan to finish the tour on the first day. You just wanted to get familiar with the route today. The combat department of Ancient Capital University is not very good, and the animal husbandry department is not very good either. Only the archaeology department seems to be a bit good. Sure, was navigating while muttering to himself, recalling the gossip summaries on the internet. However, this is only relative to other top universities. It is normal that each of the 9 top universities has its own ace major. Moreover, even though it is an unpopular major, it is actually not weak. It is full of elites. The students are basically professional beastmasters around 20 years old, and the teachers are all at the master level. Their strength is unquestionable. The nearest one is the North Campus, which is the territory of the combat department. Let's go there first. After Shiryu determined the location, he planned to stroll over there. Do you want to come out for some fresh air? At the same time, Shiryu asked 11 and the green cottonworm and the relic bead. G. However, the answer was no. 11 was busy eating because he was very tired after the training, while King Mianchong was staring at the portrait of the ice dragon, deepening his impression. Okay. Shiryu shrugged helplessly and could only go shopping by himself. Shiryu didn't know how long he had been strolling, but he seemed to have quickly reached the main gate of the North Campus of Gloria University. Because it happened to be an open day, needless to say, a large number of people gathered here. The gates, which were over 100 meters long, were lined up in a row, majestic, grand, and elegant. Outside the gates, young beastmasters and their pets looked at the name Ancient Capital University above with longing, their hearts surging. This group of animal tamers is just like parents who bring their children to visit a university, and the children are of course the pets. Shiryu felt uncomfortable when he saw that other beastmasters were accompanied by their pets while he was alone. In his previous life, when he went out with friends, everyone else had a girlfriend with them, but he didn't, so that was fine. Nowadays, it is no longer popular to show off your girlfriend. Instead, it is popular to summon your rare pet and show it off by your side. Shiryu also wanted to show off his giant panda, but unfortunately, the panda thought that wandering around was a waste of time and refused to come out, asking him to call it when there was a fight. Then let's go find a fight. Shiryu estimated that with so many young beastmasters here, there must be a place in the university that provides a place for fighting, so he couldn't help but take a step forward. It was not known whether it was a coincidence or something else, but before he had taken 2 steps, a young man in fancy clothes holding a selfie stick suddenly shouted, "In school battle arena, is there anyone willing to fight me? I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want." His voice immediately attracted a lot of people's attention, and many people looked at him while talking. Normal young people don't dare to shout like this for fear of social death. However, when everyone saw him holding the live broadcast device, they immediately understood why he was so brave. "Hey, Anchor." Many people smiled and found it interesting. Shiryu also found it a bit interesting, but the other party's next words made him turn around and leave. Requires quasi-professional, both pets must be extraordinary level, doubles battle, low level please do not disturb. Goodbye, man. Shiryu felt a little stomachache. What kind of person is this? Is there really anyone who would accept this kind of standard? However, not long after the other party spoke, a young man who was about the same age as Shiryu said with interest, "I'll do it." Shiryu. Quasi-professional means a beastmaster who has left the apprenticeship period but has not passed the professional assessment. Generally speaking, the young people visiting the school here are not professional beastmasters yet. After all, everyone comes here to apply for next year's exam. However, those who are not professional beastmasters are generally divided into 2 levels. One is like Shiryu, whose beast taming space is at level 1 and whose pet is an apprentice in the awakening period. One type is a quasi-professional whose beast taming space has reached level 2 and whose pet has reached extraordinary level but has not yet participated in the assessment. Obviously, among this group of young beastmasters who plan to apply to Ancient Capital University, there are already some geniuses whose beastmaster space has reached level 2 and who have trained 2 extraordinary pets. There are still 4 months left. There's no rush. By then, 11 and Chong Chong should both be able to reach transcendence. Shiryu comforted himself. "Classmate, do you want to fight?" As expected, the beastmasters who came to the North Campus to hang out were not idle. After one of them took the lead, someone else came to invite Shiryu to fight. Shiryu glanced at the other person and asked, "What level is your pet?" "Xiaofan, new here, right?" The boy answered the question very naturally. Shiryu said, "Okay, I can barely do it." The boy asked back, "What about you? 9th level awakening?" Boys, underscore. He rolled his eyes, turned around and left, thinking that fighting Shiryu was a waste of time, leaving Shiryu behind with a confused look on his face. Hey, 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 who are you looking down on? Being at the extraordinary level is amazing. Even if I awaken a level 9 iron-eating beast, I am not powerless to fight. This. In short, Shiryu was speechless as he looked at the other person's back as he left. Afterwards, Shiryu analyzed that the iron-eating beast might not be unable to fight against the real extraordinary creatures at the moment. Of course, the premise is that the opponent's skill proficiency is not high, the race level is not high, and the beast master does not have a strengthening talent. It seems a little unsafe. Forget it. I won't fight anymore. Let's just take a look. Shiryu yawned, walked around casually, and then went back to sleep. There are quite a lot of battle venues in the North Campus of Cody University. During the open day, the school also supports young beast masters who come to visit to compete. As for the referees, they are of course the seniors who stay in school as volunteers. As long as the school gives out some credits, there are still many people willing to stay and play the role of NPC. Damn, so fierce. As Shiryu was strolling around, he came to a battle arena. The arena was larger than the one where they competed for the Evolution Holy Spring that day. It was divided into several areas and was very lively at this moment. He had just reached the edge of a field when he heard someone exclaiming nearby. Shiryu looked at the field and saw two beast masters who were probably not much older than him fighting. One of the pets of both sides is a black water alligator turtle, and the other is a ground rock lizard. The growth level of both pets has reached the extraordinary level, so the power of their moves is extremely great. This is because, after a pet enters the extraordinary level from the awakening stage, its energy level will undergo a qualitative change. If the energy of an awakening pet is like a weak air current, then the energy of an extraordinary pet is like a trickle, with a higher quality. The change in energy brings about a change in the pet skills, which means that the power of the skills increases. On the field, the sand stirred up by the rock lizards formed a wall of sand. Although this was a low-level skill, judging from the speed of condensation and the structure of the wall, the proficiency had been trained to the mastery level. Roar. However, even with such a wall of sand, a water bomb condensed in the mouth of the black water alligator turtle easily penetrated it and successfully bombarded the rock lizard. Intermediate skill, water cannonball. Judging from the proficiency of the skill, it has not yet reached the mastery level, but due to the attribute restraint, it still dealt a heavy blow to the rock lizard. However, unlike the apprentice-level battles which were often known for being short, the fight here was very long. After the rock lizard was blasted several meters away, it stood up as if nothing had happened and glared at its opponent. Water flow enhancement talent, element resistance talent. During the confrontation between the two, countless water element fluctuations lingered around the black water alligator turtle's beastmaster. This is a very common water flow enhancement talent, which can be used to enhance the black water alligator turtle's water skills. Although it is a skill-level water flow cannonball, but after that enhancement, in terms of power alone, it is probably not inferior to the mastery-level water flow cannonball without the water flow enhancement talent. The talent of the Beastmaster on the Earth Rock Lizard's side is even simpler and more brutal. It is the elemental resistance talent that is known as the panacea in the reinforcement system. It can make the pet have a certain resistance to any elemental attack. Therefore, even if the Earth Rock Lizard faces water cannonballs that can restrain itself, it will still directly resist them, and it seems that it can still fight for 300 rounds. In semi-professional and professional level competitions, it has become popular to play with talents. Fortunately, I don't have a talent for fighting. Watching their fight, Shiryu smiled in his heart. After this battle, I'm afraid these two beast masters will be weakened. I don't know if they have prepared any supplements. His skill atlas is still the best. As long as he adds some points in daily life, he can just give orders during battle. He doesn't have to work so hard like other beast masters and invest huge physical and mental effort. However, on the other hand, when Shiryu encounters a beast master with this kind of enhanced talent in the future, he may suffer a small loss. The outcome of the battle at that time will depend on the effect of his added points on the improvement of his pet beast, and whether it can compare with the effect of others using enhanced talents to increase the combat power of their pet beasts. If it's this level, I feel like 11 should be able to fight it, but I guess he'll have to fight like he did against the ice dragon, using all his strength and killing it instantly with one strike to have any hope. Shiryu quickly determined the gap between 11 and the two pets on the field. However, this was also because the race levels of the two pets were not high. Neither of them was a leading race, and their growth levels were both just beginning to enter the extraordinary realm. Otherwise, if the other party's attributes were stronger, 11 would probably be out of luck. Next, Shiryu continued to stroll around. He discovered that those who dared to show off and fight here, the pets they brought out had a growth level no lower than the extraordinary level. But this is normal. There are still 4 months left before the professional assessment, and the pet has not reached the extraordinary level at this time. If Ancient Capital University is set as the goal, the hope is too slim. At the same time, sure, you also discovered that these extraordinary pets all had at least one proficient skill, and occasionally 2 simple combination skills could be seen. This made sure you saw that these young beast masters preparing for the professional assessment did have something special. It seems that his opponents 4 months later will not be the same people who competed for the Holy Spring of Evolution. Those people, like him, had not yet reached the standards for taking professional assessments. If he were to participate in the professional assessment at the Ancient Capital Association, he would probably face a group of beast masters who had reached level 2 of their beast control space and were equipped with 2 extraordinary pets. In fact, since the professional assessment is once a year, some second-generation Imperials who can be promoted to level 2 in a year may even have 3 pets contracted. As for leading the cubs of the race, it should not be very rare by then. I see. Although they are all rookies, this is just like the Chunin exam in Naruto. Who can consider 2 Jinchuriki and a Taijutsu freak who can open 5 gates as Genin? As we all know, Genin is the strongest. By the same token, it is possible that there are a group of monsters hidden in the professional assessment. No wonder Lu Qingyi said that the professional assessment of the Ancient Capital Association was challenging and asked her to use the relic beads to develop quickly. As far as Shiryu knows, there is no unified passing standard for the annual professional assessment, but promotion is based on proportion. Therefore, it is not the case that one can pass the assessment just by reaching the professional level and having an extraordinary pet. For this reason, professional assessments in these big cities are more difficult than in small cities, because if you pass the professional assessment in a big city, there is a greater chance of being noticed by top universities and top companies. This is actually the same on Earth. A Fortune 500 company will never recruit people from an ordinary third-tier university, but graduates from Peking University and Tsinghua University are snatched up by various companies. Professional assessment is also so realistic. This model actually caused a strange phenomenon. A group of people who could have easily passed the professional assessment in small cities did not give up and applied for the assessment in big cities for several years in a row but still failed. The strength of these people is probably ridiculously strong. After all, there is no age or number limit for professional assessment, and they obviously have more time to accumulate experience. It is even possible to encounter an 80-year-old man during professional assessment. Of course, although it is encouraging for such an elderly person to participate in professional assessments, it is estimated that no university or company will be optimistic about it. Even if the other party won the first place in the year, he has no potential at all. For example, the Ancient Capital University has certain age restrictions on applicants.